Winter arrived, enveloping the great Qin Empire in snow. However, the herbal peak was still basking in sunlight. This was truly a treasured land. This herbal field where Lin Yun was stationed had the strongest spiritual energy in the entire peak. So he practiced the Iris Sword Sutra. He had reached the pinnacle of the 6th stage in the Iris Sword Sutra, bringing him to a total of 36 petals. The petals were crystal clear, looking flawless and dreamy. But at the same time, they were as majestic as mountains. Lin Yun was almost done polishing his foundation, and he wasn't in a hurry to make a breakthrough. The Iris Sword Sutra had 16 stages, and the first 6 stages were the foundation to manifest the perfect iris flower. The 7th stage would involve the sutra's essence, allowing Lin Yun to condense the iris sword aura. At the 9th stage, he could lay down an iris sword array within his body, allowing him to kill enemies with a single thought. This was a cultivation technique passed down from the primordial era, so Lin Yun didn't dare to treat it lightly. But he knew that there was nothing wrong with having a solid foundation. Then again, the main reason he took this long was due to him being poor. He only made his breakthrough by relying on the Yin energy. If there was no Yin energy for him to absorb, the resources he required to make a breakthrough would be astronomical. So making a breakthrough with his cultivation technique didn't seem possible at the moment. He attempted to condense the violet sacred flame to unlock more secrets of the Age Sutra bamboo slip. Right now, he wanted to know what kind of cultivation technique the Age Sutra was. In the distance, Niu Bingshun and the others were busy working in the field. Out of everyone, Niu Bingshun had the most work to do. He had to carefully scatter the fertilizer on the spiritual herbs. His face was black from the foul stench of the fertilizer. He tried to resist doing such dirty work, but after being beaten up by Lin Yun, he gave up and accepted his fate. It was almost nighttime when he completed his task. It was during the night that the dragon-blooded horse would sneak over. Li Wuyo was always happy to see this goofy horse. He was simply too bored at Herbal Peak. So he would ride the dragon-blooded horse and wander around the nearby fields. He was given the nickname Plague God by the other Herbal's fields. Herbal Peak might seem rule-free, but there was one important thing that was considered taboo. The spiritual herbs had to be taken care of, and the herbal hall would send someone over every month to check. If there were any discrepancies, the disciples would be severely punished. This was also the reason why swords were forbidden here. After all, a simple swing of the sword could damage the field. Li Wuyo was bolting around on the dragon-blooded horse. It would be troublesome for the disciples if he trampled on some of the spiritual herbs. So, the disciples would be worried whenever they saw Li Wuyo. Lin Yun had advised him to cultivate and reach the profound martial realm as quickly as possible. But Li Wuyo wasn't anxious in the slightest. His cultivation technique relied on accumulation, so the more he accumulated, the more benefits he would receive when he reached the profound martial realm. He believed this to the point of giving Lin Yun all the spiritual jades he picked up the other day. Lin Yun could sense the wild ambition in Li Wuyo, despite how goofy he usually behaved. It was similar to Bai Lishuan, who chose to stay in the Xiantian realm. "Forget it, let me try again," said Lin Yun. Now that his cultivation technique reached the pinnacle of the 6th stage, the violet sacred flame was much stronger than before. Logically speaking, he should be able to see more of the Age Sutra's contents. Lin Yun was far away from everyone as he had assigned them to field work. So he took out the bamboo slip. Compared to the past, the bamboo slip seemed heavier than before. Lin Yun slowly extracted the iris flower's flames and unhesitantly poured it into the bamboo slip. As he poured in the flames, the bamboo slip gradually became lighter. It didn't take long for the bamboo slip to start hovering in the sky. But that wasn't all. This time, a huge amount of the violet sacred flame that he poured in was not consumed by the bamboo slip. The bamboo slip burned for a long time, and in the end, Lin Yun saw the words on the slip igniting. Sceneries started to flash in his mind once more, along with the alchemist that he saw previously. The alchemist stood before the cauldron and started writing down runes. This time, the number of runes was 10 times greater than before. Shortly after, the runes would condense. Among the runes, Lin Yun spotted the same one he used to reforge the Xiantian pellets. But this time it was just one of the hundreds of runes. There wasn't anything special about it. Shortly after, the fragments of memories formed into two ancient words, Age Sutra. Lin Yun's mind was being flooded with tons of information that surged through his mind over and over again. Time is heartless, with heaven and earth as the cauldron. Lin Yun had a splitting headache from the vast amount of information that flooded his mind. It was like a ringing bell was in his mind as the information imprinted itself. After a while, Lin Yun began to search through the memories. He discovered that the Age Sutra was indeed a cultivation technique. However, this cultivation technique had nothing to do with alchemy. It wasn't even a technique that could increase his cultivation. Instead, it was a cultivation technique for spiritual runes. At this moment, Lin Yun finally figured out what rune he used to reforge the Xiantian pellets. It was a spiritual rune. These runes were also known as Tao runes. In ancient times, there were saints who comprehended the Tao runes after seeing through heaven's secrets. They could easily create Tao runes, using them to seal millions of miles of mountains and rivers or heavily injure primordial beasts. But the inheritance of Tao runes had disappeared since ancient times. Since then, no one could discover heaven's secrets again. As a result, cultivators were forced to take a step back and comprehended spiritual runes from Tao rune remnants. Spiritual runes might be weaker than Tao runes, but they were easier to grasp. Even someone who wasn't a saint could practice the spiritual runes. However, mortals couldn't learn the spiritual runes. Now, those who could grasp spiritual runes were known as spiritualists. Generally speaking, there were only three types of spiritual runes: alchemy runes, array runes, and artifact forging runes. The spiritual runes were further divided into elementary and graded spiritual runes, being ranked from 1st to 9th. A first-grade spiritual rune was formed with hundreds of elementary spiritual runes. This means that the spiritual runes would get more complicated as the grade increased. The array in the capital and the sword burial woods were drawn with spiritual runes, but Lin Yun didn't know what their grades were. This kind of knowledge was beyond his reach. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he discovered that the bamboo slip had turned into a pile of ashes. The bamboo slip was an ordinary material and it was preserved by the words written on it. Since the memories from the words had imprinted in Lin Yun's mind, it was only natural that the bamboo slip crumbled. No wonder Lord 13 asked if I've mastered spiritual runes. Lin Yun didn't understand what Lord 13 was asking him about before, but it was clear once he realized that the runes he had been practicing were elementary spiritual runes. He never expected an accidental harvest to put him on the path of a spiritualist. The person who created the Age Sutra comprehended the age energy from the changes in the world. It was an insight he gained by observing the world. In the face of time, nothing could exist for an eternity. The Age Sutra could convert origin energy into age energy, merging the two to draw spiritual runes. In this way, the spiritual runes would be empowered by age energy. If there were two similar spiritual runes, the one infused with age energy would naturally be more powerful. However, it didn't seem easy to practice this cultivation technique. Time was something that could level mountains into flat ground. As Lin Yun cultivated the Age Sutra, his origin energy would be continuously consumed. There were advantages and disadvantages to this. His origin energy would definitely be more powerful after being refined, but his origin energy consumption would slow down his cultivation. Fortunately, Lin Yun didn't have to worry about this for the time being. After all, he still hadn't meditated properly after reaching the profound martial realm. He could make good use of his time while he was at Herbal Peak to digest them. After he made up his mind, Lin Yun began to practice the Age Sutra. Practicing the Age Sutra was time-consuming. Fortunately, Lin Yun had both the spiritual jades that Li Wuyo gave him and the yin energy from the sword burial woods. Time gradually passed and Lin Yun finally managed to condense a ray of age energy. Lin Yun had been immersed in his cultivation, not daring to relax. In the blink of an eye, he had already spent a month at Herbal Peak. Aside from practicing the Age Sutra, Lin Yun practiced his martial techniques. He even attempted to form the first profound vein to take a step in his cultivation. There was no bottleneck in condensing the first profound vein, but the next 8 profound veins would gradually get more complicated. Lin Yun finally succeeded at the end of the month. After condensing the first profound vein, Lin Yun could feel that the iris flower could contain 10 times more origin energy. He could see that every step in the profound martial realm was a huge boost. If it weren't for the fact that he grasped the complete sword intent and that they were fighting bare-handed, it wouldn't have been easy for Lin Yun to defeat Niu Bingshun. If they fought for too long, Niu Bingshun could easily exhaust Lin Yun. After his success, Lin Yun stopped his cultivation. Even Li Wuyo, who had been strolling around, had returned as well. Everyone wore their prisoner uniforms and gathered in front of the straw shack. The inspection was today and the number of herbs they had would get checked. Aside from Lin Yun and Li Wuyo, everyone else looked nervous. The group stood in front of the straw shack for a long time before they finally saw someone from Herbal Peak walking over. The one leading the group had an outstanding figure. Although they couldn't see her appearance from afar, they had a feeling that her appearance wouldn't be bad given her figure. Niu Bingshun and the others looked at her from a distance. Their expressions changed and they began to tremble. "Hey, not bad. We have a beauty coming." Li Wuyo laughed while riding on the dragon-blooded horse. "This woman is cold and arrogant. She looks down on everyone. She causes trouble every time she comes over and everyone is afraid of her." Niu Bingshun replied with a bitter face. "What's her origin?" said Li Wuyo, smacking his tongue. "Her name is Lu Yu, the Lu clan's Missy. She has high attainment in alchemy and the Sword Firmament Pavilion values her greatly. This is the reason why she has a position at Herbal Peak from such a young age," Niu Bingshun explained. Lin Yun instantly understood. Herbal Peak might seem insignificant, but aside from the Pellet Hall, not many places can compare to it. "Hush, they're coming." A total of 5 people arrived, a woman and 4 men. The woman only looked to be 16 or 17. She had exquisite features and emitted arrogance. Her cultivation was in the 2nd stage of the profound martial realm, 1 stage higher than Lin Yun. The 4 men following her were in their late 20s. Their cultivation was roughly in the 6th stage of the profound martial realm. Their ages indicated that they weren't disciples and they didn't seem like the type to do odd jobs. Lin Yun heard that those who were too old to be disciples and had connections in the Sword Firmament Pavilion could assume positions in specific halls. The stronger ones could even become elders to educate disciples. As for those without connections, they could only do odd jobs in various places like Niu Bingshun. "Greetings, Deacon Lu." Niu Bingshun and the bows bowed respectfully. Li Wuyo felt a little uncomfortable. But just when he was about to dismount the horse, Lu Yu frowned and lashed her whip over. Lin Yun was stunned by this. He never expected such a quiet and gentle-looking lady to have such a fiery temper. It was already too late for him to make his move. Li Wuyo's back was whipped and he was thrown to the ground. "What are you doing?" Li Wuyo immediately lost it. Just when he was about to charge forward, Lin Yun pulled him back. Everyone in Herbal Peak was lawless, so Lu Yu must have some sort of background for her to act so fearless. Furthermore, Lin Yun wasn't confident in taking care of the 4 guards around her. They wouldn't benefit from fighting. "Are you courting death? As someone who's being punished, why aren't you bowing when you see a deacon? You're even riding on a horse? Do you want Deacon Lu to greet you instead?" Someone beside Lu Yu snapped. "Haha. Please calm down. He's a newcomer, so he still doesn't know about the rules. Please don't get angry with him." Niu Bingshun immediately stood out with some spiritual jades and handed them over. When Lu Yu's guards received the spiritual jades, their faces became a little better and they bowed to Lu Yu. "Deacon Lu, what should we do with these people? It would be a surprise if people from Herbal Peak had manners. Go and examine the field quickly. I don't wish to stay here for long. As for you, go away. Don't get so close to me," Lu Yu said and turned to Niu Bingshun in disgust. Niu Bingshun wore an awkward expression. He was responsible for scattering fertilizer every day, so the stench wouldn't go away no matter how much he showered himself. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, he immediately backed down. Understood. 2 guards executed their movement techniques and started checking the herbal field. Lin Yun pulled Li Wuyo to the side and started checking the wound on the latter's back. Lu Yu was ruthless with her whip. leaving a huge gash on Li Wuyo's back. That bitch is too much. She whipped me like livestock. Li Wuyo clenched his teeth. Bear with it for now. She has experts in the 6th stage of the profound martial realm around her, Lin Yun replied. I know. Li Wuyo sighed. He knew that there was no need to be impulsive right now. But suddenly, he raised his brow. What is that bitch trying to do now? When Lin Yun turned around, he saw Lu Yu nodding her head while checking out the dragon-blooded horse. The dragon-blooded horse was in the profound martial realm, so its size was majestic. When the sunlight shined on the crimson coat, there was a ruby-like glow that created a domineering air around it. Let's go and take a look. The two of them walked back with grave expressions. Deacon Lu, no losses or damages since last month, reported the 2 guards who went to examine the field. Looking at the dragon-blooded horse, Lu Yu said indifferently, same old rules. We know. Niu Bingshun rushed into the straw shack before coming back out with an interspatial pouch. These are the naturally damaged spiritual herbs this month. Please take a look at them. They're all 100-year-old spiritual herbs, and they still have at least 80% herbal effectiveness. The youth screened the interspatial pouch before nodding his head at Lu Yu. The numbers are correct. Lu Yu nodded her head and took the spiritual herbs. Lin Yun wasn't surprised by this scene. It didn't matter how perfect the rules were because people could always create loopholes for their advantage. The sect wouldn't care about these matters as long as the majority of the spiritual herbs were fine. Even if they knew that something like this was happening, they would still turn a blind eye. After the exchange was complete, the inspection team prepared to leave as Niu Bingshun spoke out respectfully, have a safe journey. But just when the 4 guards were about to leave, they noticed that Lu Yu wasn't moving. Her gaze was fixed on the dragon-blooded horse. When the guards saw that, they immediately understood her actions. One of them looked at Lin Yun and Li Wuyo. Who does this dragon-blooded horse belong to? We will be borrowing it temporarily. Scram! What are you guys trying to do? Li Wuyo immediately lost it and stood before the dragon-blooded horse. Brat, you want to be stubborn? The guards were instantly enraged that garbage in the herbal field actually talked back to them. Everyone sent here were disciples who had committed crimes, so they definitely didn't have any background. Stop! Lu Yu spoke up right before a fight broke out. Even Lin Yun was baffled because he had no idea what Lu Yu wanted to do. Lu Yu suddenly came to the herbal field and lashed her whip out on a plot before anyone could react. Before they knew it, the entire plot was destroyed. The origin energy rippling out from her whip had thoroughly destroyed the plot. Oh my god! Niu Bingshun and the others were stunned. Their faces had turned white and a few of them even dropped on their butts. With so many spiritual herbs destroyed, their punishment would be extended for at least 5 years if the herbal hall pursued this matter. I never force others. Go back and report that there were 100 spiritual herbs damaged in this field. Add another 10 years to all of their punishments. Lu Yu turned around. Lin Yun and Li Wuyo both sucked in a cold breath from this woman's cruelty. She wanted Lin Yun and Li Wuyo to beg her to accept the dragon-blooded horse. If they didn't, they would be trapped in the herbal peak for 10 years. If it was someone else, they naturally knew what to choose between 10 years of punishment and a dragon-blooded horse. But this woman clearly had no idea about Lin Yun's background. There was no way Lin Yun would stay here for long. Although he was sentenced here for 3 months, Xianxia might come to fetch them way before that. Even if Xianxia didn't come get them, there was no way the sect would allow a genius who had grasped the complete sword intent with a primordial chaotic soul to stay here. In the end, only Niu Bingshun and the others would suffer from it. Knowing that she was only pretending to leave, Lin Yun sighed, Deacon Lu, please hold your steps. What happened next was within his expectations. The 5 people turned around when they heard him. Folding her arms together, an arc rose on Lu Yu's lips. What's the matter? You can just target me if you want. Why implicate the innocents in this matter? I'm willing to take the 10 years punishment myself. Lin Yun negotiated calmly. Is there anyone innocent in the herbal peak? I can pick anyone and they'll either be bastards or lechers. Even if the spiritual herbs aren't damaged, it's not too much to keep them here for 10 years. Lu Yu sneered. What do you want then? asked Lin Yun. Lu Yu's gaze fell on the dragon-blooded horse and replied, I've already said that I never force others against their will. The meaning in her words was obvious. She wanted Lin Yun to get down on his knees and deliver the dragon-blooded horse to her. Haha, you can get lost then. We're not afraid even if you keep us here for 20 years. 10 years is nothing, Li Wuyo mocked. Is that so? Then I'll add another 10 years to all your punishments. Lu Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of rage as she turned around with her guards. What are we going to do now? Niu Bingshun and the others muttered in despair. With a smile, Lin Yun looked at the silhouettes of Lu Yu's group. Wuyo, what do you think we should do now? Hehe. I bear with her whip, but stomps on our heads. Why are we still putting up with her? We don't even fear Wang Yan, so why should we be afraid of this bitch? I bet that she'll turn around in 10 seconds. Li Wuyo smiled with a hint of murderous aura flashing across his eyes. I bet it's within 3 seconds. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes into slits. This woman was possessive, but she was also prideful. She was trying to force them to hand the dragon-blooded horse over. She would definitely flip the table if something didn't go her way. While they were betting on how long it would take for her to turn her head around, Niu Bingshun and the others trembled in fear at their conversation. What are they doing? Are they going to act against Lu Yu? Time slowly passed, and before 3 breaths even passed, they saw Lu Yu return with her 4 guards. When Li Wuyo looked at them returning, he smiled. I lost? Do you still remember what we said when we left the Sword Burial Woods? Lin Yun asked without any changes in his expression. If we can't endure it anymore, then there's no need for us to endure. Li Wuyo smiled. But I prefer the part after that. As brothers, we will share our life and death together. Go! A cold light flickered across Lin Yun's eyes. The 2 of them charged before Lu Yu and her guards reached them. Seeing Lin Yun and Li Wuyo take the initiative to charge over, the 4 guards and Lu Yu were briefly shocked and slowed their pace. But after a while, there was a strange smile on their faces. A first stage of the profound martial realm and a Xiantian realm brat dare to take the initiative to attack us? Are they insane? Deacon Lu, you can stay here and see how we deal with them. It wasn't surprising to see them act so confidently. After all, the 4 of them were in the 6th stage of the profound martial realm, so any single one of them could destroy the pair. They were so much stronger that they could even kill them with 1 move. There was a massive gap of 5 stages in their cultivation. The only explanation they had for Lin Yun and Li Wuyo's actions was that they were insane. Raising her brow, Lu Yu replied indifferently, The 2 of them are courting death. Just remember not to injure the dragon-blooded horse. Hehe, we know. It's rare for Deacon Lu to take a liking to something, so we will do our best. Descending moon and stars, 9 nether slash. But before they could even make a move, a starry sky appeared above their heads. The starry sky was boundless and bright. It was so close that it felt like they could touch it by reaching out. The entire starry sky was like a giant pair of eyes that were staring at them. This sudden phenomenon left the 4 guards stunned. They never expected Li Wuyo's martial soul to create such a huge commotion. Li Wuyo let out a roar into the starry sky. Shortly after, a sword basked in myriad starlights descended from the 9 heavens. The commotion caused by this sword was great, and the 4 guards did not dare to take it lightly. They couldn't believe that such a phenomenon was created by someone in the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm. Let's go! The 4 guards did not dare to be careless and faced Li Wuyo's majestic sword. But what took them by surprise was how weak Li Wuyo's sword looked. When they executed their martial techniques, Li Wuyo's sword had already started to break apart before their attacks connected with it. Li Wuyo vomited out a mouthful of blood. The blood within his body was thrown into chaos and his face paled. The 4 guards were surprised by this. But shortly after, the 4 of them calmed down. After all, it would be abnormal if a cultivator in the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm could take their attacks. But just when their attacks were about to land on Li Wuyo, a crimson figure bolted past them. It was the dragon-blooded horse. When the horse landed on the ground, it defended Li Wuyo with its magnificent body. When the 4 guards saw this scene, their faces immediately changed and they quickly stopped their attacks. Don't hurt the horse. Subdue it. The four of them changed their strategy and relied on their cultivation to suppress the dragon-blooded horse. When Bingshun saw that the four were busy dealing with the dragon-blooded horse, he hurried over to help Li Wuyo to his feet. Heh! It's ultimately still a beast. The dragon-blooded horse might be fast, but it was helpless against the four guards. It merely took a moment for them to subdue the horse. When they looked at the dragon-blooded horse, the four guards smiled. They were excited to take credit for completing the task. No, wait! Where's the other one? One of the guards suddenly recalled that Lin Yun was missing and changed his face. Right at this moment, a scream could be heard from the back. When they turned around, they saw Lu Yu on the ground and Lin Yun stepping on her. Get lost! The four of them immediately flew into anger and kicked Bingshun. They carried Li Wuyo and anxiously ran towards Lin Yun. They now understood that Li Wuyo was creating an opportunity for Lin Yun by causing a huge commotion. The four of them were in the 6th stage of the profound martial realm. So aside from capturing Lu Yu, there was no way they could win. This meant that Lu Yu was their only chance of turning the tables. But the four guards were puzzled. They had no idea where Li Wuyo's confidence in Lin Yun came from in order to take Lu Yu down and to face all four of them. Order them to release him. Lin Yun barked as he looked at Li Wuyo, who was being escorted over. Never! Lu Yu gnashed her teeth with her face practically stuck in the ground. She never imagined that she would get stepped on by someone from Herbal Peak. When she saw the four guards escorting Li Wuyo over, a cold light flashed across her eyes. She immediately raised her head and gave them a signal. When the guards received her signal, they threw Li Wuyo onto the ground and stepped on him. When they applied pressure to their feet, cracks could be heard coming from Li Wuyo's ribs. The guard who was stepping on Li Wuyo barked at Lin Yun. Let Deacon Lu go if you want your brother alive. As for the other three, they were feeling nervous. No matter how things ended today, there was no way they could escape punishment for allowing Lu Yu to be captured under their watch. Get your men to release Wuyo. Lin Yun spoke out coldly. Lu Yu could sense Lin Yun's trembling feet, causing her to sneer. She was confident that Lin Yun was only faking it and barked out coldly, Kill him! Lin Yun's face turned cold instantly. He had been polite with this woman since the beginning, and he didn't use much force even when he was stepping on her. But this woman had forced him time and time again. When the rage building up in his chest reached its limit, he raised the whip in his hand and lashed down. The whip produced a loud snapping sound on Lu Yu's body and left a long gash. However, Lin Yun didn't bother with that and whipped her 2 more times. Lu Yu screamed out in pain. We'll release him. We'll release him. Stop immediately. Brat. Do you know who she is? The 4 guards immediately panicked when they saw the 3 gashes on Lu Yu's body. Beads of cold sweat rolled down their foreheads. They immediately helped Li Wuyo back on his feet without any delay. Wuyo, come over, Lin Yun said. He had raised the whip in his hand, but did not strike down. Let me go. Li Wuyo shook their hands off and staggered towards Lin Yun. On the ground, Lu Yu was whining out in pain. She didn't have the energy to speak. She had always been the one whipping others, not the other way around. However, she finally experienced how painful it was to be whipped. She also knew that Lin Yun had given her a chance by not doing so earlier. You couldn't expect others to be polite to you if you were shameless. The 3 whips were Lin Yun's lesson to her. You deserve it, Li Wuyo said, standing beside Lin Yun as he coldly looked at the 4 guards. The 4 guards were strong. They were overbearing just a moment ago, but now they were wiping the sweat off their foreheads with ugly expressions. Brother, we've already released your friend. Shouldn't you release Deacon Lu as well? Brother, you really can't touch Deacon Lu. If you don't release her immediately, we will all be doomed. The 4 guards begged. Get lost. Lin Yun ignored their words and barked. Quick! Look for the hall master. The 4 guards did not want to waste any more time. The 4 of them were panicking from the current situation. After all, that was Lu Yu, and she had been whipped 3 times by someone serving time at Herbal Peak. They immediately ran towards the herbal hall. Not long after they ran out, a condor descended from the sky. The terrifying aura released from the condor slammed the four of them back. Spreading its wings wide, the condor let out a cry, which produced gusts of wind in the sky. Someone was standing on the condor's back. It was Xianxia. Today, she wore a red dress that wrapped her voluptuous figure tightly. Who else could be so charming besides Xianxia? Jumping down from the sword condor, Xianxia looked at the three gashes on the person below Lin Yun's foot with shock. But she soon regained her composure and spoke out. "Junior brother Lin Yun, let her go." "Roger that." Lin Yun naturally complied and released Lu Yu. Lu Yu's hair was a mess. Dirt covered her face and she struggled to get up. Although she was a woman, in comparison to Xianxia, it was like one was a ghost and the other was a fairy. "Hehe. Senior sister Xianxia, what brings you here?" Li Wuyo's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Xianxia. Even his injuries didn't feel so painful anymore. Furthermore, his eyes were fixed on her chest. Xianxia suddenly slapped him on the head and snapped. "Where do you think you're looking at? Senior sister Xianxia, what brings you here?" "It hasn't been 3 months yet." Lin Yun smiled. Staring at Lin Yun, Xianxia said in a half-joking tone, "That's because I miss you guys. Now come with me. We've already given that old fellow enough face for a month. He's in trouble right now and he's wrecking his head trying to explain things to the Wang clan. He can't be bothered with you two right now." "No way." The two of them destroyed 100 spiritual herbs, and they have to be punished here for 10 years. Lu Yu barked, seeing that Xianxia was about to leave with them. 100 spiritual herbs? A boundless sword intent suddenly burst out from Xianxia, destroying a few patches of spiritual herbs in the field. At least 2,000 of them were destroyed. Now I destroyed 3,000 spiritual herbs. Add their 100 onto mine and get your hall master to look for me. Xianxia sheathed her sword and turned around. At this moment she looked gallant. Looking at her, Lin Yun and Li Wuyo were both speechless from her beauty. Lu Yu silently turned to look at the destroyed herbal field. She thought that she was ruthless because she destroyed 100 spiritual herbs, but Xianxia was on a whole new level. Xianxia actually destroyed 3,000 spiritual herbs. "Hop on." Xianxia leapt onto the sword condor and called out to the two boys. The boys collected themselves and exchanged a glance. Everyone could see the shock in their eyes. "Big sister Xianxia, you're domineering," shouted Li Wuyo. "Cut the nonsense. Let's get going," responded Xianxia. When Lu Yu saw Lin Yun and Li Wuyo jumping on the sword condor, she immediately panicked and roared, "They're not allowed to go. You four, why aren't you stopping them?" The four guards exchanged a glance. None of them dared to step forward. They had already lost their identities, becoming mere guards of the herbal hall. There was no way they could offend someone like Xianxia. Furthermore, they didn't have the confidence to defeat Xianxia even if they worked together. So despite Lu Yu shouting at them from the side, none of them dared to move. After all, they knew that they would definitely suffer if they did. The majestic sword condor unfolded its wings and soared into the sky, rising above the clouds. "Xianxia, I won't let this matter rest." Lu Yu stomped her foot and roared hysterically. Women were strange creatures. Lin Yun gave her 3 lashes on her back. But the one she hated was Xianxia. The sword firmament pavilion was situated within the mountain range. The scenery was pleasant, filled with rivers, pavilions, and countless other constructs. The one who held the most authority in the sword firmament pavilion was naturally the pavilion master. The 18 sword-bearing elders of the sword-bearing hall had the second most authority. Collectively, they represented the pavilion's upper hierarchy. After them, several hall masters held various authority positions. They were the hall masters from the Contribution Hall, Elders Hall, Pellet Hall, and Martial Hall. The Contribution Hall is responsible for distributing missions and exchanging contributions to raise one's ranking in the sect. The Elders Hall is responsible for educating disciples, keeping the sect in order, and guarding the important grounds. They are the sect's cornerstone. The Pellet Hall, as the name implies, is where pellets are refined. Pellets are significant resources for cultivators and are necessary to develop a sect. Last but not least, The martial hall is where cultivation and martial techniques are kept. Those are the 4 halls. All the sects out there have similar setups, the only difference is how they are named. Now, let me explain the 5 great lands of the sect to you guys. Xianxia gave Lin Yun and Li Wuyo a rundown of the sect's setup. 5 great lands. Lin Yun and Li Wuyo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The halls she previously mentioned were common types and there wasn't anything new about them. The 2 of them wanted to know if the Sword Firmament Pavilion had any treasured lands that belonged to them. The first was the Myriad Sword platform that contained the Myriad Sword steps and Myriad Sword painting. The Myriad Sword painting was an important treasure of the sect. It was left by the sect's founder. It was a painting with countless sword crossings. There wasn't anything else aside from swords. Lin Yun and Li Wuyo once saw the painting back in the branch. However, the real copy could be found on the Myriad Sword platform, allowing disciples to temper their sword aura with it and comprehend sword intent. The second land would be the Cloudy Sword Pavilion. It had a total of 12 levels and completion of each level would grant a secret technique. Secret techniques weren't like martial techniques, they didn't have any grades and they were generally more powerful. Grasping a secret technique wouldn't boost cultivation, but it could greatly boost fighting strength. The third land was the Burial Sword Peak. Before seniors of the sect die, they would bury their swords deep in the mountain. If anyone could obtain those swords, they would obtain a powerful artifact. Additionally, they could also receive that senior's inheritance if their comprehension was strong enough. The fourth land was the Soul Sword Pavilion, a place for disciples to strengthen their martial souls. Last but not least, the Sword Burial Woods was the fifth land. The Myriad Sword Platform, Cloudy Sword Pavilion, Burial Sword Peak, Soul Sword Pavilion, and Sword Burial Woods, Lin Yun muttered. Can the Sword Burial Woods also be considered a treasured land? I mean, anyone who goes there will certainly die. Speaking of the Sword Burial Woods, the 2 of you should be more familiar with that place than I am. I still have no idea what it looks like. Why don't you 2 tell me more about it? Xianxia turned to look at Lin Yun and Li Wuyo. Li Wuyo gave her an awkward smile. He had a nightmarish experience when he was in the Sword Burial Woods. Before he left, he even took a few Snowdragon carps from Lord 13. As for Lin Yun, he received lots of help from Lord 13, so there was no way he could reveal the secrets in there. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't have any intention of visiting that place to begin with. Aside from the places I mentioned, the Sword Firmament Pavilion also has a somewhat similar place called the Alliance Union. Xianxia smiled. Alliance Union? Asked Lin Yun. That's right. This is where disciples establish their own Alliance Union. For example, Wang Yan is the Gentleman Union's Vice-Union Master. He has gathered a large number of elite disciples under him through that alliance. That is also one of the stronger alliances in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. 2. That piece of shit dares to call himself a gentleman? His presence alone is a defilement for gentlemen. What a disgrace. Li Wuyo cursed. He had a strong opinion about Wang Yan. Big sister Xianxia, you should also have an alliance union of your own, right? Lin Yun asked. That's for sure. I'm the Locket Mountain's Vice-Union Master. I'm basically in charge of it and I'm here to invite the 2 of you in. Are you 2 interested? She asked. Lin Yun and Li Wuyo naturally did not have any objections to joining her union. They could tell that the Locket Mountain had a high position in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, not to mention that Xianxia had helped them out several times. Since the 2 of them had offended Wang Yan, they naturally needed a force to protect them. So regardless of personal feelings or logic, they should join the Locket Mountain. Hehe. Come here. I'll imprint it for you too. Xianxia turned around and imprinted the Locket Mountain's emblem on Lin Yun and Li Wuyo. The emblem was a small mountain with an ancient sword on top of it. It was the symbol of the Lock Mountain. A brief moment later, the sword condor descended. Xianxia had brought them to the rookie's residence. They were all shabby shacks. Aside from the abundance of spiritual energy here, this place had no other advantage. But Lin Yun and Li Wuyo weren't picky. They casually picked 2 houses to reside in. These are your Sword Firmament tokens. The 9 Stars contest restarted after you 2 left a month ago. so the two of you got zeros for it. For now, your sword firmament tokens are at the lowest grade. Xianxian handed 2 metallic tokens to the two of them and continued. Keep in mind that if you want to raise your authority in the sect, you will have to increase your sword firmament tokens grade. Otherwise, you won't be able to go anywhere, not to mention that you guys will also receive pitiful tributes. The 3 great lands aside from the myriad sword platform require 3rd grade sword firmament tokens. Xianxian paused briefly and continued. Also, you guys can only stay in the 1st level at the martial hall and pick some insignificant cultivation techniques. How do we increase the grades of our token? Wuxia asked anxiously. You can only do so through contributions. You will receive contributions for each mission you do. You can also exchange spiritual jades for contributions. This is only your first step in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, so you two still have a long way to go. Xianxian smiled and gave them an encouraging look. Spiritual jades were refined from spiritual rocks, cleansing the impurities and supplementing them with starlight energy. It was the common currency of not just the Great Qin Empire, but the entire southern ancient domain. Lin Yun and Wuxia had nothing, so it wouldn't be easy for them to swap spiritual jades for contributions. However, it's not like you two don't have any options. The Sword Firmament Pavilion also has the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal rankings. You can obtain contributions by rising through the rankings. I won't go in more detail. You two can ask around for it. Xianxian immediately left on her sword condor. Wuxia looked at Xianxian with unwillingness for a long time before he withdrew his gaze. Turning to Lin Yun, he asked, Big brother, where are you going next? He was feeling excited. Now that they'd left the Herbal Peak and obtained their Sword Firmament tokens, they could be considered official disciples of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. They were just 1 month later than the others. Lin Yun pondered briefly before he answered, I have no idea, but I definitely have to make a trip to the Pellet Hall and Myriad Sword platform. Then I'll head to the Contribution Hall to find out how we increase the grades of our Sword Firmament tokens. After all, it's embarrassing that only we have to start with a 0 grade among the rookies. Wuxia replied. The two of them discussed among themselves briefly before they went their separate ways. Wuxia was heading towards the Contribution Hall to find out how they could increase their Sword Firmament tokens grades, while Lin Yun went to visit the Herbal Hall and Myriad Sword platform. Before they separated, Lin Yun told him to bring the dragon-blooded horse over when he returned. The two of them left on the Sword Condor in a hurry, so they didn't bring the dragon-blooded horse along. As for the 4 guards, they were too terrified of senior sister Xianxian, and Lu Yu by herself couldn't do anything to the dragon-blooded horse. Honestly speaking, Lin Yun wasn't too worried about the dragon-blooded horse's safety. After being together with Wuxia for so long, the dragon-blooded horse adopted an unrestrained attitude in addition to its goofiness. Lin Yun was worried that it might cause trouble instead. Hee, don't worry about it. I would have done it even if you hadn't asked. Wuxia patted on his chest. You brat. Why am I feeling unconvinced? Lin Yun smiled bitterly and went down the mountain. The Sword Firmament Pavilion was filled with many sights. You could see disciples cultivating everywhere as elders taught lessons. The atmosphere around the sect was great. Lin Yun had already removed the prisoner uniform on him and changed into the disciple uniform. But when he walked, he would occasionally draw the attention of others. From time to time, he could even hear people discussing what happened back in the 9 Stars contest and how he killed Wang Ning. The influence from that storm wasn't small, and it had instantly made Lin Yun into a famous person in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. He drew attention everywhere he went. Today, I will talk about cultivation. Lin Yun paused upon hearing that and directed his gaze over. He saw an old man donned in simple clothing seated under an ancient tree, with many disciples sitting on the mat before him. Lin Yun found that topic interesting and decided to listen in. The old man did not start his talk instantly. Instead, he asked a question. Can anyone tell me what it means to cultivate? To cultivate is to absorb spiritual energy and to constantly refine yourself through pellets and cultivation techniques. This question wasn't difficult, so someone instantly stood up and answered with confidence. With a smile, The old man signaled for that youth to sit down and asked again, "Then what's spiritual energy?" This time, the old man's question had left everyone pondering deeply. Spiritual energy could be seen everywhere, but its density was different according to different places. When people cultivated, they would interact with spiritual energy, but they never really considered the spiritual energy's existence. Even Lin Yun couldn't help falling into deep thought from that question. Spiritual energy is born from heaven and earth. It can only exist when there is heaven and earth. What is there in heaven? We have countless stars, the sunrise, and the sunset. They're constantly changing and moving above us. Spiritual energy is the essence of the sun and moon. Simply put, it's the starlight energy. That means that we're also absorbing starlight energy when we absorb spiritual energy. Starlight energy is everywhere around us, and everything we see has something to do with it. So strictly speaking, cultivation is a process of comprehending the starlight energy, explained the old man. His explanation suddenly gave everyone a broader view about cultivation. Even Lin Yun felt a sudden flash of insight. At this moment, he knew that the Sword Firmament Pavilion's elders weren't simple. This is the ultimate path of cultivating. Cannot be done overnight. Now let's talk about how we cultivate. Our physical body acts as the container for starlight energy, and this container has limitless potential. No one knows how far the container can reach. The martial realm, the first realm we come in contact with, is also known as the Hotian realm. This is a process where we temper our physique. When we reach the Xiantian realm, we will gradually uncover the potential in our 7 orifices, said the old man. Many people feel that the Xiantian realm is the end of cultivation, but that's untrue. By unlocking the profound channel, it will bring our physique to a whole new level. In the 10 stages of the profound martial realm, we will condense 10 profound veins. Each of the profound veins has hundreds of acupoints, which connects our limbs, bones, and internal organs. Every profound vein strengthens the power we received during the Xiantian realm. For example, the first vein will further enhance the eye orifice. Upon reaching that, the world will become clearer in your eyes. Simultaneously, the same sword technique you've been using will seem like it's full of flaws. Let's use another example. How about the mouth orifice? After being strengthened, you can devour people's soul and their blood essence. The old man's words caused a huge commotion among the crowd. They were all shocked by the old man's revelation. With a smile, the old man continued, "Then again, these are just possibilities. You have a chance to obtain those abilities with the combination of your martial techniques and cultivation techniques. If you're talented enough, you can even comprehend them yourself. Now, I'll be going further into the realms above the profound martial realm." The audience immediately became even more interested. After all, only the strong were respected in this world. So they were eager to understand more about the realms that they couldn't reach. After forming the 10th profound vein, cultivators can try to condense their origin energy into liquid to establish a violet palace. This is called the Violet Palace realm. The old man suddenly stretched his hand out and grabbed onto a falling leaf with 2 fingers. With a flick of his fingers, the leaf shot out and destroyed a huge rock 10 miles away. This scene left everyone shocked. They never expected that the leaf would be so powerful even after traveling such a long distance. There was no way they could accomplish that, not even if they used a small dagger, because the power would gradually decrease as it traveled. This scene made Lin Yun scrunch his brows. He noticed that the old man wasn't using any sword intent, nor could he sense any sword intent in the leaf. This is the Violet Palace realm. Your origin energy will be greatly strengthened after being liquefied. With half a drop of origin energy, I can easily kill my enemy 10 miles away from me, said the old man. How powerful! Everyone was filled with admiration as shock and expectation filled their eyes. However, the Violet Palace realm was still too far out of Lin Yun's reach. He had no idea how long it would take for him to form the 10 profound veins, not to mention that making a breakthrough by trying to liquefy his origin energy wouldn't be easy. Among all the disciples here, barely 10% of them could have a chance to reach the Violet Palace realm. "Elder, what's above the Violet Palace realm?" someone asked excitedly. That would be the Heavenly Soul Realm. Anyone who can reach that level in the Great Qin Empire will be considered a top-tier powerhouse. If you can reach the Heavenly Soul Realm, then you will be standing at the Great Qin Empire's peak, said the old man. He wore a complicated expression and continued, but I have no idea if we have any Heavenly Soul Realm powerhouses within the Empire. Is our Pavilion Master not a Heavenly Soul Realm powerhouse? The old man smiled and did not reply to that question. The disciples had no idea what the Heavenly Soul Realm represented. The Heavenly Soul Realm powerhouses were existences that even the Empire had to bow to. It had been a long time since the Pavilion Master acted, so no one was sure if he had reached the Heavenly Soul Realm. There weren't any Heavenly Soul Realm powerhouses in the past 5 decades for the 3 other sects and the Imperial clan. It wasn't easy to reach the Heavenly Soul Realm. When Lin Yun heard that, his expression turned grave. The Violet Palace and Heavenly Soul Realms. He was only in the first stage of the Profound Martial Realm, and he couldn't even be compared to Wang Yan, who was in the 6th stage of the Profound Martial Realm. I need more resources. Lin Yun's eyes glowed. He needed more resources for the Iris Sword Sutra and Age Sutra. Without any resources, he wouldn't be able to make any progress in his cultivation. But fortunately, the Sword Firmament Pavilion had given him an opportunity to earn resources. Let's hope that the Age Sutra that I got will be useful. Otherwise, I have no idea where I can earn resources. Lin Yun hurried over to the Pellet Hall after making his decision. Not only could he cultivate Age energy from the Age Sutra, but there were also many spiritual runes recorded in it. Grasping the spiritual runes would be his greatest reliance on earning resources. But he had no idea if he had any advantage compared to the other alchemists. After all, he had only started practicing the runes recently, so he had no confidence. Half an hour later, a majestic hall appeared within Lin Yun's vision. The Pellet Hall is the richest of the Sword Firmament Pavilion's halls. After all, they would be rich because they had the Herbal Hall under them, not to mention that they had a stream of income. Collecting his emotions, Lin Yun walked into the Pellet Hall. The 4 great halls of the Sword Firmament Pavilion, the Elders Hall, Contribution Hall, Martial Hall, and Pellet Hall, all held an important position in the sect. They were the halls that maintained the sect's operation. Not one of them could go missing. But if anyone had to ask which was the most important one, the answer would be the Pellet Hall. All cultivators require pellets if they wish to progress in their cultivation. Unlike cultivation techniques and artifacts, pellets were something needed every day. It didn't matter how talented you were, you wouldn't be able to make progress in your cultivation if you didn't have any pellets. Lin Yun wasn't an exception to this, but he had nothing at the moment. He needed resources for his Iris Sword Sutra and Age Sutra, plus his daily cultivation. The Pellet Hall held a special position in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, and every single one of the alchemists in the Pellet Hall held a respected position. No one would be foolish enough to offend them unless you had no intention of interacting with the Pellet Hall in the future. But was that even possible? The Pellet Hall's interior was divided into different sections. There was the Refining Lounge, the Earthly Fire Pavilion, Spiritual Rune Chamber, and many others. There were also many branches in the Pellet Hall. But throughout the entire Sword Firmament Pavilion, from the Pavilion Master to the disciples, everyone had to interact with the Pellet Hall. Lin Yun wanted to try his luck and see if he could find an alchemist here to be his master. He possessed the Violet Sacred Flame and even grasped many spiritual runes. He even had the Age Sutra. Lin Yun cultivated a few strands of Age energy into his origin energy, so he would definitely be able to make a fortune if he could learn alchemy. Let's have a look at your Sword Firmament token. A guard standing outside the Pellet Hall said. Done. Wait over there. The guard casually pointed a direction to Lin Yun after looking at his token. Ah, but I haven't told you why I'm here, said Lin Yun. Isn't it obvious? You have a 0-grade Sword Firmament token. You're clearly a poor rookie, and what do people like you come for? If you're not here to find a master, are you here to swap for pellets? Wait over there. I've seen many people like you, the guard said impatiently. Pondering over the guard's words, Lin Yun had no idea how to refute his words. The direction that the guard pointed at had least 1,000 people, and aside from rookies, there were also many senior disciples. Lin Yun's forehead was immediately covered with black lines. None of these disciples were stupid, so they must be the reason why that guard was so impatient. Lin Yun. Someone called out to him when he went over. When Lin Yun turned around, it was Huangfu Jingxian. Lin Yun never expected that this fellow would also be at the pellet hall. He had even called Lin Yun to grab his attention. Huangfu Jingxian did this even though there was bad blood between them. But Lin Yun only hesitated briefly before walking over. Huangfu Jingxian was also shocked to see Lin Yun here. Wasn't Lin Yun being punished at Herbal Peak for 3 months? So what was Lin Yun doing here when only a month had passed? But when he thought about it further, he had it all figured out. It would be weird for the sect to lock up a genius like Lin Yun for 3 months. I'm sorry about what happened in the forest. Huangfu Jingxian cupped his hands together before Lin Yun spoke. With a calm smile, Lin Yun brushed it off. It's fine. What happened back then is over and I have already taken my revenge against you. But you can come find me if you're unhappy. However, if you do, I won't go easy on you. If someone else heard what Lin Yun said, they would definitely think he was arrogant. But Huangfu Jingxian knew that Lin Yun had a straightforward personality. Beating around the bush was not his style. Back in the 9 Stars contest, Lin Yun was fully capable of slaughtering him. Having Lin Yun as a friend was way better than having him as an enemy. Don't worry about it. It won't happen again. If you look at my union emblem, you can tell that I did not join the Gentleman Union. Huangfu Jingxian pointed at the emblem on his chest and continued. But you have to be careful. Wang Yan will definitely act against you if he knows that you're out. There are rumors recently that he's summoning everyone in the Gentleman Union back to the sect. Thanks, responded Lin Yun. You don't have to be polite with me. Speaking of which, why are you here in the pellet hall? It's not easy to become an apprentice, said Huangfu Jingxian, who looked at Lin Yun oddly. What's the matter? Is there anything behind this matter? Lin Yun's eyes flickered. Those who are here have no backing. But alchemy is also based on knowledge, and it's not any easier than cultivating. Not to mention that you even need to grasp spiritual runes to become an alchemist. Huangfu Jingxian smiled bitterly. Rather than becoming an apprentice, you're here to handle the odd jobs instead. After all, not everyone has the talent and patience to become an alchemist. Lin Yun immediately understood what Huangfu Jingxian was trying to say and asked, Then why are there so many people here? That's because it's not embarrassing to handle odd jobs here. If you have the talent to become an alchemist, then this is an opportunity for you, Huangfu Jingxian explained. But all of a sudden, the two could sense the commotion in the surroundings settling down. Their attention was directed at the commotion. When they raised their heads, they saw 2 women slowly walking over to them. It was Lu Yu. Lin Yun was briefly stunned because he never expected to run into Lu Yu here. After all, it had only been half a day since they last met back in the Herbal Peak. Lu Yu had changed her clothes and makeup. The lashes on her body were covered with her new dress. But her walking posture was strange. Sword slave. Lu Yu gnashed her teeth at Lin Yun. She looked as if she wanted to gobble Lin Yun up on the spot. And here I was wondering what kind of background you had. So it turns out that you're just a beggar. Did your senior sister Xianxia not support you financially? Ever since they parted, Lu Yu had found out more about Lin Yun and how he killed Wang Ning back in the 9 Stars contest. She was at the pellet hall to get some pellets to treat her scars. So she never expected that she would run into Lin Yun here. Lin Yun immediately became furious when Lu Yu involved Xianxia. He replied indifferently, Clean your mouth. Did you forget about the 3 lashes I gave you earlier? Presumptuous. Lu Yu's face changed. Her gaze was cold when she looked at Lin Yun. She had been treated as a treasure ever since she was young. No one had ever touched her. But now Lin Yun was exposing her to the public. When she yelled, her face twitched in pain from her lashes on the back. Everyone was shocked by Lin Yun's words. An uproar burst out when they recalled Lu Yu's walking posture. They felt that Lin Yun was too bold to lash Lu Yu 3 times. Presumptuous? Who's being presumptuous here? Don't mess with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for exposing what happened to you back at Herbal Peak. Lin Yun retorted. Good. Lu Yu's face turned green. Pointing at Lin Yun, she continued. Then I'll see how long you can keep laughing. Don't you want to find yourself a master? I'll fulfill your wish then. In the capital, she was a famous lady, basking in the attention of everyone around her from a young age. Not to mention that she had never suffered such grievances since her father possessed huge authority. When she left, Huangfu Jingxian immediately asked, Brother Lin, how did you offend her? And what is this about giving her 3 lashes? Who is she? Lin Yun frowned his brows. He recalled how the faces of the 4 guards turned pale when he gave her 3 lashes. So after listening to Huangfu Jingshuan's reaction, he couldn't help his curiosity. Do you know about the capital's divine guards? Asked Huangfu Jingxian. Lin Yun nodded. I do. That's the imperial city's army who is responsible for keeping order in the capital. Even experts in the Violet Palace realm wouldn't dare to mess around in the capital because of their existence. And here I thought you knew nothing about it. Lu Yu's father is Lu Longfei, the Divine Guard's commander. He was bestowed with the violet golden battle armor by His Majesty and given the title of Soaring Dragon General. Not only is he powerful and possesses huge authority, but he's also the Emperor's favored official. Huangfu Jingxian paused briefly before he continued. So in a certain sense, offending her is even more terrifying than offending Wang Yan. Lin Yun smacked his lips together. He never expected that his luck would be so great. Xianxia should know about Lu Yu's background. She didn't say a word to him, so he thought that there was nothing great about Lu Yu's background. Then again, Lin Yun wouldn't let her have her way regardless of her background, since she wanted the dragon-blooded horse. Not to mention that he was forced to give her 3 lashes back then. Who's Lin Yun? A roar sounded out. When Lin Yun turned his head over, he saw Lu Yu coming over with a deacon from the pellet hall. Countless gazes fell onto Lin Yun. Many of them were rejoicing inwardly because they knew that this brat would be doomed. However, Lin Yun calmly responded, I am. You're here to find a master? Asked the deacon. That's right. Lin Yun knew that there was no way he could take a step back now that things had come to this. Very well. Master Ku Yun just so happens to lack helpers. Come with me. The deacon looked at Lin Yun coldly. When Master Ku Yun's name sounded out, everyone's faces changed with a trace of fear in their eyes. Even Huangfu Jingshuan's face had changed. He wanted to say something, but Lin Yun was already brought away before he could even speak. Master Ku Yun was famous for having a bad temper. You could bear with a deacon's temper because all alchemists had fiery tempers. But the problem is, in the end, Huangfu Jingxian could only shake his head helplessly and wished Lin Yun good luck. When Lu Yu looked at Lin Yun's departing silhouette, a cold light flickered across her eyes. Lin Yun followed the deacon through the left door and down. When they arrived at the underground chambers, both sides of the corridors were filled with alchemy chambers that were shut. As they walked through the corridor, Lin Yun could see the busy alchemists and apprentices. Even the temperature here was much higher than outside. Suddenly, an explosion sounded out, followed by a minor tremble. Heads turned from every chamber. They looked at the explosion's direction with glee on their faces. Master Ku Yun failed again. Hee hee. How many times has it been this month? Is it the 4th or 5th? Haha. I really feel bad for the disciples under him. Lin Yun had shock written on his face as he heard the surrounding conversations. He had no idea what was happening. But the deacon leading him did not have any changes in his expression. He didn't seem surprised at all. Get lost. What a bunch of garbage. You guys can't even differentiate silver powder and hot silver powder? How can you guys be so stupid? Get lost. Clean up the mess before you guys get lost. Also, don't let me see you guys in the pellet hall in the next 3 months. A roar rang out from where the explosion came from. 3 months of not being able to step into the pellet hall was equivalent to not having any pellets from pellet hall for the next 3 months. It looks like Master Ku Yun was an unreasonable person. After all, who could accept having their cultivation halted for the next 3 months? Not only did Master Ku Yun chase his apprentices away, but he even gave them such a severe punishment. Lin Yun's face was dark. He knew that this was the trap given to him by Lu Yu. There was no way he could get any benefits out of the pellet hall. He might even get himself into trouble if things were messed up. But since he hadn't entered the trap, he immediately turned around and left. He did not want to be barred from the pellet hall for 3 months for no reason. Where do you think you're going? When Lin Yun turned around, he saw the deacon looking at him coldly with mockery on his face. Behave yourself. You've given your promise to the public. Are you trying to go against it now? Don't think about it. Not even an elder can come and save you. How do I address you? Lin Yun asked with rage boiling in his heart. Hu Xingyang. You may address me as Deacon Hu. Hu Xingyang looked at Lin Yun without any changes in his expression. He couldn't stretch his hands to any other place outside the pellet hall. But in the pellet hall, there was nothing Lin Yun could do despite knowing that it would be a trap. After all, he was at fault for offending Lu Yu. All right. Lin Yun turned back with a cold face. The deacon continued to follow behind him, preventing him from running. In just a while, a few disciples with dirt on their faces came out from Master Ku Yun's chamber, with blood dripping down from their lips. When Lin Yun saw them, his face turned even uglier. With how they looked, how could they be called apprentices? They looked more like beggars instead. Master, I've brought someone new for you. Come in. The deacon then shoved Lin Yun into the chamber and took his leave, not giving Lin Yun any opportunity to speak. That bastard! Lin Yun cursed inwardly. When he turned his attention to the chamber, he saw a huge cauldron at the center, with a forge beneath breathing out terrifying flames. They were the earth flames, and their temperature was something that not even Lin Yun could bear with the Thunderblitz battle physique. Look around by yourself first. Don't touch anything here. I'll call you when I'm done. Ku Yun was busy with his own matters, so he didn't turn around. He had displayed the arrogance of an alchemist to the fullest. Lin Yun fell into deep thought. Ku Yun was so arrogant as a 1-star alchemist. But then again, those who could be graded with stars were those who had grasped spiritual runes. There was a great difference between an alchemist who had grasped spiritual runes and one who hadn't. Walking over to the corner, Lin Yun looked at the materials laid out on the table. Some of them were even ground into powder. Lin Yun recognized some of these because he had stayed in the herbal hall for a month. What the hell are these? Lin Yun saw crystal jade strips in a brocade box. Taking one of them out, Lin Yun examined briefly before realizing that the jade strips all contained some elementary spiritual runes. Lin Yun was baffled that these elementary spiritual runes were treated so importantly, not to mention that these spiritual runes were inferior to the ones recorded in the Age Sutra. Lin Yun merely took a few glances at them before he lost his interest. They were all a pile of garbage to him. Haha! You can't understand them? Ku Yun was standing behind Lin Yun and saw how Lin Yun placed the jade strip down. With an arc rising on his lips, he continued, You're really ambitious to look at spiritual runes when you're here. But that doesn't matter. You can look at them as you wish here. Ponder over them if you don't understand. Perhaps you'll get them after 3 to 5 years. Ku Yun's words made Lin Yun feel awkward. He had no idea how he should reply. But after a brief pondering, he asked, Master, does your cauldron explode often? I heard from the apprentices in the other chambers that you've exploded your cauldron 4 to 5 times this month. What do they know? I'm refining the fire cloud pellet. The fire cloud spiritual rune is one of the hardest to grasp among 1-star spiritual runes. If I succeed, then I'll be promoted to a 2-star spiritualist. At that time, I'll get all of them to shut their mouths. Ku Yun replied with a blackened face. His mood turned foul the moment Lin Yun mentioned the exploding cauldron. Cut the crap. This is your opportunity. All my underlings are gone, and you're just in time to learn more stuff. What do you mean by just in time to learn more? You've clearly chased them away. And now I'm going to handle 5 people's tasks all by myself. I'll only tell you the proportion once, so remember well. 11 grams of sunfloat herb, 3 portions of hot silver powder, 1 fire cloud fruit. Place the materials into the cauldron according to the sequence I told you. Oh, and remember to add spiritual jades to the forge. The forge can't afford to be extinguished any time during the refinement or the pellets will be ruined. Master Kuyun babbled over 100 materials before turning back to Lin Yun. Got that? Got it. Lin Yun pondered briefly before nodding his head. He had a photographic memory, so something like this was nothing to him. You remembered it already? Kuyun looked at Lin Yun with doubts before asking. Then recite it to me. If you fail to do it, then I'll get the pellet hall to withhold providing you pellets for a month. 11 grams of sunfloat herb, 3 portions of hot silver powder, 1 firecloud fruit. That should be it for now. Lin Yun recited the entire recipe without any stops. When Kuyun heard that, he narrowed his eyes into slits. He knew that he had picked up a treasure this time. None of those who came to be an apprentice were garbage, but they were just barely acceptable. Not bad. Wear this set of clothes. You'll be under me for the next 3 months. If you pass my test after 3 months, I'll let you officially take me as your master. Kuyun threw a set of clothes over to Lin Yun before taking out a pile of herbs. He first shared the recipe with Lin Yun, which the latter remembered. What are we doing now? We're not refining the firecloud pellet anymore, Lin Yun asked. Waving his hand, Kuyun replied. Not for now. I've already exploded 4 cauldrons. So I need to refine some greater profound pellets to recoup my losses. Why are you getting me to remember the recipe if we're not going to refine it? Lin Yun was speechless. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 3 days since Lin Yun came under Kuyun. Lin Yun could tell that Kuyun had some skills because his refinery of the greater profound pellets went smoothly. Every single cauldron had successfully produced over a dozen pellets, with some elementary spiritual runes imprinted on them. The greater profound pellets were indispensable to the profound martial realm, just like how Xiantian pellets were indispensable to those in the Xiantian realm. The greater profound pellet could greatly aid in forming the profound veins. But it was a pity that Lin Yun could only stare at those hundreds of pellets. The past 3 days had been torture for Lin Yun. He had to manage 5 people's worth of work all by himself, not to mention that he still had to put up with Kuyun boasting about his treasures. All right, we'll start with the firecloud pellet today. Kuyun impatiently wanted to start refining the firecloud pellet after refining over 100 greater profound pellets. Honestly speaking, it was also because of Lin Yun. He initially wanted to let Lin Yun get used to the assisting process, but he never expected Lin Yun to be entirely different compared to those pieces of garbage. He felt that Lin Yun alone was more useful than 5 people, which greatly boosted his refining efficiency. He even had the thought of taking Lin Yun as his disciple. But if Lin Yun knew what was going through Kuyun's mind, he would probably cry out aloud. Lin Yun didn't want to stay in this place for another second, even at the expense of offending the pellet hall. Do you still remember the recipe I told you the other time? I won't repeat it if you do. Kuyun took out a pile of materials for the firecloud pellet and called Lin Yun over. Lin Yun already knew that this fellow wasn't reliable. If someone else were in his shoes, how could they remember the firecloud pellets recipe from 3 days ago? Start the fire, Kuyun said. Reaching into the spiritual jade box, Lin Yun grabbed a pile of spiritual jades and tossed them into the forge. His heart ached when he did this. These spiritual jades would be in good hands if they were given to him. Lin Yun could even use them to increase his sword firmament tokens grade. Using them to refine the firecloud pellet would only go down the drain. When the spiritual jades were thrown into the forge, the fire began to burn with starlight energy emitting out. Start putting in the materials according to this sequence: 10 sets of sunfloat herb and white orchid root. Remember the portion I told you previously. Don't mess it up, said Kuyun. Lin Yun immediately prepared 10 sets of materials and tossed them into the cauldron. Meanwhile, Kuyun would control the fire and focus on refinement. Quick! The pale remnant flowers liquid. Well done. Increase the fire. Go to the side hall and get some hot silver powder. Remember, the hot silver powder, not silver powder. Lin Yun followed Kuyun's orders and ran around the chamber covered in sweat. When he was almost done, Kuyun took out a jade strip emitting a faint light and started inscribing spiritual runes. Looking at Kuyun, Lin Yun wiped his sweat and felt relieved. He knew that he could relax now. He watched as Ku Yun spread out a piece of paper flickering with spiritual lights. Then, Ku Yun took out the demonic beast ink and dripped his blood into it before taking out his artifact brush from his interspatial pouch. Judging from the solemn expression on Ku Yun's face, Lin Yun knew that the former was going to inscribe a 1-star spiritual rune now. As for adding his blood into the ink, it was to gain better control over them when inscribing. However, Lin Yun knew that Ku Yun was only half-baked. In Lin Yun's eyes, Ku Yun hadn't even stepped into the threshold of alchemy. Compared to that senior recorded in the Age Sutra, Ku Yun wasn't even qualified to hold his shoes. Lin Yun watched on as Ku Yun inscribed the fire cloud spiritual runes with his forehead covered in sweat. Looking at Ku Yun, Lin Yun laughed inwardly. Ku Yun looked like a child trying to draw. Not only was he slow, but his inscribing was also ugly. Lin Yun couldn't even bear to watch it. Back then, before Lin Yun even cultivated the age energy, he wasn't as troubled when inscribing spiritual runes. When Ku Yun saw that Lin Yun was focused on how he inscribed the spiritual runes, Ku Yun felt gratified and sighed, "Good. Watch and learn. If you can learn even just a tiny bit of this 1-star spiritual rune, you will be able to walk with your head held high in the pellet hall." Lin Yun laughed inwardly when he heard that. He couldn't be bothered with what Ku Yun was doing and turned his attention away. "Done!" Ku Yun cried out in excitement, raising the white paper and throwing it into the cauldron. But when Lin Yun turned to see what Ku Yun was doing, his face changed drastically. The white paper was permeated with violent energy and barely came together to form a fire cloud spiritual rune. The fire cloud spiritual rune was made up of hundreds of elementary spiritual runes. It was extremely hard to inscribe and extremely violent. If they were thrown into the cauldron with such temperature, the consequences would simply be terrifying. "No, wait!" Lin Yun called out, but it was already too late. Ku Yun didn't even listen to him and tossed the fire cloud spiritual rune into the cauldron. At this moment, in the pellet hall, inside of an elegant room were several exquisite spiritual fruits on a table. A refreshing scent from an incense burner circulated through the room. A man named Hu Xingyang was sitting opposite of Lu Yu. He poured a cup of tea and handed it to her as he eagerly smiled. "This is the new spiritual tea developed by the pellet hall. Please give it a try, Deacon Lu." Lu Yu gracefully picked up the tea and took a sip. However, her mind was clearly not on the tea. Placing the tea down, Lu Yu asked, "How's that guy doing? It has already been 3 days, so why hasn't there been any commotion?" Hu Xingyang naturally knew who she was talking about and smiled. "Don't worry about it. Master Ku Yun is anxious to make a breakthrough, so his temper has recently become irritable. No one can stand his temper now, let alone that brat. Lin Yun dared to kill Wang Ning back in the 9 Stars contest, so how could he bear Ku Yun's temper? You didn't see how ugly his face became. He even wanted to run away," Hu Xingyang said leisurely while placing the cup of tea down. Raising her brow, Lu Yu asked, "What happened later? How could he run away with me around? I eventually pushed him in. Now, there's no way he can get out of this pit even if he wanted to." Hu Xingyang smiled indifferently. "Good. As long as he dares to escape, we can capture him as a herb slave," Lu Yu replied coldly. Shaking the teacup in his hand, Hu Xingyang whispered, "Don't worry about it. The pellet hall isn't like any other place. Even if Xianxia were to come, she would have no power. No one can interfere in this matter unless a sword-bearing elder comes. I'm not in a hurry. Treat Xianxia well if she comes. I'll wait for her to beg me," Lu Yu replied indifferently. Lu Yu recalled how gallant Xianxia looked when she swung her sword, causing her to hate Xianxia even more than Lin Yun, the one who whipped her 3 times. All of a sudden, a muffled explosion rang out. The tremor even caused the teacup on the table to shake. A cold light flashed across Hu Xingyang's eyes and he smiled. "Speak of the devil. It should be from Master Ku Yun's alchemy chamber. You know what to do now." Lu Yu nodded. "Don't worry about it. I'll get someone to watch over that brat. If that brat dares to run, I'll have him captured immediately. He won't be able to run as long as he's in the pellet hall." After the explosion, Ku Yun's alchemy chamber was a complete mess. Even though Lin Yun had hidden, he was still shocked by the aftermath. In this explosion, Ku Yun suffered the worst since his hair was burnt. Ku Yun muttering to himself, looking at the dim fire cloud pellet in his hand with disappointment written on his face. I failed again. This path is really difficult. You stay here for a while. I'll return immediately. Where are you going? Asked Lin Yun. I have to apply for a new batch of materials, responded Ku Yun. Ku Yun placed the refined fire cloud pellet on the table and hurried out of the alchemy chamber. With that, Lin Yun was the only one left in the chamber. He took a short break before he walked over to the table and took a look at the fire cloud pellet. It was just as he'd expected. The spiritual runes failed to brand themselves onto the pellet. The fire cloud pellet would be worthless without the spiritual runes. Placing the fire cloud pellet down on the table, Lin Yun smiled. Ku Yun was practically refining the fire cloud pellet with a gambler's mentality. The fire cloud spiritual rune wasn't stable, so of course it failed when he forced them together. In a nutshell, Ku Yun couldn't inscribe such a complicated one-star spiritual rune with his current level. Lin Yun's gaze then fell onto the brush and ink on the table. He only hesitated briefly before he took the brush and a white piece of paper. Circulating the origin energy within his body, he infused a strand of origin energy into the brush. This artifact is pretty useful. At least it's more convenient than using my hand, said Lin Yun, holding onto the spiritual rune brush. With his level, he couldn't inscribe in the air itself. That was also why he had such huge exhaustion when inscribing a few spiritual runes back then. After Lin Yun got familiar with the spiritual rune brush, he circulated his violet sacred flame and focused it on the brush's tip. A serious look appeared on his face. Relying on the picture from his memory, he started to inscribe the fire cloud spiritual rune. Elementary spiritual runes started to take shape elegantly on the tip of the brush. Compared to Ku Yun, the elementary spiritual runes drawn by him were more perfect. The elementary spiritual runes were beautiful and elegant in Lin Yun's hands, inscribed by powerful strokes. Furthermore, the elementary spiritual runes were filled with spiritual energy. Lin Yun had infused the age energy into them. At this moment, not even the tattered apprentice uniform could cover Lin Yun's temperament. As Lin Yun's wrist moved, elementary spiritual runes began to take form. With a smile on his face, Lin Yun picked up the fire cloud pellet. When he completed the finishing touches, the elementary spiritual runes instantly came to life. They started to take form and converged into the fire cloud spiritual rune before imprinting on the fire cloud pellet. In this process, the white paper was ignited and the fire cloud pellet was reborn. The surface of the pellet was glistering from the fire cloud spiritual rune that was imprinted on it. It doesn't seem difficult at all. Lin Yun placed the fire cloud pellet down and repeated the process. As he was inscribing the spiritual runes, he could feel that he had entered a mysterious state. Compared to the last time where he was basically struggling, he was more relaxed and enthusiastic this time around. It didn't take long for him to finish inscribing the third fire cloud spiritual rune. Suddenly, Lin Yun fell into deep thought. According to the Age Sutra, there were two other spiritual runes that went well with the fire cloud pellet. If he were to inscribe the 3 spiritual runes on a fire cloud pellet, Lin Yun became excited at the thought of it and started inscribing them. Halfway through the inscribing, Lin Yun could hear footsteps coming from the rear. When Ku Yun saw what Lin Yun was doing, his face changed drastically and he roared, "You bastard! Why did you touch my brush?" His roar caught the concentrated Lin Yun by surprise. When Lin Yun's rhythm was disrupted, the violet sacred flame gathered at the brush's tip suddenly ignited and incinerated the entire brush. Lin Yun turned to look at Ku Yun and then looked at the ashes in his hand. An awkward expression filled Lin Yun's face. "My spiritual rune brush." Ku Yun's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He rushed over and pushed Lin Yun away. Looking at the ashes left behind by the brush, Ku Yun's eyes started to turn watery. "This is something that was left behind by my father, and I promised him that I would become a 2-star spiritualist with it." "You bastard! Don't you know that you can't touch someone else's brush without permission?" Will you let someone touch your sword? Lin Yun started to panic when he heard that. He knew that he had committed a taboo and quickly tried to explain himself. Master, I'm really sorry about that. Get lost, you bastard. And here I wanted you to inherit my mantle. It has only been 3 days, but you've already gotten so full of yourself. Ku Yun's face turned cold as his body trembled. Pointing at Lin Yun, he continued, Get lost. If it weren't for the fact that you've done a good job here, I would have degraded you to a herb slave. As an alchemist master in the pellet hall, Ku Yun did have the authority to degrade someone as a herbal slave. Lin Yun was disappointed by Ku Yun's words. Although he looked down on Ku Yun, the latter still taught him many things over the last 3 days. Without Ku Yun, he would still have no knowledge about alchemy. But Lin Yun was ashamed because he destroyed someone's spiritual rune brush. He knew Ku Yun well. This was the equivalent of someone destroying his flower burial sword. If this happened to Lin Yun, he wouldn't kill the culprit. Therefore, Lin Yun hoped that Ku Yun would give him some sort of punishment. Get lost. Disappear from my sight. Ku Yun pointed at Lin Yun furiously. Lin Yun still wanted to speak. He tried to tell Ku Yun that he had successfully imprinted several firecloud pellets. But facing Ku Yun's roar, Lin Yun could only give up. I'm sorry, master. Lin Yun gave a deep bow before leaving. Ku Yun gradually calmed down after Lin Yun left, but his expression was still somewhat bleak. When his father passed the brush to him before he died, he had sworn to his father that he would become a 2-star spiritualist with it. But now that dream had gone down the drain. Father, I'm sorry to let you down. This path is too difficult for me. Thinking of how he blew up his cauldron 4 times this month and even became the laughing stock of the pellet hall, emotions started surging up Ku Yun's heart as tears welled up in his eyes. He was trying his best not to let his tears roll down. But all of a sudden, Ku Yun's face changed when he discovered something different about the firecloud pellet on the table. Picking it up, he saw the firecloud spiritual rune drawn beneath it. In fact, there were a total of 3 of them. All of them had been successfully imprinted with the firecloud spiritual rune. When he recalled Lin Yun's concentrated expression despite his tattered clothes, Ku Yun's face changed drastically. His body trembled and the firecloud pellet fell from his hand. That kid. I'm a bastard. I actually let someone like him go. Guilt started pouring into his heart and tears rolled down Ku Yun's cheeks. That kid was clearly a genius and the brush wouldn't have been destroyed if he hadn't interrupted Lin Yun's focus. He had scolded Lin Yun so badly, but Lin Yun did not rebuke him at all. He had lived for dozens of years, so he couldn't even be compared to a child. Wiping the tears on his face, Ku Yun rushed out of his alchemy chamber in a panic. He had to find Lin Yun. When Lin Yun came out of the pellet hall, he bumped into an old acquaintance, Huangfu Jingxian. What a coincidence! Brother Lin, how were the past 3 days for you? Was it a relief that you're finally free from suffering? Joked Huangfu Jingxian. However, Lin Yun only responded with a wry smile. He did not want to go deeper into the topic. Get out of the way! A roar suddenly came from the hall. Lu Yu and Hu Xingyang were walking over in a hurry. When Lin Yun and Huangfu Jingxian saw them, their faces changed drastically. Capture him! Hu Xingyang grinned. Huangfu Jingxuan's face changed and he interrupted. Wait! Deacon Hu, do you have any idea who he is? Of course I do, but this is the pellet hall. He ruined Master Ku Yun's spiritual rune brush and wanted to escape. This time, not even Elder Luofeng can save him, let alone Xen Yen. Hu Xingyang laughed. Lu Yu folded her arms and sneered. Little sword slave, you're in deep trouble this time. Don't think that you can leave here alive. Stay here and become a herb slave. Huangfu Jingxuan's face changed drastically when he heard this. Not only him, but the faces of everyone in the hall had changed. Master Ku Yun might have an irritable temperament, but he was one of the stronger batches of 1-star spiritualists here. Destroying Master Ku Yun's spiritual rune brush was the same as slapping the pellet hall's face. So the pellet hall would be thoroughly humiliated if Lin Yun was let off so easily. When Lin Yun saw Lu Yu and Hu Xingyang, his face turned dark. Lu Yu was really vicious, trying to force him into desperate straits. Master Ku Yun is coming, someone exclaimed when they saw a figure hurrying over. When Hu Xingyang turned around and saw Master Ku Yun, a fawning smile radiated from his face and he spoke out, "Master, we know that Lin Yun has destroyed your spiritual rune brush, so we're going to turn him into a herb slave. Don't worry. The pellet hall will definitely not let him off so easily. Get lost." Ku Yun's response had taken everyone by surprise when he pushed Hu Xingyang away and stood in front of Lin Yun. Looking at Lin Yun's tender face, Ku Yun couldn't help feeling guilty and got down on his knees. "Lin Yun, I have wronged you." His action had left everyone dumbfounded. No one had expected that Ku Yun would kneel to Lin Yun. Even the cold sneer on Lu Yu and Hu Xingyang's faces had frozen. The sight of Ku Yun kneeling had shocked everyone. Not just Lu Yu and Hu Xingyang, but even Lin Yun himself was taken aback. But he soon recovered from his shock. Ku Yun must have seen the fire cloud pellets on the table. Ku Yun might be grumpy, but he was also a straightforward person. He was merciless when scolding others, but he would also apologize straightforwardly when he knew that he was in the wrong. But even so, there was no way Lin Yun could accept Ku Yun kneeling to him. He had no idea what the fire cloud spiritual runes meant to Ku Yun. It was the last wish of Ku Yun's father, the goal that he had worked tirelessly for his entire life. Yet this was accomplished by Lin Yun. In the end, he had mistakenly blamed Lin Yun when in reality, it was Lin Yun who helped him fulfill his father's last wish. He had even badly scolded Lin Yun. So although getting down on his knees might seem a little dramatic, it was an act that contained 50 years of emotions that Ku Yun had been suppressing in his chest. It was the embodiment of all his bitterness and pain. "Master, please get up. I can't possibly accept you kneeling to me." Lin Yun quickly stepped forward and helped Ku Yun up. After Ku Yun got up, he looked at Lu Yu and Hu Xingyang with a frown. He turned to Lin Yun and explained, "Lin Yun, I swear that I've said nothing about you destroying my spiritual rune brush. I was the cause for the brush's destruction, so there was no way I could blame you for it." His words instantly caused a commotion in the surrounding. Lu Yu and Hu Xingyang said they were under orders from Master Ku Yun to arrest Lin Yun. But Ku Yun was saying something different. His words were equivalent to a slap on Lu Yu and Hu Xingyang's faces. Huangfu Jingxian wore an odd smile when he watched this scene unfolding. Looking at the awkward expression on Lu Yu and Hu Xingyang's face, he instantly understood something. "Ha ha ha, so it turns out this was a misunderstanding. Then we'll be taking our leave." Hu Xingyang laughed. He knew that things were going in the wrong direction and wanted to take his leave immediately. But how would he get his wish so easily? "Stop right there," Lin Yun barked. "We're not done yet, so why are you leaving? What's going on?" Ku Yun asked with doubt on his face. Looking at Lu Yu, Lin Yun explained, "I have some bad blood with this woman. So Deacon who is trying to degrade me to a herb slave under your orders." At this moment, Huangfu Jingxian immediately stepped forth and explained, "I can be a witness to that. Everyone here can. Earlier on, Deacon who said that it was under your orders to arrest Lin Yun." Ku Yun's face instantly turned black when he heard that. He roared, "Hu Xingyang, do you not want your position as a deacon anymore? Who gave you the authority to slander me? I will be talking about this to the hall masters." Hu Xingyang was frightened. As a deacon, his position was naturally inferior to an alchemist. He had done something so outrageous, so he knew that he wouldn't be able to escape punishment if this matter reached the upper hierarchy. He was acting rampantly under the name of an alchemist, and this was something that no alchemist could accept. "Master, please let me go." Hu Xingyang collapsed onto the ground and started begging. "I didn't have a choice." He was now filled with regrets. He never expected Lin Yun to have such an ironclad relationship with Ku Yun. Nor did he expect that Lin Yun wasn't chased away in the manner that he thought. "Tell that to Lin Yun," Ku Yun replied. His face was cold and he didn't want to be bothered with Hu Xingyang. "Lin Yun, this really is a misunderstanding. I won't make things difficult for you anymore in the future." Hu Xingyang immediately turned to Lin Yun with his tears on the verge of falling. However, Lin Yun was sneering inwardly. He still remembered how Hu Xingyang made things difficult for him 3 days ago. It was just that revenge came so quickly and sweetly. It was already too late for Hu Xingyang to apologize even if he begged on his knees. Deacon Liu, why don't you say something? Hu Xingyang immediately turned to Lu Yu for help. Kuyun raged the moment he heard that. You're a deacon from the herbal hall. Who gave you the balls to interfere in the matters of the pellet hall? Lu Yu's face instantly turned ugly. Other deacons from the herbal hall wouldn't have the right to speak in the pellet hall, and they could only bow when facing a one-star alchemist. After all, the herbal hall was under the pellet hall's jurisdiction. But Lu Yu was different. Her father was the commander of the Divine Guards, the Soaring Dragon General. With a cold face, she replied coldly, Master Kuyun, this matter is none of your business, so I'm giving you a warning. You'd better not interfere in my matters with Lin Yun. Deacon Hu, get up on your feet. I'll personally explain it to the third hall master. Everyone's faces suddenly changed when they saw how Lu Yu dared to threaten an alchemist. She had flipped the tables completely. But then again, she did have some authority to speak in the pellet hall. Otherwise, Hu Xingyang wouldn't have listened to her. Hu Xingyang felt relieved and cupped his hands together. Master, I will definitely give you an explanation after this matter. Lu Yu dared to offend Kuyun. However, Hu Xingyang didn't dare to do this. Else he couldn't stay in the pellet hall anymore. Kuyun's face became unsightly at Lu Yu daring to threaten a one-star alchemist. Damn it, if only I were a 2-star alchemist. There's no way this brat would dare to act so arrogantly. Who's causing the racket here? A group of people walked over. The one leading the group was an old man who had a serious look. There were 3 stars embroidered on his chest, which proved his status as a 3-star alchemist. Greetings, second hall master. Everyone immediately bowed upon seeing the old man. When Lu Yu and Hu Xingyang saw the second hall master, Xianxia, their faces changed drastically. Xianxia swept a glance out and frowned. Kuyun, aren't you busy making a breakthrough to the 2-star alchemist? What are you doing here arguing with a few juniors instead of refining? Kuyun smiled bitterly upon hearing that and did not know what to say. At this moment, Lin Yun's eyes flickered. He cupped his hands together and said, reporting to the second hall master, Master Kuyun has mastered the Fire Cloud spiritual rune and successfully refined the Fire Cloud pellet. But there were some twists and turns on the way. I accidentally destroyed his brush and as a result, someone tried to make a fuss over it and degrade me to a herb slave. This is the reason why Master Kuyun stood up for me. Oh? Something like that took place in the pellet hall? One of my alchemists was placed in a difficult position? Wait a minute, what did you just say? Kuyun grasped the Fire Cloud spiritual rune. Xianxia's face changed drastically. Even Kuyun panicked a little. But when he saw the eye signal Lin Yun gave him, he bit the bullet and went with it. It's all thanks to the pellet hall that I managed to grasp the Fire Cloud spiritual rune. Xianxia suddenly smiled. The Fire Cloud spiritual rune is difficult. Do you have a Fire Cloud pellet with you that I can take a look at? Unfortunately, Kuyun didn't carry it with him since he came in a hurry. He immediately replied, They're in my alchemy chamber and there are 3 in total. Men, bring it to me immediately. Xianxia seemed excited. If Kuyun grasped the Fire Cloud spiritual rune, then he would become a 2-star alchemist. 1 and 2 stars might seem to have a small difference when you look at the grades, but the gap was truly enormous. It was a piece of good news to the pellet hall if Kuyun could be promoted to a 2-star alchemist, so how could Xianxia not get excited? It didn't take long for someone to fetch the 3 Fire Cloud pellets. Xianxia took them and looked at the spiritual rune at the bottom before his eyes suddenly lit up. Throughout this entire process, Kuyun was feeling nervous. On the other hand, Lin Yun had a smile on his face. He was confident in his attainments. Xianxia examined the 3 Fire Cloud pellets briefly before he nodded with a smile. Interesting, the Fire Cloud pellets are so perfectly inscribed, elegant and powerful. Take a look at it yourselves. And here you guys were still mocking Kuyun over the fact that he blew 4 cauldrons. Now, take a look at the pellets yourselves and learn from him. So what if you guys blew your cauldrons? If you guys can inscribe such a perfect fire cloud spiritual rune, blowing 4 cauldrons isn't even worth mentioning. You can blow up hundreds of them if you want. The alchemists behind him looked at the pellet and all of them were surprised. Congratulations, Brother Ku Yun. This fire cloud spiritual rune is really amazing. Even I'm feeling ashamed looking at it. It's truly worth celebrating that you can refine fire cloud pellets of such quality at the cost of 4 cauldrons. The alchemists began giving their congratulations to Ku Yun. Ku Yun, you're now a 2-star alchemist starting today. You are now allowed to look up and learn 2-star spiritual runes. Xianxia announced with a smile, promoting Ku Yun to a 2-star alchemist. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Many of them looked at Ku Yun with their eyes glowing. In the pellet hall, there were only 10 core alchemists that were 2 stars, aside from the 3 hall masters who were 3-star alchemists. At the same time, Lu Yu and Hu Xingyang's faces became quite interesting. Hu Xingyang even wanted to slap himself on the spot. He couldn't afford to offend a 1-star alchemist, not to mention a 2-star alchemist. He understood that alchemists were the pellet hall's pillars and the dozen 2-star alchemists were its cores, aside from the 3 hall masters. Hall master, I'm still not confident about that. Can we do that on another date? Ku Yun had no confidence about that. After all, the fire cloud spiritual runes were done by Lin Yun and they had nothing to do with him. Why are you so humble? The fire cloud spiritual rune is the hardest among 1-star spiritual runes and you're fully qualified to become a 2-star alchemist since you can inscribe such a perfect spiritual rune. Or are you doubting my eyes? The 2nd hall master teased, not giving Ku Yun any opportunity to decline. Suddenly, Xianxia thought of another matter and looked at Lin Yun. What's your name again? My name is Lin Yun. Lin Yun, what did you say earlier? I forgot it. Xianxia looked at Lin Yun. He was too excited earlier on and finally remembered Lin Yun's existence. These 2 deacons tried to make me into a herb slave by waving Master Ku Yun's banner, especially the herbal hall's deacon Lu. She even arrogantly threatened Master Ku Yun not to be too close to me. Lin Yun said without showing any mercy. Didn't Lu Yu want to play with him? Then he'll play with her. Lu Yu and Hu Xingyang's faces turned pale when Lin Yun spoke, especially Hu Xingyang, who was trembling with fear. When the 2nd hall master, Xianxia, heard Lin Yun's words, his face turned cold and he looked at Hu Xingyang. Is that true? Tell me honestly. Don't try to lie. Hu Xingyang instantly felt a huge pressure on him. In the end, he could only be honest and replied, Hall master, please let me go this time. You bastard, Xianxia roared. A mere deacon like you dares to boss people around? You must be tired of living. You want to degrade someone to a herb slave? Great, I'll satisfy you right now. Men cripple his cultivation, he is to be punished as a herb slave for 10 years. He's not allowed to leave the herbal hall for the next 10 years. Hu Xingyang's heart nearly jumped out of his chest when he heard that. Fear was enveloping him. Why are you guys still standing around? Yelled Xianxia. Understood. Upon receiving their orders, the herbal hall's guards stepped forward and struck Hu Xingyang twice with their palms. The first palm attack destroyed his dantian and the second palm attack destroyed his martial soul. After receiving the strikes, Hu Xingyang instantly seemed to have grown a lot older. However, no one felt sympathy for him. The alchemists even applauded inwardly because a deacon like Hu Xingyang deserved to be abolished. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know if they got into trouble because of Hu Xingyang. Take him away? Xianxia spoke out with an indifferent voice. Shortly after, several people stepped forward and dragged Hu Xingyang away. Lu Yu, Xianxia called out. Lu Yu trembled and cupped her hands together. I'm here. You're even bolder than him. A deacon from the herbal hall like you dares to threaten an alchemist in the pellet hall. Xianxia reprimanded. Facing Xianxia, Lu Yu could only gnash her teeth silently. Your father sent you to the herbal hall because you have some talent in the ways of an alchemist. We've treated you well, especially the 3rd hall master. Tell me, has the pellet hall let you down? Xianxia continued. I know my mistake. Please hand me my punishment. Lu Yu lowered her head. She had lost her temper at this moment. Letting out a sigh, Xianxia continued. It's good that you recognize your mistake. Go and apologize to Master Ku Yun and Lin Yun. As soon as Lung Yu spoke, everyone instantly knew that the second hall master wasn't going to punish Lu Yu. After all, Lu Yu was the daughter of the Divine Guard's commander. But Lin Yun was already satisfied with this outcome. After all, getting Lu Yu to apologize to him in public must have felt worse than being whipped. At this moment, Lu Yu's face was unsightly. She never expected the matters today to develop in this way. Not only did she fail to make Lin Yun a herb slave, but she even had to apologize to Lin Yun in public. Despite her reluctance, she knew that the second hall master had been lenient. If she continued to cause trouble, it would only make things more complicated. At that time, she knew that she would suffer even more. Lu Yu apologizes to Master Ku Yun and junior brother Lin Yun. I'm sorry for what I've done. When Lu Yu raised her head, her face was dyed purple. Lin Yun merely smiled and accepted her apology calmly. Okay, this matter is done now that she has apologized. In addition, Lu Yu will no longer serve as the deacon of the herbal hall and focus on her cultivation. Before she grasps the 1-star spiritual rune, she will not take up any positions, said Xianxia. His words were like a bolt of thunder falling upon Lu Yu. As a deacon in the herbal hall, Lu Yu didn't have to do anything to receive benefits. But now, she smashed her own foot with a rock and lost her position. Okay, disperse. Xianxia waved his hand. Lu Yu's face was dark. She took a deep glance at Lin Yun before she left with her teeth gnashed. Huangfu Jingxuan's heart nearly collapsed from what he just saw. The twists and turns today were too thrilling for him. He initially thought that Lin Yun would be relegated to a herb slave, but the situation had suddenly changed. Lin Yun did not receive any punishments and instead forged a relationship with a 2-star alchemist. His relationship with Ku Yun would guarantee that he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Lin Yun even made Lu Yu lose her position as a deacon. As for Hu Xingyang, who seemed awe-inspiring 3 days ago, his outcome was even more miserable. He had his cultivation crippled and was relegated to a herb slave. Lin Yun, I don't know what to say right now. You dared to contend with Lu Yu and won. Huangfu Jingxian smiled bitterly. In the end, this is the Sword Firmament Pavilion. There's nothing she can do here. I even dared to kill Wang Ning, so why would I be afraid of a lass like her? Lin Yun replied. After Xianxia left, Ku Yun returned and looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, come with me. Lin Yun knew what Ku Yun wanted to say, so he cut his conversation short with Huangfu Jingxian and followed Ku Yun. When they returned to the alchemy chamber, Ku Yun wore a bitter smile and said, Lin Yun, what am I going to do now since you said that I successfully refined the fire cloud pellets? If the truth is exposed, not only will I be a laughingstock, but I might have a similar ending to Hu Xingyang. He hadn't grasped the fire cloud spiritual rune since it was done by Lin Yun. He was still far away from being a 2-star alchemist. There was no way anyone could fool their way through the spiritualist profession. The truth would definitely be exposed in a few months. Relax. Since I dared to say it, then I naturally have an idea to let you stay in this position firmly. Lin Yun replied calmly. What do you mean? Asked Ku Yun. I've gained insight to some things in the past 3 days. It's too troublesome for me to refine pellets, so I'll teach you the spiritual runes. Your talent isn't bad. It's just that you've just taken some detours. I guarantee that you will surely improve with my teachings. You teach me? Ku Yun asked with disbelief. Although he knew that Lin Yun was a talent who could inscribe the fire cloud spiritual rune so quickly, Lin Yun was way too young, whereas he had been on the path of a spiritualist for the past 5 decades. You don't believe me? Lin Yun smiled and his aura suddenly changed. Using his finger as a brush, Lin Yun started drawing a fire cloud spiritual rune in the air. When he was done, Lin Yun let out a long breath. The exhaustion from drawing in the air with his finger was too great. It wasn't like using a spiritual rune brush. He actually consumed an entire wisp of age energy to do this, which Lin Yun wanted to use sparingly. Master! Ku Yun was completely dumbfounded by what he saw and fell down on his knees. He had never heard that anyone could inscribe spiritual runes in the air. Lin Yun quickly helped him up and smiled. There's no need for you to kneel again since you've done it previously. I only barely managed to inscribe in the air. It's not as impressive as you think. But it should be more than enough for me to teach you. Enough. It's absolutely enough. Kuyun nodded his head excitedly. I'll teach you how to inscribe spiritual runes in the future when you refine pellets. We don't need any rules between us. Speaking of which, we both have Yun in our names, so this can be considered our fate. Lin Yun smiled. Hiding behind the scenes would not only save him trouble, but he could also hide the Age Sutra's existence. Okay, but where do I find you if I need help? There was no reason for Kuyun to refuse Lin Yun's suggestion. Lin Yun pondered briefly before he asked, Do you know the Locket Mountain? I seem to be living in the rookie section of Locket Mountain, but I'm not sure where my residence is exactly. The Locket Mountain? I know where it is. The Alliance Union is pretty famous in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. All right, then I'll be taking my leave first. I'll come and look for you if I need anything. Lin Yun had just come to the Sword Firmament Pavilion, so he wasn't sure where he should go right now. He recognized the paths, but he wasn't too sure about the surroundings. Wait! Kuyun stopped Lin Yun and handed a bag over. Here are 1,000 spiritual jades and 100 greater profound pellets. You can consider this as my gift to you for taking me in as your disciple. Lin Yun accepted the bag. This was the reason he decided to help Kuyun become a 2-star alchemist. It was so that he could find a source to provide him with resources for his cultivation. Then again, Kuyun was pretty tactful to give Lin Yun what he needed the most right now. Thanks. There's no need to send me off. Lin Yun was in a good mood when he came out of the alchemy chamber. He was confident that he would have indispensable resources in the future with Kuyun around, not to mention that he could also make a lot of money. After all, there was no way he could make any progress in his cultivation without resources. When he came to the lobby, he saw Huangfu Jingxian waiting for him and asked, Where are you going now? I'm going to the Myriad Sword platform. It won't be long before I comprehend the complete sword intent. Huangfu Jingxian smiled. There was a ray of confidence flickering between his brows. Aside from Lin Yun, Huangfu Jingxian could be considered the most talented rookie. Huangfu Jingxian was supposed to shine brightly in the 9 Stars contest, but Lin Yun's appearance had overshadowed him. But even so, Huangfu Jingxian still had his own pride. Lin Yun was shocked when he examined Huangfu Jingxian. He could sense that Huangfu Jingxian was only 1 step away from the complete sword intent. The Myriad Sword platform, is that amazing? Asked Lin Yun. You'll know if you come along. Huangfu Jingxian replied with a mysterious smile. All right, I also intended to make a trip there. Then, the two of them left the herbal hall and chatted along the way. But suddenly, Lin Yun recalled something and asked, The Huangfu clan seems to have a deep background. It's only slightly inferior to the 4 prestigious clans. You shouldn't lack resources as a Huangfu clan's descendant. So why are you trying your luck in the pellet hall? Wearing a bitter smile, Huangfu Jingxian sighed. The clan is divided into the main line and branch line. For example, Wang Ning had no lack of resources because he was a descendant from the main lines. As for the branch line, well, let's not talk about it. Lin Yu knew that this topic had hit Huangfu Jingxuan's sore spot. He immediately changed the topic. Right? I need information about someone from you. Who is it? Bai Lishuan. You should know this person, right? But why haven't I seen him after entering the sect? Huangfu Jingxian smiled and pointed at the emblem on his chest. You're asking the right person. I've joined the Lone Star Alliance, which is the same as Bai Lishuan's. This alliance only accepts elites and cultivation maniacs. I heard from the seniors that Bai Lishuan went into seclusion when he returned from the Azure Sun County. Seclusion? Asked Lin Yun. Yeah. He's a famous person in the sect, defeating many cultivators in the profound martial realm while he was still in the Xiantian realm. He even entered the Earth ranking and was known as a monster. But he has gone into seclusion. This time, even if he can't attain the Saint Physique, he will still have to make his breakthrough either way. Huangfu Jingxuan's face was written with admiration when he talked about Bai Lishuan. Lin Yun finally knew why he didn't hear anything about Bai Lishuan ever since he joined the sect. With that, the two walked side by side towards the Myriad Sword platform. It didn't take long for Wang Yan to be informed of Lin Yun's location. When he read the note given to him, his face turned dark. "You've finally come out. And here I thought that would stay holed up for the rest of your life." Wang Yan was emitting an uncontrollable surge of murderous aura. This caused many people in Wang Yan's base to open their eyes. They were all elites who had been summoned back to the sect by Wang Yan. Compared to the small tricks used by Lu Yu, Wang Yan was Lin Yun's greatest source of trouble. The Sword Firmament Pavilion had 4 great lands. They were the Myriad Sword Platform, Soul Sword Pavilion, Buried Sword Peak, and Cloudy Sword Pavilion. They corresponded to the cultivation of sword intent, martial soul, inheritances left by predecessors, and acquisition of secret techniques. Every single one of them was tempting for a disciple. But aside from the Myriad Sword Platform, the 3 other places required the Sword Firmament token to be in the 2nd grade. So Lin Yun could only choose the Myriad Sword Platform right now. But that didn't matter to him because taking one step at a time was better. "Huangfu, what's the grade of your Sword Firmament token?" Lin Yun casually chatted with Huangfu Jingxian while they walked towards the Myriad Sword Platform. "Mine is just in the 2nd grade. What about you? You should be about the same as me, right?" Huangfu Jingxian smiled. "Well, mine is in the 0 grade," Lin Yun replied, looking embarrassed. 0 grade? Oh yeah, you were punished to the herbal peak back then. Speaking of which, how do you increase your token's grade? Spiritual jades aren't the only option, right? Lin Yun asked. After all, Huangfu Jingxian wouldn't come and try his luck in the pellet hall if he had enough spiritual jades. The 9 Stars contest was conducted once more after you left, and I managed to obtain 1st place. So, according to the results, I'm directly placed in the top 500 of the mortal ranking, which raised the grade of my token by 1. A few days ago, I managed to enter the top 200, raising my token to the 2nd grade. Huangfu Jingxian explained. "So, how does the heaven, earth, and mortal rankings work?" asked Lin Yun as he began to think. "It's pretty straightforward. The mortal ranking is equivalent to the outer disciples ranking. If you can get into the earth ranking, then you will be considered an inner disciple and your token will rise to the 4th grade. As for the heaven ranking," Huangfu Jingxuan's eyes shone with hope, and he continued, "there are only 10 people in the heaven ranking. They represent the 10 most dazzling disciples of the Sword Firmament sect, granting them 9th grade tokens. Their power and status are even higher than some elders. No place is forbidden to them, and they even possess the authority to kill ordinary disciples." Lin Yun finally understood how the 3 rankings worked. The disciples' authority would increase along with their ranking. This was a method to encourage competition among disciples. "Do you still remember Xianxia?" Huangfu Jingxian asked. "The one who saved you from Wang Yan back then?" "Of course. He seems to be Xianyan's elder brother." Lin Yun nodded. "That's right. He's in the heaven ranking, ranked 6th. Huangfu Jingxian said with admiration shining in his eyes. His words instantly made Lin Yun understand why Xianyan dared to go against Wang Yan. So it turns out that her brother was someone in the heaven ranking. Looking at Huangfu Jingxian, Lin Yun asked again, "You can only enter the top 200 with your strength?" Huangfu Jingxuan's strength had significantly improved compared to back then. He was only 1 step away from the complete sword intent, and he was also in the 2nd stage of the profound martial realm. There are tens of thousands of disciples in the outer sect. All the garbage has already been eliminated, so I barely make it into the top 200. Barely. But that means that I still have opportunities to gain firmer footing in the rankings. Huangfu Jingxian nodded. The 2 chatted casually, and before they knew it, they arrived at the Myriad Sword Platform. The platform looked like a sword piercing into the horizon. Everyone under the platform seemed tiny compared to the towering platform. With the majestic sword intent piercing through the horizon, the sky above them seemed like an unparalleled sword. All the disciples that arrived wore solemn expressions. They even spoke with lowered voices out of respect. "Look, Brother Lin. I wasn't kidding, right?" Huangfu Jingxian smiled while Lin Yun stared at the horizon in shock. "This place is truly worthy of being one of the 4 treasured lands. Who wouldn't feel respect from the bottom of their hearts at this majestic sword intent? Lin Yun exclaimed when he recovered from his shock. Let's go over and take a look, suggested Huangfu Jingxian. Yeah, agreed Lin Yun. The two climbed the platform and the pressure they felt grew stronger. Lin Yun was shocked when he sensed the pressure. There wasn't any threshold to come here, but you wouldn't be able to go far without having a certain level of comprehension towards the sword. Along the way, Lin Yun saw a few rookies from their entrance cohort. They were all lying on the ground in exhaustion. Lin Yun grasped the complete sword intent, while Huangfu Jingxian had visited this place several times. So they managed to step on the platform successfully. But the moment they stepped on the platform, a boundless painting appeared before Lin Yun's eyes. The painting's surface seemed like a mirror, and anyone entering it would cause ripples to spread on the surface. The sword buzzing sounds rang out like the most beautiful music in the world, reverberating out in the surroundings. There were many people seated in the surroundings with solemn expressions. What are they doing? Lin Yun asked. Brother Lin, do you think that this is the myriad sword painting? Huangfu Jingxian asked with a mysterious smile. Of course. Or are you saying that the myriad sword painting is located somewhere else? Well, you're wrong. The real myriad sword painting is invisible to the naked eye. You can only see it with your heart, Huangfu Jingxian replied. Huangfu, stop beating around the bush and tell me what's going on. Lin Yun smiled. In a nutshell, the myriad sword painting has constructed a world that you can only enter with sword intent. This world has 9 heavens, so the stronger your sword intent, the further you can go. Huangfu Jingxian smiled. Upon entering, you can manifest a body with your sword intent and cultivate. I can't explain the profundities fully, but you'll know after experiencing it for yourself, explained Huangfu Jingxian. All right, nodded Lin Yun. Hush, don't disturb these people. They're cultivating in the myriad sword painting with their sword intent. Any slight alarm will cause them to suffer a backlash from their sword intent, said Huangfu Jingxian. The two ultimately found a place with less people and sat cross-legged. When Lin Yun closed his eyes, he could sense his sword intent connecting with the world. When he was fully connected, Lin Yun found himself in another world where illusion and reality were blended. The landscape was beautiful and everything in this world was constructed with sword intent. Lin Yun turned to look at Huangfu Jingxian beside him. Huangfu Jingxian's figure was hazy and slightly illusory. In other places, some people had completely condensed their sword intent and even dazzled with blooming radiance. This is the first heaven of the myriad sword painting. You'll need to comprehend the complete sword intent to manifest a body. You can directly absorb the sword intent in this world to cultivate, but your cultivation in the outside world does not affect you here. The stronger your sword intent, the more powerful you are here, said Huangfu Jingxian. Hearing Huangfu Jingxian's explanation, Lin Yun suddenly realized how Huangfu Jingxian's sword intent improved so quickly. Lin Yun started spreading his senses to the surrounding. This was only the first heaven, so how powerful would the sword intent be in the second and third heavens? Also, don't try to enter the second heaven forcefully. Your sword intent will collapse if you fail, and it will also happen in reality. You will constantly be under the myriad sword painting's pressure here. So leave immediately if you can't hold on anymore, Huangfu Jingxian continued. Got it, responded Lin Yun. All right, then I'll be taking my leave. You can get familiar with the myriad sword painting during this time. Huangfu Jingxian smiled and left. Lin Yun nodded and began looking around the myriad sword painting. His current body was derived from his sword intent. So getting stronger here would represent an increase to his sword intent. Interesting. This place is really eye-opening. Lin Yun couldn't conceal the shock in his eyes because he could sense his sword intent being strengthened without doing anything. He closed his eyes and sat down to absorb the sword intent in the surrounding to strengthen himself. But it didn't take long for him to feel a repulsive force. It seemed that what Huangfu Jingxian said was right. He could already feel the pressure coming from the myriad sword painting by practicing here. But there was something different about it. The repulsive force wouldn't be great if Lin Yun didn't grasp the complete sword intent. Since Lin Yun had grasped the complete sword intent, he was more suitable in the second heaven. But it didn't seem like a good idea for Lin Yun to give the second level a try. In the end, he made up his mind to stay in the first heaven, for now to familiarize himself with the surroundings. At the same time, the myriad sword platform also welcomed a batch of uninvited guests. Everyone in this group had powerful cultivations that emitted a faint pressure, suffocating everyone around them. Anyone could tell that these people had undergone life and death battles. There was a drastic difference in their temperament compared to the other disciples who stayed in the sect. It didn't take long for this group of people to ascend the myriad sword platform. They were looking around, almost as if they were looking for something or someone. Over there. Someone from the group pointed in Lin Yun's direction. Upon discovering their target, the youth donned in blue clothes sneered, "Let's go over." The group had practically charged their way over to Lin Yun. The blue youth gave a signal to his followers and they forcibly chased away everyone in the surrounding. "Get up! Get lost! Go somewhere else!" The disciples who were forcibly awakened showed pain on their faces. In the sect, it was taboo to forcibly disturb someone who was cultivating. After all, a slight mistake would spell disastrous consequences. But just when the person who was forcibly disturbed wanted to yell, he saw the emblem embedded on these people's chest. When he saw the youth in blue looking over with a cold smile, his face changed drastically and he left without saying a word. Very quickly, everyone in the surrounding was cleared away except for Lin Yun and Huangfu Jingxian. "Senior Brother Yi, that person is Huangfu Jingxian, someone from the Lone Star Alliance." "A rookie from the Lone Star Alliance? What is there to be afraid of? Wake him up and get him to scram," smiled the youth in blue. "Are you courting death?" Huangfu Jingshuan's eyes glowed with a murderous aura when he was forcibly awakened. But when he looked at the surroundings, he noticed the ill-intended gazes of those around him. When he saw the emblems on their chests, his face changed. "The Gentleman Union. You guys are Wang Yan's men. Get lost. Don't interfere or the Lone Star Alliance won't be able to protect you." The youth in blue replied coldly. Huangfu Jingxian was shocked. He knew that this group of people came for Lin Yun. Huangfu Jingshuan's face changed with uncertainty. He could roughly guess what these people were trying to do. They probably intend to destroy Lin Yun's sword intent in the myriad sword painting to deal a heavy blow to Lin Yun's strength. Lin Yun was only in the first stage of the profound martial realm, so his complete sword intent was the reason he was so powerful. If Lin Yun lost his sword intent, then he wouldn't be so powerful. "Do you want me to teach you a lesson?" The blue-clothed youth sneered. Huangfu Jingxian was frustrated. He recognized this person as the Gentleman Union's Yi Luyun. He had been in the Sword Firmament Pavilion for 2 years. He was in the third stage of the profound martial realm and often went outside the sect for missions. The dozen that stood around him were all within the top 100 of the mortal ranking. The top 100 were split into 2 groups. Those who were in the top 50s could practically crush those in the later 50s of the rankings. One of them was equivalent to 10 bottom 100 cultivators. Some would say that the actual result would be more exaggerated. Yi Luyun was ranked 36th in the mortal ranking. "I'll get lost." Huangfu Jingxian gnashed his teeth and turned to leave. "Heh, do you really think that you're an elite from the Huangfu clan? The Sword Firmament Pavilion never lacks geniuses, especially people like you." Yi Luyun sneered. "We never lack resources and we've been taking from Senior Brother Wang Yan all the time. Now it's time for us to repay him. Do you guys know what to do now?" "Yes." Everyone sat around Lin Yin and closed their eyes. Huangfu Jingxian, who was taking his leave, turned around suddenly and sat with his legs crossed. When he reopened his eyes, he was in the myriad sword painting. He saw Lin Yun seated far away, absorbing the surrounding sword intent. Even now, Lin Yun still had no idea that he was in danger. Huangfu Jingxian immediately rushed over. When Lin Yun sensed that someone was approaching, he opened his eyes to see Huangfu Jingxian rushing over. Before he even asked, Huangfu Jingxian said in a solemn tone, "Leave this place immediately. There are a dozen experts from the Gentleman Union coming." They've surrounded you on the outside, and they're coming to you from the second heaven. Lin Yun's face changed when he heard that. Today was only the third day after leaving the herbal peak, and Wang Yan had already made his move. "How do I leave this place?" cried out Lin Yun. "There are two methods. Either dissipate your sword intent or exit through one of the many spatial cracks that can be found in every single heaven." It was too late for Lin Yun to go with the first method because he would need more time. If he really went with the first method, Yi Luyun and his goons would arrive. Lin Yun had no choice but to go with the second option. But before they could get far, thunder rumbled throughout the horizon with streaks of lightning. There were dozens of them, and they all emitted powerful sword intent. Someone from the second heaven? What the hell is someone from the second heaven doing here? This heaven rejects them. It's the Gentleman Union. The faces of everyone in the first heaven changed when they saw the bolts of lightning. "You want to run?" The bolts of thunder charged over. A total of 12 of them formed into an invisible sword barrier that stood before Lin Yun and Huangfu Jingxian. Lin Yun could see that all 12 of their sword-intense physical manifestations were extremely refined. They were like ancient statues that oppressed them. "Huangfu Jingxian, how dare you? We let you go. But you actually dared to return. Well then, we'll deal with you as well." The 12 people looked at Huangfu Jingxian with ill intent. Then, the group attacked together, executing their strongest attacks with the swords that were in their hands. Cultivation did not matter in the myriad sword painting. The stronger your sword intent, the stronger you would be in the painting. All 12 of them were elites handpicked by Wang Yan, and all of them had grasped the complete sword intent. The moment they attacked, powerful strength was unleashed. Their attacks roared and swept over. In the myriad sword painting, attacks executed with sword intent would be more powerful than they would be in the outside world. In a single exchange, Huangfu Jingxian was blown away. There was no way he could contend with these 12 people given his current strength. "Don't worry about me. Leave this place." Huangfu Jingxian roared when he saw that Lin Yun could still fight back despite being besieged by 12 people. "Damn it!" Lin Yun's face sank while he threw out punches. With the Dragon Tiger fist and his sword intent infused into his fists, Lin Yun shattered all the attacks aimed at him. The 12 from the Gentleman Union were elites on the mortal ranking, so they were shocked by Lin Yun's strength. They started to surround Lin Yun when a cold order was given. "Kill!" Lin Yun looked at Huangfu Jingxian, who was lying on the ground before he gnashed his teeth and turned around. After him. The 12 from the Gentleman Union chased after him without any hesitation. They never expected that Lin Yun could escape under this situation. It was all Huangfu Jingxuan's fault. If it wasn't for him, how would Lin Yun receive the news beforehand? But they couldn't be bothered with Huangfu Jingxian at the moment and continued their pursuit of Lin Yun. After all, they would become a laughingstock if they allowed Lin Yun to escape. Before they came here, Wang Yan had emphasized that they had to crush Lin Yun's sword intent. Damn it! These people are fast. The 12 were following Lin Yun closely. This was the first heaven in the myriad sword painting, so Lin Yun looked pathetic when he tried to run. "Kill!" Seeing that these people were about to catch up to him, Lin Yun roared. When his foot tapped on the ground, he shot forward like a sword towards the second heaven. He never belonged here, but he didn't want to rush his ascent since he had just come here. But the Gentleman Union's group was on his tail, so he could only head towards the second heaven. What is this fellow trying to do? He's trying to enter the second heaven after he had just come to the myriad sword painting? He's insane. The dozen from the Gentleman Union held their breath with weird expressions. Lin Yun had just grasped the complete sword intent, and yet he was actually headed for the second heaven. If he failed, his sword intent would collapse. But something happened that left them surprised. The barrier on the first heaven slammed onto Lin Yun. What powerful sword intent! Someone is attempting to enter the second heaven. Who is he? Why have I not seen him before? It's Lin Yun. He's the one who killed Wang Ning in the 9 Stars contest a month ago. This kid is really amazing. Not even the 12 elites from the Gentleman Union could do anything to him. Lin Yun's sword and penetrated through the layers of barriers, which left the spectators amazed. The faces of the 12 elites from the Gentleman Union looked ugly. They knew that if Lin Yun succeeded in breaking through the barrier, he would be randomly teleported somewhere in the second heaven. At that time, it would be nearly impossible for them to find him. When Lin Yun shattered through the layers of barriers, he could feel his sword intent condensing. The surrounding sword intent was rushing towards him frantically, strengthening his sword intent. Closing his eyes, Lin Yun suddenly had an insight into the nature of this world. This world was truly unique. It was like an illusion, but it wasn't much different than the real world. All martial techniques and movement techniques could be derived from sword intent. As long as his sword intent was strong enough, there were unlimited possibilities to what he could do. After all, sword intent was the foundation of this world. A whole new world appeared when Lin Yun opened his eyes. This was the myriad sword painting's second heaven, and the sword intent here was more powerful. He was only 1 foot away from the second heaven. The threshold to enter the second heaven wasn't high. At the very least, it could be easily accomplished by Lin Yun. He comprehended the complete sword intent during his life and death experience in the sword burial woods. Compared to the disciples who cultivated in the first heaven, his sword intent was much stronger. It was just that his sword intent was stronger than he had imagined. In the next moment, despair descended onto Huangfu Jingxian. When the dozen from the Gentleman Union couldn't catch up to Lin Yun, they went back and looked for Huangfu Jingxian. Huangfu Jingxian, how dare you poke your nose into our business? A piece of trash like you dares to poke your nose around? Since that's the case, then I believe you must be prepared to have your incomplete sword intent crushed. Don't blame us for it. The dozen walked towards Huangfu Jingxian with gloomy expressions. But just before they could make their move, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended. When they turned around, they saw Lin Yun slowly getting up from having one knee on the ground. You actually came back. They were briefly shocked before they started laughing. They were under the impression that they missed their chance to deal with Lin Yun, but they never imagined that Lin Yun would return. I just remembered that you couldn't bring your cultivation into the myriad sword painting. Since that's the case, then you guys should be the ones afraid. After all, my sword intent isn't weaker than any one of you here, said Lin Yun. How arrogant! They sneered and pounced at Lin Yun. This time, Lin Yun did not run. Not everyone comprehended their sword intent through life and death experiences, so not everyone's sword intent was the same as his. He would rather snap his sword intent than relent. Raising his hand, the sword in Lin Yun's hand started buzzing. Like the wind, flower, snow, moon, and rumbling lightning, Lin Yun's sword broke through the horizon. In the next second, a thunderclap echoed from the sword in Lin Yun's hand. At the same time, the sword intent of everyone from the Gentleman Union shattered under the rumbling noise. They were all blown away, and the bodies that they manifested with sword intent began to crumble. That's the sword heart. That's clearly the sword intent at the third heavens level. Damn it! How is this possible? Sword intent at the level of the third heaven? The sword intent rippling from Lin Yun's sword shocked them and caused a great deal of damage to their sword intent. Hurry up! Leave immediately! None of us can beat him in the myriad sword painting. Astonishment filled their eyes. They were veterans in the myriad sword painting, so they knew how terrifying someone with sword intent from the third heaven was. You guys think you can leave so easily? Lin Yun snorted, and his sword intent suppressed them like a colossal mountain, crushing them into the ground. None of them could move under the immense pressure. Get down! Lin Yun roared and unleashed his sword intent. He wasn't holding back anymore. His sword intent was like a boundless mountain that crushed the bodies of their manifested sword intent. No! You bastard! Stop it right now! Am my sword intent physique? The group could only look at their crumbling sword intent. There was nothing they could do about it. At this moment of life and death, Lin Yun, who had comprehended the sharpness of sword intent, was extremely terrifying. Even he was shocked by his own strength. But suddenly, he comprehended something. Although the myriad sword painting could speed up one's ability to comprehend the sword intent, it was just like cultivators in the Xianxia realm who used the profound breaking pellet. They were in the same realm, but they had different strengths. One cannot be powerful without experiencing life and death. After all, there was no shortcut in the cultivation of sword intent. Die! There wasn't any trace of mercy in Lin Yun's eyes. His sword intent manifested into a colossal mountain and launched the final wave of suppression. But right at this moment, a terrifying thunder rumbled in the horizon. Amid the countless bolts of lightning, someone basked in 4 layers of radiance was appearing. An expert from the 4th heaven. Everyone was shocked. It wasn't easy for someone in the 4th heaven to come to the 1st heaven. But if someone managed to do it, they would be like a god descending onto the mortal realm. The majestic sword intent made everyone lower their heads. Even Huangfu Jingxian was shocked when he raised his head. It was just as he had expected. The newcomer was Yi Luyun, the 36th of the mortal ranking Yi Luyun. Those who could make it into the top 50s were famous figures, well known by everyone in the outer sect. So Yi Luyun's appearance caused a commotion in the surrounding area. A faint smile hung on Yi Luyun's lips. He looked around like a god that was viewing mortals. It seemed as though he could crush anyone here with a single finger. It really isn't easy to come to the 1st heaven, but things should be resolved by now. Yi Luyun was in deep thought. Those he brought over were from the 2nd heaven, so they should be more than enough to deal with a rookie who had just entered the myriad sword painting. There was nothing for him to worry about. After all, he even came here from the 4th heaven to be on the safe side. Senior brother Yi, save us. Suddenly, a few calls for help attracted Yi Luyun's attention. When he turned around, the smile on his face froze. He was witnessing an unimaginable scene. The 12 people that he was proud of were all lying on the ground. As for Lin Yun, whom he had thought to be dealt with, he was preparing his final move for the 12 of them. Stop! The smile on his face instantly turned dark. But Lin Yun paid him no attention and waved his palm down. His sword intent manifested into a mountain range and descended. When the mountain crashed down, it produced a series of cracks. The cracking sounds came from the 12 elites of the Gentleman Union. Lin Yun's sword intent had shattered their sword intent instantly. Back in the outside world, the faces of the 12 that were seated around Lin Yun turned pale, and pain spread across their faces. Let's go! While Yi Luyun was going into a rage, Lin Yun immediately grabbed Huangfu Jingxian and headed towards the nearest spatial crack. When Lin Yun reopened his eyes on the myriad sword platform, he saw the 12 elites looking at him resentfully. I'll kill you. One of them ultimately lost their temper and charged over. Get lost. Lin Yun kicked out, drawing a cracking sound from the attacker's ribs. The attacker was sent flying like a sandbag. When Lin Yun looked around, the rest of the 12 started to crawl away with their hands and legs. What a bunch of garbage! Lin Yun snorted. These goons were too full of themselves. They were heavily injured, yet they still dared to attack him? Die! Yi Luyun, who followed Lin Yun out of the myriad sword platform, launched his attack. A cold light flashed through his eyes. He didn't retrieve his sword. He merely raised his hand and pointed his fingers at Lin Yun like a sword. Even before the sword arrived, Lin Yun could feel a stinging pain all over his body. Not daring to be careless, the iris flower in his dantian bloomed and he executed the undying Vajra seal. When he started forming seals with his hands, fiery energy exploded out in the form of dazzling golden radiance. Go! Lin Yun pushed his hands forward, unleashing the undying Vajra seal. However, Yi Luyun's fingers were like an unparalleled sword, piercing through the seal. Witnessing this scene, there was a trace of surprise flashing through Lin Yun's eyes. Fusing his fist and sword together, he faced Yi Luyun's attack. When his punch collided with Yi Luyun's fingers, Lin Yun could sense a towering sword aura surging at him, crushing his origin energy. Lin Yun spit out a mouthful of blood and took a dozen steps back. On the other hand, Yi Luyun's body had merely swayed from the collision. Yi Luyun unleashed his aura in the next second, which made Lin Yun feel tremendous pressure. Third stage of the profound martial realm. Lin Yun locked his brows together. Niu Bingshun was also in the third stage of the profound martial realm, But Niu Bingshun wasn't even qualified to be Yi Liyun's lackey despite having the same cultivation. Lin Yun, be careful. He's Yi Liyun, 36th of the mortal ranking. Huangfu Jingxian immediately yelled out when he saw Lin Yun actually receiving an attack from Yi Liyun. When the disciples in the surrounding heard that, their faces changed drastically. Lin Yun only took 10 steps back after taking Yi Liyun's attack? I'll remember this attack. Lin Yun looked at the wound on his fist and turned around. Where do you think you're going after destroying the sword intent of 12 people from my gentleman union? Yi Liyun immediately flew into rage and chased after Lin Yun. He did not want to give Lin Yun any opportunity to escape. The two left the myriad sword platform, but Lin Yun couldn't shake Yi Liyun no matter how he utilized his movement technique. Their movement techniques weren't on the same level, which made Lin Yun suffer greatly. However, Lin Yun did not dare to stop. After all, he would only be courting death if he did. Yi Liyun's cultivation was 2 stages higher, not to mention that his sword intent even reached the 4th level. Lin Yun was already gasping for breath after being chased around by Yi Liyun. Right behind him, Yi Liyun followed with a gloomy face. He could catch Lin Yun with his movement technique, but he chose not to. After all, there was nothing he could do to Lin Yun even if he caught up. Not only did the sect forbid fighting, but killing or crippling a fellow disciple's cultivation was also forbidden. Even if he managed to catch Lin Yun, all Yi Liyun could do was give him a beating. His best opportunity was to destroy Lin Yun's sword intent in the myriad sword painting. After all, it would feel even more terrible than crippling someone's cultivation. But not only did the plan fail, it even cost the destruction of 12 elites' sword intent. That outcome made him feel extremely terrible. So at this point, he was just toying with Lin Yun, allowing everyone in the sect to witness Lin Yun's embarrassing appearance. He would only make his move to stop Lin Yun once the latter was exhausted. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to vent out the resentment pent up in his chest. After 15 minutes, Lin Yun had practically run everywhere in the mountain, but he couldn't shake Yi Liyun off. But a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Lin Yun instantly knew what Yi Liyun was trying to do. With that, he suddenly stopped running. Why aren't you running anymore? Yi Liyun mocked. Turning around, Lin Yun smiled even though his face looked exhausted. Do you think that it's interesting? Someone ranked 36th on the mortal ranking is chasing me all around. The moment Lin Yun spoke, the surrounding disciples all looked at Yi Liyun with a strange expression. Yi Liyun had joined the sect for 2 years and he was truly strong. After all, someone who could be ranked 36th on the mortal ranking wouldn't be weak. But targeting someone who had just joined the sect for 2 months had caused everyone to look down on him. You'll know if it's interesting in a while. Yi Liyun pulled his sword and thrust it towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun knew that Yi Liyun was toying with him in order to make him beg for his life. But there was no way Lin Yun would do it. Even if he had to die here today, he would make Yi Liyun pay the price. In the end, the sword plunged into Lin Yun's chest. This scene had left everyone shocked. Even Yi Liyun was shocked. He thought that his sword wouldn't be able to hit Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun could exchange at least 10 moves with him. But in reality, his sword stabbed into Lin Yun. In that brief second, when Yi Liyun was distracted, Lin Yun grinned and threw a punch out. Caught by surprise, Yi Liyun was punched on the nose. His nose was fractured by the impact and his face was turned to mush. Lin Yun's fist had blown Yi Liyun away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yun started to sway as blood continued to flow out of his chest. He was in great pain from the sword intent pouring into his chest. I'll kill you. Yi Liyun lost his cool. He was 36th on the mortal ranking, but he was actually bested by a rookie. He had never suffered such humiliation before. He lost all rationale and swung his sword at Lin Yun. The spectators exclaimed when they saw the scene because Yi Liyun was actually trying to kill a fellow disciple inside the sect. The sword firmament pavilion forbade any form of fighting. Killing a fellow disciple was a great taboo and anyone in violation of this would be severely punished. To begin with, Lin Yun was already injured when he was stabbed by Yi Liyun. Just when everyone couldn't bear to look anymore, a cold silhouette descended from a sword condor like a bolt of lightning. The person that descended to the ground had a cold face as she held onto the sword directed at Lin Yun. When Yi Luyun raised his head to look at the newcomer, he saw Xianxia looking at him coldly. He instantly calmed down and a trace of horror flashed through his eyes. He immediately abandoned his sword without a second thought and tried to leave. But he was too late. Xianxia shattered Yi Luyun's sword, causing the sword to vibrate and forcing Yi Luyun to take more than 10 steps back in order to stabilize himself. However, she wasn't finished with just that. Xianxia suddenly waved her sleeve and charged forward like a bolt of lightning. With just a simple stretch of her hand, she grabbed onto Yi Luyun's neck. Yi Luyun was suffocating from Xianxia's grip. He couldn't break from no matter how much he struggled. At this moment, Xianxia's slender figure looked overly domineering. At this moment, Wang Yan walked out from the crowd and clapped. He smiled and said, "How awe-inspiring, Senior Sister Xianxia. You broke the 100 Alliance Union agreement for a rookie." His words made Xianxia's face change slightly. She stretched her hand out and threw Yi Luyun away. When Yi Luyun landed on the ground, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief, but his eyes flooded with guilt as he looked at Wang Yan. After all, he failed to complete the task given to him by Wang Yan. Not only that, but the 12 elites that he brought over even had their sword intent destroyed. A crowd immediately started to gather behind Xianxia. They were naturally members of Locket Mountain. In that split second, the Locket Mountain and Gentleman Union faced off under the tense atmosphere. "Big brother, are you all right?" Li Wuyo jumped off the dragon-blooded horse and helped Lin Yun up. Lin Yun's face was pale and the sword intent in his wound was terrifying. The sword that stabbed him missed his heart by 2 inches. He nearly died just now. "That bastard! He tried to kill you." Li Wuyo lost it. He rushed over immediately when he heard that Lin Yun was being hunted. Taking out a pill and swallowing it, Lin Yun replied, "I won't be dying anytime soon." He then locked his brows. He had a bad premonition when he looked at the smile on Wang Yan's face. Did Senior Sister Xianxia break some sort of agreement by helping me? The 100 Alliance Union agreement is a blood oath between all the Alliance Unions. Xianxia, you should remember what it is about. Wang Yan sneered while looking at Xianxia. The 100 Alliance Union agreement? The expression of the surrounding disciples changed. They shook their heads inwardly when they recalled the scene earlier. "Wuyo, hurry up and ask about the 100 Alliance Union agreement," Lin Yun immediately instructed. Not long after, Li Wuyo returned with a panicked look. He replied, "Big brother, the 100 Alliance Union agreement is a blood oath issued by the top 100 strongest Alliance Unions. Competition is allowed, but someone in the Earth ranking must not act against someone from the mortal ranking. Otherwise, they are in violation of the blood oath." Lin Yun felt a huge shock in his heart. He tried his best to calm down and asked, "What will happen if the blood oath is violated?" "Those who violate the blood oath must either abolish their cultivation or compensate 100,000 first-grade spiritual jades. Otherwise, all the Alliance Unions will initiate a siege on the Alliance Union that violated the blood oath." Li Wuyo replied with an ugly face. The 100 Alliance Union agreement was initially established out of goodwill. It was so that those from the Earth ranking wouldn't bully disciples of the mortal ranking. It was also to avoid the expansion of conflicts between Alliance Unions. And now Wang Yan had something against Xianxia. The Gentleman Union and Locket Mountain had been fighting for years and they were mortal enemies. Under the present conditions, the atmosphere between the two factions grew even more intense. "You have 2 options, make your pick," said Wang Yan. Gnashing her teeth, Xianxia replied, "Wang Yan, you're despicable. You're hiding behind the scenes while watching someone from your Alliance Union try to kill a fellow disciple. So what? If he has violated the taboo and committed a murder, the sect will punish him. But even so, I will compensate his clan for his loss." Wang Yan smiled. "Furthermore, isn't that brat still alive and kicking?" "Yi Luyun, were you trying to kill Lin Yun earlier?" "Of course not. Who doesn't know that Yi Luyun, is someone ranked 36th on the mortal ranking? I wouldn't have chased him around if I wanted to kill him. I only wanted to teach him a lesson." Yi Luyun smiled. He instantly got the meaning behind Wang Yan's words. Hear that? If you were unhappy with Yi Liyun, you could have gotten elites from Locket Mountain to make their move, and I wouldn't have said anything about it? Wang Yan sneered coldly. But don't blame me since you've personally taken matters into your own hands. Either cripple your cultivation or provide 100,000 spiritual jades as compensation. If you don't do this, I will convene a meeting between the 100 Alliance Union immediately. All the disciples from Locket Mountain wore an unsightly expression when they heard those words. Xianxia responded out of urgency and had placed the Locket Mountain in a disadvantageous position. Senior sister, let's fight it out with them. These people are clearly trying to bully our rookie here. Even if we concede today, they will still find ways to make things difficult for us in the future. There are no good people in the Gentleman Union. The disciples of Locket Mountain immediately took their stance. They did not want Xianxia to be placed in a difficult position, even if the situation wasn't advantageous to them. Waving her hand, Xianxia looked at Wang Yan. You know that I can't agree to those terms. Speak. What do you really want? Well, I'm not an unreasonable person. A cold light flashed in Wang Yan's eyes and he revealed his true intention. The grudges between disciples of the mortal ranking will be settled among themselves. Lin Yun and Yi Liyun's battle isn't over. A month from now, the two of them will continue their battle on the life-death stage. Killing a fellow disciple was forbidden in the sect, but there were places to resolve grudges. Once disciples stood on the life-death stage, only the winner would live. Everyone's faces changed when they heard that. After all, it was too much. Lin Yun was only a rookie who had just made his breakthrough into the profound martial realm. So how could he possibly contend with Yi Liyun, who was in the third stage of the profound martial realm and 36th on the mortal ranking? If Lin Yun went up against Yi Liyun, it would spell certain death. This was Wang Yan's scheme because he knew that he couldn't kill Lin Yun through normal means in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Even if Xianxia didn't stop Yi Liyun earlier, there was no way Yi Liyun would lose his mind and kill Lin Yun. After all, how could he possibly sacrifice his future just to kill someone? If Wang Yan had forced this order upon Yi Liyun, no one in the Gentleman Union would follow him in the future. So Wang Yan pondered and felt that destroying Lin Yun's sword intent in the myriad sword painting was the best choice. However, it was unfortunate that Yi Liyun failed. But just when Wang Yan thought that he had to wait for another opportunity, Xianxia delivered this opportunity right to him. Now, he could force Lin Yun on the life-death stage. Get lost. However, Xianxia cursed at him unexpectedly. You can go ahead and convene a meeting. I'll see how many people will try to touch the Locket Mountain after knowing that I violated the blood oath to save someone. So she's not playing by the rules? Wang Yan cursed inwardly because of this mad woman. With a grim smile, he furiously replied, All right then. In the future, my Gentleman Union will also not abide by the blood oath. So your Locket Mountain better watch out. The moment he spoke those words, an uproar was incited and everyone's faces changed drastically. This matter was developing towards war. The Gentleman Union and Locket Mountain were top alliance unions in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. If a war broke out between them, it would surely raise a storm. There would be no way to stop it unless a sword-bearing elder showed up. Let me return those words to you. We'll see. Xianxia replied coldly. Senior sister, I accept his suggestion. But right at this moment, a youth holding his chest calmly stepped up. That person was naturally Lin Yun. He stood out just as war was about to break out between the two alliance unions. This was something that no one had expected. A cold look flashed in Wang Yan's eyes when Lin Yun said this. He immediately gave Yi Liyun a signal. He only wanted Lin Yun's life, so if possible, he did not want to start a war with the Locket Mountain. This was the best course of action, especially since Lin Yun was now courting death. All the fellow disciples here can testify for me. I, Yi Liyun, an outer disciple of the Sword Firmament Pavilion, have a grudge against Lin Yun. I hereby issue a challenge on the life-death stage 1 month from now. Yi Liyun bit on his finger and dripped his blood on his sword firmament token before throwing it towards Lin Yun. However, Xianxia intervened and grabbed onto the challenge token. Turning around, she questioned coldly, Are you insane? Are you trying to die here? Or have you lived enough? Lin Yun looked at Xianxia's hand that held the challenge token. Blood was dripping from her palm. She was wounded from when she grabbed Yi Liyun's sword with her bare hands. Senior sister, there's no way you can take care of me for the rest of my life. I will naturally take responsibility for this matter since I'm the cause of it. There's no need to implicate the entire Locket Mountain just because of me. Lin Yun knew that there was no way Wang Yan would let him off after killing Wang Ning, and today's humiliation was just the beginning. Furthermore, are you certain that I'll be weaker than him after a month? Lin Yun's blood boiled and he smiled. Or do you also think that I'm a piece of trash, as he said? Even if Yi Liyun did not issue the challenge today, Lin Yun would still return today's humiliation no matter what. Did these people really think that he was a pushover? If that was the case, then they must be dreaming. Xianxian was briefly stunned by Lin Yun's words. He took this opportunity to snatch the challenge token away before she could react. Placing it against his sword firmament token, he said, "The life-death stage 1 month from now." The disciples of the Locket Mountain were surprised when they heard those words. Lin Yun had just joined the Sword Firmament Pavilion. 1 month ago, he was still at Herbal Peak. Now, in just 1 month, he would be facing Yi Liyun, the 36th place on the mortal ranking on the life-death stage. Even the other disciples in the surrounding were also shocked by this scene. To them, Lin Yun was courting death. Yi Liyun, hear that? Someone accepted your challenge, Wang Yan said in a strange tone while looking at Lin Yun with a playful smile. If I'm not able to slaughter this person 1 month from now, I won't have any face to look at you, replied Yi Liyun, raising his voice. Ha ha ha. Great. 1 month isn't long, so I can let him live for another month. Lin Yun, I told you that would get you for Wang Ning's death. Wang Yan's face was gloomy and his eyes overflowed with a murderous aura. He really wanted to kill Lin Yun right now, but the sect had its rules. When the clan's seniors learned of Wang Ning's death, almost all of them were furious. They were one of the 4 prestigious clans of the Great Qin Empire, and it had been a long time since anyone dared to kill someone from the Wang clan in public. Even if one of their disciples had committed a grave mistake, most people would still give the Wang clan some face. But Lin Yun had openly killed Wang Ning, which was equivalent to slapping the Wang clan's face. The clan had already issued a death order for Lin Yun, regardless of the methods. No matter what, they had to cleanse themselves from this humiliation. So everyone present could sense Wang Yan's rage and killing intent. Xianxian, Lin Yun has personally accepted the challenge. I didn't force him to accept it. If you try to obstruct it, then Lin Yun won't be the only one from Locket Mountain that will die. Wang Yan snorted and waved his hand. Let's go. Get lost. Don't block the way. Hundreds of elites from the Gentleman Union left arrogantly. None of the surrounding disciples dared to block their way, nor did they dare to rebuke their words. This alone showed Wang Yan's authority among the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples. Senior sister. The Locket Mountain's disciples immediately stepped forward when they saw the wound in Xianxian's hand. After her wound was bandaged, Xianxian walked towards Lin Yun without saying a word. Looking at the wound on his chest, she muttered, "Does it still hurt?" "I'm fine," said Lin Yun. "Was it uncomfortable getting chased around and losing the fight even though we had logic backing us?" Lin Yun nodded his head silently. His sword intent was nearly destroyed back in the myriad sword painting, and he was forced to accept such an unfair challenge. That's good then. The sect never talks about reason because this is how the world is. It's just like how Bai Ting took the fall when you killed Wang Ning back then. Xianxian stared at Lin Yun and continued, "But I don't want you to die, so you must defeat Yi Liyun 1 month from now. Since you've accepted the challenge, then kill Yi Liyun like a man." When she spoke, her words resonated in Lin Yun's mind. Took him a long time to recover from his shock. Lin Yun's blood boiled in his body and he declared, "I will kill Yi Liyun 1 month from now." Xianxian's brows loosened up. When she stretched her palm out, a gentle and ancient aura started to converge. Thereafter, 9 amber rays bloomed and condensed into a drop of water. It was the 9th grade amber martial soul Aquamoon. Xianxian controlled this droplet of aquamoon into Lin Yun's wound. The gentle energy flowed throughout Lin Yun's body, and his wound healed at a noticeable speed. At the same time, the sword intent left in his body also disappeared. Lin Yun's injury was healed in the blink of an eye. I have faith in you. Xianxian's face turned pale when she recalled the droplet of aquamoon. What did she have faith in? She had faith that Lin Yun could kill Yi Luyun. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before his eyes became watery. He had a tough personality, so he never shed tears despite all the trials he had been through. But today, Xianxian's words had touched the soft spot in his heart. Clenching his fist, Lin Yun trembled and bit his lips. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Li Wuyo brought the dragon-blooded horse over and asked. He looked worried after noticing that there was something peculiar about Lin Yun's mood. Let's go back. Lin Yun mounted the dragon-blooded horse and traveled back to the Alliance Union silently. Up in the horizon, above the vast white clouds, stood two people. It was an old man and an elegant middle-aged man. The old man was naturally Luo Feng, the inner elder who supported Locket Mountain and the mortal enemy of Bai Ting. Luo Feng had a high authority, and like Bai Ting, he had a chance to be promoted to a sword-bearing elder. But right now, he was being respectful to the middle-aged man standing beside him. The middle-aged man was donned in blue and looked elegant with delicate plum blossoms embroidered on his chest. He was one of the 4 guardians directly beneath the pavilion lord. There were a total of 4 guardians: the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. He was the guardian plum. This is the youth who awakened the Aurora Dragon primordial chaotic soul and killed Wang Ning back in the 9 Stars contest? Guardian Plum asked in a faint tone. His eyes were deep and no one could tell what was going on his mind. Yeah, that's him. Guardian Plum. What do you think? Luo Feng nodded and asked cautiously. With a faint smile, Guardian Plum replied. He only comprehended the complete sword intent after leaving the sword burial woods. Right? That's right. Luo Feng felt uneasy. He had no idea why Guardian Plum was asking such a question. Then he must have met that person. Now then, it's interesting that he made it out alive. Guardian Plum smiled with his hands on his back. Then, said Luo Feng. Bring him to me if he's not dead after a month, said Guardian Plum, interrupting Luo Feng's words. Luo Feng felt bitter in his heart. He initially sought out Guardian Plum because he wanted to cancel this life and death battle. After all, now that both parties had accepted the challenge, not even the sword-bearing elder had the authority to interfere. Only the guardians could interfere with the challenge. Guardian Plum naturally knew what Luo Feng wanted, but he did not go along with it. Lin Yun's sword intent, cultivation, and martial techniques were inferior to Yi Luyun, not to mention that he had just joined the sect. This was why Luo Feng couldn't see any possibility of Lin Yun winning. Guardian Plum had slowly shown an interest in Lin Yun, but he still allowed Lin Yun to court death. This made Luo Feng feel baffled. The gentleman union has been flourishing in recent years, Guardian Plum sighed. He seemed to be dissatisfied with Wang Yan. Luo Feng also felt the same way and replied, After all, that person is standing behind him. When Luo Feng mentioned that person, Guardian Plum locked his brows together before he said, Xianxian is a good lass and she should be well-groomed. As for Lin Yun, you can leave it alone for now. The sect can help him once, but he needs to show us his worth if he wants us to help him again. Guardian Plum left right after he spoke. At this moment, Luo Feng also understood what was going through Guardian Plum's mind. He would only start paying attention to Lin Yun if Lin Yun managed to survive through this ordeal. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter even if Lin Yun died. The night was dark and an intense atmosphere filled the Gentleman Union's base. Today, the 12 elites failed to destroy Lin Yun's sword intent and got theirs destroyed instead. The loss they suffered today was significant and it made Wang Yan feel distressed. Looking at Yi Luyun, Wang Yan asked, It was an easy task, but you failed. Yi Luyun, do you have anything to say about it? I was careless, but I promise that I'll slaughter him a month from now. Yi Luyun replied in a solemn voice. If I didn't believe in your strength, do you think that you would still be standing here right now? Wang Yan snorted. Yi Luyun knew that Wang Yan was wrong, but he did not dare to rebuke Wang Yan's words. If it weren't for the fact that he had underestimated his enemy, Lin Yun's sword intent would have been destroyed by now. Wang Yan started to pace back and forth in the room with an uncertain expression. No, I need to guarantee that nothing goes wrong 1 month from now. Take my token and head to the Wang clan's headquarters. You will stay there for the next month. He finally stopped and made a decision, throwing a jade token over to Yi Luyun. Yi Luyun held onto the cold jade token. He knew that Wang Yan was trying to improve his cultivation by using the Wang clan's enormous resources, but this made him unhappy. Furrowing his brows, he asked, "Senior brother, you don't believe in my strength? He was chased around by me like a dog today. If it wasn't for the taboo of the sect, I would have already killed him by now. I already said that I want to ensure that nothing goes wrong. You have no idea how humiliated I am by my younger brother's death." Wang Yan replied indifferently. "Understood. I'll head to the capital right away." Seeing the hatred in Wang Yan's eyes, Yi Luyun did not dare to say anything and prepared to leave in the night. Simultaneously, there were many people crowded in Lin Yun's residence back at the Locket Mountain's base. All of them came nervously in a hurry at night. "Lin Master, are you all right? You actually accepted Yi Luyun's challenge." The person who spoke was naturally Ku Yun from the Pellet Hall. But just when he was going to ask more questions, his eyes met with Lin Yun. He could sense the coldness in Lin Yun's eyes, which made him swallow down what he was going to say. "If you're here to persuade me, then you can leave right now," said Lin Yun. Ku Yun was briefly stunned before he immediately replied, "I'm here to deliver you pellets." "Wait. Your injuries?" Ku Yun was surprised. Lin Yun's complexion was rosy, and he didn't seem injured at all. It was strange because he heard that Lin Yun was stabbed near his chest. Lin Yun didn't explain and stood up. "I'm relieved that you're here to visit me. I might have something that requires your help." Ku Yun's face became serious and he replied, "Go ahead and say it. I'll help as much as I can." "Resources. I need resources. The more the better," shouted Lin Yun. The Sword Firmament Pavilion had 4 great halls: the Elders' Hall, Pellet Hall, Contribution Hall, and Martial Hall. Aside from the Elders' Hall that represented authority, disciples could come and go freely in the 3 other halls. Lin Yun was standing before the Martial Hall toying with the Sword Firmament token in his hand. Right now there were 3 stars in his token, which represented the 3rd grade. Li Wuyo was standing next to him and was extremely envious. He had previously inquired with the Contribution Hall that to raise the Sword Firmament token from 0 to the 3rd grade required 8,000 first-grade spiritual jades. It was an enormous amount for any outer disciple. Even Ku Yun was feeling heartache when he looked at the token because the 8,000 first-grade spiritual jades came from him. Even for someone like Ku Yun, 8,000 was a considerable amount of spiritual jades. But there was nothing he could do about it. Lin Yun needed resources to raise his Sword Firmament token's ranking, or else he wouldn't be able to enter the Martial Hall. If he couldn't enter the Martial Hall, he wouldn't be able to obtain powerful martial techniques. If he didn't have any powerful martial techniques, there was no way he had any chance of beating Yi Luyun 1 month from now. Not to mention that if Lin Yun died, then Ku Yun's identity as a 2-star alchemist would be revealed sooner or later. So he did not have any choice but to support Lin Yun fully. The Martial Hall had 9 levels, and every layer had many martial and cultivation techniques to pick from. The higher the level, the more powerful the technique would be. "Wait for me here." Lin Yun walked towards the Martial Hall with his Sword Firmament token in hand. Looking at Lin Yun walking towards the Martial Hall, Li Wuyo looked around before he smiled. "Master, what do you think of my talent? Why don't you lend me some spiritual jades as well? I'll repay you 10 times in the future when I become the Great Qin Empire's strongest swordsman." Ku Yun dismissed Li Wuyo's words and crossed his arms while replying, "Nope. What a miser," said Li Wuyo. Lin Yun headed straight to the 3rd level the moment he entered the Martial Hall. His martial techniques were already lacking after he made it into the Profound Martial Realm. Martial techniques in the Profound Martial Realm were different from the Xiantian realm in terms of their grades. The martial techniques of the Profound Martial Realm were graded into Sky, earth, spirit, and profound. Each grade was then further divided into the lesser, intermediate, advanced, and transcendent categories. On the third level of the martial hall, the best martial technique you could get would be the advanced profound martial techniques. Transcendent profound martial techniques were available on the fourth level and spirit martial techniques were on the fifth level. Each grade had a huge difference in power. It was rumored that you could even find earth martial techniques on the ninth level. However, only disciples on the sky ranking could enter the ninth level. So only they would know if there were earth martial techniques on the ninth level. But Lin Yun wasn't thinking that far. He only wanted to visit the third level. In the martial hall, the bookshelves in the surrounding were filled with jade plaques, which emitted a faint glow. Lin Yun was somewhat shocked when he entered. All the jade plaques here were profound martial and cultivation techniques. Back in the Azure Sun County, people would kill for a technique in the Xiantian realm. The first level alone was filled with Xiantian realm techniques, but no one even bothered to look at them. This was the foundation of one of the four great sects that transcended the Great Qin Empire. But Lin Yun did not go for any of the cultivation techniques. After all, the Iris Sword Sutra was enough for him to reach the Violet Palace realm. Returning Cloud Palm, Mountain Splitting Sword, Blossom Steps, 100-Step Art, 7 Profound Sword, Streaking Sword Art. Lin Yun was dazzled by the martial techniques here. All of them were tempting to him. He now knew why so many people wanted to enter the four great sects. The martial techniques alone were enough to justify them. After all, the martial hall's accumulation was contributed by predecessors of the Sword Firmament Pavilion, and they spent thousands of years to accumulate these resources. Who knew what people outside the sect had to pay to obtain a profound martial technique? This was the reason why sect disciples were so powerful. The techniques that they practiced were finely selected and tailored for them. As for outsiders, they would be satisfied if they had a profound martial technique, regardless of its compatibility. Many wandering cultivators were still using Xiantian realm techniques even after reaching the profound martial realm because they couldn't afford to buy a profound cultivation technique. So it would make no sense if sect disciples weren't strong. Yi Liyun's sword firmament token is in the 4th grade. Lin Yun's face sank when he suddenly thought of something. This meant that Yi Liyun had free access to transcendent profound martial and cultivation techniques. Lin Yun wasn't worried about cultivation techniques. After all, if he had enough resources to support the Iris Sword Sutra to the 7th stage, it would only be stronger than Yi Liyun's cultivation technique. The only thing Lin Yun had to be careful of was Yi Liyun's martial techniques. The thunderclap sword art he practiced was a Xiantian realm technique. It was one of the best, and it was even stronger than some profound martial techniques. But it was nothing compared to a transcendent technique. Deacon, what is the strongest sword technique here? Lin Yun went straight to the middle-aged deacon on the 3rd floor and asked for advice. If we're talking about lethality alone, it would naturally be the Violet Thunder Sword, 9 Solar Sword, and Lone Peak Sword, replied the deacon. How are they compared to transcendent martial techniques? Asked Lin Yun. They'll be much worse, of course. How can they be compared when they're different grades? Any comparable martial technique can't be found in the 3rd level. The middle-aged deacon looked at Lin Yun and laughed. Lin Yun was briefly stunned for a moment before he laughed at himself. That's right. An advanced is advanced, so how can it be comparable to a transcendent? May I trouble you to show me the 3 techniques for me to choose? There's one that's comparable to a transcendent profound martial technique, but I don't know if you're bold enough to choose it. The deacon took out another jade plaque instead. Overlord Sword. Lin Yun frowned when he looked at it. The Overlord Sword. This technique only has 1 sword, said the deacon. 1 move. Lin Yun found it strange that an advanced profound martial technique only had 1 move. Not 1 move, but 1 sword. Domineering everything with 1 sword, said the middle-aged deacon. When the deacon explained this, a scenery appeared in Lin Yun's mind. It was a scene of sweeping the rivers and mountains with 1 sword, domineering and straightforward. Took him a long time to return to reality, and when he did, astonishment filled his face. The middle-aged deacon's lips rose and he took the jade plaque back. He sneered when he saw Lin Yun stepping back from the shock. This sword technique is extremely domineering. It was initially on the 9th level and everyone in the sect wanted to learn it. But over the past thousands of years, no one managed to learn it. So it has been constantly moved and now it's ended up on the 3rd level. This technique is extremely overpowering and not many people can control it. It's clear that you're not suitable for it. Lin Yun's heart was reluctant, but he knew that what the middle-aged deacon said was true. There must be a reason why so few managed to practice this sword technique over the past thousands of years. When he saw the scene earlier in his mind, it felt so suffocating that it terrified him. But when he looked around at the sword techniques on the 3rd level, there wasn't a single one that caught his attention. What kind of garbage are these? Throwing the violet thunder sword away, Lin Yun came before the middle-aged deacon and said, "I want the Overlord sword. Many people died trying to practice this sword. I suggest that you pick something else," advised the middle-aged man. "No, I'm determined to take it," said Lin Yun. In the end, the deacon gave the Overlord sword over since he couldn't get Lin Yun to change his mind. Lin Yun headed down to the elder guarding the martial hall. The techniques recorded in the jade plaques were incomplete, so it was futile trying to steal them away. If you wanted the complete version, you would have to submit the jade plaques to the elder along with your sword firmament token. Overlord sword? The elder looked at the cultivation technique recorded on the jade plaque and asked, "Who gave it to you?" "I found it myself." "What's the matter? Can't I pick it?" questioned Lin Yun. The elder didn't even bother raising his head and replied coldly, "Pick another one. There's no way I can give you the complete copy for this Overlord sword." "I'm determined to have it," Lin Yun replied with resolution. Raising his head to look at Lin Yun, the elder replied, "Go back to where you come from." But when the elder saw that Lin Yun wasn't leaving, he snorted, "You can't understand me? Get lost. I'm not leaving unless I have the Overlord sword." Lin Yun stared at the elder without budging. "Then you can keep standing here." The elder sneered and no longer bothered with Lin Yun. As a result, everyone walking past saw a bizarre scene of Lin Yun standing before the elder. "Isn't that Lin Yun? What's wrong with that fellow? Why is he staring blankly at the elder? He's being punished. I personally heard the elder telling him to get lost earlier. But isn't that elder famed for his good temper? He actually scolded someone? Lin Yun isn't trying to make an exception for himself to enter the higher levels, right? That's highly possible. After all, Yi Luyun uses a transcendent sword technique and Lin Yun will die if he doesn't make it into the 4th level. So what if he can enter? What can he learn in a month? The passers-by conversed among themselves, looking at Lin Yun with sympathy. The challenge between him and Yi Luyun was spread throughout the outer sect overnight. It turned out that Lin Yun destroyed the sword intent of 12 elites in the myriad sword painting, and the Locket Mountain even went into war with the Gentleman Union to protect him. But it was a pity that Lin Yun actually accepted Yi Luyun's challenge. "So, are you leaving?" the elder questioned impatiently when more people started to gather in the surrounding. Simultaneously, the pressure of his cultivation in the Violet Palace realm came crashing down on Lin Yun. Lin Yun was having a tough time withstanding the pressure, even though he had practiced the Thunderblitz battle physique. His bones were cracking under the pressure and his face was turning red. The huge difference in their cultivation was an insurmountable gulf that Lin Yun couldn't resolve. It only took a brief moment for blood to start leaking from his 7 orifices. However, Lin Yun still endured it. He had already made up his mind that he would die before leaving. He had promised Senior Sister Xianxia that he would kill Yi Luyun, and the Overlord sword was his only hope. A man had to keep his promises even if he had to cross a mountain of blades or a sea of fire. Lin Yun eventually fell on one knee in front of the old man, and the sound of his bones cracking under the huge pressure could be heard. This scene made everyone take sympathy for Lin Yun. Eventually, someone couldn't help speaking up for Lin Yun. "Elder, why don't you make an exception for him? He'll be going to the life-death stage in a month, and he won't have a chance at winning if he doesn't enter the 4th level. Elder, he'll die if you don't stop." Despite the persuasion from the surrounding, the elder remained firm without any intention of compromising. But when he saw the determination in Lin Yun's eyes despite being covered in blood, he ultimately did not continue pressuring him. "What's your name?" the elder asked. "Elder, his name is Lin Yun. He used to be a sword slave from a small place. You can't make an exception for him to visit the 4th level." A person walked out from the martial hall before Lin Yun could even speak. It was Lung Mo. Lin Yun instantly knew who it was when he heard the voice. It was Wang Yan's lackey, who was trashed by him back in the competition. "Do I need you to teach me how to perform my duties?" The elder looked at Lung Mo with rage flickering across his eyes. In the next second, his cultivation in the Violet Palace realm came crashing down on Lung Mo. Lung Mo was caught by surprise and fell onto the ground under the huge pressure before he could even apologize. Lung Mo's face instantly turned pale, and he could no longer stand up from the pain. When everyone in the surroundings saw this scene, they sucked in a mouthful of cold air. At this moment, they finally knew what tremendous pressure Lin Yun had been putting up with. "There's no way I can allow you on the 4th level according to the sect's rules. Take this jade plaque and get lost." The elder waved his hand and threw a jade plaque at Lin Yun. Receiving the jade plaque and seeing that it was the complete copy of the Overlord's sword, Lin Yun immediately cupped his hands together. "Thank you, elder. Why should I stop you if you're courting death?" The elder did not bother looking at Lin Yun. "I'll be taking my leave then." Lin Yun turned around and left. But just when he raised his foot, the elder suddenly called out to him, "Wipe the blood on your face before leaving." A napkin appeared on the table, which Lin Yun took and thanked the elder for. "Lin Yun, even if you managed to enter the 4th level, you still wouldn't be able to defeat Yi Lu Yun. Now that you've failed to enter the 4th level, you'll surely die. A sword slave like you has no idea how powerful someone ranked 36th on the mortal ranking is," Lang Mo said with hatred while lying on the ground. Wiping the blood off his face, Lin Yun stepped on Lung Mo's chest when he passed by, causing the latter to wail loudly. "You talk too much," Lin Yun snorted. He then left, leaving Lung Mo screaming on the ground in pain. No one in the surrounding took pity on him. After all, they all felt that Lung Mo deserved it. But their feelings became complicated when they looked at Lin Yun's silhouette. Lin Yun killed Wang Ning in the 9 Stars contest and stood out among his batch. He was undoubtedly a rising star with great potential. If possible, no one wanted him dead. He had only been in the sect for a month and he already received a challenge from Yi Liuyu. Outside the martial hall, Li Wuyo and Ku Yun's brows loosened up when they saw Lin Yun coming out. "Big brother, what took you so long? What martial technique did you choose? Let me take a look at it," shouted Li Wuyo. "I'm curious as well." Ku Yun and Li Wuyo were both feeling curious because Lin Yun had taken a long time choosing in the martial hall. Lin Yun knew that the Overlord sword wouldn't be simple. After all, the elder only handed it to him reluctantly. So, for the time being, Lin Yun didn't want to let the two know about the Overlord sword. He replied, "It's just an ordinary sword technique. Come, let's go to the capital." Li Wuyo and Ku Yun's eyes instantly lit up when they heard that they were going to the capital. Li Wuyo had too much pent up, so he wanted to have a good stroll in the capital. On the other hand, Ku Yun was filled with expectations because he knew that Lin Yun was finally going to start his business. Back at the Locket Mountain in Xianxia's residence, a burly and rough-faced disciple was respectfully giving a report. "Senior sister, junior brother Lin has just left the marital hall and is about to leave the sect. His name was Mo Chang, and just like his name, he had a burly build. He was one of the stronger disciples in Locket Mountain, and he had followed Xianxian for years." "Who did he go with?" she asked. "Junior brother Wuyo and an alchemist from the Pellet Hall, Master Ku Yun," Mo Chang reported. "Okay. Ku Yun has just been promoted to a 2-star alchemist, and with him around, no one will dare to mess with junior brother Lin." Xianxian nodded her head. At the same time, back in the Gentleman Union's base, Wang Yan also received news that Lin Yun would leave the sect. There was a flash of joy in his eyes when he heard that, but he was instantly disappointed when he heard that Master Ku Yun was going as well. The Pellet Hall had a unique position in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, and not even Wang Yan dared to offend an alchemist from the Pellet Hall. But when he heard from Lung Mo what happened back in the Martial Hall, he smiled. This sword slave is full of wishful thinking. He actually wants to visit the 4th level? It's already too late for him to ask for help. This is only the beginning. I will make him kneel before me like a dog one day. At the capital's inner city, Lin Yun's group was making their journey late at night on horses. Time was precious, so they did not want to waste a single second. But they were exhausted when they arrived at their destination. Not to mention that the night was cold as heavy snow descended. The snow is really fierce. I just want a warm bath right now. Li Wuyo shivered. Compared to the fine snow a month ago, the snow tonight was much worse. Kuyun smiled. No worries. I'm a guest elder in the glittering pavilion. Now that I'm a 2-star alchemist, my treatment will be higher. You can make any request to the glittering pavilion, and they will do their best to satisfy your wish. The glittering pavilion was one of the largest chambers of commerce in the inner city. Just like the name implied, the glittering pavilion was filled with glitter. Pellets were important commodities in every store, and alchemists could enjoy a high status in these shops. The pellet hall did not prohibit their alchemists from being involved with chambers of commerce. Firstly, refining pellets was expensive, and it was difficult to sustain by solely relying on the pellet hall. You would need to have other sources of income. At the same time, it also allowed alchemists to accumulate their wealth. Secondly, the pellet hall had a cooperative relationship with many chambers of commerce. After all, if disciples were all swapping their contribution points for pellets, it would be a huge loss to the sect. So they had to rely on the chambers of commerce to make profits. So Kuyun had instantly thought of this idea when Lin Yun asked for resources. The two of them would cooperate. Lin Yun would be responsible for inscribing spiritual runes, while Kuyun would focus on refining pellets. Then, they would auction them through the chambers of commerce to obtain spiritual jades. With Lin Yun's ability to inscribe spiritual runes, they would definitely be able to make a great fortune for themselves. Li Wuyo smiled. Then we'll have to depend on Master Kuyun later on. It has been 3 days since I took a wink, and my butt is getting sore on horseback. I heard that the glittering pavilion is the top chamber of commerce in the capital, and their wealth can be comparable to a nation. Not exactly comparable to a nation, but they're not any worse off as a top chamber of commerce, Kuyun said indifferently. He was obviously somewhat arrogant since ordinary chambers of commerce couldn't catch his attention. Half an hour later, a magnificent building appeared before them, with glittering pavilion written on the signboard with vigorous strokes. When they arrived, Kuyun took out his sword firmament token confidently. Tell Hall Master Mo to come over. Let him know that an old friend has come to visit. Alchemists from the pellet hall were aloof and prideful. The guard did not dare to neglect and quickly walked in with the sword firmament token. In no time, a middle-aged man came out with a smile and cupped his hands politely. So it's Master Kuyun. Welcome. Welcome. Master Kuyun nodded his head and wanted to enter. But just when he took a step, the 2 guards in the 6th stage of the profound martial realm stopped the 3 of them. Kuyun's face changed, while Lin Yun and Li Wuyo both looked baffled. Kuyun questioned, Hall Master Mo, what's the meaning of this? Kuyun was furious. He suppressed the anger in his heart and continued, a dignified 2-star alchemist like me can't enter your glittering pavilion? Hall Master Mo had smiles on his face and explained, Master Kuyun, I'm really sorry, but the glittering pavilion has accumulated a lot of pellets during this period, so we don't need an alchemist to settle in for the time being. Of course, we will not forget your income as a guest elder. Lin Yun couldn't help looking disappointed because he never expected something like this to occur. However, he did not want to make things complicated and spoke out, Master, let's go somewhere else and rest. It has been 3 days since we rested. Great. What this little friend says makes sense. Hall Master Mo smiled humbly. Kuyun had a ball of fire pent up in his chest. Hall Master Mo clearly had evil intentions even though he had a big smile. Why couldn't they go in and rest even if they didn't need pellets? This was clearly an act to embarrass them. But Kuyun did not know how to get angry with Hall Master Mo acting so polite. Let's go. Kuyun turned around and left. But shortly after, they saw 2 people arriving in their direction while riding on snow dragon horses. Lin Yun was surprised when he saw the woman because it was Lu Yu. Lin Yun did not recognize the old man, but Ku Yun naturally recognized him and exclaimed out in shock, "Lord Fu Guang!" Fu Guang was an experienced 2-star alchemist, and he could inscribe 2-star spiritual runes many years ago. On the other hand, Ku Yun had just been promoted to a 2-star alchemist, not to mention that he still couldn't inscribe any 2-star spiritual runes. So there was no way his reputation could compare with Fu Guang. Fu Guang did not get down from the snow dragon horse and reprimanded him. "Ku Yun, you've just been promoted. So why are you around here when you can't even inscribe 2-star spiritual runes perfectly?" Ku Yun bit down on his lips. His face turned ugly and lowered his head. "Yes, you're right. Go away. Don't get in my way," said Fu Guang. "Lord, please travel safely." The three of them gave way, and Lin Yun could see the mockery flashing through Lu Yu's eyes. The three were tired, and they did not wish to talk. "Big brother, look!" Li Wuyo suddenly stopped and pointed at the glittering pavilion not far away. Hall Master Mo, who had just chased them away, was bowing as he received Fu Guang and Lu Yu. They could even vaguely hear their conversation. "Quick! Bring out Master Fu Guang's signboard immediately. Inform the entire city that Master Fu Guang will be in the glittering pavilion for the next month. This is a genuine 2-star alchemist." Ku Yun's hand trembled and he dropped the horse reins. His face paled as they stood on the snow-covered street. A month ago, Li Wuyo didn't understand what Lin Yun meant when he said the capital would be colder than the northern barrens. But now Li Wuyo finally got it. It wasn't that the snow was cold, but that the hearts of people were. The three of them stood in the blizzard, freezing cold and burning with rage. A moment ago, Hall Master Mo said that they didn't require any alchemists to settle in as there were too many pellets. But now Lu Yu and Fu Guang were respectfully invited in. It was a slap to Ku Yun's face. Even worse, Hall Master Mo even took out Fu Guang's signboard to inform the entire city of his presence. It wouldn't be so bad if they did not witness it, but Fu Guang was invited in right after they were asked to leave. Ku Yun felt the pent-up resentment in his chest and nearly fainted at what had happened. His wrinkled face was pale and his lips were trembling. "No, this won't do. I'm going to confront him." Ku Yun finally couldn't take it anymore and ran back. "Master!" Lin Yun and Li Wuyo called out, but Ku Yun showed no signs of stopping. When they saw this, Lin Yun and Li Wuyo executed their movement techniques to chase him down. "Quick! Get him!" In front of the majestic glittering pavilion, Hall Master Mo lowered his head to welcome Lu Yu and Fu Guang. "Hall Master Mo!" Suddenly, an angry voice sounded out. When Hall Master Mo turned around, he saw Ku Yun helplessly standing in the lonely night with a pale face. A trace of embarrassment was on Hall Master Mo's face when he saw Ku Yun. When Fu Guang turned around to see Ku Yun, he locked his brows together. "Hall Master Mo, didn't you say that there were too many pellets in the glittering pavilion, and that there's no need for any alchemists to settle in?" Ku Yun questioned. He wanted to make things clear. He was a guest elder in the glittering pavilion. Even though his status as a 2-star alchemist was fake, he was still a top-tiered 1-star alchemist. Not to mention that he had cooperated with the glittering pavilion for years, so why couldn't Hall Master Mo make things right instead of humiliating him? Being put on the spot for his exposed lies, Hall Master Mo embarrassedly smiled. "Master Ku Yun, please don't misunderstand. I invited Master Fu Guang over to reminisce about the past, so please don't overthink. You're still trying to lie to me? I heard what you said." Ku Yun roared. He couldn't hold his anger anymore. "What did you hear?" Fu Guang interrupted and barked. "Ku Yun, go back and practice since you're not high-leveled enough. Don't embarrass the Pellet Hall. What do you want? You want Hall Master Mo to tell you that you're a piece of trash who can't even inscribe a 2-star spiritual rune. You. Ku Yun's mind buzzed. He instantly fell into the abyss when he heard what Fu Guang said. He felt so humiliated that he didn't know what to say right now. "Behave yourself. I'm your senior. You're nothing compared to me. You only refined the 3 fire cloud pellets out of luck. I'm telling you politely to return to the pellet hall right now, or do you want me to tell you to get lost?" Fu Guang was genuinely furious right now. So what if Ku Yun couldn't take it? From Fu Guang's point of view, Ku Yun was simply making things unreasonably difficult for Hall Master Mo Master. There's no need for you to get angry. Some people are just stubborn and they have to be scolded, just like his disciple. They like to be humiliated, Lu Yu replied. Bitch, who are you talking about? Lin Yun scolded back when he rushed over. Raising her brow, Lu Yu sneered. I'm naturally talking about you. Don't you and your master behave the same? Your master likes to be humiliated and you actually accepted Yi Liyun's challenge. I'll see how you die a month from now. My big brother was right, you really are a bitch, smiled Li Wuyo. Why don't you say that again if you have the guts? This is the capital and I have 100 different ways to make you die a terrible death. Lu Yu's face turned dark. Lin Yun stretched his hand out to stop Li Wuyo from continuing. Glancing at Lu Yu, he said, You don't have to worry about me. We'll know the results 1 month from now. Master, let us get going. Ku Yun was feeling down. Looking at Hall Master Mo, he asked, Hall Master Mo, do you really think that I'm a piece of trash? Now that they had been estranged, Hall Master Mo couldn't be bothered to continue with pretense. With an indifferent expression, he replied, You're not exactly a piece of trash, but you're nothing compared to Master Ku Yun. I'll be honest. I wasn't lying when I said that the glittering pavilion had accumulated a large amount of pellets. But I need Master Fu Guang's reputation to sell them out. So let me ask you honestly, is your reputation worth any money? Gnashing his teeth, Ku Yun took out a jade token and threw it out. Since that's the case, then I'll quit as the glittering pavilion's guest elder. Hall Master Mo was briefly taken aback before he smiled. So be it. We have no lack of 2-star alchemists with our financial resources. It doesn't matter much even if you go. You can scram now. He took the jade token from Ku Yun's hand with a cold face. Then, he turned around and smiled. Master Fu Guang, Lady Lu Yu, let's not bother ourselves with trash. Please, come inside. Fu Guang and Lu Yu both looked arrogant. They didn't even bother taking a look at Ku Yun and stepped inside the glittering pavilion. When they went in, the 2 guards at the door took a step forward. Get lost. Don't stay outside the glittering pavilion to affect our business. What obedient dogs! Li Wuyo insulted coldly. Are you courting death? One of the guards stretched his hand out. When Lin Yun saw this scene, he looked at the 2 guards coldly and questioned. Interesting. Are the 2 of you trying to touch us, disciples of the Sword Firmament Pavilion, by relying on the glittering pavilion's influence? The guard's face changed as a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's reputation was outstanding. In the end, the glittering pavilion was just a chamber of commerce, and there was no way they could compete with the 4 great sects of the Great Qin Empire. The Sword Firmament Pavilion is indeed powerful, but please don't affect our business. Don't get in our way. The 2 guards became more polite after hearing what Lin Yun said. Who the hell wants to stay in this broken place? Li Wuyo was uncomfortable with how the 2 guards behaved. He turned around and left, with Lin Yun and Ku Yun following behind. No one talked throughout the journey. Ku Yun looked depressed and he acted like a walking corpse. What happened tonight hit him hard. The series of humiliating events were too much for him and he couldn't let it go. Big brother, I can't let this go. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it. And that bitch is too much. Li Wuyo cursed. There's naturally a way, but just take a look at Master Ku Yun. With how he looks right now, there's nothing I can do even if I have a plan, Lin Yun replied. I'm just a piece of trash. So why would I be important in your plan? Ku Yun laughed at himself. That's right. Why don't you go and die instead? Lin Yun snorted with sarcasm. Ku Yun was stunned when he heard those words. He didn't expect that Lin Yun would say those words to him. He immediately threw his temper and replied, Even you're looking down on me. Since that's the case, then I'll be leaving. Don't give me that. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. He continued coldly. You can't even bear the slightest grievance. Since you're feeling so uncomfortable, wouldn't it be better for you to die? Did your father wish for you to become a piece of trash? Where did all the courage you showed previously back in the alchemy chamber go? Lin Yun's words left Ku Yun's face red from all the pent-up emotions. But there was nothing he could say to refute those words. At this moment, Li Wuyo sighed. Master, don't bother arguing. Your grievance is nothing compared to Big Brother. You have no idea what we went through back in the forest. Big Brother climbed out from the abyss to kill Wang Ning. Ku Yun was briefly stunned when he heard that. A brief moment later, he reacted. You really have a way to deal with Fu Guang? He's a senior 2-star alchemist. His reputation even stretches from the pellet hall to the capital. Why would I bother lying? Why don't you raise your head and look where we are right now? Lin Yun replied. When Ku Yun raised his head, he exclaimed, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. The Glittering Pavilion and Myriad Treasure Pavilion were both located at two ends of this prosperous street. Ku Yun suddenly thought of something and asked, You're not asking me to be a guest elder in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion to deal with the Glittering Pavilion, right? What's the matter? Do you really consider yourself to be a piece of trash? No matter what, you're still a genuine 1-star alchemist. If you lower yourself to join as a guest elder, do you think that they will chase you away? Lin Yun replied and walked towards the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Looking at the door, Lin Yun said straightforwardly, My master is Ku Yun, an alchemist of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. He's here to ask for a position as a guest elder in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Master Ku Yun? Who's that? The guard was a little suspicious when he looked at Lin Yun. Which alchemist would come knocking on the door to become a guest elder these days, especially one from the Sword Firmament Pavilion? It doesn't matter if you've not heard of him, but you recognize the Sword Firmament token, right? Lin Yun smiled and turned around. Ku Yun knew that he could not retreat now. Taking a step forward, he handed the Sword Firmament token over. There was no way to fake a token created by the Pellet Hall, nor would anyone dare to forge one. The Sword Firmament Pavilion was famous, so when the guard saw the token, his face was instantly plastered with smiles. So it's Master Ku Yun. Please, come in. Everything was going as Lin Yun had expected. Things would go smoothly as long as Ku Yun was willing to lower his status to ask. They entered the Myriad Treasure Pavilion and waited. Feeling a little confused, Ku Yun asked, Lin Yun, what are you planning? Master, do you know what pellets the Glittering Pavilion accumulated? Lin Yun asked instead of answering. It's easy to guess. The pellets they accumulated won't be any precious pellets. They must have accumulated the commonly used ones, Ku Yun replied. What are they? Li Wuyo did not know any since he had never used pellets. Xiantian pellets for the Xiantian realm and Greater Profound pellets for the Profound Martial realm. With the Glittering Pavilion status, they must have accumulated the Greater Profound pellets, Ku Yun explained. Do you know how much they have accumulated? Lin Yun nodded. Ku Yun did not speak and only raised a finger. Li Wuyo immediately replied, 1,000. Ku Yun shook his head. Li Wuyo then smiled and gave another confident answer, 10,000. Wrong. 100,000. The Great Qin Empire's influence stretches throughout the Great Qin County, and many elites gather here. Given the Glittering Pavilion's size, they will, at the very least, keep 100,000 if they're going to stock up. Ku Yun's answer left Li Wuyo speechless. Then we'll make it so that they won't be able to sell a single one. They'll have to beg us for mercy, Li Yun said, causing Ku Yun and Li Wuyo to turn around to look at him. At this moment, Lin Yun looked domineering when he made that declaration. Lin Yun's domineering declaration made Ku Yun and Li Wuyo's blood boil. Feeling eager to take revenge against Lu Yu and Fu Guang, Li Wuyo asked, Big brother, just tell me what to do. But clearly it was unrealistic. Lin Yun patted Li Wuyo's on the shoulder and smiled. You only need to help out. We still have to rely on Master Ku Yun for this one. Li Wuyo didn't doubt Lin Yun's words. Turning to Ku Yun, he smiled. Master, just let me know if there's any dirty work. I'll be on call any time. Li Wuyo's words made Ku Yun feel embarrassed. Then, Lin Yun took out a Greater Profound pellet and asked, Master, this is a Greater Profound pellet refined by you. If I remember correctly, it only has some elementary spiritual runes inscribed on it, right? My greater profound pellets can only be considered average. It has about 50% effects. Kuyun nodded. Why 50%? Li Wuyo was baffled. During the process of refining the pellet, it's difficult to avoid the loss of herbal effect no matter how skillful you are. Normally, the pellet will lose about 70% of its effects when it is refined. But you can rely on inscribing spiritual runes to reduce the loss of herbal effect, Kuyun explained. Lin Yun naturally understood the simple logic behind alchemy after spending 3 days in the alchemy chamber with Kuyun. He asked, "What about the greater profound pellets refined by Fu Guang?" 70%. Kuyun replied with a solemn expression. That is already the limit of a greater profound pellet. The Aqua Cloud spiritual rune inscribed by him can retain 70% of the herbal effect. Naturally, it poses a great appeal to cultivators in the profound martial realm. Aqua Cloud spiritual rune? Do you know how to inscribe it? Lin Yun asked. He had searched the spiritual runes available in the Age Sutra, but there wasn't an Aqua Cloud spiritual rune. I can inscribe it, but my success rate isn't high. The difficulty of the Aqua Cloud spiritual rune and Fire Cloud spiritual rune is about the same level. You can be considered a 2-star alchemist once you master it, Kuyun replied reluctantly. Fu Guang isn't just good at the Aqua Cloud spiritual rune, but he also has a high attainment in it. In terms of the Aqua Cloud spiritual rune, there are no more than 3 people who are better than him in the capital. Is that so? Lin Yun asked. Can you show it to me? Kuyun nodded. Pulling out a piece of spiritual paper, he took out a brand new spiritual rune brush and dipped it in ink made of demonic beast's blood. He then took out a jade strip and started drawing on the paper with a grave expression. After a while, his forehead was covered in sweat. The elementary spiritual runes were a mess, and it wasn't possible to recognize them as a whole. Looking at the example, Lin Yun shook his head and spoke up. Let me try. Kuyun instantly felt relieved and handed the spiritual rune brush and jade strip to Lin Yun. Placing the jade strip on his forehead, the Aqua Cloud spiritual rune appeared in Lin Yun's mind. It was constructed with thousands of elementary spiritual runes. The Aqua Cloud spiritual rune might feel tranquil, but it's actually more complicated than the Violet Fire Cloud spiritual rune. No wonder Kuyun wasn't able to inscribe it. Lin Yun closed his eyes to remember every single detail of the Aqua Cloud spiritual rune. When he opened his eyes, he placed the jade strip back on the table. Kuyun was shocked when he saw this scene. Lin Yun memorized it with just a glance? The Aqua Cloud spiritual rune was complex. The transition alone from water to cloud was difficult enough. But when he saw Lin Yun grab the brush, he immediately held his breath and did not dare to speak. Lin Yun wore a serious expression and started drawing elementary spiritual runes with the brush. The concentration shown by Lin Yun was picturesque. Under his vigorous strokes, the elementary spiritual runes began to take form, flowing smoothly. With the infusion of the age energy, the elementary spiritual runes were brimming with spiritual energy. Done! Lin Yun finished the final stroke and completed the Aqua Cloud spiritual rune. The rune looked like a combination of water and cloud. Wow! Li Wuyo exclaimed out. Even Kuyun looked excited. He patted Li Wuyo on the shoulder. Don't just stand there. Start the fire to refine pellets. The two of them immediately started working. Kuyun would be responsible for refining pellets, while Li Wuyo would handle the miscellaneous work. As for Lin Yun, he would focus on inscribing spiritual runes alone. The 3 of them didn't get a wink of sleep, so they were completely exhausted. But they were excited when they looked at the 30 glittering pellets on the table. Pursing his lips, Li Wuyo asked, Master, how much do you think we're going to price our greater profound pellets at? Ordinary greater profound pellets cost 10 spiritual jades, and the ones I refine should be 30 spiritual jades. As for Fu Guang, his cost 100 spiritual jades. Fu Guang scratched his head. Fu Guang's pellets instantly cost 10 times the price, which made Li Wuyo surprised. But Lin Yun reacted to it calmly. After all, how could ordinary greater profound pellets compare to one with the Aqua Cloud spiritual rune inscribed on it? Not to mention that Fu Guang's pellets were so popular that they would be instantly brought out. Looking at Lin Yun, Kuyun asked carefully, "Little master, what do you think is an appropriate price for our greater profound pellets? How about 100 spiritual jades?" Lin Yun asked nervously. He had his own pride, and he was confident that his greater profound pellet wouldn't be any worse than Fu Guang's. After all, he would be looking down on himself if the price was lower than Fu Guang. Is that appropriate? Kuyun was also feeling a little nervous. After all, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't sell it. On the other hand, Li Wuyo was experiencing a huge shock. If they were really sold, then it would be a huge sum of 3,000 spiritual jades. Even after splitting it with the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, they would still get about 900 spiritual jades. This was just one night's worth of work. If this continued for half a month, Lin Yun would accumulate enough resources to cultivate. But could these pellets really be sold for such a high price? "Master, how are you doing with refining pellets?" A voice sounded out. It was Hall Master Wei, the person in charge of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. When they entered, Kuyun handed a porcelain bottle over and replied, 30 greater profound pellets here. As for the price, it will be 100 spiritual jades for one. You're pretty efficient to refine 30 greater profound pellets in a single night. Wait, how much did you say? Hall Master Wei was shocked. Did he listen correctly? 100 spiritual jades for one pellet? The price for greater profound pellets might be high recently, but not this inflated. Toughening his scalp, Kuyun acknowledged him. That's right. You didn't hear incorrectly. Okay, but the Myriad Treasure Pavilion can only sell it at the market price if it's not being sold. Hall Master Wei smiled, despite the doubt he felt. Certainly, responded Kuyun. Hall Master Wei did not continue and left the room after putting on the label. Suddenly, Kuyun turned to look at Lin Yun. What are we going to do now? Sleep. Lin Yun replied calmly. We'll just leave it to fate. They instantly fell asleep on the floor from the exhaustion. In the glittering pavilion, Hall Master Mo had a meeting with Lu Yu and Fu Guang, who had just woken up. Raising his cup, Hall Master Mo smiled. Master, did you rest well? It wasn't bad, Fu Guang replied casually. This time, the glittering pavilion has stocked 300,000 greater profound pellets. We'll be depending on you to help us sell them. Hall Master Mo smiled. Fu Guang pridefully replied, with my reputation alone, I guarantee that you would sell out even if you had 1 million of them in stock. Hall Master Mo was overjoyed. He replied, then please go into seclusion for 10 days. The glittering pavilion will start building up the momentum for you. 10 days later, I'll make sure that everyone in the capital knows that you're here. Fu Guang nodded his head silently. He was experienced with this kind of scene to the point that he was already numb to it. The capital's Myriad Treasure Pavilion had 3 hall masters. In addition to the pellets, they also took responsibility for techniques, artifacts, and treasures. The things found in the first 2 halls were more expensive, but the hall selling pellets was more popular. After all, there was a limit to how many cultivation techniques a person could learn, and a profound artifact could be used for decades on average. On the other hand, pellets were considered to be daily consumables for cultivators. Even if they weren't used for daily cultivation, everyone would have some just in case. The hall for pellets was majestically decorated, filled with gorgeous lamps that lit up the entire hall. On the counter, many different pellets were on display. Anywhere from tens of thousands to millions of people would show up every day. The hall was enormous, equipped with 4 floors to handle the huge crowds. At this moment, a group of cultivators in the profound martial realm strode into the hall. The leader was a tall and burly man with a heavy sword on his back. It's the Blood Wolf mercenary. They must have gotten another huge harvest from the desert. How could they fail with Wolf King Feng Ju personally leading the team? The group was instantly recognized as soon as they came in. They were from the Blood Wolf mercenary, and their leader, Feng Ju, had a famous reputation in the capital. There were many elites gathered in the Great Qin County. There were also many fugitives working for the various clans. Among them, some of the stronger ones would form teams to establish a mercenary group. It was a profitable profession despite the high mortality. As long as one order was complete, they would be rewarded with a large sum of spiritual jades. The Bloodwolf mercenary just so happened to be one of the stronger mercenary groups. They were regular customers to the chambers of commerce. Whenever they had a huge harvest, they would come in to acquire cultivation resources. They brought a large amount of income for the chambers of commerce. Where are the greater profound pellets? Feng Yu frowned while looking around. For some reason, there was a huge shortage of greater profound pellets in the chambers of commerce. He only managed to acquire about 100 of them after visiting several chambers of commerce. It was only enough for 10 people to cultivate. But the Bloodwolf mercenary had close to 100 members, and 100 greater profound pellets weren't enough for them. The maid who was serving him smiled. The greater profound pellets have been popular on the market recently. They almost sell out the moment they're placed on the counter. Captain Feng Ju, you have to come early tomorrow. Everyone in the mercenary group looked disappointed when they heard that. But as Feng Ju was looking around, his eyes suddenly lit up. Don't you have some over there? 30 pellets. That's a decent amount. The maid's face changed slightly. She wanted to stop Feng Ju, but it was already too late. Feng Ju went over to take a look at the 30 greater profound pellets and his face changed. 100 spiritual jades? The Myriad Treasure Pavilion really knows how to do your business. Greater profound pellets only cost 10 spiritual jades on average, while the better ones go for 30 spiritual jades. Hehe. Captain, this greater profound pellet has been here for an entire day, and no one is interested in buying it at all. Some random alchemist must be greedy trying to find someone to take advantage of. That's right. Captain, don't be the fool who buys it. The other mercenaries smiled. This bottle of profound greater pellets had attracted many people's attention, and they were all mocking the ridiculous price. Aside from Master Fu Guang, I've never heard of anyone daring to sell greater profound pellets at this price. This bottle of greater profound pellets here alone is worth 2 months of our income. How ruthless! The mercenary members were all unhappy when they saw the price. Spiritual jades were different from spiritual stones. Ordinary people mainly used spiritual stones as their currency. But everyone in the Great Qin County had a noble status. Anyone who could enter the Myriad Treasure Pavilion were in the Xianxia realm, so they naturally used spiritual jades as their currency. After all, spiritual jades were spiritual stones that had been refined. They could be used to cultivate, set up arrays, practice alchemy, and even forge artifacts. So 100 spiritual jades wasn't a small amount. The maid who was responsible for serving the group looked awkward. Suddenly, Feng Ju asked, "Did you guys get a new alchemist?" "Yes. He wasn't here in the past and only the hall master knows his identity," replied the maid. At this moment, she made up her mind to tell the hall master how the ridiculous price was ruining their reputation. "Give me a pellet," said Feng Ju. "What?" asked the maid. The maid was surprised, thinking that she had heard him incorrectly. However, she immediately recovered from her shock and smiled. Okay. Feng Ju was considered a distinguished guest in many major chambers of commerce, so they naturally didn't have to worry about his reputation. The maid immediately retrieved 1 pellet and gave it to Feng Ju. Holy shit! Is Feng Ju going to be the fool who buys it? Everyone in the surrounding was surprised. They never expected that Feng Ju would really buy such a ridiculously priced greater profound pellet. Under the surprised looks of everyone, Feng Ju tossed the greater profound pellet into his mouth and started refining it. His aura of the 6th stage of the profound martial realm gradually spread out. His cultivation was deep and powerful, and it wasn't any weaker than the Sword Firmament Pavilion's Wang Yan. When the surging medicinal effect dispersed within his body, Feng Ju was secretly surprised by the pellet. However, it still wasn't worth 100 spiritual jades. But just when Feng Ju thought that he had finished refining it, another surge of medicinal power rose from the depths of his body. The medicinal power kept rising, leaving Feng Ju shocked. The medicinal effect boosted to 60%. For reference, ordinary greater profound pellets only had 30% medicinal effects, while better ones had 50%. However, the medicinal power did not stop surging in Feng Ju's body and rose to 70%. The effects didn't stop there and continued to rise. Fengju was ecstatic because he could feel a slight increase in his cultivation after consuming the greater profound pellet. Furthermore, the medicinal effect still hadn't ended. He instantly knew that he had to leave right now or people would start to realize the changes. Relying on his powerful cultivation, he forcibly suppressed the greater profound pellet's medicinal effect. Without any change in his expression, Fengju spoke out, "Not bad. It's not as bad as I imagined. Anyways, it's not easy to buy greater profound pellets right now, so I'll take all 30 pellets." "Big brother," the mercenary members immediately called out. At the same time, everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. Wow, the alchemist who refined it really managed to find a fool to buy them. The demand for greater profound pellets had been really high recently. Captain Fengju probably has something urgent to handle, so he doesn't want to waste time finding greater profound pellets. An uproar broke out in the surrounding. Everyone was saying how lucky the alchemist was. In the end, a person from the mercenary group took out 3,000 spiritual jades reluctantly and gave it to the maid. Everyone says that Captain Fengju is generous. I'll boldly make an exception and give you a discount of 200 spiritual jades. The maid was happy to sell the 30 greater profound pellets and even went as far as giving a discount. After all, every chamber of commerce had the privilege to try and win over honored customers. The maid, Qing Mei, felt that what she did was justified and that Fengju was definitely worth it. On the other hand, Fengju laughed inwardly. Looking at the bright smile on the maid's face, he wondered how she would look a few days from now. But as someone experienced in life, he was able to keep himself composed. Raising his brows, he pretended to be pleased and replied, "Great! The Myriad Treasure Pavilion is truly worthy of its reputation. Since you guys are going as far as giving me a discount, then I'll be back tomorrow." "Sure. That's great. Captain Fengju, please remember to find me again tomorrow." Qing Mei smiled cheerfully. After the mercenary group left, the smile on Fengju's face disappeared. He muttered, "Hurry up." Everyone else in the mercenary group was baffled. They could sense that there was something wrong with their captain. However, they did not dare to say anything and quickly followed Fengju into a remote alley. The moment they walked in, Fengju could no longer suppress the greater profound pellet's medicinal effect. His aura began to rise and his hair fluttered in the wind. The sheer outburst of his aura alone pushed the two people standing beside him away. "Captain?" they asked. Fengju ignored them and focused on refining the pellet. After a long time, Fengju finally opened his eyes and there was a bright glow in them. He could sense a slight improvement in his cultivation in that short amount of time. This left the members of the group dumbfounded. "Ha ha ha!" Fengju began to laugh wildly. Feeling pleased, he yelled, "Great! That feels great!" After a while, someone asked cautiously, "Captain, you spent 3,000 spiritual jades at once. What are we going to do at Master Fu Guang's pellet opening ceremony 10 days from now?" "Screw him. All 13 of you will take one of these greater profound pellets. Keep its medicinal effect to yourself. It's strictly confidential," Fengju said in a deep voice. Early in the next morning, Qing Mei's eyes lit up the moment she saw Fengju. Walking over to her, Fengju smiled, "Lady Qing Mei, I'm here as promised." Qing Mei was briefly taken aback before she smiled. "Captain Fengju, please come inside." For 3 days in a row, Fengju came every day and bought all the highly priced greater profound pellets, which shocked everyone. Everyone was wondering if Fengju was trying to empty the Blood Wolf mercenaries' wealth. They could feel that something was amiss when Fengju came again on the 4th day, but they didn't know why. When Fengju came up to the counter this time, when he noticed that Hall Master Wei was holding onto a bottle of pellets, "Captain Fengju, you're here for the greater profound pellets again?" Hall Master Wei looked at Fengju with his squinting eyes and a bright smile. On the other hand, Fengju's eyes were glued onto the bottle. Hall Master Wei was the person responsible for this hall, and it was rare for him to be around. But when Fengju saw Hall Master Wei, he instantly knew that his luck had run out. It seems that Hall Master Wei has discovered the secret of this pellet. Feng Zhu smiled. But Hall Master Wei wore an odd expression when he heard what Feng Zhu said. He had no idea what secret Feng Zhu was talking about. He only thought that it was odd for such expensive greater profound pellets to sell out 3 days in a row. The reason for his appearance was to see who was buying the pellets. "What secret?" asked Hall Master Wei. Feng Zhu was briefly stunned before he asked, "As the Hall Master, don't you know that these greater profound pellets have 90% medicinal effect?" The entire hall became silent the moment Feng Zhu said that. Hall Master Wei instantly felt his mind blowing up and asked, "What did you say?" Feng Zhu smiled bitterly when he heard that because he knew that he made a mistake. But now that things had come to this, he no longer hid it and replied, "Every single pellet in this bottle of greater profound pellets has 90% medicinal effect." Right after he spoke, he unleashed his aura, which caused a violent gale in the hall. "Seventh stage of the profound martial realm," someone exclaimed. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Everyone felt that Feng Zhu's declaration that every single pellet in the bottle had a 90% medical effect was unbelievable. But when Feng Zhu revealed his cultivation in the 7th stage of the profound martial realm, they had no choice but to believe it. After all, Feng Zhu was only in the 6th stage of the profound martial realm 3 days ago. But today, he appeared in front of everyone with his cultivation in the 7th stage of the profound martial realm. It was difficult to condense more profound veins the higher your cultivation was. Although Feng Zhu was in the 6th stage of the profound martial realm for a long time, it was still astounding that he made a breakthrough in just 3 days. The only explanation would be that the greater profound pellets had 90% medicinal effects. At this moment, everyone recalled how oddly Feng Zhu behaved when he took the greater profound pellet on the first day. But at that time, everyone thought that Feng Zhu was in a foul mood because he paid such a huge price for a greater profound pellet. They even laughed at him for his stupidity. But now that they thought about it, they were the stupid ones. They allowed Feng Zhu to take full advantage of the pellets for the past few days. After all, even Fu Guang, who was known to inscribe the best aquacloud spiritual rune in the capital, could only produce greater profound pellets with 70% medicinal effects. Furthermore, the pellets produced by him were sold out the instant they went on the market. And after several rounds of circulation, these pellets would only get more expensive. So it was difficult to buy them even if you had the spiritual jades, unless you come from the prestigious or imperial clans. But today, greater profound pellets with 90% medicinal effects appeared before them, which left everyone astounded. The silence lasted briefly in the hall before an uproar broke out as everyone rushed towards Hall Master Wei. "Hall Master Wei, sell them to me. I'll pay for, no, 5,000 spiritual jades for them. You want them for just 5,000 spiritual jades? Get lost. I'll offer 7,000 for them all. Don't get in the way. Why are you calling out prices blindly? Do you even have the spiritual jades to pay for them? Get lost. Hall Master Wei, leave those greater profound pellets for me." A group of customers started squeezing into the hall, holding onto their interspatial pouches. The hall was suddenly thrown into chaos and Hall Master Wei was taken aback by this scene. But shortly after, a bright smile appeared on his face. "Everyone, calm down for now. This bottle of greater profound pellets will not be sold for now. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion will be closed for today, so you guys can come back tomorrow." "Hall Master, this way." An outburst of murderous aura surged out, which opened a path for Hall Master Wei to get out of the crowd. Hall Master Wei was relieved when he made it out of the hall. His face was filled with ecstasy when he saw the jade bottle in his hand. He immediately headed towards Ku Yun's residence. "Hall Master." Qing Mei came over and looked at Hall Master Wei pitifully. Hall Master Wei's face sank when he saw Qing Mei. "Come with me." They swiftly headed towards the alchemy chamber. On the way, Hall Master Wei's was dark as he said coldly, "Are you a fool? Do you know how much Feng Zhu benefited? If it weren't for me, wouldn't you have sold this to him today?" Hall Master. No one came to buy this bottle when we put it out. Many customers even scolded us for pricing it so highly. Only Feng Zhu came to buy them. Qing Mei lowered her head. She was on the verge of crying. "It's fine to let him take the advantage on the first day, But why didn't you tell me when he came back the second and third day? Thinking about how Feng Zhu bought those 90 pellets for 9,000 spiritual jades, Hall Master Wei immediately felt heartache. Standing beside him, Qing Mei did not dare to speak. I'll settle this matter with you later. Come with me right now to see Master Ku Yun. Hall Master Wei did not have the time to reprimand her right now. He just wanted to visit Master Ku Yun immediately. Lin Yun, Li Wuyo, and Ku Yun were in a good mood in the alchemy chamber. The pellets they refined for the past few days had all been sold, which made the three of them very excited. After the Myriad Treasure Pavilion took 70% of the profits, they received 2,700 spiritual jades. It was only 3 days and Lin Yun estimated that they could accumulate 10,000 spiritual jades in another 10 days. At that time, he would be able to make a breakthrough in the Iris Sword Sutra to reach the 7th stage. Not to mention that it might even be possible for him to condense another profound vein. In a nutshell, cultivating required resources and talent. There was no way Lin Yun could defeat Yi Luyun if Lin Yun couldn't make a breakthrough in his cultivation technique and cultivation. Yi Luyun's cultivation in the 3rd stage of the profound martial realm alone could suppress him. Master! Hall Master Wei suddenly barged in. He was in a great mood right now. Walking over to Ku Yun, he smiled. Master, you've really kept me in the dark. I'm Wei Yu, the person responsible for the 3rd hall. Please forgive me for not recognizing you. Qing Mei pays her greetings to Master. Qing Mei bowed with a smile when she saw Ku Yun. Lin Yun and Li Wuyo both exchanged a glance. They had no idea what was going on. Even Ku Yun was confused. He had no idea why Hall Master Wei changed his attitude all of a sudden. Turning his head to look at Lin Yun, Ku Yun turned back and probed, Hall Master, what's the reason for your visit? Please don't address me by Hall Master. It just puts distance between us. Wei Yu smiled. You can call me Little Wei. This bottle of greater profound pellets were refined by you, right? Wait, sorry about that. If they're not refined by you, who can they possibly be refined by? Wei Yu looked a little nervous from his excitement. With a serious face, he continued, Actually, we would like to advertise your pellets to let everyone in the capital know that you're in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Ku Yun instantly knew what Wei Yu wanted to do. The latter wanted to use him as a signboard, just like how the Glittering Pavilion invited Fu Guang. But for a brief moment, he had no idea how to reply. The pellets were refined by him, but the most crucial part, the spiritual rune, was inscribed by Lin Yun. Seeing Ku Yun's face, Wei Yu immediately smiled. I understand. Please be assured. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion won't force you, since you don't wish to reveal your identity. Do let us know if you have any requests. From today onwards, Qing Mei will be responsible for serving the three of you. After all, there were some alchemists who did not like to become famous. Wei Yu was tactful and he instantly detected it when he saw Ku Yun's face. Then, I'll be taking my leave. Qing Mei will be staying behind. Just give her any orders that you guys have. Wei Yu bid farewell. After all, he still had to discuss with the pavilion master how they were going to market the greater profound pellets with 90% medicinal effects. Someone had offered a high price back in the hall earlier, but he didn't dare to agree to it so easily. After all, there were many influential figures that he didn't dare to offend. The pavilion master would have to make the decision on how they were going to sell the pellets. Master, I have accidentally sold a few bottles of the greater profound pellets with 90% medicinal effects previously. Please forgive me. Qing Mei immediately went up to Ku Yun to apologize after Wei Yu left. Li Wuyo rubbed his nose casually because he didn't know what 90% medicinal effect meant, but Ku Yun was greatly shocked. It's just a small matter. Master won't get angry over something so small. Qing Mei, you can leave first. Master still has something to do. Lin Yun stepped forth. Letting out a sigh of relief, Qing Mei smiled. Then I'll take my leave for now. However, I will be close by, so don't hesitate to call for me if you need anything. This woman is a seductress, but she's naturally far behind senior sister Xianxia. Li Wuyo chuckled after Qing Mei left. Oh my god! 90% medicinal effect. Ku Yun, on the other hand, was frozen to his chair. He turned his head and saw that Lin Yun was still calm. Master, is there a need for you to be so dramatic? After all, it's just 90% medicinal effects, smiled Li Tzuyo. Straightening his face, Kuyun snorted. What do you know? If what Qing Mei said is true, then the pellets will shock the entire capital in the next few days. Master, you don't have to worry about it. The pellets were refined by you and I only helped out a little. If anyone asks you about it, just tell them that you refined it yourself. Lin Yun smiled. That doesn't seem appropriate, right? After all, it's something that will shock the capital. Kuyun shook his head. Don't worry about it. I don't want to attract too much trouble for the time being. You must have learned something after observing me inscribe the spiritual runes over the past few days. Right? Yeah, but there's a unique grace that you have when you inscribe spiritual runes. I can't achieve it. I'm also curious how you achieved 90% medicinal effects with the same aqua cloud spiritual runes. Kuyun was filled with doubts. He was observing Lin Yun inscribe the spiritual runes, and there was truly something unique about Lin Yun's grace when he inscribed them. But he couldn't see anything special from that. The brush was provided by him, and the ink was also made of ordinary demonic beast's blood. So how did Lin Yun manage to achieve a 90% medicinal effect? Lin Yun smiled and gave no explanation. He cultivated the Age Sutra, which was equivalent to the inheritance of ancient spiritualists. The spiritual runes inscribed by him contained age energy, so it would be embarrassing if he couldn't compete with Fu Guang. Lin Yun did not know how to describe the logic behind it to Kuyun. Kuyun didn't ask more about it because everyone had their secrets. He was satisfied that his Aqua Cloud spiritual rune was improving by following Lin Yun. At the same time, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion had placed a signboard out that they would be closed for one day. But even so, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion was filled with people outside. Damn it, I actually missed my chance to get the 90% medicinal effects back then. The same goes for me. Who could have guessed that those pellets would have 90% medicinal effects? I actually missed my chance in buying them when they were at the counter. I wonder how many people will come tomorrow when the Myriad Treasure Pavilion opens. Many people sighed. Their gazes become complicated when they look at Feng Ju. Someone smiled bitterly. Captain Feng, you've stumbled upon a huge benefit this time. Captain, do you have any for sale? Another person looked at Feng Ju with a fawning smile. Don't bother thinking about it. I have my use for pellets. Even if I have extra ones, I will naturally give them to the brothers in the mercenary group. How could I possibly sell them? Feng Ju was feeling pretty happy that he managed to benefit for the past 3 days. He spoke out solemnly. I estimate that the greater profound pellets will be sold in the form of an auction tomorrow for at least 300 spiritual jades. Everyone sucked in cold air. The tripling of the price in addition to not being able to buy from the counter was tough to imagine. But then again, there was indeed such a possibility when they thought about it. The greater profound pellets with 90% medicinal effects could only be found here, and all the elites in the capital would probably be attracted to them. The Great Qin Empire's capital was where the prestigious and the nobles gathered. When the news got out that the Myriad Treasure Pavilion possessed top-tiered greater profound pellets, it instantly caused a huge commotion. Greater profound pellets provided a great advantage for cultivators trying to unlock their profound veins, and the difference between the pellets would greatly affect their cultivation speed. Then again, the body would build up resistance if it refined too much of the same pellet. In a nutshell, the first greater profound pellet would provide the best effect, as the effects would gradually decrease over time after repeated consumption. Also, the greater profound pellet's effects would significantly decrease after reaching the third stage of the profound martial realm. The pellets had to be high quality with at least 50% medicinal effect in order to be effective. As for pellets with 70%, it naturally went without saying. So what was the concept behind the 90% medicinal effects? It could boost the cultivation of a 6th-stage profound martial realm into the 7th stage. Taking it would have the same effect as consuming the greater profound pellet for the very first time. So one could imagine what effect it would bring to those who had consumed greater profound pellets for a long time, to the point that the medicinal effects dropped to 0. Those cultivators would naturally go insane. After all, Feng Ju of the Bloodwolf Mercenary was the greatest example. His cultivation had stopped in the 6th stage of the profound martial realm for a long time, but he entered the 7th stage after consuming the greater profound pellets. Everything went just as Feng Zhu had expected. The myriad treasure pavilion sold the greater profound pellets in the form of an auction. Bids were placed on bottles that contained 3 pellets, and the sales were limited to just 3 bottles a day. The remaining 18 pellets would be mixed with ordinary greater profound pellets for auction. Each bottle would have 1 greater profound pellet with 90% medicinal effects and 100 ordinary greater profound pellets. Honestly speaking, this sort of method was the same as robbery. But even so, the myriad treasure pavilion was still crowded. The 4th floor space was full almost every day, and the sales of the other pellets got better because of this. Wei Yu was extremely excited about the myriad treasure pavilion's popularity. The business in the myriad treasure pavilion wasn't just good. The revenue from the last few days was equivalent to the revenue that they gained in a single month. With this, Kuyun was promised 50% of sales. The increment might not seem like a lot, but the materials, alchemy chamber, and sales channels were all provided by the myriad treasure pavilion. So it was an optimistic income for Kuyun, Lin Yun, and Li Wuyo. Naturally, it was undoubtedly a piece of good news to Lin Yun. Cultivating the Iris Sword Sutra required an enormous amount of resources. So the more spiritual jades, the better. But for the time being, Lin Yun still had no intention of using greater profound pellets to cultivate. His pellets were popular because the elites in the capital had developed a strong resistance towards the regular greater profound pellets. Furthermore, upon reaching the late phase of the profound martial realm, cultivators would have to rely on stronger greater profound pellets to increase their cultivation. Lin Yun had just entered the profound martial realm, so he didn't want to start relying on pellets so early. Kuyun also gave him the same suggestion not to start consuming pellets and only consume them when reaching a bottleneck in order to make a breakthrough. It might be slower to rely on spiritual jades, but the sheer amount would make up for the speed difference. Lin Yun could naturally tell which was more beneficial to him. During his free time in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, he didn't waste a single minute and spent every time he had to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. A third of the time remaining to his fight with Yi Luyun had passed. During this period, Lin Yun was cultivating with an unimaginable amount of spiritual jades. In just 10 days, his cultivation rapidly progressed and he reached a critical moment. He was just one step away from the second stage of the profound martial realm. Back in the glittering pavilion, Fu Guang and Lu Yu had harvested greatly after 10 days of refining. They had refined a total of 400 greater profound pellets with 70% medicinal effects. I'm afraid that we will cause a huge sensation in the capital the moment these pellets flow into the market. Lu Yu looked at the bottles on the table with a grave expression. Aside from being an alchemist, she was also a cultivator. So she naturally knew the temptation of these greater profound pellets with 70% medicinal effects. Fu Guang also had an unconcealable joy flashing on his face. He spoke out, "This time, the glittering pavilion intends to monopolize the market and increase the price of greater profound pellets. These 400 pellets can sell for at least 50,000 spiritual jades in which you will have a share. After all, I wouldn't be so fast without your help. I dare not. I'm just an apprentice and I'm grateful enough that I can help you," said Lu Yu. Fu Guang nodded his head gently. He was satisfied with how Lu Yu, the daughter of the Flying Dragon General, behaved before him. He laughed. "Today is my pellet opening ceremony and every alchemist in the capital will be here. You will soon be able to inscribe 1-star spiritual runes, so it is fortunate that you accompanied me this time. I'll introduce you to them and lay out a path for you in advance." Lu Yu couldn't help rejoicing when she heard that. After all, it wasn't easy to join the social circle of alchemists. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for her to have Fu Guang bring her in. "Master, will this ceremony be very lively?" Lu Yu asked. She had not experienced this kind of ceremony in the past. "It'll be beneficial for you to experience more. I still remember how the glittering pavilion was packed in the previous ceremony. If I remember correctly, the glittering pavilion's sales on that day were 5 times greater than normal." Fu Guang smiled. 5 times? Lu Yu smiled. "Master, you are truly worthy of your reputation. And to think Kuyun still wants to be compared to you. What wishful thinking." Fu Guang's face turned dark at the mention of Kuyun. "That idiot. Not only is he a piece of trash, but he nearly embarrassed me before the glittering pavilion. Once we're done with the ceremony, I'll reprimand him when we return to the pellet hall. Lu Yu rejoiced when she heard that. Ku Yun had humiliated her in public previously in the pellet hall, not to mention that he was close to Lin Yun. This fact alone had left her unhappy for a long time. Let's go. It's time to go to the main hall. Fu Guang cleaned up the greater profound pellets on the table and led Lu Yu out. But when they came out, they saw Hall Master Mo standing outside with a bitter expression. It looks like you've been waiting for a long time, Hall Master Mo. Come, lead the way. Fu Guang smiled. When Hall Master Mo heard that, his face turned ugly and he stuttered, "I'm Master Fu Guang. I'm afraid that the ceremony will have to be cancelled." Cancelled? Fu Guang's face sank. He questioned, "Hall Master Mo, are you messing with me here?" "I dare not. But how can we continue with the ceremony without a single soul outside?" Hall Master Mo replied with a bitter smile. "That's impossible," Fu Guang said in a deep voice. "Did you not advertise that I'm here? Aside from me, who else can refine such excellent greater profound pellets in the capital? I already advertised that you were here 10 days ago, but there's really no one in the main hall." Hall Master Mo replied truthfully. "How can that be?" Fu Guang harumphed with disbelief clearly written on his face. He was dumbfounded when he came out to the main hall. The hall was empty and there wasn't a single soul in sight. Fu Guang's face turned pale. Today should be his ceremony, but there wasn't a single soul here. There was no way someone as prideful as him could bear it. "What's going on?" Fu Guang said coldly with a trembling voice. "Master Fu Guang, we made a blunder this time. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion invited an alchemist who can refine greater profound pellets with 90% medicinal effects. It started 7 days ago, and every single day has been a huge blow to the glittering pavilion's business." Hall Master Mo replied bitterly. "Everyone has gone there, and I even heard that the Myriad Treasure Pavilion is hosting their last auction today." Fu Guang was briefly stunned before he sneered. 90% medicinal effects? How can that be possible? My greater profound pellets are the best. Forget 90% medical effects. It's impossible to even get 80% medicinal effects. Hall Master Mo wanted to cry at this moment. He wasn't an alchemist, so how would he know about that? He now had a backlog of 300,000 ordinary greater profound pellets that he couldn't sell. The business was all taken away by the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. The pavilion master even gave him a death order that the 300,000 ordinary greater profound pellets had to be cleared by this month. If he failed his task, then he would have to take full responsibility for the losses. But there was no way he could pay the glittering pavilion back even if he became a slave. "Lu Yu, come with me to take a look at the Myriad Treasure Pavilion," Fu Guang said with a darkened face. "Let's take a look at who has such great skill." With that, the two immediately rushed to the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. When they arrived, the scene surprised them. There was a long queue outside the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Aside from those of nobility, everyone had to queue in the long line. This scene was entirely different from the glittering pavilion that was completely empty. "I heard that Master Fu Guang's pellet opening ceremony is today. Why didn't you go there?" "Why the hell would I go there? I took a peek earlier and there wasn't a single soul present." "Haha, screw the glittering pavilion. They're just a bunch of merchants without conscience to price. They sell greater profound pellets with 70% medicinal effects for 300 spiritual jades. The highest auction in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion only amounted to 400 spiritual jades. Furthermore, today is the last day of the auction. We might not be able to buy it anymore if we don't come today." The crowd was chatting among themselves while they waited. It was inevitable that they would talk about Fu Guang's pellet opening ceremony and the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's auction. Things wouldn't be so bad without a comparison. Fu Guang's face turned dark instantly when he saw this scene, and he snorted, "Good! Myriad Treasure Pavilion. They're trying to slap my face on purpose to place their last auction on the same day as my pellet opening ceremony." Even Lu Yu's face was dark with anger. She spoke out, "Master, I'll get the divine guards to seal the Myriad Treasure Pavilion." "Calm down." Fu Guang continued in a deep voice, "Greater profound pellets can't have 90% medicinal effects. There must be some heretical techniques being used. I'll teach them a lesson after exposing them. Since they want to slap my face, I'll make sure that this alchemist won't be allowed to stay in the capital." There was a long queue outside the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, and no one knew how long they would have to wait. With Lu Yu's reputation in the capital, there was naturally no need for her to line up. After all, who would try and make things difficult for the Divine Guard's commander's daughter? The Divine Guards was the capital's sharpest sword of the royal clan. They represented the emperor's authority. In the capital, no one dared to challenge the Divine Guards aside from the princes. Even the 4 prestigious clans were insignificant to the Divine Guards. Fu Guang covered his head with a hood out of embarrassment before entering the Myriad Treasure Pavilion with Lu Yu. In the main hall, the 4 floors were filled with people. Lin Yun and Li Wuyo were sitting together chatting casually. After all, they couldn't stay in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion forever, and they would leave as soon as Lin Yun gathered enough resources. The life and death battle with Yi Lu Yun was the top priority, and the Myriad Treasure Pavilion was just a means for him to achieve his goal. "Big brother, it's really lively today. We've been holed up in the alchemy chamber the whole time. It really was a waste of time," Li Wuyo said with excitement while he looked around. Today was the last auction, and everyone here were elites in the profound martial realm. Some famous people were unwilling to reveal their identities and hid their faces. After all, those who came today must have reached a bottleneck in their cultivation, and their reputation would take a hit if this was discovered. But some didn't care about it, for example, Drifting Goblet. He was wearing his monk robe as usual, which attracted many people's attention. He was just sitting there drinking, and anyone who saw him would step forward to greet him. "Young Master Drifting Goblet, are you here for the greater profound pellets?" "Nah, I'm just here for the fun of it." Drifting Goblet smiled indifferently without giving a certain answer. No one dared to press him for an answer. After all, he was one of the 8 titled figures in the capital. Just being able to speak with him was an honor itself. "This bald donkey is really open when it comes to drinking and eating meat, not shying away from the eye of the public," Li Wuyo laughed. But right after he spoke, Drifting Goblet looked over and raised his cup with a smile. "Can't you keep your voice down?" Lin Yun felt a little embarrassed and raised his cup in return. "Hee. My bad, my bad." Li Wuyo laughed casually. "Little sword slave, you're actually here." Lu Yu didn't expect to see Lin Yun and Li Wuyo in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. She was shocked to see them for a moment, thinking that she had come to the wrong place. She looked around and sneered. "The 2 of you are qualified to be here? This place was for those with noble status, and being here meant that you either had wealth or influence like Fengju and Drifting Goblet." In Lu Yu's view, there was no way Lin Yun had the qualifications to be here. Li Wuyo did not have a good impression of Lu Yu at all and smiled. "Why are you questioning if we're meant to be here? Come and chase us away if you have the ability. You don't think I dare to do it?" Lu Yu raised her brow after seeing Li Wuyo's scornful attitude. Her gaze then turned to Qing Mei. "Call your hall master out. How can a mere sword slave sit together with us? Is the Myriad Treasure Pavilion trying to say that we're all comparable to a sword slave?" Lu Yu could be regarded as a celebrity in the capital, so everyone naturally knew her. Her father, Lu Feilong, was powerful and had the status of a noble. He was an imperial general who commanded the Divine Guards, so he was equivalent to the Emperor's sword. She didn't have any authority back in the Sword Firmament Pavilion since it was a place that was dependent on strength. But in the capital, nearly everyone wanted to get on her good side. But just when everyone felt that something was wrong, Drifting Goblet suddenly spoke out. "Lu Yu, you and Lin Yun are both from the same sect. If you're talking about status, you might not even be able to compare to him in the Sword Firmament Pavilion." With just one sentence, Drifting Goblet had resolved Lin Yun and Li Wuyo's awkward positions. Not only that, but he even mocked Lu Yu. She called Lin Yun a sword slave, and Drifting Goblet said she couldn't even be compared to a sword slave. An uproar exploded in the crowd with everyone looking at Lin Yun. "So it's him. This young man is a ruthless figure. Not only did he defeat everyone during the 9 Stars contest, but he even killed Wang Ning. The Wang clan's elders nearly went insane. I heard that he's in trouble recently. He's going to engage in a life and death battle with Yi Luyun, who is 36th on the mortal ranking. He probably won't survive it, though. It's strange that Drifting Goblet is actually speaking up for him. The discussion in the surrounding made Lu Yu's face turn cold from the anger burning in her chest. However, there was nothing she could do. There was no way she could be compared to Drifting Goblet in terms of strength, background, or influence. Staring at Qing Mei, she roared in rage. "Why are you standing there? Didn't I tell you to call your hall master out?" Qing Mei smiled bitterly in her heart. She knew that she would be scolded if she reported this to Wei Yu. Others wouldn't know anything, but she knew it well. Even if Lu Yu was the Flying Dragon General's daughter, or even if a prince came to visit personally, there was no way the Myriad Treasure Pavilion would chase Lin Yun and Li Wuyo out. After all, no one would be stupid enough to say no to money. "Lady Lu, these two are distinguished guests of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. The hall master has instructed us that we can't make them unhappy. Why don't I arrange you a spot on the top floor if you're unhappy?" Qing Mei tried her luck. "You're asking me to leave?" Lu Yu was furious. Not only was Qing Mei refusing to kick Lin Yun out, but she even wanted her to leave. "I don't dare." Qing Mei felt bitter in her heart. In her heart, she found Lu Yu ridiculous. Wouldn't it be better to invite Lu Yu to the top floor if she didn't want to see Lin Yun? But her words had an entirely different meaning in Lu Yu's eyes. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion actually wanted her to make concessions for a sword slave. "Sit down, my disciple." Fu Guang spoke out when he saw that Lu Yu was going to continue. He was afraid that his identity would be revealed. Letting out a sigh, Lu Yu sat down coldly. Looking at Li Wuyo, who was smiling at her, she nearly exploded with anger. At this moment, she really regretted entering the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Not only did she see someone she hated, but she even suffered a grievance. She was fine with Drifting Goblet's mockery, but what distinguished status did those three have in the capital? "Master, Lin Yun is coming over." Lu Yu's face changed when she saw Lin Yun walking over in their direction. "Let him be." Fu Guang covered himself tightly with the hood. He was feeling somewhat nervous, wondering if Lin Yun had discovered his identity. Thinking that there was a possibility of his identity being revealed, Fu Guang couldn't help but panic. He finally couldn't hold it back anymore when he saw Lin Yun coming over. He knew that he had to change his seat. But before he could get up, Lin Yun laughed. "Master Fu Guang, aren't you supposed to be hosting the pellet opening ceremony in the glittering pavilion? What are you doing in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion?" Lin Yun's words instantly drew everyone's attention onto Fu Guang, who was hidden under a hood. His words weren't loud, but everyone clearly heard it. They were shocked when they looked at Fu Guang, wondering if it was really him. Fu Guang was famous in the capital, and he was the distinguished guest in every clan. Many people here had a deep friendship with him, and they had been invited to his pellet opening ceremony. So they couldn't help but feel awkward that Fu Guang was here. Many people here promised to attend his pellet opening ceremony, but they ended up in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion instead. Furthermore, they didn't expect that Fu Guang would come. After all, who would come to embarrass themselves? But Fu Guang really came, which immediately made the situation awkward. Those who were holding on to Fu Guang's invitation nervously looked at the mysterious hooded man. The more they looked at the hooded man, the more they felt that it was Fu Guang. Fu Guang wanted to die because of the stares. In his whole entire life, he had never been placed in such a humiliating situation. His face was dark under the hood. Being placed in a dilemma, Fu Guang could only curse Lin Yun inwardly before he helplessly removed his hood. But when he removed his hood, his expression was calm and he smiled. "I initially wanted to keep a low profile and see who refined these greater profound pellets. However, I never expected to be recognized by this young lad over here. How shameful." Everyone was taken aback. But they soon reacted and laughed. "Master, you're too humble." Master Fu Guang is really humble. He never forgets to learn even after becoming famous. "Yes, that's right. Master Fu Guang, do visit my manor when you're free. We'll have a drink or two." Many guests gave Fu Guang face to resolve the awkward situation. Master? How is someone who hides around deserving to be called a master? What a joke. In my opinion, he's just a thieving old man, Li Wuyo mocked. His voice instantly caused the hall to be silent. At the same time, everyone felt depressed by how ruthless Li Wuyo was. Wasn't he just making it more embarrassing for Fu Guang? Everyone knew that it was uncomfortable enough for Fu Guang, but they didn't want to rub salt in his wound as they were acquaintances. But Li Wuyo and Lin Yun did not have such concern. Lu Yu's gaze turned cold. Li Wuyo, are you courting death? What's the matter? Did I say anything wrong? Didn't he humiliate someone from his own sect 10 days ago? What happened 10 days ago was still vivid in his mind. They were tired and exhausted, but they were driven out of the glittering pavilion. It was this damned alchemist. They were both from the same sect, but not only did he not speak up for Ku Yun, he even joined Hall Master Mo to bully them. Thinking about it made Li Wuyo even more furious, and he slapped the table. Master Fu Guang, let's be honest in front of everyone here. Did I tell the truth? How did Master Ku Yun treat you? He treated you with respect. But what about you? You called him a piece of trash and trampled on his dignity. The myriad treasure pavilion instantly became silent. Everyone had their mouths wide open in shock. No one had expected that Li Wuyo would be so ruthless. At this moment, Fu Guang could no longer maintain the smile on his face, and he raged. I won't quarrel with a brat like you. Disciple, let's go. Go. Lin Yun drank the wine in the cup and sneered. Where are you going? Back to your pellet opening ceremony? I heard that there wasn't even a single soul in the glittering pavilion. Are you going to host the ceremony for no one? His words made Fu Guang stagger and nearly vomit blood. But Li Wuyo was even more ruthless. He smiled. Who knows? Since Master Fu Guang came to the myriad treasure pavilion acting like a thief, who can guarantee that he won't hold a grand ceremony to the heir? The two of them cooperated and humiliated Fu Guang greatly. Everyone in the hall was speechless. No one dared to talk right at this moment. Today, they witnessed the might of the two youths who dared to kill Wang Ning. Great! Someone's voice suddenly echoed out in the hall. Lu Yu directed her gaze over ferociously and saw that it was actually Drifting Goblet who spoke. Drifting Goblet raised his cup and smiled. Lady Lu, I'm just saying that the wine is great. Don't misunderstand me. His words made Lu Yu's expression mellow out. But in the next second, Drifting Goblet's tone changed. Then again, what my two brothers here said is even better. Haha. Come. Let's drink, everyone. Right. Let's drink. The atmosphere was awkward, but everyone laughed after Drifting Goblet raised his cup. It was as if all the unhappiness was gone. Everyone was laughing, and only Fu Guang wore a miserable expression. Clearly no one cared about him. He was disconnected from everyone in the hall, and no one took another look at him. He collapsed on the chair like a helpless, abandoned child. The two of you are pretty bold. Drifting Goblet raised his cup with a smile. This is the myriad treasure pavilion. Would that old fogey even dare to make a move here? Li Wuyo curled his lips. Thank you for your help earlier, said Lin Yun. He raised the cup in his hand and gulped it down. It was somewhat dangerous for them to humiliate Fu Guang in public. This might be the myriad treasure pavilion, but Fu Guang was clearly so angry that he nearly retaliated earlier. It would be troublesome if Fu Guang attacked. But he instantly changed his mind when Drifting Goblet spoke out. It was to the point that nearly everyone here had forgotten his existence. This sort of humiliation was on a whole new level compared to the humiliation dished out by the two of them. After all, Drifting Goblet was one of the 8 titled figures in the capital, and everyone naturally had to give him some face. Aside from him, who could get everyone to drink solely because of face? No worries. Fu Guang will be finished sooner or later. He has been leading a glorious life in recent years because of his greater profound pellets. There might be other 2-star alchemists stronger than him, but none of them could achieve what he could. Otherwise, how would a mere 2-star alchemist dare to host a ceremony? Drifting Goblet smiled. Young Master Drifting Goblet, you seem to be pretty familiar with Fu Guang? Lin Yun asked. Do you have any wine? Drifting Goblet replied with a mysterious smile. Of course I do. Lin Yun naturally knew Drifting Goblet's taste and took out a jar of monkey wine. Great! Drifting Goblet took a sip and continued. He has been getting more arrogant in recent years because of his greater profound pellets. If it weren't for the fact that the clans needed his pellets to groom their people, how could they allow him to get so full of himself? After all, he was the only one who could produce greater profound pellets with 70% medicinal effects. But things are different now. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion even has greater profound pellets at 90% medicinal effects, so who will put up with his temper now? Didn't you see that no one attended his ceremony? It would have been fine if he sucked it up, but he came to seek humiliation instead. He will become a laughingstock after today and he won't be able to make a comeback in the future. Lin Yun immediately understood what was going on after listening to Drifting Goblet's words. He now knew why Fu Guang came with his face covered. So it turns out that Fu Guang was afraid of his identity being exposed and his conscience felt guilt from offending too many people. Suddenly, Lin Yun could sense a cold glare staring at him. When Lin Yun turned around, he saw Fu Guang glaring at him with hatred. However, Lin Yun did not put it in his heart and snorted inwardly. Back then, when Fu Guang insulted Ku Yun as a piece of garbage, he should have been prepared for karma. If he didn't come today, Lin Yun wouldn't have been able to do anything. However, since he had come of his own volition, how could Lin Yun not take advantage of this opportunity? Not only was Fu Guang arrogant, but he was also rude to those from his own sect. When he ridiculed Ku Yun back then, his words were worse than those lackeys of the glittering pavilion. Sweeping his glance over Lu Yu, Lin Yun also noticed that she was looking at him coldly. Fu Guang and Lu Yu were fittingly similar, like master, like disciple. At this moment, Hall Master Wei came out and smiled. I have to thank everyone for coming today. The rules will be the same as previous auctions. The pellets will go to those who offer the highest price. After the auction today, you guys will have to wait for more greater profound pellets with 90% medicinal effects. Make sure you seize this opportunity. Well then, the first set of pellets. 1 greater profound pellets with 90% medicinal effects and 10 greater profound pellets with 70% medicinal effects. Despite only having 1 greater profound pellet with 90% medicinal effects, there were 10 others with 70% medicinal effects. This set was very attractive to the crowd and it made sense that the prices began to quickly soar. However, Fu Guang's face was dark with uncertainty. Aside from him, only 2 others could produce greater profound pellets with 70% medicinal effects, but one of them had gone into seclusion for years, while the other one had left the Great Qin Empire. Logically speaking, he was the only one left with the ability to do this. But now, an unprecedented greater profound pellet with 90% medicinal effects appeared. That was at a level that he would never be able to reach. This was why he believed that the effects must be fake. Despite researching for years, he wasn't able to increase the greater profound pellet's medicinal effects by another 10%. So how could there be one with 90%? A cold light flashed through his eyes. He was greatly humiliated by Lin Yun and Li Wuyo, who repeatedly spit in his face. So he knew that he would become a laughingstock if he did nothing. His only opportunity would be to find the flaws in the greater profound pellets with 90% medicinal effects. Master, do you want to participate in the auction? Lu Yu asked. Fu Guang glanced at Lin Yun and spoke in a deep voice. Not now. Do it when Lin Yun is trying to auction for them. That fellow is definitely here for the final item, the 50 greater profound pellets with 90% medicinal effects. Lu Yu's eyes lit up and she smiled. That must be it. He must be trying to use those greater profound pellets to form the second profound vein. Otherwise, he will have no hope in defeating Yi Luyun. But he can give up on it since I'm here. What is she thinking? Li Wuyo asked when he saw the chill flickering through Lu Yu's eyes. Who knows? Lin Yun curled his lips. The auction continued smoothly and it didn't take a while before the final item of this auction came out. This bottle of greater profound pellets is this auction's finale. I believe everyone knows about it by now. There are a total of 50 pellets and all of them have 90% medicinal effects. The bidding will start at 5,000 first-grade spiritual jades. Wei Yu was pretty confident that this bottle could fetch a high price. The previous items were all insignificant compared to this bottle with 50 pellets. In the end, it went just as he expected. The auction exploded in an uproar when he introduced the last item. What did 50 pellets represent? It represented a breakthrough for someone in the late phase of the profound martial realm. This meant that cultivators in the 6th, 7th, or even 8th stage of the profound martial realm could obtain a breakthrough in a month. Then again, it was only a one-off breakthrough. In the future, the effects of the greater profound pellets would decrease. But even so, it was extremely attractive for those in the late phase of the profound martial realm, especially for those who were stuck in their cultivation for many years. 15,000. A calm voice rang out the moment Wei Yu announced the start. It was a young man clad in a black robe with his face covered. That voice sounds familiar. He must be an elite from some prestigious clan. Everyone began cursing him inwardly. After all, raising the price by 10,000 at one go was equivalent to pouring a bucket of cold water on everyone. But it didn't stop there. 18,000. 20,000. The bidding immediately calmed down after 3 bids. Our mercenary group can probably earn about 10,000 spiritual jades over a year, sighed a guest as they attracted a lot of attention. After all, there were too many tycoons in the capital and their bids were terrifying. Even Lin Yun sighed. It seems like he couldn't speculate about the great Qin Empire with common sense. He might even have an opportunity to inscribe spiritual runes in the future. But he soon dispelled that thought. His main focus was still on his cultivation, and it was just a coincidence that he caused a sensation in the capital. Over time, the prices for the greater profound pellets would surely fall. Master, Lin Yun seems to be intimidated by the bid. He hasn't bid yet. Lu Yu frowned. Her focus was entirely on Lin Yun. When she saw no response from Lin Yun, she guessed that he must be intimidated by the high price. If Lin Yun knew what Lu Yu was thinking, he would smile. He made the greater profound pellets, so he naturally wanted more people to bid for it. After all, the higher the bid, the more money he received. Why would he be intimidated by the astronomical price? I seem to have overestimated him. In the end, he's just a poor bloke. He's just lucky to be here, so how can he possibly compete with us in terms of wealth? Let's start bidding. I must get these 50 greater profound pellets. 28,000. Lu Yu spoke out. The hall became quiet the moment she gave her bid. After all, the price was a little outrageous. Theoretically speaking, a greater profound pellets price with 90% medicinal effects would only cost 200 spiritual jades on average, which meant that 50 would cost 10,000 spiritual jades. But the price offered by Lu Yu was nearly 3 times that. Every pellet and artifact had a market price. So, generally speaking, it was already a loss to bid for something at twice its market price. Only a fool would offer an amount 3 times the price. Everyone began wondering if offering 3 times the price was worth it. But as everyone was pondering, Lu Yu suddenly stood up and unleashed her aura. Looking around coldly, she spoke out, "I'm Lu Yu, so please give me some face. I will definitely be grateful if you guys let me have this bottle of pellets. Lady Lu is the daughter of the Flying Dragon General, and we've long heard of your accomplishments in alchemy. It's impressive that you're able to become a 1-star alchemist at such a young age," said the old man who previously placed a bid. She was the beloved daughter of the Divine Guard's commander, and she had already stated her determination in buying the pellets. So competing with her would be the same as not giving her any face. This made the few who wanted to compete for the pellets sigh and ultimately give up. Wei Yu, who was on the stage, was feeling unhappy with what Lu Yu did. He initially wanted to sell the pellets for at least 4 times the market price. After all, the greater profound pellets would depreciate over time, and he had been building momentum to try and set an unbreakable record. This was the best opportunity for him to maximize the greater profound pellets, but he didn't expect to sell it at a mere price of 28,000 spiritual jades. But he couldn't afford to provoke this woman. 28,000 going once, going twice. If no one else bids, this final item will go to Lady Lu, Wei Yu announced, squeezing out a reluctant smile. Lu Yu smiled. She finally regained the feeling of being fawned by everyone. After all, who would dare to compete with her? Lin Yun placed the cup down and gave a signal to Li Wuyo. Li Wuyo smiled and reached his hand out. This young master here offers 30,000 spiritual jades. Everyone had already given up competing with Lu Yu. After all, she was the beloved daughter of the Divine Guard's commander. Furthermore, 28,000 spiritual jades were a little on the high side. However, no one had expected that Li Wuyo would suddenly stand out and increase the price to 30,000 spiritual jades. Lu Yu's face immediately turned cold. Turning over to look at Li Wuyo, she barked, "Li Wuyo, what are you trying to do here? What? You don't own the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Are you saying that you're the only one allowed to bid?" Li Wuyo raised his brow. He was rejoicing inwardly when he saw how furious Lu Yu was. 30,000 spiritual jades going once. Wei Yu immediately called out right before Lu Yu lost it, attracting everyone's attention. "Hehe, don't look at me. If you don't make another offer, the 50 pellets will go to me. It just so happens that I can give them to my big brother to reach the second stage of the profound martial realm." Li Wuyo laughed casually. "I don't believe that you guys have that many spiritual jades." Lu Yu's face turned dark. She turned to look at Qing Mei to make her intentions clear. Qing Mei smiled. "You don't have to worry about that, Lady Lu. I can vouch that young Master Lin can afford it." The Myriad Treasure Pavilion gave Kuyun 50% of the greater profound pellet sales over the past few days, which totaled to an astronomical number. Furthermore, even if Lin Yun and Li Wuyo couldn't afford it, Qing Mei would still help them. After all, she had been unhappy with Lu Yu's rudeness for some time now. 31,000. Lu Yu raised her voice after glaring at Qing Mei. 32,000. Li Wuyo called out. 33,000. The two continued to compete, causing the price of the 50 greater profound pellets to soar. Lin Yun looked satisfied by the price and turned to the surprised Drifting Goblet with a smile. "Come, let's drink." Drifting Goblet smiled and asked, "You're not playing any tricks, right? Don't provoke Lu Yu recklessly. It's fine if you're in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, but it'll be troublesome otherwise." Lin Yun smiled, but he did not give a reply. His grudge with Lu Yu went deep, and he was sure that Lu Yu would kill him if she had the chance. After all, he was nearly degraded to a herb slave back in the pellet hall. Lin Yun wouldn't kill her unless there was a strong reason for him to do so, but he wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson. Then again, there was no need for him to tell Drifting Goblet about that. 40,000. Lu Yu's eyes were blazing with flames. Under the insane bidding war between Li Wuyo and Lu Yu, the price of the 50 greater profound pellets climbed to an astronomical amount of 40,000. But just when Li Wuyo was about to continue, Lin Yun coughed. Li Wuyo immediately smiled. "You're truly the beloved daughter of the Flying Dragon General. This young master is incomparable to you. I admit my loss. This young master here is even more incomparable to you." The masked youth who bid first sneered coldly. His voice made the entire hall go silent. Everyone looked at the masked youth as a chill ran down their spine. Li Wuyo chuckled. It seemed like things became more troublesome. After all, who dared to offend Lu Yu to this extent? "Lin Yun, I'll settle this with you sooner or later." Lu Yu swept her gaze coldly at Lin Yun. She wasn't stupid, and she had already found out that Lin Yun was the mastermind behind Li Wuyo's actions. "Whatever. It doesn't matter if we have another grudge between us." Lin Yun drank his wine with his back to Lu Yu. The entire hall became silent the moment he spoke out. Li Wuyo's actions were shocking, but Lin Yun's indifferent attitude left them even more shocked. Judging from his tone, it seemed like there was an existing grudge with Lu Yu from long ago. "Lady Lu, here are your greater profound pellets." A servant came up with a tray. Lu Yu took out a purple crystal card from her interspatial pouch and handed it over. "Does your hall master know how to retrieve spiritual jades from the Heavenly Dragon card?" "Naturally. Everyone knows about the credibility of the Heavenly Dragon card," replied the servant. After the servant left, Lu Yu turned and handed the bottle to Fu Guang. At this moment, everyone finally realized that Lu Yu bought this bottle of greater profound pellets for her master. After all, there was no way Fu Guang could research the greater profound pellets on his own. Fu Guang received the bottle and said faintly, I wonder what will be the outcome of the famous Myriad Treasure Pavilion if word gets out that they are selling fake pells? What is he talking about? Is he insane? Fu Guang's words instantly caused an uproar in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Up on the stage, Wei Yu's face changed with a trace of killing intent flickering in his eyes. He barked, Fu Guang, do you think you can bully us just because you're a 2-star alchemist? The Myriad Treasure Pavilion isn't a pushover. Fu Guang's words were too vicious to declare that the Myriad Treasure Pavilion was selling fake pellets in public. Wei Yu would naturally not be bothered if it was someone else who said that. But Fu Guang was a 2-star alchemist from the Sword Firmament Pavilion's pellet hall. Even if he was reduced to a laughingstock by Lin Yun and Li Wuyo, he was still a 2-star alchemist. So people would naturally believe in his words. Fu Guang sneered inwardly and couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to Wei Yu's threat. He had been greatly humiliated today and reduced to a laughingstock. If the greater profound pellets with 90% medicinal effects were genuine, he wouldn't have any footing in the capital anymore. After all, he relied on the Aquacloud spiritual rune to have his name spread throughout the capital. But now, an alchemist stronger than him had appeared. How would he host a ceremony in the future? Not to mention that the prestigious clans would also treat him differently. So Fu Guang had no choice but to stand out at this moment. Even if there were no problems with the greater profound pellets, he still had to find some flaws with it. He spoke out coldly, Hall Master Wei, why are you so nervous? I never said that these pellets are fake. It's just that there have never been any greater profound pellets with 90% medicinal effects in the capital. Not even 3-star alchemists from the royal clan and 4 great sects have achieved this. I have been inscribing the Aquacloud spiritual rune for 2 decades, so I have naturally grasped every single detail well. Isn't it normal that I express doubt? Or are you trying to hide the heretical tricks used on the greater profound pellets? His words instantly caused an uproar, especially for those who had consumed the pellets like Fengju. Their faces changed because they found some logic in Fu Guang's words. The consequences would be dire if some heretical tricks were used to refine the pellets, as they would leave some sort of hidden ailments in the body. Rubbish! Wei Yu roared. Seeing that everyone had been riled up, Fu Guang continued coldly, I'm only speaking the truth. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion alone is doubtful. Why haven't you guys revealed the identity of this alchemist to everyone over the past 10 days? What nonsense! I already have intentions of inviting the alchemist over. I can call him out immediately if you're not convinced. Wei Yu replied coldly. Don't be in such a hurry. You can do it after my appraisal. Fu Guang smiled while he touched his beard. Fu Guang, your face is really thick. Lin Yun stood up coldly. He finally couldn't hold it back anymore because he didn't expect Fu Guang to be so shameless. Ku Yun had already checked greater profound pellets, and he was certain that there were no issues with the pellets. So much so that there were no flaws after the Age Energy's reforging. Ku Yun and the Myriad Treasure Pavilion had also invited alchemists to conduct an appraisal on the pellets. After all, how could the Myriad Treasure Pavilion not take any precautions? Fu Guang sounded righteous and logical, but he didn't even take a look at the pellet itself. He was clearly trying to create trouble here. Lin Yun couldn't figure out how a 2-star alchemist had such a flawed character. Sword slave. Show some respect for my master. Lu Yu rebuked. Scram! Lin Yun cursed. Who the hell do you think you are? Calling me a sword slave? I don't wish to waste my time with you. If it wasn't for your father's protection, killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a pig. You're not even worthy of being called garbage. You're scolding me? Lu Yu immediately lost it and even wanted to attack. So what if I'm scolding you? Did you forget the 3 whips I gave you some time ago? Get lost if you don't want to be humiliated. There's no place for you to talk here. Lin Yun looked at Lu Yu coldly. The murderous aura emitting from him intimidated Lu Yu. At the same time, she could feel the stinging pain on her back. She immediately became frightened when she thought of how Lin Yun even dared to kill Wang Ning. Who knew if Lin Yun really dared to kill her right now? With a trace of fear flickering through his eyes, Lu Yu's face turned pale and she took several steps back obediently. Everyone in the hall that saw this was taken aback. They couldn't believe that this was the same arrogant Lu Yu from a moment ago. She was completely intimidated by Lin Yun. And judging from Lin Yun's words, he really did whip her 3 times. This alone had left everyone terrified. After all, Lu Yu was the Flying Dragon General's beloved daughter. Even Drifting Goblet was shocked by Lin Yun's fury. He had no idea that Lin Yun was involved with the greater profound pellets. Li Wuyo, on the other hand, knew that although Lin Yun seemed to have a good temper, he would not tolerate being slandered. What Fu Guang did had touched Lin Yun's reverse scale. After all, the greater profound pellets were made by Lin Yun, so how could he endure the old man slandering him without even taking a look at the pellet? You're saying that these pellets are fake? Lin Yun looked at Fu Guang. With Fu Guang noticed that Lin Yun's gaze was cold, and the guards of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion were also looking at him coldly. He instantly knew that he had caused big trouble this time. However, he did not panic and sneered. That's right. I'm only stating my doubt. What's the matter? Can't I sound my doubt with my status? What qualification do you have to stand before me? You're claiming that it's fake without even looking at it. Is that still considered having doubts? How interesting. Are you afraid that someone will snatch your popularity? You yourself know if you're stating your doubts as an alchemist or if you're simply slandering, Lin Yun said coldly. Fu Guang's face turned dark when his intentions were exposed. He argued, there's a high possibility that these greater profound pellets were made by heretic means, or maybe some catalytic herbs were added to it. There will definitely be side effects for consuming them, and I will give my evaluation after appraising them. What if there isn't? Lin Yun questioned. If there isn't, then there isn't. I'm just logically stating my doubts as an alchemist. What, do you want me to kill myself for it? I will restore the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's reputation if there's nothing wrong. Speaking of which, Hall Master Wei should thank me for it instead. Fu Guang sneered. Well, thank you, asshole. Wei Yu cursed inwardly. Fu Guang's words viciously attacked the Myriad Treasure Pavilion by saying that they sold fake medicine. These words caused everyone to doubt the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. If it wasn't for Lin Yun, Fu Guang would continue to run his mouth and the consequences would be unimaginable. Even Drifting Goblet nearly spat out the wine in his mouth. He had to give it to Fu Guang's shamelessness. Of course, there wasn't anything wrong with Fu Guang's words since his argument was logical. And if he verified that there were no problems with the pellets, it would be equivalent to boosting the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's reputation. Looking at Wei Yu on the stage, Fu Guang smiled. Brother Wei, you don't mind me appraising these, do you? It just so happens that the capital's elites are all gathered here today. I believe you won't refuse my suggestion, right? Wei Yu's body trembled. He was a talented merchant, and he knew that Fu Guang would definitely find flaws in the pellets even if there weren't any. It was disadvantageous for him to let Fu Guang appraise the pellets, but it would only show that he's guilty if he refused. Please, go ahead. Wei Yu forced the words out through his teeth. Fu Guang sneered inwardly. He had handled the greater profound pellets for decades, so he could find flaws that others wouldn't notice. There was no way the Myriad Treasure Pavilion could get out of this situation. Most importantly, he was confident that it was impossible for the greater profound pellets to exceed 70% medicinal effects without using catalytic herbs. When he raised his brow, he looked at the indignant Lin Yun standing before him. With a hint of loathsome flickering through his eyes, Fu Guang barked coldly. Why the hell are you still standing in my way? Didn't you hear Hall Master Wei accept my terms? Are you confident that I won't kill you with a single palm strike and that someone will speak up for you? He was more experienced in life than Lin Yun, so there was no way Lin Yun could compete with him. Being hot-blooded would achieve nothing. Why don't you try it? Li Wuyo lost it when he heard Fu Guang's threat. Then, Drifting Goblet's voice sounded out. I suggest you don't do that. After all, I haven't had enough of Brother Lin's wine. When he placed the cup down on the table, 2 roars echoed out from Drifting Goblet. It sounded like a dragon and a tiger. When the roars echoed out, the hall lamps started to sway, leaving everyone astonished. Everyone knew that despite wearing a smiling face all day long, Drifting Goblet was still one of the 8 titled figures in the capital. He was unrivaled in the Great Qin Empire with his Dragon Tiger fist. The wine that splashed from the cup soared in the air like a dragon. But when the wine returned to the cup, the aura coming from drifting goblet disappeared. Master Fu Guang, if you dare even to lay a hand on Lin Yun here, I guarantee that you won't be able to step out of the myriad treasure pavilion alive. It wouldn't matter even if everyone from the Sword Firmament Pavilion was here. Wei Yu's voice also rang out. Lin Yun wanted to laugh. An alchemist from the Sword Firmament Pavilion tried to kill him, but those who helped him were outsiders. He knew that it was useless trying to talk to someone as shameless as Fu Guang. The best way was to slaughter him and make him beg after feeling pain. But he required strength to accomplish that. Right now, Lin Yun was filled with an unprecedented urgency to go to the Sword Burial Woods. When Fu Guang saw Wei Yu and Drifting Goblet become furious, he knew that he had taken it too far. He immediately smiled. Why are the two of you so nervous? I'm just talking about it. Isn't he still standing here? Does that mean that I have to thank you just like Hall Master Wei? Well, I'll thank you, your mother, your father, and your ancestors. Lin Yun smiled. His words instantly drew a burst of laughter from the surrounding. If Lin Yun hadn't said that, perhaps Fu Guang might really get Lin Yun to thank him. Because, according to Fu Guang's logic, he should be thanked for not making a move against Lin Yun. But there was nothing Fu Guang could do with Drifting Goblet and Wei Yu supporting Lin Yun. He had to bear with it even if Lin Yun slapped him. Fu Guang's face began to change. He even started to tremble from his rage. Beside him, Lu Yu spoke out anxiously. Master, let's just leave them alone and appraise the pellets. If there's really a problem with the pellets, we'll see how they settle this matter. Go ahead. I'll see what tricks you can play now. I'll even give you my head if there's a problem with the pellets, said Lin Yun. How arrogant. You're just an apprentice under that piece of garbage. Ku Yun. So what do you know? Let me show you what a true master looks like. Fu Guang sneered. He then took out a greater profound pellet from the jade bottle. Everyone in the hall held their breath while they looked at him. Although everyone despised Fu Guang, they still felt nervous now that he was appraising the pellets. Many people here had bought from the auction, so they were naturally concerned if the pellets were real. There were even those like Feng Ju who had refined the greater profound pellets. They were afraid that there would be some side effects to the greater profound pellets. The myriad treasure pavilion was well lit and the greater profound pellet was glittering from the reflection when it was taken out of the jade bottle. The perfect aqua cloud spiritual rune inscribed on it emitted spiritual energy, as if the pellet was shrouded in a hazy mist. How beautiful! It simply looks like a divine pellet. How can there be such a perfect aqua cloud spiritual rune? I've seen plenty of greater profound pellets, but this is the first time I've seen an aqua cloud spiritual rune like this. Everyone exclaimed with admiration when they looked at the greater profound pellet. They were shocked by how it looked under the reflection of light. Fu Guang was also surprised when he saw the pellet. He was a 2-star alchemist, so he understood the aqua cloud spiritual rune better than anyone here. This aqua cloud spiritual rune was nothing like what he had seen in his life. How could this be possible? His confidence gradually collapsed when he saw the pellet. Perhaps this pellet could really achieve 90% medicinal effects, but there was no way he could give up now. He tossed the pellet into his mouth and circulated his origin energy to refine it. He was extremely focused, not daring to miss any detail. He had to find some flaws no matter what, or he would be placed in a difficult position today. But to his disappointment, there wasn't any flaw in the pellet. In fact, the flaws that should exist in the greater profound pellet couldn't be found. He could now announce that there wasn't a single flaw in the greater profound pellet. At the very least, he couldn't find any right now. But he wasn't willing to let it go so easily and continued his inspection of the greater profound pellet. Everyone in the hall was staring at him, waiting for an outcome. As time continued to pass, Fu Guang instantly looked a lot older when he opened his eyes. He had lost his composure and his hands were trembling. Master Fu Guang, are there any heretic means or catalytic herbs used in the greater profound pellet? Wei Yu instantly knew the outcome when he saw Fu Guang's expression. Fu Guang's lips were trembling. He couldn't say anything even if he wanted to. He spent decades researching the greater profound pellets, so he could instantly tell if there were any catalytic herbs added into the pellet by consuming it. Even the flaws that should exist in the greater profound pellet were gone, which exceeded his understanding. Master, are there really no flaws in this greater profound pellet? Lu Yu asked reluctantly. Fu Guang wore a bitter face and did not dare to utter another word. After all, he couldn't continue to slander without any evidence. Hall Master Wei, I only want to know who refined this greater profound pellet? Fu Guang looked at Wei Yu with deep resentment in his eyes. He did not answer Lu Yu. Right now, he really wanted to know who the alchemist was. Actually, the alchemist has some connection with you. The two of you are from the same sect. Wei Yu smiled. Same sect? Could it be one of the 3 Hall Masters? No, wait. The 3 Hall Masters have high attainments in the ways of spiritual runes and can't be bothered to spend time on 1-star spiritual runes. Even the 3 Hall Masters wouldn't be able to inscribe the Aqua Cloud spiritual runes better than I can. Fu Guang rebuked. It's impossible for it to be an alchemist from my sect. Hall Master Wei, are you trying to lie to me? Lie to you? Wei Yu sneered. I wouldn't waste my time doing that. I would have already invited him out if you hadn't been causing a scene. Master Ku Yun, please come out and get to know everyone here. When the curtain opened, a familiar face appeared before Fu Guang. It was Ku Yun. Fu Guang heard a buzzing noise in his mind before he raged. That's impossible. You're lying. How can this piece of trash possibly be better than me at making greater profound pellets? I refuse to believe it. He couldn't accept the fact that Ku Yun could produce better greater profound pellets than him. He had just called Ku Yun garbage, so if Ku Yun refined the pellets, wouldn't that make him worse than garbage? But the greater profound pellets were truly refined by Ku Yun along with Lin Yun. Without Lin Yun, there was no way Ku Yun could refine such excellent pellets. As long as Lin Yun was willing, Ku Yun would have the qualification to stand on the stage and bask in everyone's attention. Let's thank Master Fu Guang for clearing up the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's name. Now, let's have someone show him out, Wei Yu declared without any emotion on his face. 2 cultivators in the 8th stage of the profound martial realm swiftly appeared and escorted Fu Guang out forcefully. After today, Fu Guang would never be able to show his face ever again in the capital. He had been reduced to a laughingstock. After Fu Guang left, Wei Yu smiled. Refining the greater profound pellets with 90% medicinal effects is too taxing, so Master Ku Yun won't refine anymore for the time being. But he will still be in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion to provide greater profound pellets with 70% medicinal effects. So we welcome everyone to visit us anytime. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion dared to kick Fu Guang out, but they didn't dare to touch Lu Yu. When Lu Yu saw Ku Yun standing on the stage and her eyes were filled with disbelief, her heart sank when she thought of Ku Yun's relationship with Lin Yun. Didn't that mean that the 40,000 spiritual jades she spent to pay for the pellets would go straight to Lin Yun? Her face immediately changed when she thought of that and turned to look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun was raising his cup in her direction with a smile. Lady Lu, thank you for the spiritual jades. I'll remember your grace if I don't die at the end of this month. Lu Yu's eyes immediately turned red, and she threw the jade bottle containing the pellets to Lin Yun. Feed them to the dogs. Li Wuyo's eyes immediately lit up. He grabbed onto the bottle and smiled. Big brother. The pellets came back to us. Lin Yun and Drifting Goblet were both surprised. They were shocked by Lu Yu's temper and how she threw something she spent 40,000 spiritual jades on so casually. On the other hand, everyone in the hall didn't dare to speak. Everyone knew that Lu Yu was tricked by Lin Yun and Li Wuyo today. They could guess that the two of them had plotted to increase the greater profound pellet's price. Lu Yu glanced at Lin Yun coldly before she left. Hehe. It looks like she really doesn't want the pellets. Li Wuyo chuckled and handed the bottle to Lin Yun. Due to his cultivation technique, he couldn't consume any pellets if he wasn't in the profound martial realm. Shaking his head, Lin Yun replied, I don't need it. Give it to young Master Drifting Goblet then. The sky-breaking seal he gave me was a great help. You don't need it? Drifting Goblet was shocked. I don't. I already have so many spiritual jades, so there's no need for me to consume any pellets. Lin Yun nodded. You're smart. Then I'll accept this. Drifting Goblet accepted the bottle straightforwardly. He could give it to the disciples in the heavenly profound sect. However, Li Wuyo was still holding onto the bottle and smiled. But Brother Baldy, Liu told you to feed them to the dogs. I take no offense to a child's words. Drifting Goblet smiled and reached out to Li Wuyo. Here. Li Wuyo ultimately gave it over, looking at the smile on Drifting Goblet's face. The latter wouldn't react no matter what he said. Ignoring the heartache on Li Wuyo's face, Drifting Goblet toyed around with the bottle before storing it. Huh? There's no more wine. Drifting Goblet frowned when he saw the empty jar. No worries. I'll give you 10 jars of it since you like it so much. Lin Yun took 10 jars of wine out of the thousands in his interspatial pouch. Drifting Goblet's eyes lit up when he saw the jars of wine. His smile was wider than when he had obtained the greater profound pellets. He replied, Brother Lin, you're really generous. Almost everyone had left the hall, but the three of them remained there, drinking and chatting. I'll be taking my leave now. Drifting Goblet stood up and smiled. You put on a great show today, and I've also had a great time drinking. However, Brother Lin, I have nothing in return for your pellets and wine. I guess I'll be leaving this jade strip here. Brother Baldy can't seem to hold his alcohol well. Look at him. Does he look like a monk with how he's laughing right now? Hee. Let me see what this jade strip is. Li Wuyo reached out for the jade strip left by Drifting Goblet with glowing eyes. Lin Yun, on the other hand, looked at Drifting Goblet's silhouette in deep thought. For some reason, he could sense the burden on Drifting Goblet's mind despite his unrestrained appearance. This jade slip. Li Wuyo's face changed and he immediately handed the jade strip over to Lin Yun. Big brother, take a look at it yourself. He's not really drunk, is he? Lin Yun immediately took the jade strip and placed it on his forehead. In the next second, a huge load of information flowed into his mind. The complete Dragon Tiger Fist. When Lin Yun placed down the jade strip, he could no longer see Drifting Goblet's silhouette. The Dragon Tiger Fist uniquely belonged to the heavenly profound SEC, and disciples who weren't part of the sect couldn't learn it. It was a serious crime to divulge any sect's techniques, not to mention the Dragon Tiger Fist. You don't have to worry much since Drifting Goblet gave it to you. Honestly speaking, the heavenly profound sect can't interfere with him. He probably believes in your character that you will not leak it, said Ku Yun. They can't interfere with him? Lin Yun asked in doubt. That's right. He has a mysterious background. I don't know about the specific details, but I'm sure Lu you will know more about it, Ku Yun explained. The more Lin Yun thought about it, the more Ku Yun's words made sense. After all, not even Lu Yu or Fu Guang dared to provoke Drifting Goblet. Thinking about that, Lin Yun stored the jade slip and turned to Li Wuyo. Wuyo, are you going to stay here, or are you coming with me to the Sword Burial Woods? Lord 13 will probably skin me alive if I go back and take his carps. I'll stay here to help Master Ku Yun, and I will wait for your return. Li Wuyo, who was usually fearless, cringed the moment Lord 13 was mentioned. Lin Yun did not force Li Wuyo and looked at Ku Yun. He smiled and asked, You're not confident in yourself? Ku Yun replied with no confidence. Although I know how to inscribe the Aqua Cloud spiritual rune and can achieve 70% medicinal effects, you have guided me this far. But alone, You can do it. Believe in yourself. After returning to the Pellet Hall, you will be able to inscribe 2-star spiritual runes for real. I'll give you some advice at that time. Lin Yun was full of confidence in Ku Yun. This is the proceeds from today's auction. There are still 30,000 spiritual runes after splitting it with the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Ku Yun handed an interspatial pouch over. Lin Yun glanced at it casually. He knew that most of it came from Lu Yu. He spoke out, All right, I'll be leaving now. Let us send you off. Li Wuyo and Ku Yun watched Lin Yun riding on the dragon-blooded horse to the Sword Burial Woods. Lin Yun was only left with 20 days until the deadline. He was under tremendous pressure because he knew that his opponent wouldn't stay stagnant. Since he promised senior sister Xianxia that he would kill Yi Luyun, he had to keep his promise. The Firmament Realm was an isolated realm, But the sword burial woods existed in both the firmament realm and in reality. Aside from the sword firmament pavilion's branch, there was another hidden entrance. The entrance was a lake covered in heavy fog, and anyone who tried to enter would get lost. No one could enter the sword burial woods through the entrance, except for Lin Yun. He had a friendship with Lord 13, so he could naturally enter as he pleased. Yi Lu Yun was practicing his sword technique in the spacious field of the Wang clan. His sword was filled with explosive power every time he brandished it, giving off a domineering pressure. When Yi Lu Yun brandished his sword, it would produce a series of huge explosions. The sword in his hand gradually got faster and faster. In the end, the power emitting from his sword even vaguely showed an aura of the fourth stage of the profound martial realm, which took shape as a rumbling echo. Lu Yun, your broken star sword art isn't far from greater mastery now. Wang Yan showed up with a smile as he led everyone from the gentleman union behind him. Sheathing his sword, Yi Lu Yun looked proud of his achievement and replied, "It's difficult to grow a transcendent profound martial technique into greater mastery, but I have already found some ways. Speaking of which, why did you come here?" The smile on Wang Yan's face disappeared and he spoke out, "I have 2 pieces of news for you." "Oh?" wondered Yi Lu Yun. "Let's have Leng Mo tell you about the first one." Leng Mo stood up and told everything he saw in the martial hall to Yi Lu Yun. Then again, he naturally skipped the part where he was humiliated by Lin Yun, as if the elder would grant him access to the 4th level. It's not easy for a disciple in the mortal ranking to increase their sword firmament token to the 4th grade. It's impossible to get it through spiritual jades. I nearly lost my life a few times by completing missions for the sect. Yi Lu Yun snorted with disdain. As long as he's not in the 4th level, he can only pick advanced profound martial techniques, and none of them can be comparable to your breaking star sword art. Leng Mo sneered. "That's for sure." Yi Lu Yun smiled. "What about the second news?" "The second one is somewhat more troublesome. Lin Yun seems to be connected with Ku Yun and has obtained a large amount of resources. There's a high possibility that he might reach the 2nd stage of the profound martial realm at the end of the month." Wang Yan frowned. "So what? Do you think he can win against me? I have also been using resources here for the past 10 days. Yi Lu Yun smiled. "I just don't want any accidents. He has to die at the end of this month and I can't allow any accidents. I have to prepare another trump card for you." Wang Yan's words made Yi Lu Yun's eyes narrow into slits. Yi Lu Yun could only see the murderous aura in Wang Yan's eyes. "What do you think?" Wang Yan asked. Yi Lu Yun hesitated. The trump card that Wang Yan prepared for him was a little too ruthless. But after briefly pondering, he replied, "All right, very well. The Wang clan will owe you one as long as you kill Lin Yun. You can state your request at that time." At the junction between the inner and outer city was a lake covered by a thick mist. "CC cold." Lin Yun shivered from the cold and jumped off the dragon-blooded horse. Carrying a sword box on his back, Lin Yun came to the lake and yelled, "Lord 13, I've come as scheduled." His voice oscillated in the mist and reverberated. Suddenly a boat appeared out of nowhere. Lin Yun wasn't surprised by it because he and Li Wuyo were both sent out the same way previously. He got onto the boat with the dragon-blooded horse. The boat then turned around and shot through the lake like a sword, disappearing into the mist. At the bow of the boat, Lin Yun sat with his eyes closed. He was circulating the Iris Sword Sutra within his body. The origin energy within his body roared like a powerful sword through his veins. Whenever he breathed, the iris flower in his dantian would shine. Under the violet surge of the origin energy in his body, the 2nd profound vein slowly appeared. But another mysterious power would appear every time he was about to succeed. When he finished making a full circulation of the origin energy in his body, he would only be left with 1/3 of it because the Age Sutra was converting it into Age energy. The Iris Sword Sutra and Age Sutra contradicted each other. The former increased his cultivation and nourished his origin energy, while the latter would weaken his cultivation whenever he cultivated a strand of Age energy. This was also the reason why he hadn't been able to form the 2nd profound vein. But Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry. His origin energy containing the age energy was much stronger than before. The origin energy flowing through his body emitted a faint glow, like tempered steel. The age energy had refined 80% of the iris energy. He was waiting for the iris energy to reach 100% refined. If he made a breakthrough after that, he wouldn't have to be afraid of Yi Luyun, even if Yi Luyun reached the 4th stage of the profound martial realm. The only trouble was that he needed a large number of resources. Luckily, he had a large amount of spiritual jades with him now. The familiar bamboo building appeared in Lin Yun's eyes when he reopened his eyes. He had arrived at the Sword Burial Woods. He came ashore and entered the building to see Lord 13 sitting on the stone platform. His eyes were closed, emitting a terrifying pressure that prevented anyone from approaching. Lord 13 suddenly opened his eyes and Lin Yun could hear an aging sword buzz. Lin Yun felt as if he had been hit in the chest. Lin Yun was greatly shocked by Lord 13's sword intent. The latter only needed to look at him to kill him. What sort of sword intent was that? Greetings, Lord 13. Not bad. Lord 13 began examining Lin Yun and nodded. And here I still thought that you would already be in the 2nd stage of the profound martial realm after absorbing 50% of the Yin energy here. I never expected that you'd be able to keep your composure instead. I have practically spent all my time solidifying my cultivation over the past month in the sect. I even neglected my martial techniques. The Thunderclap sword art is no longer usable in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Cultivation is always the foundation of a cultivator. You can't bring out the power of any sword if your foundation isn't stable. Given your comprehension, it won't take even 2 months for you to comprehend any profound martial art. Why are you in such a hurry? Lord 13 replied. This junior has encountered trouble. Lin Yun then explained how he formed a grudge with Wang Yan, which resulted in his battle with Yi Luyun. Lord 13 looked at Lin Yun deeply and asked, There are only 20 days left? I'm afraid that I won't be able to help you. It's fine. I don't dare to ask for your help. I just hope to use the Sword Burial Woods, Lin Yun replied. He didn't come here to get Lord 13's help. After all, he wanted to rely on his own ability to kill Yi Luyun. Lord 13 had already helped him once, so how could he ask Lord 13 for more help? Furthermore, only he could help himself. He didn't have any other choice but to become stronger. Go ahead. Lord 13 pointed in a direction and closed his eyes. It was as if Lin Yun had never been here. Thank you, Senior. Lin Yun cupped his hands together and set out for the Sword Burial Woods on the dragon-blooded horse. The bamboos swayed in the wind and emitted noise akin to a wind chime. The surrounding was filled with dense sword intent. Standing within it, Lin Yun felt as if he was basking in an ocean of sword intent, which felt comfortable. He looked delighted when he took a deep breath. Sure enough, I didn't come to the wrong place. Lin Yun's eyes glowed brightly. It felt like he had returned home here in the Sword Burial Woods. He then took out 3 jade slips, which had the recordings of the Dragon Tiger Fist, Great Wind Scripture, and Overlord Sword. He had obtained the Great Wind Scripture from the sky-piercing altar back in the Azure Sun realm. It was a technique from the primordial sect that was passed down from ancient times. Martial techniques from ancient times couldn't be categorized with the current gradings. He could guess that this technique wasn't any weaker compared to a spiritual martial technique. Lin Yun had already looked into it when he was in the Xiantian realm, but he couldn't cultivate it back then. After reaching the profound martial realm, he had spent most of his time consolidating his cultivation. However, Lin Yun wasn't confident that he could grasp this technique within 20 days. The Great Wind Scripture will be my trump card in the future, so I'll leave that aside for now. Lin Yun stored the jade strip and focused his gaze on the Dragon Tiger Fist with a bitter smile. He wouldn't have begged for the Overlord Sword if he had obtained this 10 days ago. After all, he had personally witnessed Drifting Goblet executing the Dragon Tiger Fist. If he started with the Ferocious Tiger Fist, he had been cultivating this martial technique for the past few years. Lin Yun planned on reaching greater mastery in the Dragon Tiger Fist in 10 days. As for the remaining 10 days, he would use them to comprehend the Overlord Sword. Lin Yun did not have to fear Yi Luyun with the Dragon Tiger Fist. And if he made any progress in the Overlord Sword, it would undoubtedly become a trump card for him. He placed the jade slip on his forehead and allowed the information recorded in the jade slip to flow into his mind. This technique had 4 seals, and only those 4 seals could bring out the true power of the Dragon Tiger Fist. They were the Undying Vajra Seal, Sky-Breaking Seal, Demon Annihilating Seal, and Heavenly Seal. This Dragon Tiger Fist isn't simple. What I've comprehended before is just the tip of the iceberg. After all, there was no way he could truly wield the Dragon Tiger Fist without the 4 seals. This Buddhism martial art was genuinely profound. I've already learned the Undying Vajra Seal, so let's start with the Sky-Breaking Seal to match it with Flying Dragon, Leaping Tiger. Lin Yun began swinging his fists in the sword burial woods, and the roars of dragon and tiger could be heard reverberating in the surrounding. Sky-breaking, what does that mean? The sky is empty, so how can you break it? It must be missing something. Lin Yun tried to comprehend the technique's profundities, recalling how the dragon and tiger dashed out when Drifting Goblet used it previously. Lin Yun managed to step into the technique threshold after several attempts, but he couldn't grasp the true intent behind this technique no matter what. Even so, he didn't give up and tirelessly practiced in the sword burial woods under the surrounding pressure. After God knows how many punches later, the air suddenly exploded, causing Lin Yun to fall into deep thought. Seeing doesn't mean it's really empty. It's only empty if it's empty in my heart. What I'm breaking is the tiger and dragon in my heart. Since I can even break the illusion, I can break anything. He started forming seals with both his hands before throwing a punch out. This time, his mind was clear when he threw the seal out. It was as if he had entered a tranquil state. That's right. Breaking the sky meant breaking the dragon and tiger in my heart. With the empowerment of this seal, the flying dragon, leaping tiger can finally exhibit its true power. A faint smile appeared on Lin Yun's face. He had finally grasped the sky-breaking seal fundamentals, which was the most important step in the Dragon Tiger Fist reaching greater mastery. After a brief moment, Lin Yun formed seals with both his hands and unleashed the flying dragon, leaping tiger that the sky-breaking seal empowered. His fist even contained a sword aura when he threw it out. His punch raised the dust and leaves off the ground. Under Lin Yun's pressure, the leaves and clouds of dust hovered in the air briefly. But if others looked at it, it would only seem that time had become slow for them. Outside the forest, Lord 13 was looking at this with a smile. The kitten and snake punch. Not bad. He can perfectly fuse his sword aura into his fist technique. I wonder how that old fogey in the heavenly profound sect feels after seeing this. He was probably the only person in the Great Qin Empire who dared to call the Dragon Tiger Fist the kitten and snake punch. Lin Yun started accumulating power in his fist. When he threw his punch out, a tiger appeared, crossing down the mountain. The leaves that were hovering in the sky suddenly shattered into pieces. When Lin Yun relaxed his fists, the sword burial woods was left in ruins. Before he even realized it, his cultivation had improved from practicing the Dragon Tiger Fist. A satisfied look was on Lin Yun's as he looked at the surroundings with a smile. He only had 2 more seals to go. If he was successful, the Dragon Tiger Fist would evolve to a whole new level. The 4 seals by themselves could be used as martial techniques, but he could also use them to empower the fist techniques. Furthermore, they could also be utilized for different combinations. For example, the Undying Vajra Seal could combine with the Demon Vanquishing Seal to form the Demon Vanquishing Vajra Seal. Could also connect with the Heavenly Seal to form the Undying Heavenly Seal. As long as his body could handle it, he could combine 3 or 4 seals in various ways. The Heavenly Profound Sect elites would first cultivate the 4 seals before moving onto the fist techniques. But I've done it backwards. Lin Yun felt enlightened after mastering the 2 seals. It might only seem like 4 seals, but there were many changes. It might seem to be a fist technique, but it's extensive. Lin Yun began punching in the woods once again after being enlightened. His punches were like bolts of lightning that were filled with sword intent. By combining the fist and sword, Lin Yun could use his fist as a sword and his sword as a fist. Gradually, his Dragon Tiger Fist began to grow more comparable to Drifting Goblets. The technique was the Dragon Tiger Fist, but the one performing it was Lin Yun. a swordsman. He wasn't just swinging his fists, but he was using them like swords. Under his punches, the sword burial woods began to faintly glow. Demon vanquishing seal. By using the virtue and might of Buddhism to eradicate demons. I don't know Buddhism, nor can I join Buddhism, but I have a sword, one that has gone through countless life and death situations with me. Lin Yun ultimately abandoned Buddhism in the seal and replaced it with his sword intent. As golden radiance dazzled behind him, the boundless sword intent formed into a gigantic sword. Lin Yun wasn't a Buddhist, and instead he had a sword that didn't fear death or demons. With his sword, he would vanquish all demons. With a solemn expression, Lin Yun made seals with his hands, and a 100-foot sword was formed in his palm. Lin Yun threw a punch, and the origin energy throughout his body manifested into a sword. Great! This is the Dragon Tiger Fist that solely belongs to me. With this sword, I will fear no evil or demons. As long as my enemy's momentum shows a slight flaw, I can force it to collapse instantly. Lin Yun couldn't hide the joy on his face. After comprehending the sky-breaking seal, it was much easier to comprehend the demon-vanquishing seal. His demon-vanquishing seal was different from drifting goblets, but it was the most suitable version for him. Empowered by the demon-vanquishing seal, he was having a great time swinging his punches. The days gradually passed, and Lin Yun was fully immersed in cultivating. During this time, he noticed a small secret. He didn't know if it was because of the sword burial wood's spiritual runes, but his origin energy actually improved. Felt weird, so Lin Yun made up his mind to ask Lord 13 about it once he was done cultivating. The heavenly seal, the last and most profound seal. Before he knew it, 7 days had already passed. During this period, Lin Yun had learned the undying Vajra seal, sky-breaking seal, and demon-vanquishing seal. He could freely use them as he wished. However, he was still helpless when it came to the heavenly seal. To be honest, he was captivated by the thought of 4 seals. The heavenly profound sect only required you to learn 1 seal to cultivate the 9 techniques. Lin Yun had gone above this and actually comprehended 3 seals. Even a genius like Drifting Goblet had to spend a lot of time learning the 3 seals and only learned the 4th seal after spending lots of time on it. Another 3 days passed, and the Undying Vajra seal, Sky-Breaking seal, and Demon-Vanquishing seal nearly reached complete mastery. He was still left with the Heavenly seal, but it was something he could give up on for the time being. He wouldn't give up something so easily. It didn't matter if he couldn't comprehend it for the time being. It would only be troublesome if he got himself trapped in it. Relying on the 3 seals, I have a 70% chance of winning against Yi Luyun after reaching the 2nd stage of the profound martial realm. Lin Yun had a deep understanding of the 3 seals, not to mention that the age energy was currently cleansing his origin energy. He was confident that he wouldn't lose to Yi Luyun. But was he satisfied with just 70%? Definitely not. He promised Senior Sister Xianxia that he would kill Yi Luyun, so he needed absolute confidence. He had to cultivate the Overlord sword. Many people cultivated this sword technique in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, but they all suffered the backlash of this technique. Back then, the Elder didn't want to give it to him because the Elder did not want him to destroy his future. Lin Yun placed the jade strip on his forehead and a painting instantly appeared. It was a majestic painting with rivers, cities, kingdoms, and empires. But there was always a person with a sword who swept through everything with absolute dominance and made the world tremble. Lin Yun's eyes began to bleed when he saw that sword. His face was pale as he muttered to himself, "How terrifying. I haven't even started, but I'm already having difficulty enduring the power in the jade slips. If I can grasp just a little bit, I'll be able to kill Yi Luyun." Lin Yun held onto the jade slip and started comprehending it. The Overlord sword was a forbidden technique in the Sword Firmament Pavilion that was made up of only 1 sword. Lin Yun recalled what the deacon on the 3rd floor said. The Overlord sword had 1 sword, not 1 move. But what's the difference between 1 sword and 1 move? Was there a deeper meaning to it? Time gradually passed and days slipped away in the sword burial woods. But Lin Yun did not allow any other thoughts to cross his mind. He was fully focused on comprehending the Overlord sword. His eyelids suddenly trembled and he opened his eyes. It's indeed a sword and not a move. But this sword is a little too long. Lin Yun stood up and snapped a bamboo to use as a sword. One move meant one move, and there would only be one move no matter how you changed it. This was different from one sword. You can use it to sweep through everything or use it to split the heavens into two. The bamboo in his hand began to slow down. As he slowed down, the sword Burial Wood's spiritual runes began to tremble with the ground. Felt like a year had passed, but it was just a sword for Lin Yun. Suddenly, a boundless domineering aura burst out from his body as the iris flower radiated in his dantian. When he stabbed out, the bamboo in his hand suddenly exploded into the surrounding. A breeze of wind blew past the building. Lord 13 suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. Overlord Sword? This fellow seems to have reached the threshold. But that's still far from enough. When his voice fell, a violet gale swept over the lake. Cracks began to spread out on the cold lake like a mirror with huge waves rising. Even after the wind stopped, the turbulence on the lake did not stop. Back in the Wang Manor, the hatred in Wang Yan's heart had accumulated even more now that a month had passed. On the field, Yi Luyun was fighting 3 opponents with an ancient sword in his hand. Those 3 were disciples of the Wang clan, and they were all in the 3rd stage of the profound martial realm. But they couldn't even retaliate against Yi Luyun's sword. His sword was radiating brightly like the sun. An explosion suddenly broke out, and the 3 elites from the Wang clan were sent flying. When they fell onto the ground, they spit out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. Ha ha! He has actually reached greater mastery. Yi Luyun is truly a talent. It was worthwhile for us to spend so many resources on him. The Breaking Star sword art specializes in damaging the internal organs and ignores physical strength. It's hopeless for Lin Yun if he only has a powerful physique. Wang Yan sneered. The Breaking Star sword art can be considered one of the best among transcendent profound martial techniques that required a high level of comprehension. It's impressive that Yi Luyun could achieve greater mastery in it. Aside from Lung Mo, there were 8 other Sword Firmament Pavilion disciples next to Wang Yan. The 8 of them were the strongest in the Gentleman Union, and they were all experts in the Earth ranking. They were known as the Gentleman Union's 8 Vajra. They were the Gentleman Union's core members besides the upper echelon. Their presence proved that the Gentleman Union was very concerned with Yi Luyun and Lin Yun's battle. In time, Luyun will become an expert in the Earth ranking, and his achievement won't be any lower than ours. He might even have a chance to reach the Sky ranking. That's right. He's only 17, so he has a lot of potential. Senior Brother Wang, you have a good eye for finding people. It's a little overkill to have Yi Luyun kill that sword slave. Lin Yun will surely die. The elites praised Yi Luyun's display of skill. As for Lung Mo, he did not have the authority to speak, so he could only look at Yi Luyun with envy. Wang Yan was giving Yi Luyun an opportunity by letting him kill Lin Yun. Lin Yun was famous among this year's newcomers, so everyone knew about him. The commotion he created in the 9-star contest was unprecedented. If Yi Luyun killed Lin Yun, he could increase his reputation and bring glory for Wang Yan to cleanse the shame of Wang Ning's death. Leng Mo had been following Wang Yan during this time, and he could realize the deep foundation that the Wang clan had in the capital. But currently, Wang Yan was in an awkward situation with the Wang clan. All the elders who saw him would reprimand him. It was easy for Lin Yun to kill Wang Ning, which had struck a heavy blow to the Wang clan's reputation and caused an uproar. If Lin Yun didn't have the Sword Firmament Pavilion's protection, he would have already been killed by the Wang clan. Naturally, the Wang clan's elders were filled with resentment, so they could only depend on Wang Yan to cleanse the clan of its shame. Greetings, senior brothers. Yi Luyun's face changed when he saw the Gentleman Union's 8 Vajra. He was surprised by their presence. He never expected that Wang Yan would treat this life and death battle so seriously. Do you know what today is? Wang Yan asked with an unpleasant tone in his voice. I do, and I know that there are only 3 days left until the battle. Yi Luyun paused briefly before he continued. And I will kill Lin Yun 3 days from now. Wang Yan smiled. After witnessing your Breaking Star sword art, I'm sure that you can kill him, but he'll be getting away with it too lightly if he dies easily. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand. I will let him suffer and make him beg for mercy. I will humiliate him thoroughly before crippling his cultivation and meridians. I'll hand him over to you after that, Yi Luyun said with a smirk. Ha ha ha. Wang Yan laughed. He could practically imagine the scene of Lin Yun begging for mercy. Good. The sect won't protect him if his cultivation is crippled. But his martial soul, the Aurora Dragon, can be a variable. The Aurora Dragon might only be at the 8th grade amber, but you can't afford to be careless since it's a primordial chaotic soul, Wang Yan said with a grave expression while looking at Yi Luyun. Yi Luyun nodded his head. Don't worry about it. With the trump card you have given me and the help the elders gave me, I'll cripple him if he dares to bring out his martial soul. So what if it's a primordial chaotic soul? I'll see just how chaotic it can be. Let's go. There are only 3 days left, so you can wait in the Gentleman Union until then. The 8 Vidra will spar with you during this period of time, replied Wang Yan. Yi Luyun's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that. The 8 Vidra were experts in the Earth ranking and their time was precious. So how could they spend their precious time sparring with him? Yi Luyun knew that they were only doing it to give Wang Yan face. Senior brother, thank you. I won't forget the favor that you've shown me. Yi Luyun got down on one knee and cupped his hands together. I'm grooming you to be my successor. The 8 seniors have a high opinion of you, so this battle is a stepping stone for you. A mere Lin Yun is nothing in my eyes. I still need you for many things in the future, said Wang Yan. We do have a high opinion of you. You can try making an attempt in the Earth ranking after this battle. You should have a 50% chance of making it in. I don't think that he only has a 50% chance of making it into the Earth ranking. By killing Lin Yun, he will be seizing Lin Yun's fangs and luck. I'm afraid that he will become unstoppable when the time comes. That's right. This is a rare opportunity and we're all envious of you. The 8 Vidra smiled. Their words made Yi Luyun's blood boil with excitement. Swordsmen cultivated their fangs, so he would be seizing Lin Yun's fangs and luck by killing him. I, Yi Luyun, won't disappoint you guys, Yi Luyun said with a grave expression. The group then headed out of the Wang Manor. When they came out, there were several mighty sword condors waiting for them. But just when they were about to go, Wang Yan's face suddenly changed when he saw a black carriage. Even the arrogance that he usually had on his face disappeared. You guys wait here for me. I'll need to go and meet someone. Wang Yan headed towards the carriage with a respectful expression. When Leng Mo saw the carriage, he immediately became excited and he exclaimed out, Is that? Hush! The 8 Vidra looked over coldly. Do you want to die? Leng Mo was instantly terrified. His face changed drastically and he covered his mouth. He already guessed who was in the carriage. It was the person that was Wang Yan's true backing in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. I pay my greetings to the young master. Wang Yan gave a deep bow to the carriage without any hesitation. I heard that you have encountered some trouble? Do you need my help? Laughter could be heard from the carriage. Wang Yan instantly fell on his knees and his face turned white when he heard that. He replied, I dare not seek your help. This is only a trivial matter, so how can I possibly alarm you? It's my fault for being useless to let you be alarmed by something so simple. Humph! The person in the carriage harumphed, which caused Wang Yan's face to turn pale. And here I thought you didn't want any face. I know that you're having a hard time in the clan recently, but that's nothing compared to the matter that I've instructed you on. Not only must you do it well, but you must also get it done beautifully. If you can't get it done, then I'll kill you anytime I please, even if you become the Wang clan's patriarch. But if you do it well, the position of the patriarch will be yours no matter what your cousins do. The person in the carriage said all this and without waiting for Wang Yan's reply, he gave an order, Let's go, for silhouettes appeared out of nowhere. They carried the carriage and swiftly disappeared. It was as if the carriage had never been here. Wang Yan only got up on his feet after a long time passed and muttered. A sword slave actually attracted his attention. Well, that makes sense. I'm afraid that I will only be a piece of garbage to the young master if I can't even deal with a sword slave. Suddenly, a murderous aura surged from his body. and he barked, "Return to the sect. 3 days from now, I'll have Lin Yun's head in front of my younger brother's grave." At the same time, someone visited the Locket Mountain back in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. It was a disciple on the sky-ranking Xianxia. "Big brother, is there really no way to avoid this battle?" Xianxia looked at her elder brother. Wang Ning's death caused enormous pressure for Wang Yan, which nearly made him lose his position in the clan. There might have been a chance if Lin Yun did not accept the challenge back then. But Wang Yan has practically used all his connections for this life and death battle. Even Elder Luo Feng and Guardian Plum said that there's no way to cancel this battle. Xianxia sighed. If he didn't accept the challenge? Xianxia smiled bitterly. With his personality, it would have been weird if he didn't accept it. He would rather bear everything by himself than to drag the Locket Mountain and me down. Well, it's really troublesome this time. I heard that Yi Luyun has practically been in the Wang clan for the past month and got more powerful. I'm afraid that Lin Yun can't escape his fate. Xianxia replied helplessly. No. He promised me. Xianxia gnashed her teeth with a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. He's someone who keeps his promise. Just like how he came out of the sword burial woods alive. Xianxia fell silent. He did not know what to say. He could believe it if Lin Yun had a year to prepare against Yi Luyun. But he only had 1 month. It was too unfair for Lin Yun to challenge someone ranked 36th on the mortal ranking when he had just joined the sect. In the sword burial woods, a shocked Lord 13 was looking at Lin Yun. Just a moment ago, he saw Lin Yun take out tens of thousands of spiritual jades like magic to form his second profound vein. Caused quite a commotion. Come, I'll suppress my cultivation to the second stage of the profound martial realm and spar with you. Let me see how much progress you've made during this time, said Lord 13. Lin Yun thought it was a good idea and agreed, although he showed no emotions to it. He could make good use of this opportunity to see how much his age energy grew. You'll have to excuse me then. Lin Yun's origin energy fluctuated within his body, and he threw a punch at Lord 13. Although Lord 13 took the attack easily, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. The clash between their fist and palm produced a loud rumble. Lord 13 even took 2 steps back since his cultivation was suppressed to the second stage of the profound martial realm. Brat, you're pretty ruthless with your attack. Lord 13 was briefly shocked before he replied. You should be proud that you made me take 2 steps back even if I did not use my full strength. Actually, I didn't use my full strength either. I only used... Lin Yun smiled and raised a finger. Stinking brat, are you trying to embarrass me? Get lost. Lord 13 barked with a dark face. Lin Yun did not mind it and smiled. Please don't get angry. I'll be going now. I'll come again when I'm free. Lord 13 waved his hand to signal Lin Yun to get lost quickly. He was obviously still fuming with anger. But after Lin Yun boarded the boat and disappeared, Lord 13 slowly turned around with a hint of expectation on his wrinkled face. Back in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, Li Wuyo and Qing Mei were chatting. Qing Mei would occasionally let out a burst of laughter, but Li Wuyo was clearly distracted. He couldn't help feeling worried because the deadline was approaching and Lin Yun still wasn't back. Many people were saying that Lin Yun must have run away. Even Lu Yu had come to ridicule how Lin Yun dared to take her pellets that were meant to feed dogs. So Li Wuyo wasn't in a good mood recently. Suddenly, Qing Mei's laughter stopped, and she looked at the gate with astonishment on her face. When Li Wuyo turned around, he saw a handsome youth carrying a sword box on his back, riding on a crimson horse. Who else could it be if it wasn't Lin Yun? Wuyo, time to leave. Lin Yun smiled. 3 days later, on the Blood Banner Peak, the life-death stage, the Sword Firmament Pavilion forbade any form of killing between disciples, and whoever dared to violate this rule would be killed. But if there were unresolvable grudges between disciples, they could resolve it on the life-death stage. Granted, there must be mutual agreement between the parties to do so. Once on the stage, life and death would be out of one's control. All grudges would be resolved on the stage, which meant that the winner lived while the loser died. People rarely came to the Blood Banner Peak, but it was crowded today because of the life-death stage between Lin Yun and Yi Luyun. 2 months ago, Lin Yun's fame spread throughout the Sword Firmament Pavilion after killing Wang Ning. But no one had expected him to conduct a battle on the life-death stage with Yi Luyun right after he got out from the herbal hall. A lot of people heard what happened at the 9-star contest, but they didn't get to witness it themselves. So the news of Lin Yun fighting with Yi Luyun had caused a great commotion in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Besides the disciples that were out of the sect, almost everyone was gathered here. Despite the crowd, the group from Locket Mountain had attracted many people's attention. Xianxia was leading the party, displaying her perfect figure. She had a pair of chilly eyes like a blood rose that swayed in the wind and captivated people's hearts. Suddenly a violent gale appeared and a majestic sword condor descended from the sky. Wang Yen jumped off the sword condor with a dozen people. Senior Brother Wang. Many members of the Gentleman Union immediately got up. Holy! The 8 Vajras are all here. I heard that they were sparring with Yi Luyun for the past 3 days. I wonder how strong Yi Luyun is right now. Look, that's Yi Luyun. Yi Luyun was the last to get down from the sword condor. Looking at Xianxia on the opposite side of the life-death stage, he asked, "He's still not here? He didn't run away, right? The battle still hasn't started yet. So what are you worried about? Lin Yun will be here on time." Xianxia said coldly. Haha, it's hard to say. I heard that he obtained an astronomical sum of resources in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion and even took the bottle of pellets I intended to feed to the dogs. Who knows if he already fled from the Great Qin Empire? Xianxia, it's not good to be too confident right now. After all, it'll be embarrassing if he doesn't show. A burst of laughter rang out as Lu Yu and Fu Guang stepped out from the crowd. Oh? I heard that you contributed a great portion of his resources. I'm surprised that the 2 of you dare to show up here after embarrassing yourselves so badly in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Xianxia smiled. What blasphemy! On what basis are you poking your nose into my business? Fu Guang barked. That's right. Why don't I share about what happened back in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion? After all, I personally witnessed it myself. Hehe. Li Wuyo appeared at the foot of the mountain together with Lin Yun on the dragon-blooded horse. Senior Sister Xianxia, I'm not late, right? Lin Yun walked towards Xianxia. Second stage of the profound martial realm. Lin Yun's cultivation attracted many people's attention. After all, he had only used 1 month to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. They were all surprised by his cultivating speed. You made a breakthrough? Xianxia's eyes lit up with joy. It's all thanks to the resources from Lady Lu. Otherwise, I might not have been able to make a breakthrough, replied Lin Yun. I'll see how long you can last. So what if you're in the second stage of the profound martial realm? Yi Luyun is in the pinnacle 3rd stage of the profound martial realm. Lu Yu snorted and retreated to the side with Fu Guang. Their eyes were filled with hatred when they looked at Lin Yun. Since Lin Yun came for the battle, they naturally wanted to watch and enjoy Lin Yun's death today. The atmosphere was already so intense even before the battle started. At this point, everyone began discussing the fight. No one had expected that Lin Yun would make a breakthrough in a month. Since that was the case, then it wouldn't be a one-sided battle anymore. But everyone still felt that Yi Luyun would win the battle. After all, Yi Luyun was ranked 36th in the mortal ranking and he had been in the sect for 2 years. Right at this moment, an old man donned in a crimson robe silently descended on the stage. His cultivation was unfathomable. He was the life-death stage's judge. Taking out the challenge from his shirt, he declared, Lin Yun, Yi Luyun, get up on the stage. You guys won't be able to go back now that your challenge is in my hand. Lin Yun, remember what you promised me. I don't wish to see you die. Xianxia looked at Lin Yun with a complicated gaze. Her words made Lin Yun pause his steps before he continued walking onto the life-death stage with resolution in his eyes. Simultaneously, a silhouette descended on the stage like a meteor, producing a huge explosion as his aura swept out in the surrounding. This made Lin Yun's face change slightly before he jumped to avoid the aura wave. What powerful aura! It's Yi Luyun. Judging by his aura, I'm afraid that he's not any weaker than ordinary cultivators in the 4th stage of the profound martial realm. Everyone was shocked when they saw his face after the cloud of dust settled down. Yi Liuyun's hair was fluttering in the wind as he said, "Where did you get the confidence to stand before me? Then again, it's good that you're confident. Otherwise, Senior Brother Wang, Lady Lu, and Master Fu Guang will be deeply disappointed." Lin Yun raised his brow and swept his gaze at the surrounding. When Lu Yu noticed Lin Yun's provocation, she gnashed her teeth. "What a loathsome fellow! Oh, he can still smile despite facing death." Wang Yen snorted when he saw Lin Yun's provoking gaze directed over. "Let's start. There are no rules on the life-death stage. The winner will live, while the loser dies." The Crimson Elder swept a glance at the two challengers before he disappeared. The moment he disappeared, a murderous aura enveloped the entire life-death stage. Yi Luyun plunged his scabbard into the ground. "Draw your sword. Otherwise, don't blame me for not allowing you to draw your sword later." His voice was accompanied by a powerful sword aura that cracked the tiles on the stage. He was Yi Luyun, 36th on the mortal ranking. He did not rely on any heretical means to obtain his ranking, and everyone in the surrounding could sense his arrogance and pride. What confidence! Arrogant! But then again, it makes sense for him to be arrogant. I heard that his Breaking Star sword art is ferocious. In the past, it only took him a single sword to defeat those on the same cultivation as him. How can Lin Yun possibly win? Yi Luyun doesn't even consider him to be a genuine opponent. Whispers began to sound from the crowd, which made Lin Yun narrow his eyes. Yi Luyun was really arrogant, but did he really think that making a breakthrough in his cultivation was all Lin Yun had done? "I don't need to draw my sword to kill you," Lin Yun replied coldly. If Yi Luyun were arrogant, then he would be more arrogant than him. Since he dared to stand on the stage, he naturally had the confidence to kill Yi Luyun. Lin Yun's words instantly caused an uproar. The crowd shook their heads inwardly, wondering if Lin Yun took the wrong medicine today. Only Xianxia's eyes lit up briefly before the concern gradually disappeared on her face. She knew Lin Yun's temperament well. He was unpredictable when he was calm, but if he showed his fangs, he was confident of winning. "You're courting death." Yi Luyun waved his hand and unsheathed his sword. The moment Yi Luyun held onto his sword, a powerful gale swept out and targeted Lin Yun. "Break!" Lin Yun threw out a punch that combined the sword and the fist. Accompanied by a dragon and tiger roar, his fist shattered the incoming gale. "The dragon-tiger fist?" Yi Luyun sneered. "You want to fight me with that half-baked dragon-tiger fist of yours? How impudent! I, Yi Luyun, will be claiming your head today." Starlight. Yi Luyun soared into the sky as a cold gleam reflected from his sword. The tip of his sword exploded with dazzling light. With a flash, the life-death stage plunged into darkness, while the radiance from Yi Luyun's sword shined like a star. It was truly worthy of being a transcendent, profound martial technique. Everyone was shocked by Yi Luyun's attack. They all felt that there wouldn't be any suspense to this battle. Among the profound martial techniques, the difference in grades was enormous. In fact, the Breaking Star sword art was one of the best transcendent, profound martial techniques. While the crowd clamored, the sword shot towards Lin Yun like a meteor. "You call that starlight?" Lin Yun's crimson eyes glowed in the darkness. His body was like a beautiful jade that could be faintly seen in the darkness. Currently, Lin Yun was wondering how strong the Dragon Tiger Fist would be after combining the perfect Thunderblitz battle physique with his origin energy that had been refined by the age energy. He was filled with expectation for the results. Dragon Tiger Might. The iris flower blossomed in his dantian. Then, his origin energy surged and the roars of a dragon and tiger could be heard. Lin Yun's aura rose and he stepped forward, pushing back the sword aura from Yi Luyun. But Lin Yun was trembling and his forehead was covered in sweat. His shaking hands tried to form seals. The origin energy within his body frantically compressed like a volcano that was about to erupt. However, Lin Yun knew that this wasn't enough. With a roar, blood started to ooze out from his skin despite his perfect Thunderblitz battle physique. Undying Vajra Seal. When Lin Yun finally formed the seals, a bright radiance exploded, that expelled the darkness enveloping the life-death stage. At the same time, violent energy from the seal collided with the sword. The collision caused a huge buzz and the tiles around Lin Yun shattered. The sheer force from the crash also raised a cloud of dust on the stage. What a powerful shockwave! I can't see anything. What's going on? It doesn't make any sense. Lin Yun should have lost. No one had expected that a single move could create such a terrifying aftermath. Everyone was in shock. Most importantly, they couldn't see anything because of the cloud of dust. When the cloud of dust finally settled down, an unbelievable sight awaited the onlookers. Lin Yun's clothes were ripped and he had sword wounds all over his body. However, he still stood firm with brightly shining eyes. On the other hand, Yi Liyun's face was pale as he supported himself on the ground with one hand, while his sword was stuck in the ground. They are evenly matched. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's transcendent profound martial technique was evenly matched with Lin Yun's half-baked Dragon Tiger fist? This outcome made no sense. What's going on? Lung Mo, who was standing beside Wang Yan, was shocked. Even the 8 Vajra had locked their brows tightly. Yi Liyun, how does it feel? Lin Yun laughed. Again, come on. Lin Yun's fists were tightly clenched. He was still under the empowerment of the undying Vajra seal. The origin energy around his body fluctuated as he charged at Yi Liyun. Impudent! Yi Liyun wiped the blood off his lips and roared, charging at Lin Yun with his sword. Lin Yun had infused his sword intent into his fist, which surged like a violet wave. Although he was using his fist, it was more ferocious than the sword. He was using his fist as his sword. Even Yi Liyun, whose cultivation was comparable to the 4th stage of the profound martial realm, couldn't hold any advantage in the battle under Lin Yun's attacks. No matter how he tried, he couldn't suppress Lin Yun. Everyone was shocked. They had expected Yi Liyun to overwhelm Lin Yun, but the two were evenly fighting back and forth. Furthermore, with careful observation, it was evident that Lin Yun held a slight advantage. The crowd was truly shocked by how refined Lin Yun's origin energy was. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun and Yi Liyun were already exchanging their 20th move. The quick attacks created a loud rumble and a cloud of dust rose into the sky. Yi Liyun's hand trembled, and he retreated a few hundred meters away from the center of impact. On the other hand, Lin Yun only took 10 steps backward. It was at this moment that everyone noticed the advantage that Lin Yun had due to his physique. Die! Star Slasher! A trace of ferocity flashed in Yi Liyun's eyes. He soared through the sky and charged at Lin Yun. Dragon Tiger Steps! Lin Yun did not wait for Yi Liyun to come and charged forward. When Lin Yun charged forward, the image of a dragon and tiger could vaguely be seen. The images alternated between the tiger and dragon steps. In the past, Lin Yun struggled to execute the Dragon Tiger steps, but now he could use it as easily as he wished. There were 9 steps in total, but to the audience it looked like he reached Yi Liyun with a single step. When he finished taking the 9th step, the dragon and tiger images appeared on Lin Yun simultaneously. A powerful aura rose from Lin Yun's body as he gave everything he had along with the undying Vajra seal's remnant power. The dragon and tiger manifested before turning into a crimson light that poured into Lin Yun's fist. Yi Liyun tried to retaliate with his sword, but he failed to break Lin Yun's attack. Instead, he was sent flying away by Lin Yun's fist. What? His origin energy is stronger than mine. A trace of shock flickered through Yi Liyun's eyes. He never would have expected that wouldn't hold any advantages in the fight. And he most certainly did not expect to be in a disadvantageous position. The fist that could shatter a mountain faced the sword that could cut down a star. Explosions repeatedly rung out from the stage, turning countless tiles on the ground into fragments. The life-death stage had become a mess. Lin Yun suddenly soared into the sky and executed Soaring Dragon from the Dragon Tiger fist that was further empowered by the sky-breaking seal. The stage began to tremble as fragments were flying around. When Lin Yun threw his punch, it was like time had stopped. Sky-breaking seal! Yi Liyun's face changed. That was the sky-breaking seal that belonged to the Heavenly Profound sect. How did Lin Yun learn it? Yi Luyun instantly felt as though he plunged into quicksand since he couldn't use his movement technique anymore. Lin Yun roared and threw another punch. Pouncing tiger! His left fist that had been accumulating power had an image of a tiger crossing the mountains and rivers. With the empowerment of the sky-breaking seal, the tiger and dragon reflected upon each other. The sky began to change colors upon their presence, and even the dust and tile fragments that flew around were completely crushed. The dragon-tiger fist that was famous throughout the Great Qin Empire was fully displayed by Lin Yun. The stage was suddenly cleared. It was as though someone had cleaned the life-death stage. But the scene of Yi Luyun spitting out a mouthful of blood on the stage was even more shocking. No one had expected that the battle would turn out this way. No one had anticipated that the ferocious Lin Yun, who killed Wang Ning and dominated everyone in the 9-star contest, would know such a powerful fist technique. Lu Yu, who stood beneath the stage, turned pale. This wasn't what she wanted. The one who should be throwing up blood should be Lin Yun. Damn it! Why is he so powerful? Did he really refine all the spiritual jades he got from Lu Yu? There were tens of thousands of spiritual jades. Just what sort of cultivation technique does he have to consume all that? Fu Guang's voice trembled. Lu Yu nearly spit up a mouthful of blood when she heard Fu Guang's words. Did Lin Yun really use her spiritual jades to become so powerful? The sky-breaking seal. But even if it was the sky-breaking seal, it wouldn't be so powerful. Yi Luyun muttered to himself while he struggled to get up. His hair was a complete mess, making him look like a madman. Yi Luyun, it's like I said. I don't need to draw my sword to defeat you, said Lin Yun. 15 minutes ago, everyone was laughing when Lin Yun said that. But who dared to laugh at him now? No one dared to laugh at Lin Yun now. The thousands who were gathered here were deeply shocked that the youth on the stage relied on his fists to put Yi Luyun in such a terrible condition. Even the disciples who felt that Lin Yun would get lucky did not anticipate him to win like this. Is that really the Dragon Tiger Fist? Why is it so terrifying? Seems so different from the ones I've seen. Xianxia fell into deep thought. She had witnessed the Dragon Tiger Fist, and she had even personally witnessed Drifting Goblet use it. But Lin Yun's Dragon Tiger Fist seemed entirely different. Suppressing the pinnacle 3rd stage of the profound martial realm while in the 2nd stage. I wonder how this brat managed to do it. Lin Yun's clothes were riddled with holes, but there was an unruly arrogance on his face when he stood on the stage with his hair fluttering. Xianxia was deeply shocked by this scene before she smiled. What a terrifying fist. It's like the dragon and tiger, except it's stronger and more ferocious. It might seem like a fist, but it's actually a sword. He's using his fist as his sword. A sword, Firmament Pavilion's disciple exclaimed. That's terrifying indeed. Yi Luyun has really underestimated his opponent by calling him half-baked. I've seen elites from the Heavenly Profound sect executing this technique, but the power of their fists didn't even reach 1/10 of Lin Yun's. Yi Luyun isn't going to lose, right? He must be seriously injured with how he's struggling to get up. Oh yeah, Yi Luyun seems to be losing. The disciples were shocked by Lin Yun's sky-breaking seal's power before they realized something even more horrifying. Yi Luyun was going to lose? This sudden realization caused an uproar in the surrounding. This was an outcome that no one had expected. As for the Gentleman Union, everyone's faces were dark, including the 8 Vajra. Lose? Wang Yen snorted. There's no way Yi Luyun will lose. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Could it be that Yi Luyun still had a trump card? Up on the tattered stage, Yi Luyun sneered. You want to kill me? I was caught by surprise when you combined the Dragon Tiger Fist with your sword. But don't think that you can win by relying on the Dragon Tiger Fist alone. How curious. Where do you get that confidence from? Lin Yun replied. Hehe. I just want to tell you not to underestimate the 4 prestigious clans. You were already doomed to die the moment you cut down Wang Ning. Yi Luyun suddenly plunged his 5 fingers into his chest. Blood started to flow from the wound before forming a blood seal. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura emitted from him. It was as if the demon within him was being released. In just an instant, his aura rose back to its peak. But the changes didn't stop there. His aura even surpassed his current cultivation limits and was comparable to someone in the fourth stage of the profound martial realm. Bloodthirst Mark. Isn't that the Wang clan's Bloodthirst Mark? It's said that it can allow someone to reach their pinnacle for a short period of time and help them unleash their full potential. But the Bloodthirst Mark is the Wang clan's secret. Even many direct descendants aren't able to learn it. Only the elders are qualified to. Everyone's hearts trembled because they were shocked by the aura coming from Yi Luyun. Wang Yan. Xine Yan turned to look at Wang Yan coldly. This is just the beginning. Do you really think that this is all of Yi Luyun's strength? I've already said that Lin Yun will die today and that no one can change the outcome. Wang Yan replied indifferently. Sword! Roared Yi Luyun. His aura began to rise while his sword intent started to gather and grow. Something's wrong? Lin Yun frowned with a strange flicker in his eyes. Yi Luyun suddenly stabbed out with his sword, creating a phenomenon of shattering stars. Yi Luyun's sword intent wreaked havoc as explosions created clouds of dust. Even Lin Yun wasn't able to avoid it completely even though he had detected it in advance. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, a surge of sweetness rose from his throat, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Starlight as brilliant as the sun. That's the sign of the Breaking Star sword art, reaching greater mastery. Yi Luyun's Breaking Star sword art has reached greater mastery. This is a transcendent, profound martial technique that we're talking about. He must have made a breakthrough recently. Otherwise, he would be in the top 10 of the mortal ranking by now. The sudden increase in the Breaking Star sword art's power had shocked everyone. People generally wouldn't go for transcendent martial techniques because they had a high comprehension requirement. It was already difficult to reach lesser mastery in a transcendent martial technique, and those who could reach the greater mastery couldn't just be described as a genius. How does it feel? Yi Luyun laughed when he saw Lin Yun throwing up a mouthful of blood. If I wasn't careless, I wouldn't have to use this forbidden technique. You should be proud that you forced me this far. I guess I'll give the Earth ranking a try after killing you. Today, you will become my stepping stone. Yi Luyun's aura continued to rise under the Bloodthirst Mark, and every swing of his sword was accompanied by explosive strength. Every sword was equivalent to a volcano eruption, and the pressure coming from the sword even made the audience feel suffocated. Lin Yun wore a grave expression. While he dealt with Yi Luyun's attacks, his gaze was on the Bloodthirst Mark. Even with the Bloodthirst Mark and cultivation that increased to the fourth stage of the profound martial realm, it was nothing to Lin Yun. In the end, he made a mistake by underestimating his opponent and was caught by surprise. But then again, what was the point of winning if his opponent wasn't strong? Lin Yun faced Yi Luyun's attacks without any expression on his face. He made himself look to be in the disadvantageous spot and even allowed Yi Luyun to leave several cuts on his body. But within his body, his origin energy was violently surging like a boiling river as the iris flower slowly bloomed. Let's finish this. Yi Luyun grinned. He did not want to drag the battle out any longer, and the crimson radiance from the Bloodthirst Mark also enveloped his body. This scene made everyone from Locket Mountain, including Li Wuyo, nervous. They could feel their hearts tighten. But Lin Yun's eyes glowed just before Yi Luyun's sword was about to reach him. He soared into the sky and charged at Yi Luyun. At the same time, he formed a seal with his sword intent. A burst of golden radiance exploded from his back and slowly formed into a gigantic sword. Lin Yun wasn't a Buddhist, but he had a sword that didn't fear death or the demons. He would vanquish all demons with his sword. This was the demon vanquishing seal. Vanquishing demons with his sword? Holy shit. What kind of martial technique is this? Don't tell me that it's the demon vanquishing seal. What kind of monster is this Lin Yun? The demon vanquishing sword behind Lin Yun had startled everyone, and even many elders were taken aback. Lin Yun threw out his punch. The demon vanquishing sword that was morphed from the origin energy in his body was a sword that would vanquish all demons and evil. Under the demon vanquishing sword suppression, Yi Luyun's sword aura began to crumble. He even took a step back when descended. Every single time Yi Luyun took a step back, he would also spit out a mouthful of blood. Go down! The aura coming from the demon-vanquishing sword reached a new pinnacle when Lin Yun landed on the ground. His fist bombarded Yi Liuyun's chest and sent him flying away. At the same time, the bloodthirst mark also collapsed. Die! Lin Yun's eyes flashed with murderous aura before Yi Liyun could get back on his feet. He charged across the stage, causing the stage to tremble with every step he took. He was determined to kill Yi Liyun today, and it didn't matter if it was for the humiliation he suffered back then or for his promise to Xianxia. When he ran, his murderous aura had also reached an unprecedented height. When Yi Liyun saw Lin Yun running over, his face had turned pale and fear spread in his heart. Get lost! But just when Lin Yun's fist was about to hit Yi Liyun, a silhouette suddenly appeared before Yi Liyun and sent a palm at Lin Yun's fist. When the fist and palm connected, Lin Yun's face sank and he took 3 steps back. When he raised his head, he was shocked to see who was blocking him. It was Wang Yan. You already won. You can get lost now, Wang Yan replied. He was greatly humiliated when he witnessed Wang Ning being killed. If Wang Yan allowed Yi Liyun to be killed today, he would surely take another hit to his reputation. He had to protect Yi Liyun no matter what. On the other side, Xianxia was briefly surprised before she roared, Wang Yan, on what basis are you interfering with the challenge? Humph. He's one of my gentleman union's elite, so how can his life be compared to someone as cheap as this brat over here? Bring Liyun away quickly. With me here, no one can touch him. Wang Yan sneered. Everyone from the Gentleman Union immediately acknowledged the order and rushed onto the life-death stage and formed a human wall defending Yi Liyun. But I must kill him today. Lin Yun was furious. An 8 amber radiance burst out and the primordial chaotic soul, the Aurora Dragon, was summoned. It had a human face and a dragon body with an ominous aura that shocked everyone. Get lost! Lin Yun roared and kicked Wang Yan, who was lost in his thoughts, before charging at the Gentleman Union with the Dragon Tiger fist empowered by the demon-vanquishing seal. He charged at Yi Liyun with great determination. He would send those who stood in his way flying. Disciples of the Locket Mountain, charge! Xianxia roared and hundreds of people responded to her. She landed on the life-death stage and clashed with the Gentleman Union. Under the battle between the 2 alliance unions, the stage that was already damaged finally shattered. The challenge had suddenly turned into a messy battle. No one expected this to happen. The Bloodbanner Peak was instantly left in ruin. Screams and roars echoed out from the life-death stage. The 2 alliance unions, Gentleman Union and Locket Mountain, started fighting without any warning. Even the Bloodbanner Peak's judge was dumbfounded by this scene. He clearly did not expect this scene. First, Lin Yun surpassed everyone's expectations and defeated Yi Liyun using the Dragon Tiger fist. The same Yi Liyun that was ranked 36th on the mortal ranking. Then Wang Yan ignored the rules of the challenge and forcefully rescued Yi Liyun. Xianxia quickly followed this by stirring the members of Locket Mountain into war against the Gentleman Union. The battle was chaotic and one judge wasn't enough to intimidate everyone. You must be courting death to attack me. Wang Yan had lost it. He felt greatly humiliated to be kicked by Lin Yun and summoned his martial soul. A 9th grade amber martial soul appeared, and Wang Yan's demon runic tiger's colossal figure unleashed its aura into the surrounding. Wang Yan's anger reached the limit as he looked around. He immediately spotted Lin Yun charging through the Gentleman's Union with an aura that violently fluctuated like a dragon and tiger. Wang Yan, I'm your opponent. But just when Wang Yan was about to make a move, a figure charged over after sending 2 people flying with her sword. Xianxia appeared in a fiery red dress like a crimson rose in the middle of all the chaos. Her martial soul, the Aqua Moon, was hovering around her. It circulated and raised a powerful gale into the surrounding. It even made her clothes flutter in the wind, causing her to look gallant. Aqua Moon! Wang Yan was stunned when he saw the droplet of water. A trace of fear flickered through his eyes as he coldly spoke out. Xianxia, you want to become enemies with me for a rookie who just entered the sect? I'm taking Yi Liyun with me right now. How shameless. You can only blame yourself for what happened today. Act like a man. You should have been prepared for this outcome when you forced Lin Yun into the corner back then. Xianxia replied coldly. Very well. Don't blame me for being rude. Wang Yan replied as his face darkened and a slender sword appeared in his hand. He drew the sword and charged over without any hesitation. You think I'm afraid of you? Snorted Xianxia. She drew her sword and charged over. With that, the battle between the leaders of Gentleman Union and Locket Mountain broke out. They were both experts in the Earth ranking, and their battle instantly brought the intensity of war to a whole new level. Get lost! The iris flower blossomed in Lin Yun's body, and his origin energy that was combined with the age energy fluctuated. In addition to the demon vanquishing seal, Lin Yun was invincible. No disciples in the mortal ranking could last more than 3 moves against him, all the while he would avoid experts from the Earth ranking. His concentration was entirely on Yi Luyun, who was running away. Yi Luyun's face was unsightly. He never expected that Lin Yun would be insane enough to go against the entire Gentleman Union just to kill him. Damn it! What a lunatic! Yi Luyun gnashed his teeth. Despite the pain he felt all over his body, he still ran for his life. Since Wang Yan had stepped up to protect him, he knew that he would be safe as long as he made it out of this place alive. Suddenly, a series of screams came from behind him. When Yi Luyun turned around, he saw Lin Yun, and this terrified him greatly. He never expected that Lin Yun would catch up to him so quickly. Not giving him an opportunity to speak, Lin Yun's fist smashed into Yi Luyun's face and sent him flying. His nose was instantly broken. Yi Luyun, did you ever think that you would be in this situation after you chased me back then? Lin Yun was furious. After all, it was natural that they had to follow the rules since Yi Luyun had gone up the life-death stage. In fact, he wouldn't have any complaints even if he was the one who lost. But what was Yi Luyun doing now? If Yi Luyun got away with this, wouldn't all the hard work he put in over the last month go down the drain? Before Yi Luyun could react, Lin Yun raised his leg and kicked Yi Luyun's chest. Yi Luyun was sent flying and he spit out a mouthful of blood. He was on the brink of death when he fell onto the ground. This scene scared everyone from the Gentleman Union. They never expected Lin Yun to be so violent. Not only him, but the disciples who were standing far away from the life-death stage were also dumbfounded. Wang Yan's face changed when he saw this scene and he roared, "Where are the 8 Vajra? Stop him!" 8 powerful auras exploded from the Gentleman Union. The 8 Vajra summoned their martial souls instantly. They exuded powerful auras as they soared into the sky. They descended in front of Lin Yun like a wall. Lin Yun was caught by surprise and took several steps back to stabilize his footing. A trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his lips from this encounter. "There's a sword condor over there. Quickly mount it and return to the Gentleman Union," the leader of the 8 Vajra said. Yi Luyun's eyes immediately lit up and he ran towards the sword condor. This scene made Lin Yun furious. He wanted to barge through the wall formed by the 8 Vajra, but there was nothing he could do to the 8 experts in the Earth ranking. Impudent! Get lost! You won't be able to take another step with the 8 of us here. The 8 Vajra looked at Lin Yun with disdain. They blocked Lin Yun like a towering mountain, and all Lin Yun could do was watch as Yi Luyun smugly ran towards the sword condor. It's impossible for Lin Yun to make it past the 8 Vajra that are blocking his way. In the end, Yi Luyun still managed to run away. Everyone found this to be pitiful. Lin Yun looked at the 8 standing before him with a grave expression. But just when he was about to draw his sword, a crimson streak suddenly bolted over. What speed! What the hell is that? The 8 Vajra's faces changed as the streak charged into the 8 of them before they could react. Instantly, 4 of the 8 Vajra were sent flying and each of them spit up mouthfuls of blood. Even the remaining 4 were sent 100 meters backwards. With that, the dragon-blooded horse drilled a hole in the impenetrable wall. Lin Yun tapped his foot on the ground and jumped onto the dragon-blooded horse. After him! The dragon-blooded horse began galloping and every caused earth tremors. The 8 Vajra recovered from the impact, but it was already too late for them to chase after Lin Yun. Yi Luyun got on the sword condor when he saw Lin Yun rushing over. His facial expression changed, but he soon regained his composure and sneered, "Lin Yun, I will repay what you've done today. You want to kill me? Dream on. Fly." The enormous sword condor flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Yi Luyun immediately collapsed on the sword condor's back as soon as the condor took flight. His life was hanging by a thread. "Senior sister." The sword condor flew away. Li Wuyo yelled out when he saw the sword condor flying into the sky. Xianxia raised her head to see the sword condor flying into the distance with Yi Luyun. Her face changed drastically at this. She immediately wanted to disengage her fight with Wang Yan and summon her sword condor over. "Xianxia, stay here obediently. Like I said, no one can touch Yi Luyun no matter what." Wang Yan sneered while holding Xianxia back. "Damn it!" Xianxia grew anxious. She couldn't think of any ways to help Lin Yun now. However, the galloping sounds never stopped. The dragon-blooded horse seemed to sense Lin Yun's rage. Its galloping sounded like war drums that even drowned out the fight between the two alliance unions. "What's going on?" Xianxia and Wang Yan were stunned and turned around. The disciples from the two alliance unions also did the same. They were all shocked by the unfolding scene. Lin Yun was like a blade, cutting through the wind to chase after the sword condor. Is he insane? How can he possibly catch up to the sword condor? What an idiot. Does he think that he can fly? Lu Yu gnashed her teeth. It's best for that brat to fall off the blood banner peak and die. Fu Guang sneered. Suddenly, the dragon-blooded horse came to a stop and issued a loud neigh. It was like a land condor due to its speed, so it nearly caught up to the sword condor. The morning sun cast a brilliance on it, making its coat look like a ball of crimson flames. That horse is really unique. Everything would be worth it if I could get one. But it's a pity that it's not a real dragon horse and that Yi Luyun still managed to get away. Everyone was amazed by the dragon-blooded horse, who broke through the 8 Vajras formation and nearly caught up to the sword condor. But just as everyone was sighing, a domineering aura surged from the dragon-blooded horse. To be exact, it came from the youth on the horse. The sword box behind the youth opened and flower petals started dancing around him. The youth drew his sword and soared into the sky, brandishing a swing. Although it was only one swing, it could sweep through the mountain and river. Yi Luyun, who was resting on the sword condor, suddenly felt that something was amiss. But when he opened his eyes, he was met with a stinging pain in his eyes. It wasn't because of the sunlight, but because of a sword that was brighter than the sun. He could see a face in the bright light, and he was greatly terrified when he got a clearer view of the face. He exclaimed, "Lin Yun!" Under that domineering sword, Yi Luyun and the sword condor were reduced to a blood mist that sprinkled the ground under the sunlight. "TT, that's the Overlord's sword," the Blood Banner Peak's judge exclaimed out. His voice was trembling with disbelief in his eyes. Lin Yun looked domineering when he stood at the peak as the blood of Yi Luyun and the sword condor rained down behind him. He killed them both with just one swing. There wasn't any hesitation in his attack, even against someone who Wang Yan wanted to protect. With the sun shining behind him, Lin Yun looked like a deity who descended from the heavens. The Overlord's sword? Is that the Overlord's sword that no one has succeeded in practicing for the past thousands of years? I heard that many people hurt their foundation and cultivation from practicing this sword. Unbelievable! That sword even killed the sword condor. I heard that this sword technique is extremely odd. It only has one sword and it's hard to comprehend. Everyone who saw this scene was greatly shocked. In the end, Yi Luyun wasn't able to escape. Fu Guang's jaw dropped at this scene. He was cursing Lin Yun to fall off the peak because he couldn't believe what he just saw. Lu Yu was also slightly stunned. Lin Yun's sword had caught her by surprise. After all, no one had expected something like this to happen. Just a moment ago, everyone was still laughing at Lin Yun for how foolish he was to chase after the sword condor. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Yun had slapped them on their faces. Everyone from the Gentleman Union was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Wang Yan's face turned black. His hands trembled while he held onto his long sword. Looking at the cloud of blood raining down, Wang Yan cried with heartache, "My sword condor!" It wasn't easy to obtain a sword condor in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, not to mention the work involved in nurturing it to the profound martial realm. Sword condors were prideful demonic beasts that would die if they failed to make a breakthrough. They were also extremely loyal to their masters, so it wasn't easy for anyone to subdue such a demonic beast in the Great Qin Empire. Furthermore, sword condors could be used to travel and fight. It was said that only cultivators in the legendary Heavenly Soul realm could fly. He initially wanted to use the sword condor to take Yi Luyun away, but he never expected that he would lose the sword condor. What a pity! A sword condor was killed because of someone's shamelessness. Xianxia smiled, looking at the heroic figure. She inwardly marveled at how shocking Lin Yun's sword was. So it turns out that the martial technique he wanted from the martial hall was the Overlord sword. She even heard that an elder caused Lin Yun to bleed from his 7 orifices while being forced to the ground on one knee. But in the end, he managed to leave with the cultivation technique. Did this fellow do all of this because of his promise? Did he really need to take it so far? Xianxia. Wang Yan coldly turned. Wang Yan, this is no longer something as simple as the death of a sword condor. You interfered with the Blood Banner Peaks challenge and violated the sex rules. You should be thinking about the trouble you'll be facing instead. Xianxia replied coldly. You don't have to worry about that. On the other hand, I'm interested in finding out what the sect will do to Lin Yun, who killed a fellow disciple outside the life-death stage. Wang Yan rebuked. Wang Yan, you don't have to lie to yourself. Junior brother Lin even used the Overlord sword. There's no way the sect will do anything to him even if he kills another person. As for you, well, the sect might not dare to do anything to you, Xianxia sneered. But how are you going to explain another failure to the Wang clan? Wang Yan's face was dark after having his sore spot jabbed by Xianxia. After Lin Yun executed the Overlord sword, the iris flower instantly dimmed and closed. He had exhausted all the origin energy in his body. He could feel the exhaustion screaming from every single cell in his body. He was feeling dizzy and he could easily fall asleep at any time. However, he gnashed his teeth and changed his posture several times in the air before he landed on the dragon-blooded horse. In the next second, the dragon-blooded horse brought Lin Yun over to Xianxia. Senior sister, I've killed Yi Luyun just as I promised, said Lin Yun. Junior brother Lin, do you recognize this person? Xianxia smiled and pointed at Wang Yan. Lin Yun naturally recognized Wang Yan. He was the one who instructed Yi Luyun to cause Lin Yun so much trouble and forced him into a corner. Earlier, Lin Yun took advantage of Wang Yan being intimidated by the primordial chaotic soul to kick him away. Due to the massive gap in their cultivation, a kick was all he could give. Of course, he is Wang Yan, the Gentleman Union's union master, the Wang clan's direct descendant and Wang Ning's elder brother, replied Lin Yun. Well, do you know what he said 3 days ago? Xianxia asked. What did he say? Asked Lin Yun. Our senior brother Wang here said that he would take your head to his younger brother's grave, said Xianxia. She was using Wang Yan's words to slap him in his face. Wang Yan's face turned red when he heard that. But there was nothing he could say in the face of Xianxia's humiliation, and he barked out coldly, "Return to the Gentleman Union headquarters." His only option was to leave with the Gentleman Union right now. Who says that you're allowed to go? A cold snort sounded out just when Wang Yan turned around. Luo Feng was seen walking over slowly. Wang Yan's expression froze before he turned around. Greetings, Elder Luo. How dare you interfere with the life-death battle in the Blood Banner Peak? Are you disregarding the Sword Firmament Pavilion's rules? Luo Feng reprimanded. I know that I've made a mistake, and I will personally plead guilty to Elder Bai Ting. Wang Yan replied. Come with me to the sword-bearing hall. Luo Feng stepped forward and reached out to Wang Yan. This scene shocked many people, including Xianxia. Wang Yan's backing wasn't limited to just the Wang clan. After all, he couldn't hold such authority with that status alone. In the past, he wouldn't be punished as long as he didn't kill anyone, even if he violated the sex rules. But something different was going on today. The faces of everyone from the Gentleman Union changed. They immediately stepped forward, wanting to protect Wang Yan. Outrageous! Luo Feng's eyes flickered with a trace of rage and he raised his hand, unleashing his cultivation in the Violet Palace realm. In the next second, everyone from the Gentleman Union was sent flying as they threw up blood. "I want to see Elder Bai." Wang Yan gritted his teeth with an unsightly expression. "I know that you prepared for today and you greeted Bai Ting beforehand. You even wanted him to preside over the challenge. Sorry to disappoint you, but he won't be coming today. So you'll obediently come with me." Luo Feng sneered while he took out a sword firmament token. It was an ordinary token with a plum engraved on it. Wang Yan's face changed drastically and he started to panic. "I know my mistake. Please hand your punishment to me. At least you're tactful." Luo Feng stepped forward and placed a palm on Wang Yan's shoulder. Wang Yan's face instantly turned pale and he threw up a mouthful of blood. "This is to teach you a lesson. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's rules aren't something that you can trample on as you wish." Wang Yan's face was grave, but he did not dare to complain. Everyone from Locket Mountain was happy with this scene. Wang Yan had been arrogant for many years, but no one had seen him suffer as badly as he did today. "Let's go. The sword-bearing hall's elders are waiting for you." Luo Feng grabbed onto Wang Yan. Right at this moment, Wang Yan turned to Xan Yan. "Xan Yan, don't forget your identity. He won't have a good outcome if you protect him. Care about yourself right now. I will naturally protect him since I brought him into the sect." Xan Yan replied coldly. No one had expected that the arrogant Wang Yan would end up like this. Even Lin Yun felt curious about the token Luo Feng brought out. Everyone watched while Wang Yan was forcibly taken away by Luo Feng. This was the first time anyone had seen him suffer such a huge loss. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Lin Yun in a completely new way. This lunatic youth would most likely become a monster in the future and attract the upper hierarchy's attention. The scene of Lin Yun soaring into the sky and executing the Overlord sword was still fresh in everyone's mind. It was very impressive and it was unprecedented for any outer disciples to show such excellence. They still couldn't believe that Lin Yun killed Yi Luyun and the Sword Condor. The sword that he wielded was something they probably wouldn't forget for the next decade. When Xan Yan looked at Wang Yan, who was taken away, there was a hint of concern on her face. What Wang Yan said was like a thorn that stabbed into her heart. "Senior sister, what are you thinking about?" Lin Yun asked as he hopped off the dragon-blooded horse. "I heard that you had a hard time obtaining the Overlord sword." Xan Yan smiled. When Lin Yun recalled what happened that day, he couldn't help feeling sour in his heart. No one could understand how he felt when he was on the ground with one knee and bleeding from his 7 orifices. No one knew that he was doing it because of a promise. "Since I promised you that I would kill Yi Luyun, I had to uphold my promise," replied Lin Yun. "Well done. The Gentleman Union has been suppressing us for some time, but you made them suffer a huge loss today," said Mo Chang, a core member of the Locket Mountain. "That's right. You've vented out all our pent-up resentment." The other Locket Mountain's disciples spoke out as well. All of them had a good impression of Lin Yun. Lin Yun merely responded with a smile, and he didn't say much. For him, it had only been about keeping a promise, since Xan Yan had stepped in and saved him. So he had to kill Yi Luyun, regardless of whether it was due to personal reasons or logic. "Go back to Locket Mountain and rest well. I'll take a look at your injuries there." Xan Yan could tell that Lin Yun wasn't exactly in good shape and the foremost important thing right now was to treat his injuries. When Lin Yun returned to Locket Mountain, he finally released the tension in his heart and fell asleep after having his injuries checked. Although he seemed invincible when he charged through the Gentleman Union's crowd, he was just barely holding on when he killed Yi Luyun. He was already overwhelmed by his injuries and exhaustion when he executed the Overlord sword. As a result, he slept for 3 whole days. During the 3 days, the Sword Firmament Pavilion was swept by a huge wave. Almost all the outer disciples were talking about Lin Yun's battle with Yi Luyun. It was a battle filled with many twists and turns. But what caused such a huge commotion was the last sword used by Lin Yun, the Overlord sword. It was a forbidden technique that only a few had managed to learn in the past 1,000 years. Many people who tried to learn this sword technique were crippled from learning it. However, this time someone actually managed to use it. 3 days later, Lin Yun woke up feeling refreshed. He could sense that his cultivation had improved as he examined the origin energy surging through his veins. It looks like he had benefited from the battle immensely. My clothes! Lin Yun looked to see that he had changed his clothes. When he raised his head, he saw Li Wuyo napping in the room. He called out, "Wuyo!" Li Wuyo immediately woke up and rejoiced. "Big brother, you're finally awake. You changed my clothes? Don't get it twisted. I'm straight," smiled Li Wuyo. "What the hell are you talking about?" Lin Yun frowned. Hee, never mind. It was actually senior sister Xian who changed your clothes. We were even asked to leave. How envious. I wonder if I will get similar treatment if I'm injured one day. Lin Yun suddenly felt that this was possible based on Xian Yan's style. But Li Wuyo must have forgotten the lesson back in the Snowy Baron because Xian Yan wasn't someone you could take advantage of. After some chit-chat, Li Wuyo's expression became solemn and he said, "Big brother, I plan to go into seclusion. Did the sun come out from the west today? Now you're going to cultivate? You know, I urged you to do so countless times." Lin Yun smiled in surprise. "My old man told me that it's fine for me to stay in the Xiantian realm for a while. After all, the astral star art isn't like other cultivation techniques. I'll soar after reaching the profound martial realm. So there's no hurry for me to cultivate." Li Wuyo sighed. But it felt terrible knowing that there was nothing I could do during the challenge. I could only watch since my cultivation is only in the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm. Don't overthink it. The battle between two alliance unions is basically made up of only the elites. Plus, senior sister Xian Yan would get worried if you really went up to fight. Lin Yun said with a grave expression. That's right. Well, I've made up my mind to go into seclusion, so I'll only come out after reaching the profound martial realm. After all, I can't always be the one dragging everyone down. Li Wuyo said with a rare serious look on his face. Based on the potential shown by the astral star art back in the test, I'm really looking forward to how powerful you will become after reaching the profound martial realm. I'm also looking forward to the day you become the strongest swordsman in the Great Qin Empire. Lin Yun smiled. It's a promise. I'll give you a surprise when I come out of seclusion. Li Wuyo scratched his head. What are you guys chatting about? Xian Yan suddenly walked in wearing a cheongsam. A breeze of aromatic fragrance accompanied her entrance. She was even enveloped by a layer of radiance from the sunlight. Looking at her, Lin Yun and Li Wuyo were briefly stunned before they recovered. I'll take my leave first. You guys talk, Li Wuyo said with a smile. He gazed at Xian Yan in reluctance before gulping down a mouthful of saliva and departing. That brat is still the same. But he's a friend you have to cherish. He even stayed with you for the past 3 days, Xian Yan said with a smile. I know. He's actually being sensible this time around, said Lin Yun. The two of them came a long way and shared many life and death experiences together. Their relationship ran deeper than mere friends. You seem to be in good spirits. You can get out of bed, right? Xian Yan asked. Yeah. Lin Yun nodded. Great. Elder Luo, you can come in now. Xian Yan called out and Luo Feng walked in with a bright smile. Lin Yun immediately greeted Luo Feng with a bow. Luo Feng was an elder with a high status in the sect, so Lin Yun naturally had to be polite. Luo Feng immediately dismissed it with a smile. There's no need for you to be so polite. I'm only here under someone's instructions. There is someone that wants to see you, so I asked Xian Yan to come in first, fearing that it might be inconvenient due to your injuries. Who wants to see me? Lin Yun asked doubtfully. Don't bother asking. Elder Luo didn't even tell me about it. It must be someone important, smiled Xian Yan. We're not in that much of a hurry. First, let me tell you some good news. Wang Yan has been punished and his limbs have been broken. Luo Feng waved his hand and smiled mysteriously. Lin Yun's face changed before he soon regained his composure. This is a heavy punishment, but it means nothing given the Wang clan's foundation. At best, it means that he will spend the next few months lying in bed, sighed Luo Feng. After all, we can't really cripple him. This is a lesson for him. At the very least, he won't dare to act against you in the sect anymore. But that's not too important. This is just to show our stance. Warning the Wang clan to rethink messing with you. Lin Yun was stunned before he soon understood the meaning behind it. The Wang clan was the reason why Wang Yan wanted to kill him. He had to take revenge for Wang Ning. If it wasn't Wang Yan, then there would be someone else from the Wang clan that would do the same. The Wang clan was filled with many experts, and they would definitely find the opportunity to kill him if he left the Sword Firmament Pavilion. But he should be safe for the time being, especially since the Sword Firmament Pavilion was intimidating the Wang clan on his behalf. Come with me. Luo Feng knew that Lin Yun understood. The two then left the Locket Mountain, crossing through several peaks and walking past several halls that were forbidden to disciples. They finally arrived at a mysterious peak covered in plum trees. Someone was standing on the edge of the cliff, overlooking the entire Sword Firmament Pavilion. I've brought Lin Yun. Luo Feng bowed and immediately left. Come here, that person called out. Lin Yun immediately walked over. When that person turned around, Lin Yun could see that this was a man younger than Luo Feng. He even had the temperament of a scholar around him. This middle-aged man was looking at him with a smile. When Lin Yun saw this person's appearance, he was shocked. Why, you're that deacon who gave me the Overlord's sword back in the martial hall. The middle-aged man was the deacon who showed him the Overlord's sword back in the martial hall, but his identity was naturally fake. After all, how could a deacon have such a high position in the Sword Firmament Pavilion that even Luo Feng had to be respectful? It looks like you still remember me. The middle-aged man smiled. How can I possibly forget you so quickly? Replied Lin Yun. So many things were beginning to make sense. When the elder saw him, the first thing he asked was who gave him the Overlord sword. Lin Yun didn't pay much attention to that question back then, but now that he thought about it again, the Overlord sword should have been located in a secret place in the 3rd level. May I ask how I should address you? Lin Yun asked cautiously. I haven't used my name for a long time. I go by a one-word name now, Plum. You may call me Mr. Plum. The middle-aged man paused briefly before he smiled. Perhaps you've heard of me? Lin Yun instantly felt a bolt of lightning strike him. There were 4 guardians beneath the pavilion: Lord Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum. Those 4 held high positions in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, second only to the Pavilion Lord himself. But the Pavilion Lord rarely showed himself, so the 4 guardians practically managed the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Seeing how Luo Feng was respectful to this middle-aged man, this man must be Guardian Plum. This made Lin Yun even more curious. There was a huge difference in their status, so Lin Yun wondered why Guardian Plum was interested in him. You must be wondering why I gave you the Overlord sword, right? Before Lin Yun could reply, Guardian Plum continued, I knew that you had a chance in learning it, since you grasped your sword intent in the Sword Burial Woods. The sect doesn't lack geniuses, so do you know why only a few managed to learn the Overlord sword? That's because they did not grasp their sword intent in a life-and-death situation. That's why they still don't understand the true fangs of the sword. If they don't know, how can they possibly control the dominance of the sword? He turned around and looked at Lin Yun. I'm not lying to you, right? It's a sword, not a move. Indeed, it's a sword, not a move. Lin Yun nodded. Go back. Guardian Plum was satisfied with Lin Yun's reply. Lin Yun was instantly stunned. He had no idea why Guardian Plum wanted to dismiss him so quickly. I'm only showing my stance in meeting you. You can think more about the meaning behind it later. The sect is fair. Since Wang Yan can force you into a dead end, you can also kill Wang Ning or the other fellow disciples. You can even have Wang Yan suffer the pain of having his limbs broken. Many people might find it unfair, but how many of them can convert that into their motivation? The sect doesn't like Wang Yan or cowards. We won't take pity on the weak, said Guardian Plum. Lin Yun fell into deep thought before he replied, I understand. No matter what Guardian Plum said, the reason why Guardian Plum wanted to meet him was to reveal that the Sword Firmament Pavilion valued Lin Yun greatly. People would have to reconsider if they wanted to take action against him. I like people who are strong and loyal. I personally admire you, and I'll give you a surprise if you can get the Overlord sword to greater mastery, said Guardian Plum. As for right now, there's nothing much I can give you. Cultivate well. In the path of cultivation, you have to rely on yourself. Thank you for your teaching. Lin Yun was grateful that Guardian Plum, the head of the Guardians, would say so much to him. Furthermore, Guardian Plum had already helped him greatly by giving him the Overlord sword back in the Martial Hall. You can leave now, said Guardian Plum. Yes, sir, I'll be going now. Lin Yun turned around and left with a smile on her face. He knew that starting today, he had finally gained a footing in the Great Qin Empire. Shortly after Lin Yun left, 3 people appeared, 2 men and 1 woman. Big Brother Plum, he really looks like you when you were young. The woman sighed, looking at Lin Yun. He's young and frivolous, yet he's also loyal and righteous, but his composure seems lacking. Big Brother, are you trying to get him to complete what you failed? But it seems a little too far away. Guardian Plum sighed. It's indeed far away, but there's still hope. No matter what, he's worthy of the Sword Firmament Pavilion grooming him. Lin Yun did not return to the Locket Mountain after leaving and headed to the Martial Hall instead. Previously, he came in a hurry and only picked out 1 sword technique. Now that Yi Luyun was dead, it was time for him to be methodical about his cultivation. He already had a sword and fist technique, but he still lacked a movement and body refining technique. It wouldn't be easy to find a decent body refining technique, but he urgently needed a new movement technique. Lin Yun. Many people recognized him the moment he entered the hall. He recovered in just 3 days? Wang Yan suffered greatly this time. I heard that his limbs were broken and that he'll have to spend the next few months in bed. The Sword Firmament Pavilion values him greatly, so it's natural that Wang Yan suffered greatly. He's simply a monster. Well, you will also be valued by the sect if you have the talent and strength. Even someone like Wang Yan can only suffer. Many people were whispering among themselves while looking at Lin Yun with reverence. Many people at the bottom of the food chain saw Lin Yun as a beacon of hope. He wasn't afraid of power, and he managed to gain a footing in the sect relying on himself. Lin Yun quickly arrived at the 3rd level. He came with a clear objective this time and looked through the jade tokens. The Great Goose art was no longer enough for him, so any single token here could greatly boost his strength. I have to find a movement technique that goes well with the Dragon Tiger Fist. I don't need a movement technique with many changes. I just need one that's fast and ferocious. Lin Yun set a requirement and swiftly eliminated token after token. The Fallen Leaf Steps, Windborn Art, Light Cloud Soar. The Fiery Cloud Steps, an advanced profound martial technique. At greater mastery, you will be as quick as a bolt of lightning, soaring through the clouds like a fireball. Lin Yun made up his mind and went down to the 1st level without any hesitation. He handed the jade token over respectfully. Elder, I wish to have the Fiery Cloud Steps. Lin Yun was respectful to the elder. When the elder took the token, he gave a deep look at Lin Yun, which made the latter feel uncomfortable. The awkward silence lasted for a long time before he asked, You really managed to learn the Overlord sword? It was only a fluke. I can barely swing the sword. Lin Yun nodded. A hero emerges while he's young. I nearly ruined you. The elder sighed. Elder, please don't say that, said Lin Yun. The Fiery Cloud Steps? This is compatible with the Dragon Tiger Fist, but it's ultimately still an advanced profound martial art. Let me give you another movement technique. It's similar to the Fiery Cloud Steps. Consider it my compensation to you. The elder handed another token to Lin Yun instead. The 7 Profound Steps, a transcendent profound martial technique. In ancient times, people created the divine sun-chasing art by observing the golden crow. But this martial technique was ultimately lost and became lacking. The later generations created many movement techniques based on the incomplete divine sun-chasing art. The 7 Profound Steps is one of them. Lin Yun's face changed when he saw the 7 Profound Steps. It was a transcendent profound martial technique. It was something that you could only obtain by going to the 4th level. But his Sword Firmament token was only in the 3rd grade, so logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible for him to obtain this martial technique. The 7 Profound Steps is extremely difficult to cultivate, and it's not easy to reach greater mastery with it. It might be a transcendent profound martial technique, but it's from the 5th level, together with other spiritual profound martial techniques, said the elder. Lin Yun's brows twitched. The 5th level of the martial hall had utterly exceeded his expectations. Senior, don't worry about it. You're definitely worthy of the 7 profound steps since you're a monster who learned the Overlord sword. I made you suffer a month ago, making you bleed from your 7 orifices. If it weren't for your powerful physique, that alone would have left you lying on the bed for a month, said the elder. Thank you, Senior, thanked Lin Yun solemnly. The elder did not bother concealing his voice, and everyone in the martial hall clearly heard it. They all looked at Lin Yun, who stored the jade token, with envy on their faces. There were even some whose eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The 7 profound steps. That's a martial technique from the 5th level. It's extremely suitable for disciples who are lower than the 3rd stage of the profound martial realm. There won't be much effect if you cultivate it after passing the 3rd stage of the profound martial realm. I heard that this movement technique was derived from the divine sun-chasing art. The so-called sun-chasing means chasing after the golden crow. I heard that upon reaching the highest level, you can even manifest the aura of a golden crow. I wonder if that's true. But this movement technique has a high requirement on comprehension and origin energy. Ordinary people can't learn it. Lin Yun left the martial hall satisfied. The elder was right, the 7 profound steps and fiery cloud steps were similar in that they were both explosive movement techniques. But it seems that the 7 profound steps was better in comparison. Using it would make his speed comparable to lightning, which matched the Dragon Tiger fist well. At the same time, he cultivated the Iris Sword art and the Age Sutra, so his origin energy was stronger than those in the same cultivation as him. He could sustain the horrifying exhaustion that came with it. My strength will go up by at least 30% with the 7 profound steps. After all, the Dragon Tiger fist is useless if I can't touch my enemies. But with a movement technique, even those in the 4th stage of the profound martial realm will have to be careful when facing me. Lin Yun was filled with joy and expectation for the 7 profound steps. What made him even more satisfied was the fact that there was a Violet Palace realm version of the 7 profound steps. This meant that he could keep using this movement technique after reaching the Violet Palace realm as long as he found the strengthened version of the 7 profound steps. However, it wouldn't be easy to cultivate the 7 profound steps. The elder told him that it was hard and that it wouldn't be any easier than the Overlord sword. But wouldn't that be interesting? Lin Yun wore a smile. He loved challenges as they riled up his fighting spirit. But just when he was returning to the Locket Mountain, a group of people from the Gentleman Union blocked his way. Lin Yun's face instantly sank when he saw them. He had an irreconcilable feud with the Gentleman Union, and these people were Wang Yan's lackeys. Not to mention that he even killed Yi Luyun. Back then, in the myriad sword diagram, these bastards nearly destroyed Huangfu Jingxuan's sword intent. There really weren't any good people in the Gentleman Union. These people were also looking at Lin Yun coldly and wished to kill him on the spot. What happened 3 days ago was a resounding slap to their faces, which built resentment in their hearts. But what made them even more furious was the fact that Wang Yan had his limbs broken because of Lin Yun. This struck an even heavier blow to the Gentleman Union's reputation. This caused them to lose the respect of the ordinary disciples, who were usually afraid of them. They had always been the ones bullying others, and they had never suffered so badly. A mere disciple in the mortal ranking actually obtained Guardian Plum's attention. Lin Yun, you're pretty amazing. The leader, a youth donned in blue, sneered at Lin Yun while saying this. If it weren't for the sword firmament token that Luo Feng held belonging to Guardian Plum, Wang Yan wouldn't have succumbed. You lackeys from the Gentleman Union are really annoying. And here I thought that you guys would behave yourselves. What with Wang Yan having his limbs broken and all that? Lin Yun replied with a cold flash in his eyes. The Locket Mountain's base wasn't far from here, so he only had to wait a little longer for backup to arrive. Damn it! The youth in blue was furious, but he didn't dare to be too unrestrained. If anyone dared to call him a lackey in the past, he would have broken their legs by now. But he knew that he couldn't touch Lin Yun. He had no idea how someone who used to be a sword slave could attract Guardian Plum's attention, Nor could he figure out how Lin Yun had managed to learn the Overlord sword, a sword technique that no one had managed to learn in the past thousands of years. The Gentleman Union isn't as simple as you think. You would all be lying in the ground right now if it wasn't for Guardian Plum. The youth took a step forward and unleashed his aura. The sixth stage of the profound martial realm. Lin Yun was shocked and took 3 steps back. At the same time, the roar of a dragon and tiger echoed from his body. He was using the dragon tiger might to boost his aura. Lin Yun ultimately managed to stabilize himself. This is the Great Qin Empire, the capital. You will eventually know that there are some people that you cannot afford to offend, no matter how talented you are. Don't think that you can stay arrogant for long even with Guardian Plum protecting you. The youth snorted and took another step forward, creating cracks on the ground when his foot fell. His horrifying aura was like a sharp sword that fell on Lin Yun. The Great Qin Empire doesn't belong to the Sword Firmament Pavilion. The youth suddenly dashed forward and his palm aimed at Lin Yun. He condensed his aura into swords. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Yun threw a punch, creating the dragon and tiger phenomenon that was infused with sword intent. The collision made Lin Yun take another 3 steps back as his face paled. The youth also felt his blood boiling and a sharp pain in his chest that left him briefly shocked. But just when he was about to take another step, a roar suddenly rang out from the rear. Fu Lingtian, are you courting death? A robust figure was dashing over from the Locket Mountains direction. It was Mo Cheng, one of the experts under Xianxia. When the youth saw Mo Cheng, his face changed, and he spoke out in a solemn voice, "Let's go!" The Gentleman Union group left without any hesitation and disappeared by the time Mo Cheng got close, leaving behind a confused Lin Yun and a concerned Mo Cheng. "Lin Yun, are you all right?" asked Mo Cheng. Wiping the blood off his lips, Lin Yun smiled. "I'm fine." Mo Cheng examined Lin Yun and only felt relieved when he affirmed that Lin Yun only suffered some light injuries. He smiled. "It's good that you're fine. You scared the crap out of me. Do you know who that person was?" "Who is he?" asked Lin Yun. "Fu Lingtian, the 8 Vajra's leader. He's ranked in the top 200 of the Earth ranking. His cultivation is in the pinnacle 6th stage of the profound martial realm. He has taken over the Gentleman Union's management since Wang Yan is so heavily injured," Mo Cheng explained. Lin Yun finally knew why Fu Lingtian looked so familiar. He was one of the 8 who blocked his way on the life-death stage and was knocked away by the dragon-blooded horse. Does he have a screw loose? Why did he come only to run off? Lin Yun was confused. The Gentleman Union took a huge blow to their reputation after Wang Yan underwent his punishment. They were used to being tyrannical and they've never suffered such grievance. Everyone looks down on them right now and there are even those who have targeted them. Mo Cheng smiled. The Gentleman Union has decided to retreat from the sect for the time being in order to wait for Wang Yan's recovery. So they wanted to teach me a lesson before they left? Lin Yun asked. That must be it. But it's a pity for Fu Lingtian. He never imagined that wouldn't be an ordinary second-stage, profound martial realm cultivator. His palm only tickled you at best. Mo Cheng paused briefly and continued. But you can't afford to be careless. He won't try to do anything to you with Guardian Plum protecting you. But the Gentleman Union isn't simple. They will stage a comeback sooner or later. I know, Lin Yun smiled. His gaze had endurance and sharpness. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear in his eyes. What Guardian Plum said to him was correct. The world had always been fair in the eyes of the strong, and despite Mo Cheng's concern, Lin Yun was looking forward to the day they staged their comeback. After all, Lin Yun could convert all the pressure into motivation. Where's senior sister? Asked Lin Yun to change the topic. He had just obtained the 7 profound steps from the martial hall and he wanted to ask Xianxia about it. Mentioning Xianxia, Mo Cheng replied, She went to clean the tomb. She never takes anyone there with her and she usually stays there for days. Is there something important that you need her for? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard Mo Cheng's words. He never expected that Xianxia had a deceased relative. But since that was the case, he wouldn't go and disturb her. I'll be returning then. Anyways, Thank you for today, big brother Emochang. Lin Yun smiled. Why are you so polite? Come, let's go back together, said Emochang. The Sword Firmament Pavilion was located in a mountain range, and in this mountain range was a barren mountain without any signs of life. It was unimaginable that there would be such a barren land. After all, the Sword Firmament Pavilion occupied one of the best locations in the Great Qin Empire. The barren mountain was filled with a bleak atmosphere, and no one had expected that there would be a tomb here. A woman was standing before the tomb, and her silhouette looked pitiful. No one would link this silhouette with the gallant bloody rose of Locket Mountain. She had always put up a strong front in front of others, but today, tears were welling up in her eyes. However, she clenched her teeth and didn't let her tears roll down her cheeks. Xianxia, don't forget who you are. What Wang Yan said 3 days ago still resounded in her ears. Standing before the tomb, Xianxia's slender figure looked so fragile. Lass, what are you thinking about? Xianxia turned around to see Xianju walking over with a gentle smile. Xianju stepped forward and flicked her on the nose. Why are you crying? Don't you still have me? I'm not crying, she said. Really? Xianju smiled. He went up to caress the tomb and muttered to himself. I know why you're trying to protect Lin Yun. He reminds you of yourself, doesn't he? Like how he was bullied when he first came to the sect. Everyone comments on how ruthless you are, but I know that you have the softest heart around. Just like how you couldn't bear to see the children of our servants suffering when you were young. You've changed over the years, but some things remained the same. Xianxia looked at her brother's back figure and cried out, Big brother? Haha. I'm saying that you've gotten prettier. Don't overthink it. Xianju turned around and smiled. You've become more fierce, and I'm worried that you won't be able to get married in the future. Big brother. Xianxia blushed. Ha ha ha. Let's go back, said Xianju. Okay. The two left, but Xianju turned around to look at the bleak tomb before he left. Tomb of the Great Qin Empire's general, Yi Yuhan. Father, I promised you that I wouldn't let her suffer even the slightest grievance, and that I would protect her smile with my sword. The smile on Xianju's face disappeared when he looked at the tomb, and his eyes were filled with determination. Lin Yun immediately started practicing the 7 profound steps when he got back. The divine sun-chasing art wasn't just a movement technique, it also had offensive techniques. The movement technique was only a small portion of it, so the 7 profound steps was derived from a small portion of that small portion. After all, the divine sun-chasing art was passed down through ancient times, and the small portion that the 7 profound steps was derived from were insignificant. But even so, the 7 profound steps' inheritance still came from it. This was why it could be placed on the 5th level despite being a transcendent profound martial technique. It was a martial technique on the same level as the Overlord Sword. He heard that the Violet Palace Realm's version of the 7 profound steps was even more terrifying, but it was far from his reach. The 7 profound steps was also divided into 4 grades: initial, lesser, greater, and complete mastery. The initial mastery was also known as entering the threshold. Then came the lesser mastery, which would only come through more practice. The technique had a high requirement for comprehension, so talented people could obtain lesser mastery within a day, but those with poorer comprehension would have to take half a month or even half a year. And if you couldn't achieve initial mastery with it, no matter how long you tried, your comprehension was lacking. So, since reaching the lesser mastery was so difficult, reaching greater mastery would only be more challenging. You had to comprehend this technique's true intent, but those without comprehension might spend 5 or 10 years without any improvements. If someone managed to do this, the 7 profound steps would be brought to a whole new level upon reaching greater mastery. You would be like the golden crow spreading its wings with one step. The 7 profound steps wasn't weak, and even in lesser mastery, it was a lot stronger than many other movement techniques on the same level. For example, the fiery cloud steps that caught Lin Yun's attention previously was inferior to the initial mastery 7 profound steps even after reaching greater mastery. This was the difference in their levels. Lin Yun spent the remaining days practicing the 7 profound steps. He had to admit that entering this martial technique's threshold took him 10 days even with his comprehension. But this had only riled up his fighting spirit. He also didn't forget to cultivate the Iris Sword Sutra and Age Sutra, making steady progress in his cultivation in the second stage of the profound martial realm. Aside from that, he also made progress in the Dragon Tiger Fist by sparring with fellow disciples from Locket Mountain. Occasionally, he would also exchange moves with Xianxia and listen to lectures from the elders. After all, the elders were more experienced. Without him noticing, the chill in the mountain range had disappeared and was replaced by the warmth of spring. Lin Yun had also spent 1.5 months on the 7 profound steps. It has already been 3 months since I joined the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Sunlight pierced through the trees and shined on Lin Yun's face as he looked at Li Wuyo's residence. Li Wuyo had kept his word and was secluding himself until he made a breakthrough. Time passes quickly. Fortunately, I have managed to make full use of my time. Lin Yun suddenly took a step forward and threw a punch. He created a bizarre scene with his actions. Lin Yun's fist was actually hitting himself, but it turned out to be an afterimage left behind by Lin Yun. Leaving afterimages wherever he went was the sign of reaching lesser mastery in the 7 profound steps. Lin Yun took a total of 7 steps and left behind 7 afterimages. If you looked closely, the afterimages only lasted for a second before they disappeared. However, his punches were unbelievably fast and he could always manage to destroy his afterimages before they disappeared. I finally reached lesser mastery in the 7 profound steps after 45 days. Lin Yun let out a long breath. He wasn't satisfied with the fact that he only managed to reach lesser mastery after such a long time. But he felt relieved when the 7 profound steps reached lesser mastery because he could combine it with the Dragon Tiger Fist. I can now create an afterimage with every step that I take, and I can take 7 steps in the blink of an eye. Even Fu Lingtian would have to destroy my 7 afterimages if he wants to hit me. But by the time he destroys my afterimages, I can choose to run or attack as I wish. Lin Yun fell into deep thought as he recalled his meeting with Fu Lingtian, the 8 Vajra's leader. As for others, it would be a problem if they could differentiate him from the afterimages, since ordinary cultivators in the 3rd stage of the profound martial realm wouldn't be able to last a single move. Lin Yun! A familiar voice called out that woke Lin Yun up from his thoughts. When he turned around, he saw Huangfu Jingxian walking over. Lin Yun got up and smiled. "Brother Huangfu, it has been a long time since we last met. What brings you here?" Huangfu Jingxian began to examine Lin Yun and realized that he couldn't see through the ladder anymore. He smiled. "The Contribution Hall is issuing missions to disciples in the mortal ranking today. I'm here to invite you to take a look with me, but you don't seem too interested." "The Contribution Hall missions?" Lin Yun recalled this and smiled. "I already had that intention a long time ago. Come, let's go and take a look." After all, he couldn't possibly stay in the Locket Mountain all the time. He needed actual improvements in the 7 profound steps, Dragon Tiger Fist, and the Overlord Sword. Disciples could only increase their tokens grades by using contribution points. Contribution points could be obtained by exchanging spiritual jades, but there was a limit to this. For example, no matter how many spiritual jades a disciple on the mortal ranking had, he or she could only increase the rank of his token to the 3rd grade. They had to complete missions issued by the Contribution Hall if they wanted more contribution points, but there weren't any limitations to the contribution points obtained through missions. This was the main source of contribution points for disciples. After all, it was costly for them to increase the grades of their tokens with spiritual jades. But it was completely different with missions. You could not only obtain contribution points through missions, but you could also obtain pellets, spiritual jades, and artifacts. This was the main source of resources for disciples. Therefore, the Contribution Hall was always crowded on the day missions were distributed. The mission hall wasn't far from Locket Mountain. It only took a brief moment for Lin Yun and Huangfu Jingxian to arrive at the Contribution Hall. There were hundreds of outer disciples gathered in the majestic hall, and the number only increased as time passed. But despite having so many people in the hall, it didn't seem cramped to Lin Yun at all. There were 4 ancient stone walls in the hall, decorated with wooden plaques. The wooden plaques were the missions, and removing them from the walls meant accepting the mission. While the reward was lavish, failing could also get you punished, This was especially so for the missions issued by elders. The consequences for failing those were terrifying. The Sword Firmament Pavilion had a long history, and there were many ancient existences in the sect. So if you accepted their mission and failed to complete it, the punishment awaiting would be horrifying. The walls were graded into A, B, C, and D, which separated the missions into 4 grades. The A-ranked missions had the highest rewards, and you could obtain at least 1,000 contribution points for completing them. Furthermore, you would also be rewarded with spiritual jades, pellets, and even artifacts. Then again, A-ranked missions were naturally the hardest among all the missions. There were only a few people at the A-ranked mission wall. Most of them were at the B-ranked mission wall. Are the A-ranked missions really that difficult? Lin Yun was shocked when he saw that there was practically no one by the A-ranked mission wall. They are, not to mention that you will be severely punished if you fail. Furthermore, these missions are extremely rare, and there's an unspoken rule in the sect for them. What rule? Asked Lin Yun. Only those in the top 10 on the mortal ranking can accept the A-ranked missions. If you accept the missions without being in the top 10, it's equivalent to issuing a challenge, Huangfu Jingxian said with a grave expression. Who set those rules? Lin Yun asked. No one. It's just something that everyone has acknowledged, and it's been the tradition for the past thousands of years. The A-ranked missions might be tough, but the rewards are splendid, making it an alternate resource, Huangfu Jingxian explained. Everyone has acknowledged that the missions are reserved for those in the top 10 on the mortal ranking. If anyone aside from those in the 10-10 accepts the A-ranked missions, it will be disrespectful to them. Huangfu Jingxian said this while looking at Lin Yun's expression. He could tell that Lin Yun wasn't too bothered by it. He continued, those in the top 10 are extremely powerful, and they're all at least in the 4th stage of the profound martial realm, having grasped a transcendent profound martial technique. None of them are weak since they can make it into the top 10. If anyone accepts those missions, they might attract the attention of the top 10. At that time, not even the sect will be able to help you. This is a rule that even the sect has silently acknowledged. It's fine. I'm just going to take a look at them. Lin Yun smiled. Huangfu Jingxian smiled bitterly. He would be a fool to believe that Lin Yun was only going to take a look. Since Lin Yun wanted to accept missions, he naturally had to find those suitable for him. So why wouldn't he accept the missions if he had the strength to complete them? As for the rules, even someone like Wang Yan could violate the rules, so why did he have to care about them? Rules were meant to be broken. Cultivation meant following your heart. If you had to be tied down by shackles despite having the strength, then what was the point of cultivating? What's he trying to do? If I remember correctly, he killed Yi Luyun, who was ranked 36th of the mortal ranking, right? He did not challenge the ranking officially, so isn't this against the rules? Does Lin Yun think that his strength is comparable to those in the top 10? A commotion broke out when everyone saw Lin Yun heading towards the A-ranked mission wall. There were all kinds of missions, some were from clans trying to get help from the sect to resolve some problem for them, while others were issued by the sect. Aside from being graded into A, B, C, and D, the missions were further divided into star values, 1 through 5. A-ranked missions were rare, and Lin Yun only saw less than 20 of them. As he looked through the wooden plaques, the missions were gradually being eliminated by him. Some were impossible for him to complete independently, some took too much time, while some had a strict requirement on time. The A-ranked missions weren't as tempting as he thought. But suddenly, Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he saw a mission. Mission: collect 50 blood essence. Difficulty: 5 stars. Description: Bloodwolves are demonic beasts at the 3rd stage of the profound martial realm, and they can be found deep in the Demon Cloud Mountain. The bone located at the top of their heads contains boundless vitality, which is extremely useful. They can be forged into accessories, refined into pellets or artifacts. Reward 3,000 contribution points, 100 greater profound pellets, and 200 second-grade spiritual jades. Second-grade spiritual jades? Lin Yun fell into deep thought. Spiritual jades were separated into the 1st and 9th grades. The higher the grade, the harder it would be to refine. It was nearly impossible for him to obtain second-grade spiritual jades through ordinary means. Lin Yun continued looking through the other 5-star missions, and only A-ranked 5-star missions would reward a small amount of second-grade spiritual jades. Since I've decided against using pellets for now, then the spiritual jades will be useful to me. Lin Yun reached out and took 4 A-ranked 5-star missions. There weren't many A-ranked missions on the wall, so the number of missions instantly dropped when Lin Yun took 4 of them. Even the deacon was dumbfounded when he looked at Lin Yun. But Lin Yun would no longer be able to put them back since he made up his mind. Where are the 5-star missions? Why isn't there a single 5-star mission? A roar was suddenly heard just as Lin Yun was about to leave with Huangfu Jingxian. Along with the roar, a terrifying aura could also be felt. A gray-clothed youth stood before the wall with a grim expression. Which bastard took all the 5-star missions? There was a silent agreement between everyone in the top 10 that they weren't allowed to take all the 5-star missions at once. So there was only one possibility. Someone went against the unspoken rule and accepted all the 5-star missions. The other outer disciples in the hall trembled in fear. At the same time, they were shocked that Lin Yun took all the 5-star missions. They all exclaimed at Lin Yun's appetite. Even Huangfu Jingxian, standing in front of the B-ranked mission wall, had a drastic change in his expression. He recognized the gray-clothed youth as Zhang Lai, 10th on the mortal ranking. This fellow was also known for his fiery temper and ruthless means. Furthermore, he had also achieved greater mastery in the fiery jade sword art. Even the 2 companions beside Zhang Lai wore an unsightly face. Speak! Who took the 5-star missions? Zhang Lai roared and grabbed a random person. The person who Zhang Lai held up was gasping for his breath as beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. Speak! Commanded Zhang Lai. Senior brother Zhang. I really don't know. Please let me go. He didn't dare to reveal Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun was an existence that he couldn't afford to offend as well. It would be fine if Lin Yun wasn't around. But Lin Yun was clearly still around. He would be offending Lin Yun if he told the truth, and how could he dare to after knowing that Lin Yun slew Yi Luyun? You're courting death. Zhang Lai's face was grim as he emitted a murderous aura. The deacon in the hall paid no attention to this scene even after seeing it. This was normal to them and they were used to it. It would be fine as long as no one was killed. Deacons and elders generally wouldn't interfere in the conflict between disciples. The sect followed the jungle rule, where the strong preyed on the weak. It was already enough that the sect forbade any killing since it was only more brutal outside the sect. Release him. I was the one who took the missions. Lin Yun stepped forward with furrowed brows. Zhang Lai tossed the youth and turned around. Lin Yun. That's me, he replied. Did you think that you can disregard those in the top 10 after killing Yi Luyun? Zhang Lai looked at Lin Yun coldly. Think however you like. I did not violate any rules by accepting the missions, so do something if you're unhappy. Don't involve the innocent, Lin Yun replied. How impudent! Zhang Lai snorted. There aren't any rules against that, but the mortal and earth rankings have their own rules. Since you're on the mortal ranking, then you should abide by them. Don't think that we're as weak as that garbage, Yi Luyun. You won't even have the opportunity to draw your sword before me. Rules are meant to be broken. Since the A-ranked missions are hung on the wall, then they're meant to be accepted. It's not a privilege for a select few. And you shouldn't be worried about me since I dared to accept it. Lin Yun turned around after he finished speaking. Let me give you a final warning. Hand over the missions that you took or you will bear the consequences. Zhang Lai said coldly. It appears that you can't be reasoned with? Lin Yun suddenly smiled. The sword box he was carrying fell to the ground, causing a faint tremor in the contribution hall. Lin Yun turned around and looked at Zhang Lai. Their gazes collided like 2 swords clashing in the air. I'll handle it personally. Zhang Lai stopped his 2 companions who wanted to act against Lin Yun. He smiled. It appears that you're still unclear about the difference between our cultivation. Very well. I'll let you experience it yourself. Zhang Lai suddenly released his aura in the 4th stage of the profound martial realm and bolted out before anyone could react. He arrived in front of Lin Yun in the blink of an eye and threw a punch out. His punch blossomed with azure flames, which were so bright that it stung the eyes, What fast speed! Huangfu Jingxian was shocked. Relying on his cultivation, Zhang Lei's speed with just a single step was faster than many movement techniques. No more than 10% of the people in the contribution hall were able to keep up with Zhang Lei's punch. Huangfu Jingxuan's face changed. He knew that Zhang Lei's punch couldn't be avoided. Zhang Lei's face was unsightly, and he was so fast that he didn't give Lin Yun any chance to respond. Not only him, but many people in the hall were covered in sweat for Lin Yun. On the other hand, Zhang Lei's two companions sneered at the fact that Lin Yun was so impudent to provoke Zhang Lei. Under the huge explosion from the punch, Lin Yun's body shattered into pieces. Brother Lin. Huangfu Jingxuan's face changed drastically, but he suddenly paused because something didn't seem right. Right after everyone's initial shock, Lin Yun suddenly appeared before Zhang Lei. It was only at this moment did they realize that it was an afterimage. Pitiful tricks. Zhang Lei snorted. His origin energy fluctuated within his body, displaying his cultivation in the top 10 on the mortal ranking. He suddenly charged forward and shattered Lin Yun's 3 afterimages. But just when he was about to destroy the 4th, Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes wide. Draw your sword. Your fist can't pose any threat to me. Lin Yun threw out the Dragon Tiger fist. Zhang Lei was blown away by the huge impact and took 3 steps back when he landed on the ground. His body's origin energy surged and crushed the energy from Lin Yun's fist in his body. He wasn't injured, but he was greatly humiliated from the clash. Not bad. You have some skills. No wonder you're so arrogant after just 3 months. Zhang Lei's face was dark. He retrieved his artifact from his interspatial pouch. Lin Yun's face turned grave at this moment. He did not dare to look down on Zhang Lei at this moment. After all, there weren't any weaklings among those in the top 10. From their previous clash, Lin Yun instantly knew that Zhang Lei was a lot stronger than Yi Lu Yun. The age energy had refined his origin energy, but he couldn't obtain any advantage against Zhang Lei. After all, Zhang Lei wasn't injured from their previous clash, but this had also aroused Lin Yun's fighting spirit. There was no way he could let go of the A-ranked missions, especially since these people had their current cultivation due to the 2nd-grade spiritual jade rewards. The two faced off under the tense atmosphere. A battle between them was unavoidable. Zhang Lei drew his sword half an inch out of its sheath, lighting up the entire hall. But just when Zhang Lei was about to draw his sword out fully, the deacon from earlier knitted his brows together and snorted. That's enough! Are the two of you intending to host a life-death battle in the contribution hall? Get out of here if you two want to resolve your grudges. There are still others who want to accept missions. His tone was cold, filled with unquestionable prestige. Zhang Lei gnashed his teeth and ultimately gave up. He didn't dare to go against a deacon. He returned his sword into its sheath and left the hall. When he walked past Lin Yun, he snorted, I hope that you're this lucky all the time. Don't think that it'll be that easy to accept 5-star missions. I don't believe that you'll come back alive. Luck? Whatever. Lin Yun didn't reply and left carrying his sword box. When he returned to the Locket Mountain, he greeted Xianxia and made preparations to leave. Mo Chang and Xianxia looked at Lin Yun leaving on the dragon-blooded horse with complicated looks on their faces. A long time later, Mo Chang sighed. Senior sister, isn't he a little too impulsive? Impulsive? Don't be fooled by his appearance. Xianxia smiled. He didn't even use his sword when he defeated Yi Lu Yun, which means that he can defeat Yi Lu Yun without using the Overlord sword. Do you know what that means? What? Mo Chang was baffled. This means that although junior brother Lin isn't in the top 10 on the mortal ranking, he has the strength equivalent to them. I believe that out of the top 10, only Zhang Lei couldn't figure that out. Xianxia fell into deep thought and continued. Junior brother Lin has never been impulsive, and he won't accept any mission if he knows that he doesn't have the strength to complete it. But since he has the strength, he naturally doesn't want to be restricted by the rules. He's someone who even dares to kill Wang Ning, so why would he worry about such rules? Mo Chang was shocked when he understood. He recalled how Lin Yun didn't suffer any loss from Fu Lingtian's palm. Perhaps Lin Yun already had the strength comparable to the top 10. Maybe he was just too lazy to challenge the rankings. But it's still dangerous to take 4 A-ranked 5-star missions, Emo Chang said in a concerned tone. He ultimately has to rely on himself. Otherwise, how can he become stronger without experiencing life and death? The Great Qin Empire doesn't only have the Sword Firmament Pavilion, so he still has a long way to go. It's good that he can figure things out beforehand. Xianxia replied. The Demon Cloud mountain range was famed for being dangerous in the Great Qin Empire. The endless mountain range was enveloped in a demonic cloud, which was how the mountain range got its name. The mountain range was enveloped in eternal darkness from the countless towering trees and demonic beasts living in it. Even the demonic beasts at the border were in the profound martial realm. There were also Violet Palace realm demonic beasts in the depths of the mountain range. Rumors had it that there were even heavenly soul realm demonic beasts. This added a mysterious veil over the Demon Cloud mountain range. The demonic beasts also had a trace of demonic traits, so they were stronger than demonic beasts in the outside world. For example, a demonic beast here in the 3rd stage of the profound martial realm here was equivalent to a demonic beast in the 4th stage of the profound martial realm in the outside world. Then again, danger also represented an opportunity. The Sword Firmament Sect, Primal Origin Sect, Heavenly Profound Sect, Demonic Moon Villa, Heavenly Qin Institute, and elites of the various clans would often come out for an adventure in the Demon Cloud mountain range. At the Demon Cloud mountain range border, a pitch-black mountain range appeared. Even cultivators in the profound martial realm wouldn't be able to see anything 1,000 meters out. This was even after infusing origin energy into their eyes. A youth and a crimson horse were eating roasted demonic beast meat under a towering tree. The youth's facial features were reflected from the bonfire. It was Lin Yun. Relying on the dragon-blooded horse, he spent 10 days getting here. The Demon Cloud mountain range was just like the rumors. There were profound martial realm demonic beasts everywhere at the Demon Cloud mountain range border, and there was no place for cultivators in the Xianxia realm. Even elites in the profound martial realm would have to be careful here. You can really eat? Lin Yun smiled, looking at the dragon-blooded horse. The horse ate nearly of the ironback bear. When they were done eating, Lin Yun sat with his legs crossed and began digesting the food. After a moment, he opened his eyes and smiled. Lil Red, let's spar. Over the past few days, they would occasionally spar whenever they got bored. It was helpful since the dragon-blooded horse had the true dragon bloodline that needed to be excavated. And under Lin Yun's guidance over the past few days, the dragon-blooded horse had benefited from their sparring. So the dragon-blooded horse would become excited whenever it heard about sparring and started grinning, revealing its iconic buck teeth. Before Lin Yun even got up on his feet, the dragon-blooded horse was already charging over. You playful fellow? Lin Yun smiled. Ever since the dragon-blooded horse succeeded with a sneak attack, it fell in love with this tactic. Since Lin Yun had already fallen for it once, he wouldn't fall for it again. Lin Yun sent a palm out and broke a towering tree. This blow from Lin Yun was comparable to the 4th stage of the profound martial realm. Not bad. Again. Lin Yun landed on the ground and gave the dragon-blooded horse a goading smile. The dragon-blooded horse's neighs could be heard along with resounding booms of trees toppling down. Many demonic beasts heard the commotion, but they were too afraid to move. A lot of them had been bullied by the dragon-blooded horse over the past few days. It's impossible for you to harm me with brute strength. Lin Yun's figure flickered around with the 7 profound steps. The dragon-blooded horse roared and lowered its head as lightning began to gather on its horn. Finally going for it? Lin Yun's expression became grave. This was the dragon-blooded horse's ultimate move, Thunder Charge. It was an attack that could kill demonic beasts in the 3rd stage of the profound martial realm. Simultaneously, a wisp of dragon aura came from the dragon-blooded horse, taking its aura to new heights. Like a bolt of lightning, the dragon-blooded horse charged towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun immediately defended himself with the iris sword box, but he was still knocked away and only stopped after breaking 3 ancient trees. Wiping the blood off the corner of his lips, Lin Yun smiled bitterly. You're really ruthless, but at least you finally drew out a small portion of your bloodline. The dragon-blooded horse walked to Lin Yun and started grinning. I know. You win this time. Lin Yun smiled. He took out a spiritual jade and tossed it over. The dragon-blooded horse caught it and ate it in a few chews. This was probably a unique cultivation method for the dragon-blooded horse. Lin Yun took out the mission plaque after a brief respite and looked at it before muttering, "We should be able to find the blood wolves in 2 days, but it won't be easy for us to gather 50 blood essences." Lin Yun opened his eyes when sunlight lit up the dark skies. Despite the arrival of dawn, the Demon Cloud mountain range still looked dark. But it wouldn't impede the vision of cultivators in the profound martial realm. Lin Yun was fully recharged after a full night's rest and the meat of demonic beasts. The dragon-blooded horse was nowhere to be seen when he looked around, so Lin Yun knew that it must have gone to look for other demonic beasts. After all, the dragon-blooded horse was too quick to be caught and it had no natural predator in this forest. This was the best training ground for the dragon-blooded horse. Time to look for the blood wolves. This place has no challenge for me. Lin Yun tapped his foot on the ground and dashed out like a golden crow spreading its wings. He was smoothly executing the 7 profound steps. Lin Yun's silhouette flashed past the towering trees, and as he proceeded further into the forest, the gloominess in the atmosphere became denser. Dangers resided in this mountain range at every possible moment, so there was no way he could drop his guard. At the same time, Lin Yun's experience increased his vigilance. Suddenly, Lin Yun could hear the sounds of a fight taking place along with the roars of demonic beasts. A battle between demonic beasts? Now that's rare. Time to take a look. Lin Yun suddenly turned his head in a direction and headed over. A brief moment later, Lin Yun was standing on a towering tree and looking down. Whoa, that's brutal. It was a battle between an ironback bear and a bloodlust fiend ape. The ironback bear was 3 meters tall, with solid fur that formed natural defenses. It was one of the strongest demonic beasts that could be found at the edge of the Demon Cloud mountain range with powerful strength and defense. Its defense was so powerful that not even someone in the 4th stage of the profound martial realm could do anything to it. But it was in a terrible state due to the bloodlust fiend ape. The bloodlust fiend ape was about 6 meters tall and was covered in black long fur with bulging muscles full of explosive power. The ironback bear looked like a child compared to it. The ironback bear that was famed for its defense was being trashed by the bloodlust fiend ape's fists. The ironback bear was covered in injuries, but the bloodlust fiend ape was just toying with it. Lin Yun watched the entire battle from the tree. The bloodlust fiend ape suddenly raised the ironback bear using its claws to dig into its flesh and tore it into 2. When blood splattered from the ironback bear, the bloodlust fiend ape opened its mouth and began drinking the blood in mouthfuls. This made the sinister ape look even more sinister. This bloodlust fiend ape should be from the depths of the Demon Cloud mountain range, so no demonic beasts from the border can fight with it. It truly is brutal. The bloodlust fiend ape then grabbed onto the ironback bear's beast core and started chewing on it. Even after devouring the beast core, the bloodlust fiend ape still looked unsatisfied and trampled on the ironback bear's corpse. It didn't take long for the corpse to turn into a pile of mush. Suddenly, the bloodlust fiend ape turned to look at Lin Yun's direction as a surge of murderous aura permeated its eyes. Just when Lin Yun was wondering if he was discovered, the bloodlust fiend ape roared. Its roar caused a violent storm, which blew away the leaves around Lin Yun and revealed his figure. I got caught. It really has a keen sense. Lin Yun did not panic on the tree. He looked at the bloodlust fiend ape and smiled. You're treating me as prey? The bloodlust fiend ape grabbed onto the ironback bear's head and tossed it in Lin Yun's direction. Lin Yun gently jumped and landed on the ground. When he landed on the ground, a huge explosion came from his rear. The tree branch that he was previously standing on was reduced to dust. Shortly after, Lin Yun found himself enveloped by a shadow. A fist that was larger than Lin Yun's head came bolting towards him. The pressure from the punch swept up the surrounding leaves on the ground. With a gentle sway of his body, Lin Yun easily got around the bloodlust fiend ape. The 7 profound steps was too profound and there was nothing the bloodlust fiend ape could do to Lin Yun. The bloodlust fiend ape roared furiously and stomped in Lin Yun's direction, but Lin Yun avoided it easily. Lin Yun also easily dodged the next few attacks from the bloodlust fiend ape, which infuriated the bloodlust fiend ape. The bloodlust fiend ape lost it and frantically brandished its fists and claws. At the same time, a wisp of demonic aura emitted from the bloodlust fiend ape. Going berserk? Now that's interesting. Lin Yun smiled as a trace of fighting spirit burned in his eyes. In his opinion, only a demonic beast in the third stage of the profound martial realm who had gone berserk would be worthy of being his opponent. Lin Yun's hands suddenly rippled with origin energy. His fingers began changing and his origin energy was constantly being compressed. Suddenly, he pushed his hands forward and executed the undying Vajra seal. The colossal bloodlust fiend ape was suddenly sent flying away, knocking down tree after tree. The demonic traits of the bloodlust fiend ape were thoroughly triggered as it charged towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun took a step forward and used the Dragon Tiger Might, unleashing a powerful aura that instantly broke through the second stage of the profound martial realms and into the fourth stage of the profound martial realm. Sky-breaking seal. Lin Yun threw out a punch, which sent the bloodlust fiend ape flying again. Lin Yun bolted forward, leaving behind afterimages where he stood. Before the bloodlust fiend ape landed on the ground, Lin Yun's punch flew out again, empowered by the sky-breaking seal. He used his fist like a sword, taking 7 steps and throwing 7 punches. Due to the 7 profound steps, all of this took place in an instant. When the 7 punches landed on the bloodlust fiend ape, the bloodlust fiend ape began to tremble violently in the air. It was the origin energy and sword intent from Lin Yun causing havoc for it. In the next moment, the bloodlust fiend ape exploded before it even reached the ground. When the bloodlust fiend ape's blood rained down, Lin Yun reached out to grab onto the beast core without a single droplet of blood landing on his clothes. The bloodlust fiend ape was severed into several pieces. The dragon tiger fist is ferocious and it is perfectly matched with the 7 profound steps, creating 7 afterimages in a single step and allowing me to throw out 7 punches in an instant. I believe that even elites in the 4th stage of the profound martial realm won't be able to compete with me. Through this fight, Lin Yun realized how powerfully the Dragon Tiger Fist paired with the 7 profound steps. But this was only the beginning. When the 7 profound steps reached greater mastery, he would be able to condense the Golden Crow Seal. That was when this movement technique that was derived from the divine sun-chasing art could bring out its true might. Time to look for the Blood Wolves. Lin Yun felt nothing after defeating the Bloodlust Fiend Ape. Compared to the Blood Wolves pack, the Bloodlust Fiend Ape was just an appetizer. In addition to the Alpha, the pack of Blood Wolves definitely exceeded 50. The Blood Wolves alone were elite demonic beasts in the 3rd stage of the profound martial realm. 3 to 5 of them could hunt a demonic beast in the 4th stage of the profound martial realm. As for the Alpha, it was in the pinnacle 4th stage of the profound martial realm with terrifying strength and wit. If the entire pack mobilized, even 5th stage profound martial realms would be turned into prey. I have no odds of winning unless I defeat the Alpha within 10 moves. But demonic beasts aren't cultivators, so my odds of winning should be at about 60%. Lin Yun made his calculation based on the information on the mission token. But he wasn't anxious. As Lin Yun proceeded deep into the Demon Cloud mountain range, he would kill every demonic beast in his path. The demonic beasts in the depths of the mountain range were at least at the Bloodlust Fiend Ape's level, so they were great opponents for Lin Yun to train against. Lin Yun had also undergone great changes over the past few days in his temperament. His gaze became sharper and the murderous aura around him became denser. Now, all he needed was to glance at the demonic beasts for them to tremble in fear. Weaker demonic beasts would flee at the sight of him. Through the constant fighting, the 7 profound steps grew more compatible with the Dragon Tiger Fist. 5 days later, Lin Yun arrived at an empty ground in the forest and discovered traces of the Blood Wolves. But he didn't seem lucky because this pack had about 100 wolves. The wolves had crimson fur which made them stand out in the forest. They're hunting. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. If the Blood Wolves were hunting, the Alpha definitely had to control the entire pack, so the number of Blood Wolves around it would be much smaller. It seems that he wasn't entirely unlucky after all. The crimson shape of the wolves could be seen bolting through the hills. Lin Yun hid himself on a tree and did not make his move carelessly. Something doesn't seem right. The wolf pack was behaving abnormally. Before he could get a clearer view of what was going on, a wolf howled. The howl was full of fury, alarming countless demonic beasts in the mountain. Even Lin Yun's ears were hurt from the roar. That was the Blood Wolf King? Lin Yun was shocked. The Blood Wolf King was a demonic beast in the pinnacle fourth stage of the profound martial realm. It was more terrifying than demonic beasts outside the mountain range since it had basked in the demonic traits of this mountain range for a long time. Previously, he thought that no matter how powerful the Blood Wolf King was, it was only a demonic beast. After all, it couldn't execute any martial techniques. But the howl made Lin Yun realize that the Blood Wolf King was stronger than he had imagined. Lin Yun poured his origin energy into his eyes and his vision immediately expanded. He saw a crimson wolf nearly 10 meters large in size with a spot of white fur like the moon between its brows. It emanated an air of kingly prestige. Naturally, it was the overlord of the wolf pack, the Blood Wolf King. The Blood Wolf King was a lot bigger than ordinary blood wolves, and the lunar mark on its forehead made it look even more prestigious than the others. When it howled, it released a terrifying aura that instantly enveloped the forest in a 20 miles radius. Countless demonic beasts trembled under the Blood Wolf King's aura. "I don't believe that you'll come back alive." Zhang Lei's words resounded in Lin Yun's mind. This wasn't an easy mission, and it was laughable that Lin Yun thought of killing the Blood Wolf King in 10 moves. If he really went up against the Blood Wolf King with that mindset, he would probably be dead by now. The aura of the Blood Wolf King alone was several times stronger than the Bloodlust Fiend Ape. Damn it! Run! The Blood Wolf King actually possesses the King aura, and it's equivalent to a demonic beast in the 5th stage of the profound martial realm. 8 youths with cultivation around the 3rd to 4th stage of the profound martial realm ran away in panic. "Don't panic. I'll tie up the loose ends. Don't separate." A robust youth with a saber on his back stood out. When the Blood Wolf King pounced forward, the youth roared and his clothes burst into pieces, revealing a majestic body. An ancient diagram of a dracophant, a fusion beast of dragon and elephant, was exposed on his back. When he threw out a punch, the crimson wolf was actually blown backwards. How powerful! That's the dracophant battle physique, the body-refining technique of the primal origin sect. Lin Yun was shocked when he realized that these people were disciples of the primal origin sect. It was one of the 4 great sects on the same level as the Sword Firmament Pavilion, and there were some conflicts with the pavilion. However, all the conflict had been under control. Granted, the senior disciples between the 2 sects weren't exactly friendly. Unfortunately, Lin Yun had no idea of the exact reason for it. The Primal Origin sect was one of his choices before he stepped into the Great Qin Empire, but he didn't have much information about it. The youth that was fighting was powerful, but there was a drastic gap between him and the Blood Wolf King. On top of that, his companions were injured, so he had no choice but to tie up the loose ends and stay behind. "Get lost!" The youth furiously pulled out his saber, unleashing his blade aura at the Blood Wolf King. When his saber came into contact with the Blood Wolf King's abdomen, the youth revealed a trace of joy in his eyes. "Senior brothers, Wei Yun, watch out!" His companions yelled out. The youth was briefly shocked when he realized that his attack only drew a long wound on the Blood Wolf King. The Blood Wolf King did not suffer any real damage. The King aura is actually so refined. Lin Yun watched everything from the tree. He estimated that even he would be seriously injured if he took on that saber. But when the saber came into contact with the Blood Wolf King, a black demonic aura gathered on its abdomen and negated most of the saber's attack. The Blood Wolf King let out a furious roar and began its retaliation. It opened its mouth, where the demonic energy gathered and compressed like a crimson sun. Before the youth named Zuyun could react, he was struck by the crimson sun. Zuyun fell to the ground and spit up a mouthful of blood. Amazingly, he forcefully stood up and started running, displaying the prowess of his physique. If someone else had taken that hit, they would be dead or at the very least crippled. Zuyun was injured, but he didn't lure the Blood Wolf King toward his companions. He was actually using a movement technique to run in Lin Yun's direction. He discovered me? Lin Yun was shocked because Zuyun shouldn't be able to discover him. Not to mention that he was fighting with the Blood Wolf King, so how could Zuyun afford to be distracted? In the end, Lin Yun could only come into a conclusion that it was all a coincidence. Lin Yun immediately made up his mind and closed his eyes. The iris flower began to blossom deep in his dantian as origin energy fluctuated within his body. Damn it! Quick! Save senior brother! The eyes of the group from the Primal Origin sect turned red when they saw Zuyun leading the Blood Wolf King away on his own. They instantly ignored their injuries and ran over. The Blood Wolf King bolted through the forest, causing dust and stones to fly around like snow. It released quite a terrifying aura in the forest. The distance of 7 miles was nothing for Zuyun and the Blood Wolf King. Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind and he suddenly opened his eyes. His black pupils flashed and he moved like a sword exiting the sheath. Die! Lin Yun jumped up before descending down like a golden crow as the iris flower blossomed in his dantian. He threw out a fist that was infused with his sword intent. This caught the Blood Wolf King by surprise because it didn't expect there to be someone else. Before the Blood Wolf King could gather its king aura, Lin Yun's fist landed on the injury left behind by Zuyun. The fist instantly penetrated through the Blood Wolf King and tore a huge wound on its chest before sending the Blood Wolf King flying away. The Blood Wolf King died in front of the Primal Origin sect's disciples, shocking them greatly. It's dead. They turned to look at Lin Yun after recovering from their shock. Seeing the Sword Firmament Pavilion's emblem on Lin Yun's clothes, their faces changed instantly. A disciple from the Sword Firmament Pavilion? The Sword Firmament Pavilion is shameless. They only know how to take advantage of others. Where's our senior brother? A youth stood out, barking at Lin Yun. Take advantage? Lin Yun rubbed his nose. Well, he had nothing to say about that. The Blood Wolf King was already injured from its fight with Zuyun and Lin Yun made full use of that. His fist might seem simple, but he made use of the fact that the Blood Wolf King still hadn't condensed its king aura to pierce through its body. In the end, it was only a demonic beast in the 4th stage of the profound martial realm. But this only applied to Lin Yun. If it had been any of these 6 standing before him, none of them could have accomplished what he did. Henceforth, Lin Yun did not want to debate with them. Then again, what did their senior brother have to do with him? He should be alive, I guess. Lin Yun replied. He didn't see Zuyun earlier because he was accumulating his power with his eyes closed. He could only sense Zuyun passing below him, but he didn't seem to be in a good condition. What do you mean? The violent youth was enraged when he heard Lin Yun's casual tone. You're just a mere 2nd stage of the profound martial realm. Are you courting death? Junior brother Zhangping, calm down. Don't be impulsive. A female disciple stood out. What else is there to say? This fellow must be trying to kill senior brother and take the Blood Wolf King's corpse for himself. But he didn't expect us to follow, so he doesn't dare to reply to us. Zhang Ping replied coldly. He had recreated the entire scene in his mind. When he finished speaking, the other disciples looked at Lin Yun coldly. But for some reason, the female disciple could sense that something wasn't right and wanted to explain. But we'll find out the truth after teaching him a lesson. Zhang Ping charged towards Lin Yun. But before he could even get close, Lin Yun sent him flying with a kick, breaking several of Zhang Ping's ribs. As a result, Zhang Ping laid on the ground, groaning out in pain. Everyone was shocked when they saw how easily Lin Yun defeated Zhang Ping, who was in the 3rd stage of the profound martial realm. Arg! My ribs broke and you injured my heart and lungs. Zhang Ping laid on the ground, looking at Lin Yun with hatred. Junior brother Zhang. Immediately, the rest of the group became enraged. They never expected that Lin Yun would be so ruthless. But just when they were about to retaliate, a cold bark sounded out. All of you, stop it. Senior brother Zhua. The Primal Origin sect's disciples had a flash of joy in their eyes when they saw Zuyun. When Lin Yun turned around, he saw Zuyun's upper body covered in injuries. The wounds left on him by the Bloodwolf King were so deep that his bones were showing. His face was drained and a trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. He was gasping for his breath as he stood there. Anyone could tell that he was seriously injured, which showed how dangerous it was when he fought with the Bloodwolf King. If it was someone else without the Dracophant battle physique, they would have already died by now. Zui Yun looked at Lin Yun before he turned to look at Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping, why are you so heavily injured? Junior brother Zhang was injured by him. The other disciples immediately spoke up to explain what happened. Lying on the ground, Zhang Ping looked at Lin Yun with reluctance. If it wasn't for the fact that I was injured from the battle with the wolves, there's no way someone like him could defeat me. On the other hand, Zui Yun was shocked. Zhang Ping's ribs were fractured from one kick. Zhang Ping was also someone who had practiced the Dracophant battle physique, and it was rumored that his attainments in it weren't far from Zui Yun's. But his ribs were broken with just a kick. Wasn't the Sword Firmament Pavilion known for their sword techniques? Not to mention that Lin Yun was only in the second stage of the profound martial realm. For a brief moment, Zui Yun's eyes were filled with confusion. He couldn't figure out Lin Yun at all. He was focused on escaping earlier, so he only could vaguely sense a powerful outburst of sword intent from his rear, which only lasted a brief moment. He was heavily injured, so his consciousness was somewhat blurred. He honestly wasn't sure if those events were from Lin Yun. That aside, Zui Yun looked at Lin Yun and spoke. He might be someone from the Sword Firmament Pavilion, but don't misunderstand him. He didn't attack me. Let's leave that aside for now and help junior brother Zhang Ping with his ribs. We'll deal with our injuries right after. He must have held command over the group because everyone followed his instructions when he spoke. He then walked over to Lin Yun and he asked, "You must be the one spying on me when I fought with the Bloodwolf King, right?" "I don't think I'm obligated to answer you." Lin Yun was secretly alarmed by Zui Yun's perception. The way Zui Yun behaved made Lin Yun feel uncertain about him. Lin Yun even wondered if Zui Yun could still put up a fight. "You're right." Zui Yun smiled. He then swallowed a pellet and started recovering from his injuries. "Why the hell are you still here? Do you want to adventure with us? We, from the Primal Origin sect, don't need garbage in the second stage of the profound martial realm around us." Zhang Ping was in a much better state after taking a pellet for his injuries and began ridiculing Lin Yun. But the moment when he finished speaking, a black figure bolted over and swiftly kicked his chest. Zhang Ping's ribs that had just been fixed were broken again. He cried out in pain, but the intense pain immediately knocked him unconscious. The other disciples from the Primal Origin sect turned to look at Lin Yun with their mouths wide open. They were shocked because they couldn't see how Lin Yun attacked. A trace of fear flashed in their eyes as they turned to look at Zui Yun, who was recovering from his injuries with his eyes closed. It was as though he didn't sense the commotion at all. "That's so much better." Lin Yun narrowed his eyes into slits and smiled. "The Bloodwolf King might have been killed by me, but I won't take advantage of others. Your senior brother contributed to the killing of the Bloodwolf King. So I'll leave after he recovers and we split the spoils." Aside from Zui Yun, no one here caught Lin Yun's attention. Lin Yun wouldn't be afraid even if they weren't injured. But Zui Yun was someone in the fourth stage of the profound martial realm, and he was the only one who could pose some threat to Lin Yun. As for Zhang Ping, fools like him had to be taught a lesson or they would get full of themselves. While the others from the Primal Origin sect had no idea how to react to this situation, Lin Yun retreated to a tree and laid down to rest. The disciples from the Primal Origin sect then felt relieved when they saw that. A few minutes later, Lin Yun opened his eyes, and Zui Yun had also opened his eyes when he looked over. Zui Yun's body was overflowing with the power of Dracophant, and he had already recovered from his injuries. Lin Yun was shocked by how fast Zui Yun recovered. The other disciples from the Primal Origin sect also opened their eyes. They had more or less recovered from their injuries as well. Seeing the Dracophant battle physique in action was eye-opening for Lin Yun. But Zui Yun was the one who shocked him the most. Just a moment ago, Zui Yun was in a near-death state, but he recovered to his peak so quickly. Although it was impossible for Zui Yun to recover fully, he should still be able to recover most of his strength. Lin Yun determined all of this in an instant. You're so mysterious. You're able to kill the Blood Wolf King with a single punch, which is impressive. If possible, do you think we can spar? Zuyun looked at Lin Yun. There will be an opportunity for us to fight. Lin Yun smiled. Zuyun might have a higher cultivation, but Lin Yun wasn't afraid. After all, Zuyun's strength was only equivalent to those within the top 10 on the mortal ranking. When the other Primal Origin sect disciples heard what Lin Yun said, they began to sneer inwardly. They were sneering at how arrogant Lin Yun sounded. After all, Zuyun was a genius in the Primal Origin sect. I still haven't caught your name. Zuyun looked at Lin Yun with interest in his eyes. Couldn't this fellow tell that he was just trying to be polite? There was no way that he, Zuyun, could do something like take advantage of others and fight with someone in the second stage of the profound martial realm. He couldn't help feeling interested in Lin Yun now. Sword Firmament Pavilion, Mortal Rankings Lin Yun. Lin Yun replied. Lin Yun? Zuyun muttered to himself. He couldn't recall this name. Since when was there such a figure among the Sword Firmament Pavilion's outer disciples? So Zuyun deduced that Lin Yun must be a rookie. Okay, I'll remember that. You previously said that I have a share in the Blood Wolf King's corpse. So I wonder which part you are planning on giving me. Zuyun's words caused the countenances of his companions to change. They never expect that Zuyun would let Lin Yun distribute the corpse. That was the Blood Wolf King after all, a demonic beast in the pinnacle fourth stage of the profound martial realm who had condensed King Aura. There might only be a wisp of King Aura, but the beast core that contained the Blood Wolf King's essence could be considered a treasure. If they were to refine it, it could greatly improve their cultivation. I'll take the beast core and blood essence. Everything else goes to you. Lin Yun already knew how he wanted to divide the corpse. What? The beast core is the most valuable item on this Blood Wolf King, and it's something that even Violet Palace Realm cultivators would pay a huge price for. The Blood Wolf King's blood essence isn't cheap either. It's purer than the blood essence of ordinary blood wolves. You want the most valuable items of the Blood Wolf King while giving us the trash? The Primal Origin sect's disciples turned red with anger when they heard Lin Yun's plan. Lin Yun didn't reply, but he sneered inwardly. These people had no share in the Blood Wolf King, only Zuyun had a claim. So there was no way he would let these people have a share in the Blood Wolf King. Furthermore, the other parts of the Blood Wolf King weren't useless, and he wouldn't mind taking it all if Zuyun didn't want them. Let's go with that. Zuyun nodded his head. He had no opinion against Lin Yun's distribution method. While others were unhappy about the method of separation, Zhang Ping, who had just woken up, spoke out. If it wasn't for this brat being lucky, how would he be able to kill the Blood Wolf King? Senior brother, I'll slaughter him if you're unwilling to make the move. Even if you recover from your injuries, you're not his opponent. Don't embarrass yourself here. Split up the Blood Wolf King's corpse. It's still worth a lot of spiritual jades after all, Zuyun said with a dark face. But, replied Zhang Ping, that's enough. No matter what, it was this brother here who saved my life, and I have no opinion even if he wants the entire Blood Wolf King's corpse. Don't mention it anymore. Zuyun had seen this through. It didn't matter if Lin Yun had the advantage or how strong his strength was. The truth was that Lin Yun killed the Blood Wolf King and saved him. Zuyun could still differentiate between right and wrong. Everyone shook their heads when they heard what Zuyun said. A brief moment later, they handed the beast core and blood essence over to Lin Yun with reluctance. The fist-sized beast core was filled with boundless demonic aura, and a wisp of black aura could be vaguely seen in it. On the other hand, the blood essence was like a gem, dazzling like when the stars shine down from the sky. Lin Yun accepted the two most valuable items on the Blood Wolf King without feeling any shame. Then I won't bother you guys any longer and I'll take my leave now. Lin Yun smiled and walked away. Right at this moment, a series of heavy clattering could be heard echoing from the mountains and forests. The ground began to tremble under this enormous impact. At the same time, there was also a surge of demonic aura that swept out. What powerful demonic aura! Everyone watch out! What demonic beast is that? Why have I never seen it before? The countenance of the Primal Origin sect's disciples changed. On the other hand, Lin Yun smiled when he heard the clattering. Looking at the nervousness on everyone's faces, he smiled, "Relax. It's a friend of mine." "Friend?" Zui Yun looked at Lin Yun in doubt. A brief moment later, a crimson bolt of lightning dashed over, raising a cloud of dust behind it. It had 4 robust limbs that were accompanied by a powerful surge of demonic aura. The dragon-blooded horse appeared before everyone's eyes. The dragon-blooded horse? My heavens! It's really the dragon-blooded horse. Why does this dragon-blooded horse that only seems to be in the 3rd stage of the profound martial realm feel even more terrifying than the Blood Wolf King? Look at that horn. This is a dragon-blooded horse with its dragon bloodline awakened. But I wonder what kind of dragon it is. The sudden appearance of the dragon-blooded horse shocked everyone. Fine. Lin Yun smiled bitterly and tossed the beast core over. When Zhang Ping and the rest saw this scene, their chins nearly fell off. The beast core that they dreamed of obtaining was so casually given to a horse by Lin Yun. That was the beast core that even someone in the Violet Palace realm would be tempted by. The dragon-blooded horse happily chewed on the beast core. At this moment, the dragon-blooded horse went from looking majestic and mighty to a cheap chowhound with buck teeth popping out. It was a completely different image than before. Zhang Ping's lips twitched because he couldn't bear to look at this scene. The chewing sounds produced by the dragon-blooded horse made everyone's heart ache. It was a waste. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun gave such a precious beast core to a mount. Who would use such a valuable beast core on a demonic beast? As the dragon-blooded horse refined the beast core, its aura began to surge in front of everyone. It was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, skyrocketing to the pinnacle 3rd stage of the profound martial realm. Everyone from the primal origin sect was dumbfounded. Not only that, but they could even feel a strand of king aura coming from the dragon-blooded horse. It was weak, but they could clearly sense it in the dragon-blooded horse. Damn it! That should be mine. Zhang Ping cursed inwardly. With Zui Yun's bearing, there was no way he would fight with them for the beast core, so there was a high possibility that it would fall on him. But when he saw how the dragon-blooded horse grinned while revealing its buck tooth, Zhang Ping couldn't help cursing softly. But the moment he was done cursing, the dragon-blooded horse spat out a mouthful of saliva at him along with the beast core's fragments, which made Zhang Ping feel great pain. "Senior brother, this beast spat on me." Zhang Ping wiped his face furiously. The dragon-blooded horse began to giggle, revealing its buck-tooth smile. Zhang Ping was on the verge of blowing his top. How was that a horse? It actually laughed at him? This bastard was the same as its master. Not only did Lin Yun kick him twice, but his horse also did the same. This horse is intelligent, so it will naturally spit at you for cursing it. Why didn't anyone else get spit by it aside from you? Zui Yun smiled. That's true. We're so crowded together, but only junior brother Zhang Ping got spat on. Oh yeah, only junior Zhang Ping was insulting it. I really have nothing to say about this dragon-blooded horse. It's unique. Everyone from the primal origin sect looked over and had their eyes opened by such an intelligent demonic pet. The dragon-blooded horse began to chuckle when it heard someone praising it. When Zhang Ping saw that no one was helping him, he felt so depressed that he wanted to die. Stop laughing, you fool. Lin Yun patted the dragon-blooded horse's neck and mounted it, preparing to leave. Zui Yun took a deep look at Lin Yun and said, "No wonder Brother Lin dares to venture in the Demon Cloud mountain range with cultivation in the 2nd stage of the profound martial realm. With the dragon-blooded horse around, even if you encounter an enemy that you can't fight, you can still run. With the horse's speed, who can catch up to you in the mountains?" Lin Yun replied with a smile. Zui Yun wasn't exactly wrong, but he was only half right. The dragon-blooded horse was indeed one of his biggest assets, but he had only been relying on himself in the Demon Cloud mountain range. He would even deliberately send the dragon-blooded horse away to train alone. "I'll be going now." Brother Zui Yun's Dracophant battle physique and saber technique was an eye-opener for me. I will seek you for advice if there's an opportunity in the future. Wait up, Zui Yun called out to him. If I'm right, you must be on the same mission as us, right? hunting the blood wolves and retrieving their blood essences. How do you know about that? Lin Yun asked. The blood essences are located between the blood wolves' brows. Not only do they contain vigorous vitality, but also the sun and moon essence. It's the best material used to forge artifacts and they're extremely expensive, smiled Zui Yun. This mission was issued by the Spiritualist Association to the Primal Origin Sect and Sword Firmament Pavilion. So I guess that you must be on the same mission as us. So? Nodded Lin Yun. Since that's the case, why don't we cooperate together? There are over 100 blood wolves out there, so it's enough for us to split them up. Furthermore, it will also increase our efficiency to work together. Zui Yun gave his reason and waited for Lin Yun's reply. Zhang Ping and the rest were dumbfounded. They had no idea why Zui Yun wanted to cooperate with Lin Yun all of a sudden. In reality, Zui Yun and Lin Yun had underestimated the Blood Wolf King's strength. If it wasn't for Lin Yun, there was a high possibility that Zui Yun would be killed. He didn't know what kind of person Lin Yun was previously, but he made up his mind when he saw the dragon-blooded horse. After all, Lin Yun couldn't be terrible since he could even befriend a demonic beast. The human heart was always more terrifying than a demonic beast's, so they wouldn't come in contact with humans easily. Lin Yun pondered Zui Yun's suggestion atop of the dragon-blooded horse. The alliance didn't sound so bad to him, and it was certainly more efficient than him hunting alone. At the same time, he could use this opportunity to understand Zui Yun's strength. After all, he was interested in Zui Yun's Dracophant battle physique and saber technique. All right, let's work together then. Zui Yun smiled. It's for the best. With Brother Lin's help, I believe that we'll be able to intercept all the blood wolves before they make it back to their tribe. Over the next few days, Lin Yun mingled with the group and hunted the blood wolves. With the Blood Wolf King gone, the blood wolves couldn't pose any threat to them. Zui Yun was strong and his strength was fully revealed in this hunt. With Zui Yun's saber technique, Lin Yun didn't have any opportunity to reveal his strength, which made the Primal Origin Sect's disciples unhappy that Lin Yun was taking advantage of them. However, Lin Yun smiled it off. He wasn't too bothered by their thoughts. He also didn't beat up Zhang Ping again. After all, he had to give Zui Yun some face. The group harvested greatly over the span of 7 days and made rapid progress in their mission. Lin Yun had already gathered 45 blood essences, so he could already complete his mission if he included the Blood Wolf King's blood essence. However, he wasn't in a rush because he wanted to keep the Blood Wolf King's blood essence for himself. On the 7th day, the group chased after 5 wounded blood wolves. But just when they were about to catch up, Zui Yun's face changed. He immediately called out to the group, "Stop! We can't chase them any further. We'll reach the Blood Wolves tribe if we go any further." Blood Wolves tribe. That's right. Zui Yun explained to everyone that there was a massive Blood Wolves tribe in the Demon Cloud mountain range. There were thousands of blood wolves in the tribe and they even had blood wolf elders comparable to the Violet Palace realm. Their death was guaranteed if they waltzed right in. Whenever the Blood Wolves tribe gave birth to a new king, the king would leave with a group of blood wolves to venture the Demon Cloud mountain range. The blood wolves would return when the king was killed, but they would leave again once a new king was born. The Blood Wolves tribe is up ahead? Lin Yun looked towards the distance. There was a spacious valley up ahead permeated by an unusual aura. Zui Yun nodded his head. It will be fine as long as we keep our distance. Damn it. We're just 3 blood essences away from completing our mission. We have to look for a new pack now. Zhang Ping's face flashed with reluctance and he slammed his fist on a tree. His action immediately made Lin Yun's brow jump because the Aurora Dragon within his body started feeling uneasy. Lin Yun immediately executed the 7 profound steps. He dashed forward and dragged Zhang Ping away before turning around to run, leaving behind an afterimage. Lin Yun, what the hell are you doing? Let me down. Zhang Ping yelled out. Lin Yun released his grip and threw Zhang Ping on the ground. But just when Zhang Ping was about to lose it, an arrow shot over, shattering Lin Yun's afterimage with heavy toxin. The huge impact from the arrow buzzed and caused the ground beneath their feet to tremble. Zhang Ping's face was drained of all color from this scene. He knew that he would be a dead man if Lin Yun hadn't intervened. The arrow plunged into the ground and caused a wisp of black smoke to rise. It was the toxin at work, which instantly caused the surrounding trees to wither. The countenance of everyone in the group changed, and they subconsciously took a few steps back. Sect disciples? How interesting. A few disciples in the third stage of the profound martial realm also dare to come near the Bloodwolves tribe. A middle-aged man appeared in the dark forest with a cold grin. Humph, why don't you look at who they belong to? An eerie voice sounded out, and a middle-aged man in black clothes walked out. This man's gaze was like a viper staring at Lin Yun's group. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. So it's the Primal Origin sect. No wonder. What delicious meat. Big brother, you won't mind letting me have them, right? Deal with them quickly. Don't leave them alive since they've discovered us. The middle-aged man in black said coldly. The two had casually determined the life and death of Lin Yun's group with a few words. Their aura in the fifth stage of the profound martial realm fully displayed their strength. At the same time, there were 4 men and 1 woman far away in several trees. Suddenly, the woman spoke out, "Heartcliff, that looks like your junior brother." Zuyun would be shocked if he was here. Heartcliff was the Primal Origin sect's chief disciple, and he was also one of the 8 titled figures in the divine capital. The few people who were together with Heartcliff weren't any weaker than him, and they were all at the same level as the 8 titled figures. One of them smiled. Now this will be difficult. We will be ruining our plan to deal with Great Thief Mo Luo if we act now. One of them isn't a disciple from my sect. Brother Xianxia should know about him. Let Brother Xianxia make the decision, Heartcliff said unhappily. Let's just wait for now. Xianxia did not speak out the answer that Heartcliff wanted, which made the few others seem surprised. Interesting. Outside the Bloodwolf tribe in the Demon Cloud mountain range, Zuyun and his party didn't expect to encounter 2 wandering cultivators in the 5th stage of the profound martial realm. Furthermore, their ominous aura was so dense that only those who had killed thousands of people could accumulate such ominous aura. Ominous aura wasn't the same as murderous aura. If you took too many lives, an ominous aura would gradually form around you. It was commonly found on demonic beasts. Demonic beasts were violent, and they knew how to convert their murderous aura into ominous aura since birth. However, cultivating ominous aura was a path of no return. After all, you wouldn't find it on sect disciples or on righteous cultivators. The middle-aged man with a longbow on his back grinned while looking at the crowd with squinted eyes. The other middle-aged man stood in the shadow like a viper. It seemed like he didn't have any plans to take action. Zuyun locked his brows together. Ordinary wandering cultivators wouldn't dare to provoke sect disciples, but it seems that the 2 of them had done such things in the past from how fearless they looked. They were in the 5th stage of the profound martial realm, so Zuyun knew that aside from him, no one here would be able to escape if a battle broke out. Lin Yun would also be in danger. It just so happens that my ominous aura seems to have regressed recently. You sect disciples possess vigorous vitality, so I will likely make progress in my ominous aura after killing you guys. The middle-aged man grinned. SS senior brother, what should we do? Zhang Ping and the others trembled in fright. The middle-aged man's cultivation was twice their own, and the tension made them feel suffocated. Furthermore, the disciples who had never experienced such a scene in the past had their faces drained of all color. They were actually having a tough time circulating their cultivation under the ominous aura. Zuyun snorted and took a step forward. If you guys are seeking wealth, we can hand over our spiritual jades. But if you guys insist on doing this the hard way, the Primal Origin sect isn't a pushover. The power of Dracophant emitted from Zuyun and his aura began to rise. At that moment, his aura was on par with the middle-aged man's ominous aura, reducing the pressure that Zhang Ping and the others felt. The middle-aged man raised his brow in surprise. The smile on his face slowly disappeared and was gradually replaced with a grave expression. Seeing that the other party seemed intimidated, Zuyun finally regained his confidence and spoke. I'm still confident that I can make it out of the mountain range alive even if you insist on fighting. If the Primal Origin sect comes to know about this matter, they will definitely hunt you guys down. Are you threatening me? The middle-aged man became furious and his ominous aura grew stronger. I'm not threatening you but offering you a transaction. Each of us will give you 1,000 spiritual jades and in return you'll let us go. We'll pretend that none of this took place. Zhuiyun's confidence died down when he saw the middle-aged man getting angry. The middle-aged man fell silent. He seemed to be hesitating as he turned to look at the black-clothed middle-aged man. The latter nodded inadvertently in the shadows. The middle-aged man then turned back and said, "Okay, but I want 2,000 spiritual jades each. No negotiation. 2,000. Zhuiyun's face turned dark. It was a large sum, but it would be worth it since he could protect Zhang Ping and the others' lives. Gnashing his teeth, he replied, "Deal. Then you come over," the middle-aged man demanded. Zhuiyun patted his interspatial pouch and wanted to take out the spiritual jades. But right when he was slightly distracted, he suddenly felt a wisp of threat. A black shadow dashed out and bit down on his neck before he could even respond. It was a poisonous snake, and Zhuiyun instantly felt weak when the poison kicked in. Ha ha ha! Sect disciples are as naive as ever. The middle-aged man laughed. His aura suddenly surged wildly and doubled in size. "Senior brother," Zhang Ping and the others exclaimed. "What a bunch of garbage. Kneel and die obediently." His ominous aura was intense, and the pressure made those in the third stage of the profound martial realm like Zhang Ping drop to their knees with blood leaking from their lips. The ominous aura was like an invisible mountain crashing down on them. The middle-aged man had a trace of disdain in his eyes and he cursed, "What a bunch of garbage. It's a waste for the sect's resources to be used on the likes of you guys." "Is that so?" Right at this moment, a sneer sounded out. When the middle-aged man raised his head, he saw a fist coming right at his face. When he recovered from the shock, it was already too late for him to dodge the fist that was infused with sword intent. The fist was like a sword, leaving behind afterimages. The roars of dragon and tiger echoed out, leaving behind 7 afterimages that overlapped together and slammed onto the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man was sent flying, spitting up a huge mouthful of blood before he fell onto the ground. When the middle-aged man tried to get up on his feet, the cracking noise coming from his ribs made him collapse back onto the ground. The 7 fists overlapped with sword intent wreaked havoc in his body that immobilized him. He had fear pouring out from his eyes as he muttered, How is that possible? How can you defeat me with just one punch?" The youth before him was only in the second stage of the profound martial realm. Right at this moment, a black shadow quietly bolted at Lin Yun's neck. However, Lin Yun didn't seem to have noticed it and continued walking towards the middle-aged man. When the other middle-aged man in black clothes saw this scene in the shadows, he sneered. Right at this moment, a surge of demonic aura exploded from the dragon-blooded horse. Like a bolt of lightning, it dashed forth, biting on the snake and chewing. The dragon-blooded horse grinned at the middle-aged man donned in black clothes, revealing its bucktooth while it chewed on the snake. "My black loop snake!" The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes nearly fell out of their eye sockets. He had the black loop snake for nearly a decade and it killed many people for him. But today it was actually eaten by a horse. Then, the dragon-blooded horse executed the thunder charge, turning into a dazzling bolt of lightning with a wisp of dragon aura. Before the middle-aged man in black could respond, he was hit by the dragon-blooded horse's horn, and a hole was drilled into his chest. This thunder charge was a lot more powerful than when it was used on Lin Yun. The middle-aged man in black was sent flying. When he fell onto the ground, he immediately got up and began to run for his life. He no longer had the arrogance he had before. "Can you even escape?" Lin Yun sneered after killing the other middle-aged man. He raised his hand and opened the sword box. Petals revolved around him like a tornado and he grabbed onto the flower burial sword. When he grabbed onto the flower burial sword, a boundless domineering aura gushed out from Lin Yun's body, and he executed the Overlord sword. Along with the flower petals, Lin Yun soared into the sky, reducing everything in his path into fragments. The running middle-aged man in black suddenly felt his heart sinking because he felt threatened. But the moment he turned around, he was split into two. It all happened before he could see anything. Lin Yun returned his sword to its sheath while he stood under the rain of blood without getting any on his clothes. When the Primal Origin sect's disciples saw this scene, they were dumbfounded with disbelief, especially Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping's mouth was so wide open that he could even stuff an egg in it. He never expected that the person he had been looking down on would be so powerful. When he thought of how he provoked Lin Yun over and over again, Zhang Ping couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. If Lin Yun had an easily irritated temper, he would have died over 9 times by now. The thought of this made Zhang Ping tremble while he muttered, "Holy shit, just what kind of mess did I get myself into?" Heartcliff and the other 4 were surprised when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe that an outer disciple of the Sword Firmament Pavilion in the 2nd stage of the Profound Martial Realm could slaughter 2 cultivators in the 5th stage of the Profound Martial Realm. If I'm correct, that should be the Overlord sword, right? Bravo! The Sword Firmament Pavilion seems to be experiencing a surge of geniuses recently. First, it was by Li Xuan, and now there's another genius in Sword Dao. No wonder Brother Xian said to wait and see how things go. The 5 of them were absolute elites of the Great Qin Empire, and they were all showing interest in the same person. What is so great about that? He's just relying on his pet. If the poisonous snake didn't bite Zui Yun, those 2 cultivators wouldn't be able to do anything to him, Heartcliff said indifferently. Everyone merely smiled and brushed it off. They knew that Heartcliff was naturally unhappy that his fellow disciples came out inferior compared to Lin Yun. It's hard for Mo Luo not to notice this from the huge commotion. He might even come to take a look. "We have to change our plan now," said Xianju. Everyone got serious as they proceeded with their business. Lin Yun and Zui Yun were 2 juniors, while the 5 of them stood on top of the Great Qin Empire's pyramid. Zhang Ping and the others felt relieved. What they experienced earlier was traumatizing. They felt like they took a brief trip to hell. After all, they were immobilized by the ominous aura and their lives were in their opponent's hands. Retrieving the interspatial pouches from the 2 middle-aged men, Lin Yun tossed a greater profound pellet to the dragon-blooded horse. Lil Red was exhausted and it needed a short rest. As for the poisonous snake, the dragon-blooded horse ate almost everything in the Demon Cloud mountain range, so the poisonous snake could only be considered an appetizer. There was no way it could poison Lil Red. "Brother Zua, are you all right?" Lin Yun asked. Zui Yun was injured, but he also took a punch from the middle-aged man. Lin Yun guessed that Zui Yun's injuries must be pretty serious, but it shouldn't be lethal with Zui Yun's physique. "It won't kill me, but I won't be able to recover anytime soon. The poison is somewhat troublesome." There were traces of black lines on Zui Yun's face, which showed that the situation wasn't exactly too optimistic. Zhang Ping and the others looked at Lin Yun with shock. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun killed 2 cultivators in the 5th stage of the Profound Martial Realm by himself. "It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, we would have died here." Zui Yun was furious the moment he mentioned those 2 wandering cultivators. This experience had taught him a lesson not to believe in the words of wandering cultivators, especially those with ominous aura. Lin Yun merely replied with a smile. Wandering cultivators were known to be cunning and some of them even possessed ominous aura. But aside from that, they had nothing compared to sect disciples. This applied to eyesight and martial techniques. The only thing they could rely on was their experience and ominous aura to immobilize others. Lin Yun's face changed when he suddenly thought of something. He spoke out, "Brother Zua, get on the horse. Let's leave this place quickly. I'm afraid that this place isn't safe and that those 2 people must have more companions around." "All right." Zui Yun did not hesitate when he recalled the conversation between the 2 wandering cultivators and got on the horse. Lin Yun would never be careless when it came to safety. But right when they were about to leave, a cold snort echoed out as a terrifying aura emitted from the depths of the Blood Wolf tribe. When that aura approached, it was accompanied by a heavy pressure that made everyone's countenance in the group change. "Did you people think that you can leave after killing my men?" A silhouette descended from the sky and appeared before everyone as the pressure of his cultivation was released. Zhang Ping and the others spit out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. The dragon-blooded horse was also frightened and nearly dropped Zuyun. Mo Luo? Zuyun had fear flashing through his eyes as he whispered, Lin Yun. This is a wandering cultivator ranked on the Great Qin Empire's Great Thief ranking. He was already in the 9th stage of the profound martial realm 1 year ago. Mo Luo was lean, but he had a sinister scar that stretched from the left side of his face. His gaze fell onto Lin Yun. The huge difference in their cultivation made Lin Yun's face turn grave. He knew that he had no odds of winning and that he had no other way out aside from running for his life. You smell like blood. Mo Luo's eyes flickered. He instantly determined that Lin Yun was the murderer. Without any hesitation, Mo Luo's bony hand reached for Lin Yun. It was fast and Lin Yun immediately executed the 7 profound steps. But just when he took a step out, the afterimage that he left behind was instantly crushed by Mo Luo and the pursuit continued. Lin Yun would be torn apart due to the huge difference in their cultivation. Mo Luo's hand was simply too quick for the naked eyes and continued to crush the afterimages left behind by Lin Yun. Before the 4th afterimage could even manifest, Mo Luo's claw was already reaching for Lin Yun's head. Lin Yun immediately executed the 7 profound steps. Golden crow wings and soared into the sky with his arms wide open like a golden crow, dodging the claw that was about to reach him. You're courting death. Mo Luo lost it and his murderous aura swiftly condensed into an ominous aura. His ominous aura was even more terrifying than the 2 middle-aged men from before. It even showed signs of manifesting. Lin Yun did not panic. He was still executing the golden crow wings, so he hadn't landed on the ground. While he was in the air, he threw out the flicking divine sword and the iris flower in his dantian budged half an inch with great difficulty. 10 sword gleams shot out from his fingers with every single gleam containing his sword intent along with sword energy from the iris sword sutra. Weak, Mo Luo sneered. He didn't believe that a piece of garbage in the 2nd stage of the profound martial realm could harm him with his cultivation. But when the 10 sword gleams got closer, Mo Luo suddenly felt a trace of unknown fear. His face changed and he swiftly took 3 steps away. He appeared 100 meters away and dodged the 10 sword gleams. The 10 sword gleams shot into the surrounding trees, turning the colossal trees into specks of dust. Mo Luo took a deep breath and looked at Lin Yun with narrowed eyes. As for Lin Yun, he had exhausted most of his origin energy. He looked disappointed when he saw this scene. If the 10 sword gleams were to hit Mo Luo, he would be half-crippled even if he wasn't dead. But it was a pity. In the end, Mo Luo had experienced too many battles, so his senses were keen. Of course, it was easy for him to dodge the attacks the moment he sensed them. On the other hand, Zhang Ping and the others, including Zuyun, were dumbfounded. They were scared silly when they saw Mo Luo, not to mention his retaliation. However, Lin Yun did not have any trace of fear and actually swapped moves with Mo Luo. I nearly fell for it. Mo Luo did not dare to be careless anymore and charged at Lin Yun with a cold flicker across his eyes. Get lost! Right at the crucial moment, a figure descended from the sky with a boundless sword aura. He sent a palm out, catching Mo Luo by surprise. Senior brother Xianxia. Lin Yun was shocked. He never expected to see Xianxia here. Another one coming to die. Mo Luo sneered. Great thief, Mo Luo. Don't you know that you're going to die soon? A sneer sounded out as a person wielding a long spear appeared. His existence was so dazzling that just looking at him alone would sting the eyes. Zuyun, who was on horseback, exclaimed out, Heavenly Qin Institute's ever luck. But before the shock in his eyes could calm down, a graceful figure descended like the moonlight. It was a stunning woman, causing Zuyun to exclaim once again, Demonic Moon Villa's Aquaselenic. Another 2 flashes came from Mo Luo's rear that completely sealed off his path of retreat. It was the Primal Origin Sex Heartcliff and the Divine Guard's Egret. Half of the 8 titled figures were here and they were coming for Mo Luo. Zuyun and the others could feel their blood boiling at the opportunity to witness 4 titled figures together. Everluck was the strongest in the Heavenly Qin Institute and was famed for his spear technique. When it came to the spear, no one among the younger generation was comparable. Aquasilenic was the only female among the 8 titles. Not only was she blessed with a stunning appearance, but she also possessed the unique techniques of the demonic moon villa. She was the fastest disciple to attain the 3rd stage in the heavenly lunar art. As for Heartcliff, he was the primal origin sex chief disciple, and he had the strongest physique among the great Qin Empire's younger generation. The force of his punch was over 4,000 kilograms, and he was only half a step away from having 1 cauldron's strength. Egret was groomed by the divine guards, and unlike disciples from the sects, he was tempered on the battlefield. He was known as a young general and as a fiend god among the younger generation. The 4 were famous figures in the great Qin Empire's territory, and there wasn't a single one who hadn't heard about them. The names of the titled ones were deeply rooted in people's hearts, and the appearance of any single one of them would stir a great commotion. It was even more shocking that 4 titled figures gathered together to deal with one person. "You guys leave first. Otherwise, you might be dragged into the battle." Xianxia unleashed his aura just as Lin Yun was about to greet him. Xianxia's boundless origin energy sent Lin Yun and the others away. They couldn't put up any resistance in front of Xianxia's cultivation, so they landed a kilometer away. Even the dragon-blooded horse was forcibly moved. However, none of them suffered any injuries when they landed on the ground. Before Lin Yun and the others could react, they suddenly saw all sorts of manifestations that blinded their eyes. A terrifying pressure swept out and caused the earth to tremble. The 4 titled figures brought out their martial souls right away. A violent gale was created from their summons, forcing Lin Yun and the others to close their eyes. They even had difficulty getting on their feet. "Hurry! Let's leave!" Lin Yun urged the dragon-blooded horse, Zhang Ping, and everyone else away. They immediately left without turning back. The others had already started running away in shock before Lin Yun even said anything. Lin Yun turned around for a quick peek and saw more people joining the battle. They were Mo Luo's subordinates, and they were sent flying before they could even get close. Seeing their bodies torn into pieces, Lin Yun turned his head away. He now understood why Xianxia sent them flying away without even saying anything. A battle at this level was brutal. It even seemed like Mo Luo hadn't used his full strength earlier. If he had, Lin Yun wouldn't have been able to avoid his attacks. Having seen the brutality, Lin Yun rejoiced at the fact that he was still alive. The group continued to run for half an hour without stopping. They didn't dare to stop for even 1 second. "Their strength is terrifying," Zhang Ping said with lingering fear on his face. His heart was on the verge of collapsing after the many incidents he experienced today. First, they encountered 2 wandering cultivators that nearly killed them. Then, Lin Yun displayed his true strength, shocking everyone. This was followed up by Mo Luo's unexpected arrival after the 2 wandering cultivators were killed. To top it all off, 4 titled figures gathered together to kill Mo Luo. It was a pity that they couldn't witness the fight with their own eyes. Lin Yun sat down with his eyes closed, focusing on recovering his origin energy. Whenever he used the iris flower in his dantian, his origin energy would be greatly drained. Then again, it was worth it since it increased the lethality to a whole other level. With his current cultivation, he could only move his iris flower half an inch, and he had no idea when he could make a full circulation with it. The true power of the iris flower would only show when he was able to make a full circulation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worthy of being an ancient cultivation technique. Half an inch of movement was already enough to make Mo Luo feel threatened. Lin Yun looked forward to what he could do with it in the future. The 4 titled figures' appearance finally made him realize their strength. He was already so familiar with Drifting Goblet that he subconsciously forgot that he was also a titled figure. But at this moment, he finally knew just how powerful the titled figures were. So, it was natural that Lin Yun couldn't help but feel curious about the battle. However, he wasn't impulsive enough to run over. After all, he believed that Xianxia must have his reasons for sending them away. When Lin Yun reopened his eyes, his complexion had recovered. Shortly after, everyone else began to open their eyes. The trace of poison had disappeared from Zhuiyun's face, and there was even a slight improvement in his cultivation. Lin Yun was surprised by this. The Dracophant battle physique can improve cultivation while resolving poison? It was an interesting technique, and Lin Yun wondered if there was a similar one in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Zui Yun's gaze fell onto Lin Yun. He was certain that the boundless sword intent he felt during the fight with the Blood Wolf King was real. Brother Lin, you've hidden yourself well. If we did not run into Mo Luo, I'm afraid that we still wouldn't know your true strength. It has far exceeded our expectations, and I apologize if we were rude earlier. Zui Yun's eyes blazed with a trace of fighting spirit. He now considered Lin Yun as a rival and no longer looked down on him. The other Primal Origin sect disciples were deeply stirred. They very much agreed with Zui Yun's words, and they also had a trace of fear in their eyes when they looked at Lin Yun. I'm flattered, Lin Yun replied. No, said Zui Yun. I don't praise people easily. I'm greatly shocked by your strength. Both killing the two wandering cultivators and defending us against Mo Luo have deeply surprised me. Was it that exaggerated? He only managed to kill the middle-aged man by surprise because he combined the 7 profound steps and his punch empowered by sword intent. As for the other middle-aged man in black, it was all thanks to the dragon-blooded horse's thunder charge that Lin Yun was able to finish him off. As for Mo Luo, the former didn't take him seriously when they fought. After all, Lin Yun's origin energy was utterly exhausted after using the flicking divine sword. Honestly, it was all thanks to Xianxia's timely arrival that they were fine. Otherwise, he would have had to rely on the dragon-blooded horse to escape. Lin Yun had an exact gauge of his strength, meaning that he would never underestimate or overestimate himself. I'll be taking my leave now if there's nothing else, Lin Yun replied with a smile and stood up. Wait! Zui Yun suddenly called out. What's the matter? Asked Lin Yun. It's fate that we met and will probably meet again half a year from now. How do you feel about sparring for a little? Zui Yun's eyes blazed with fighting spirit since he now considered Lin Yun a worthy opponent. There might be a difference of 2 stages in their cultivation, but Lin Yun's origin energy density wasn't any weaker than his own. Lin Yun got on the horse and smiled. There's no rush. You've just undergone a series of injuries, so I don't wish to take advantage of you. We'll fight again when we meet in the future. Lin Yun patted the dragon-blooded horse on the back, causing it to dash into the forest. What an arrogant fellow. Zhang Ping and the others commented out of indignance that Lin Yun did not give Zui Yun the opportunity to spar. If others faced such a straightforward rejection, they would definitely not be able to take it well. He has the capital to be arrogant. We all underestimated him. Let's find out more about him when we get back. He's definitely not a nameless person in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, smiled Zui Yun. Lin Yun did not stop after leaving. Zui Yun wanted to fight him because the latter couldn't see through him, which meant that Zui Yun wanted to find out how strong Lin Yun was. But Lin Yun had already seen through Zui Yun completely. The two should be evenly matched if they fought, and none of them would have an advantage in the fight. Furthermore, Zui Yun might exhaust him purely by relying on his physique and cultivation. However, Lin Yun could also defeat Zui Yun instantly with his strongest attack. There were too many possibilities, so Lin Yun did not find any meaning in a fight. When night descended, Lin Yun jumped down from the dragon-blooded horse. With a smile on his face, he took out the 2 interspatial pouches that he had taken from the Wander Cultivators. Mo Luo's subordinates were strong, so their wealth should bring him a pleasant surprise. He didn't spend too much time thinking about it and took everything out from the interspatial pouches. There were many items in the pouches: martial techniques, pellets, spiritual jades, profound artifacts, and many other random things. Lin Yun wasn't surprised by how messy everything was, since wandering cultivators harvested their wealth by robbing others. So it was troublesome for Lin Yun to sort through everything. But Lin Yun wasn't complaining about this since he was broke. In fact, the thousands of spiritual jades made him rejoice. These fellows must have killed many different sect disciples. Lin Yun exclaimed inwardly. It was easy to accumulate wealth by killing and taking other people's pouches. It was no wonder that they would take the risk of being hunted down by the sections. Unfortunately for them, all their hard work belonged to him now. What's this? Lin Yun found a crimson fruit in the pile of miscellaneous items. The crimson fruit released a glow as if it was burning. Lin Yun could even vaguely sense a similarity it had with the Bloodwolf King. His face turned grave when he saw it and wondered if it was obtained from the Bloodwolf tribe. If it really was from the Bloodwolf tribe, should this be with Mo Luo? What's the story behind this? Lin Yun's heart began to throb when he thought about it. The spiritual energy contained in the crimson fruit was astonishing, and it seemed like a blazing crimson flame. But when Lin Yun looked at it carefully, he locked his brows together. He had no idea why the two wandering cultivators would come to possess this fruit. Logically speaking, it was more reasonable for this fruit to be with Mo Luo. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll put it away for now. Lin Yun took out a box and carefully stored the fruit before putting it in his own interspatial pouch. He then went on to sort out the other items. Aside from spiritual jades and pellets, there were many miscellaneous items. The martial techniques that were stolen didn't catch Lin Yun's attention. The profound artifacts were mostly common ones. However, there was a longbow that caught his attention. Whoa! This is heavy! Lin Yun's hand sank when he held onto the longbow. The bow was engraved with the words, "Fire Cloud," and seemed ancient. Upon closer inspection, there were also some broken runes along the bow's body. Spiritual runes? This was the first time Lin Yun saw spiritual runes engraved on a profound artifact. After all, it was harder to engrave spiritual runes on profound artifacts than it was to engrave them on pellets. Artifacts with spiritual runes were also known as cosmic artifacts. Cosmic artifacts were powerful and priceless. An ordinary person couldn't come to possess one. When Lin Yun examined the complexity of the spiritual runes and determined that they were in the second grade, it was a pity that the spiritual runes were damaged. It seems that this flame cloud bow has a special origin, but it was buried in the hands of this wandering cultivator. Lin Yun stored it after toying with it briefly. This longbow was now equivalent to a high-grade profound artifact, and it was a decent treasure that might come in handy in the future. Lin Yun also found 100 arrows dipped in poison as well as a jade bottle filled with poison. This poison came from the black-clothed middle-aged man. One of them made poison while the other used a bow. They were a perfect match, but unfortunately they ran into Lin Yun. Neither of them held an advantage over Lin Yun, and they didn't even know how they died. Then again, it was also a fluke that Lin Yun won. After sorting through the pouches, Lin Yun's total harvest tallied to a total of 9,000 spiritual jades. About 50 miscellaneous items remained and could be sold for money. As for the rest, Lin Yun dumped them since they had no value. Furthermore, there were also some blood essences, which fulfilled Lin Yun's mission. This is the Bloodwolf King's blood essence? Lin Yun found 3 unique blood essences among the pile, and one clearly had a much higher purity. Lin Yun couldn't help but doubt that the 2 wandering cultivators killed a Bloodwolf King, not to mention 3 of them. Lin Yun knew how difficult it was to accomplish such a feat. Weird, muttered Lin Yun before moving on with his thoughts. A smile started to form as he said to himself, I obtained an ample harvest from this trip, but I shouldn't be in a rush to leave the Demon Cloud mountain range. Lin Yun completed his mission, but he had a feeling that he could form his 3rd profound vein at any time now. So he decided to train in the mountain range until he made his breakthrough. Therefore, Lin Yun spent the next few days in the mountain range hunting demonic beasts while the dragon-blooded horse did the same. Both of their strengths progressed rapidly. During this time, Lin Yun would give all the beast cores that he harvested to the dragon-blooded horse. He could sense that the dragon-blooded horse had made bigger improvements than him during their mountain range experience. Looking back, the thunder charge that the dragon-blooded horse used on the wandering cultivator was terrifying. Half a month later, Lin Yun was covered in filth and his hair was a mess. But there was a massive change to his temperament as his eyes radiated with confidence. He found a stream and took a quick bath to become comfortable and presentable again. He sat topless on a rock while circulating the Iris Sword Sutra within his body. He was converting the surrounding spiritual energy into origin energy. At the same time, he was permeated with an aura in the 3rd stage of the profound martial realm. 3 days ago, when he fought a flame python, he successfully made his breakthrough into the third stage. A sharp whistling sound rang out and Lin Yun opened his eyes helplessly. He looked as a crimson figure bolted over. It was a Bloodwolf King. In fact, there were a total of 3 of them. This is already the 4th wave, right? Lin Yun muttered to himself. Over the last half-month, he had been facing the assault of Bloodwolves. Although he killed many Bloodwolves during this time, it had no effect as long as the Bloodwolf King was alive. But Lin Yun knew that the odds of winning against 3 Bloodwolf Kings weren't very high. He might even be dragged into a tough battle. Due to this, he was relying on the dragon-blooded horse's speed to avoid them. I won't be playing with you guys anymore. Lil Red. Lin Yun put on his clothes as the dragon-blooded horse dashed over. It emitted an aura in the 4th stage of the profound martial realm along with a wisp of king aura. It was no longer faint like before. The king aura that it had was much more powerful. Lin Yun rode horseback and relied on the dragon-blooded horse's speed to break free of the Bloodwolf's pursuit. Lin Yun officially left the Demon Cloud mountain range as the sun went down. Several Bloodwolf Kings sat at the border of the mountain range, looking at Lin Yun's silhouette while they howled with rage in their eyes. But there was nothing they could do about it. In Inkcloud City, the westernmost city located in the Great Qin County, Lin Yun was sitting near a window and eating at the Cloud Guesthouse. After not eating for a month, Lin Yun's appetite was especially good. He came here because his second mission was in this city. However, since it was still early, Lin Yun didn't worry about starting the mission. After all, Inkcloud City could be considered a large-scale city and many cultivators were still walking in the streets. Aside from Lin Yun, there were a few other cultivators on the 3rd floor. Did you guys hear? Mo Luo is dead. Of course I heard about it. I heard that 4 titled figures ganged up on Mo Luo half a month ago, and that this incident caused a great stir in the Great Qin Empire. Who doesn't know about it? Mo Luo has always been arrogant. He killed at least 1,000 people and he even ran from cultivators in the Violet Palace realm. Unfortunately, he died to a few juniors. I heard that Mo Luo had already formed his 10th profound vein, and he was only 1 step away from the Violet Palace realm. If it wasn't for the fact that the Sword Firmament Pavilion's Xianxia was also around that day, it's uncertain if the 4 titled figures could defeat Mo Luo. Lin Yun could hear someone talking about the battle and immediately started to pay attention. After all, he had personally witnessed the battle, but he didn't know what the outcome was. So when they mentioned Xianxia, he couldn't help but pay attention, especially since Xianxia saved him twice. He had been hoping that nothing bad had happened to Xianxia. Mo Luo was top 10 in the Great Thief rankings and ran amok for the past few decades. No one would have imagined that Xianxia would kill him. Xianxia's strength is definitely comparable to the titled figures. Honestly, if it weren't for that incident, he would be one of the titled figures by now. That goes without saying. Xianxia is on the same level as the 8 titles. Speaking of which, I wonder how their genius by Li Xuan is doing. He seems to have disappeared for some time now. It seemed like Xianxia was safe. When the cultivators in the guest house talked about the 8 titles, their faces were filled with revere. Lin Yun was curious as he wondered what kind of appraisal these people had regarding the 8 titled figures. Suddenly, a mysterious cultivator said, "Do you guys know why Mo Luo was in the Bloodwolf tribe? Who knows? He's known for having an odd behavior. Mo Luo was after the dragon flame fruit. He was trying to make a breakthrough into the Violet Palace realm." The mysterious cultivator instantly dropped a bomb in the guest house as everyone exclaimed, "How's that possible? The dragon flame fruit is in the Bloodwolf tribe and the Bloodwolf elder guards it. Only the future commander of the Bloodwolf tribe can take it. Wasn't Mo Luo courting death trying to snatch it? The dragon flame fruit scent can be caught by a Bloodwolf king anywhere within 5 miles. Even if he obtained it, he wouldn't be able to leave." The cultivator who spoke first smiled. "I received the news from a fellow wandering cultivator. It's definitely credible. Mo Luo has been finding ways to deal with the Bloodwolf tribe, so he must have found a method since he died there. Does that mean that the dragon flame fruit is now in the hands of the 4 titled figures? This is a huge matter. If any of the 8 titled figures manages to break through into the Violet Palace realm, they'll be the strongest among their generation in the Great Qin Empire. It's hard making a breakthrough into the Violet Palace realm, and the Dragonflame fruit only boosts your chances slightly. The titled figures are all worthy of their reputation, so perhaps this slight help can aid them. The cultivator who shared the news chuckled. You guys are wrong. The 8 titled figures and Xianxia didn't find the Dragonflame fruit on Mo Luo. But the Dragonflame fruit has genuinely disappeared, and no one knows where it is right now. What? Everyone was shocked. They never expected that this would be the outcome. The Dragonflame fruit? Lin Yun's heart trembled. Could the crimson fruit be the Dragonflame fruit? You smell like blood. Mo Luo's words echoed in Lin Yun's mind. At that time, he thought that Mo Luo was referring to the blood of the 2 middle-aged men he killed. But thinking about it again, Mo Luo was probably referring to the Dragonflame fruit. If that crimson fruit really was the Dragonflame fruit, Mo Luo must have left it with the black-clothed middle-aged man, fearing that the Bloodwolf tribe might attack him. Mo Luo was probably trying up loose ends for the 2 wandering cultivators to leave the Democloud mountain range. If the 2 wandering cultivators didn't encounter him, they would have already left the mountain range. But in the end, the Dragonflame fruit fell into Lin Yun's hand. Lin Yun placed his cup of wine down on the table. He finally understood why the Bloodwolf Kings came after him for half a month. Let's leave this place. In the highest guest room at Cloud Guesthouse, Lin Yun was observing a crimson fruit with a grave expression. Based on all the clues he got, he was certain that there was a high possibility that this crimson fruit could be the Dragonflame fruit. The worth of this fruit far exceeded Lin Yun's imagination, causing him to try and calm his heart. It would be a great waste if Lin Yun used such a valuable fruit right now. I'll hold on to it for now. If senior brother Xianxia needs it, then I can give it to him. Lin Yun was still far from the Violet Palace realm, so he wasn't in a rush. On the other hand, Xianxia's strength was similar to the 8 titles, so he might need this more than him. Whether it was because of his personal feelings or reasoning, Lin Yun felt that he couldn't keep this for himself. He could also consider this as repaying Xianxia for saving him multiple times. I'll just go with that. It was hard for others to imagine that Lin Yun made the decision to give away such a precious fruit in an instant. All right, time to look at what the next mission plaque says. Lin Yun took out the mission plaque, which recorded his second 5-star A-rank mission. The mission was issued by Inkcloud City's Gao clan. The Gao clan's status in Inkcloud City was equivalent to the regional forces in the Azure Sun County. But they were nothing in Great Qin County. There were powerful clans here, but the strength between the clans were different. The Gao clan had a deep foundation, and its patriarch, Gao Yangyu, had a cultivation in the 6th stage of the profound martial realm. They had deep connections with various chambers of commerce, and they also had strong financial resources. If nothing went wrong, they could be promoted into a prestigious clan in another 100 years with stable development and the birth of a monstrous genius. The mission issued by the Gao clan was to escort the Gao clan's herbal servants deep into the Bloodbone Forest to collect herbs. The Bloodbone Forest not only had a harsh environment, but it was also infested with demonic beasts in the 4th and 5th stage of the profound marital realm. It was so dangerous that not even cultivators in the 3rd stage of the profound martial realm would dare to enter. It was more dangerous than the Demoncloud mountain range. What was more troublesome was the fact that there were many wandering cultivators hiding there to practice evil techniques. So it would be dangerous for the Gao clan to enter based on their own strength. As a last resort, they could only entrust such a dangerous mission to the major sects in the Great Qin Empire. In addition to the 4 great sects, the other top forces in the Great Qin Empire were all invited. These candidates would be selected by Gao Yangyu. It was also noted that Lin Yun had to pay half the contribution points awarded in this mission if he wasn't chosen. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to a mission failure. In other words, Lin Yun had to be selected. If he wasn't, not only would this trip have been for nothing, but he would also have to pay half of the reward from his own pocket. None of these 5-star A-rank missions are easy. Lin Yun placed the mission plaque aside and took out spiritual jades to cultivate. There were still a few more days, so Lin Yun decided to cultivate for now. The Iris Sword Sutra required an enormous sum of resources, and Lin Yun had been broke for quite some time. Fortunately, he obtained 9,000 spiritual jades after killing 2 wandering cultivators, which was enough to support his cultivation for the time being. At the same time, Xianxia returned to the Sword Firmament Pavilion and looked at Xianyan with a smile. You'll never guess who I ran into on my mission. The news of 4 titles working together with Xianxia to hunt Mo Luo was already widely spread. Xianyan naturally knew that her elder brother was talking about this mission, and she smiled. Don't tell me you bumped into Lin Yun? Smart, smiled Xianxia. Xianyan had a trace of surprise flashing through her eyes, and she asked, You really ran into him? Is he all right? When Xianxia explained everything that happened, Xianyan was shocked. He really brought pride to the sect. The Primal Origin sect has been on bad terms with our sect, and the disciples of our sects always fall into conflict outside. That surpassed my expectation as well. But it's a pity that this mission didn't go that great. Xianxia nodded. What do you mean? She asked. Xianxia smiled. The dragon flame fruit hasn't been found yet. You should see the unsightly expression on those 4. If anyone could make a breakthrough into the Violet Palace realm right now, they would be the strongest in the Great Qin Empire among their generation. None of the 8 titled figures would bow to one another, so everyone wanted to make the breakthrough first. Their faces naturally wouldn't look good since the dragon flame fruit wasn't found. But that's good. There will be a battle between those 4 if the dragon flame fruit appears. Xianxia paused briefly and continued, That aside, I'm more concerned about Lin Yun's second mission. You also found out that he broke the rules and snatched the A-ranked missions? Questioned Xianyan. How can I not know about it when it's spreading so wildly outside? But the other missions shouldn't be troublesome to him. The only troublesome thing is the escort to the Bloodbone Forest. Xianxia went on to share some details, causing Xianyan's face to change. A brief moment later, she looked into the distance and said, You don't have to be too worried about him. The Alliance Union battles will be held soon. How can he compete with the top 10 in the mortal ranking if he can't even complete those A-ranked missions? Oh, you seem to have faith in him, responded Xianxia. The sun shined on Xianyan's face as she smiled. When was I not confident in him? 5 days later, Lin Yun opened his eyes in the guest room and flicked his finger. His origin energy condensed into a sword gleam and shot out. The book that was on the table immediately smashed into the wall. The purple sword gleam was like a sharp blade that plunged the book into the wall. The book only fell after the sword gleam dissipated. The Iris Sword Sutra is finally in the 7th stage. The Iris Sword Sutra had a total of 16 stages, and the first 6 stages were used to lay down the foundation to form the iris flower. Lin Yun was stuck in the 6th stage for half a year, and he hadn't made any breakthroughs since the Sword Burial Woods. He was only 1 step away from making a breakthrough. The 6th and 7th stage didn't seem that different, but the difference in one level was huge. The first 6 stages were suitable for the Xiantian realm, and there were still some gaps when compared to profound martial realm cultivation techniques. But the 7th stage meant entering the profound marital realm. He could now condense the iris sword aura in his body. This would allow the sword gleam's power to increase along with the growth of his cultivation. If he could reach the 9th stage of the Iris Sword Sutra, he could set up an array within his body using the sword aura. At that time, he could kill his enemy from 100 miles away. Lin Yun went over to the wall and picked up the book. The book had a hole in it as if it was genuinely stabbed with a sword. The sword gleam from before can only be considered as aura, and the flicking divine sword's first stage condensed it. But now, I can consider this as condensing aura into a sword. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts after putting the book down. The origin energy produced by the cultivation technique was the foundation to everything, including his martial technique and movement technique. After all, he wouldn't be able to execute those techniques without any origin energy. So the breakthrough in his cultivation would bring a transformation to his origin energy. Reaching the 7th stage was a small breakthrough, but it boosted Lin Yun's fighting prowess greatly. At a glance, he was in 3rd stage in the profound martial realm. He obtained lesser mastery in the 7 profound steps, and he finally reached the 7th stage of the Iris Sword Sutra. Lin Yun now had a 70% chance of winning if he faced Zui Yun. Then again, this was only true if Zui Yun had made no significant improvements in the last half-month. It was now time for him to make a trip to the Gao clan. He had been cultivating for the past 5 days, which cost him some time. Right now, he had to play catch-up. Right at this moment, the Gao clan's martial field was filled with people. They were all elites from the various sects in the Great Qin Empire. In addition to the 4 great sects and the Heavenly Qin Institute, the weaker sects also sent out their elites. There were a few of them that looked arrogant as they didn't have any good expressions when they looked at those that weren't from the 4 great sections. The disdain in their eyes couldn't be concealed. They were the disciples from the Primal Origin sect, Demonic Moon Villa, Heavenly Profound sect, and Heavenly Qin Institute. They were all outer sect elites, so the disciples from the other sects were nothing in their eyes. The Gao clan's patriarch, Gao Yongyu, wore a smile on his face as he measured the participants. Perhaps the outer disciples of the 4 great sects were great, but they weren't any different from the other sects' elites at this moment. Now that everyone is almost here, let me say a thing or two. Gao Yongyu smiled. The herb servants will enter the Bloodbone Forest tomorrow morning. I believe all of you know how dangerous the Bloodbone Forest is. Aside from the Gao clan's guards, we will also pick 8 elites to accompany them. Aside from the rewards given to you by your sects, you will also receive a heavy reward from me upon completion. All of you will be rewarded with 90 greater profound pellets and 2,000 first-grade spiritual jades. His words immediately made everyone's eyes light up. Even the disciples from the 4 great sects couldn't help showing interest in this mission. They came here for the mission and they already had rewards waiting for them upon completion. But Gao Yongyu said that they would be rewarded by him upon the completion of the mission, which was equivalent to having a double reward. It was rumored that the Gao clan had a close relationship with various chambers of commerce, so it shouldn't be a fake promise. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so generous to make such an offer. It was most likely that this mission was issued by a large-scale chamber of commerce. Patriarch Gao, you're generous indeed. But there are nearly 30 of us here, so how are you going to determine the 8 quotas? The one who spoke was the Primal Origin sect's outer disciple, Xianxia. He was in the pinnacle 4th stage of the profound martial realm. His burly figure showed that he had deep attainments in the Dracophant battle physique, which made him seem full of vitality. Even his gaze was as sharp as knives. Very simple. Gao Yongyu pointed his finger and continued. We'll have a duel to sort everyone out. The field can accommodate 100 people and there are no rules. It's a fight to eliminate the weak. When there are 8 of you standing, the 8 of you will be the candidates. Xianxia grinned. A deathmatch? That'll save a lot of time. This is a great idea, but it's impossible for us to watch where we're hitting. I'll apologize in advance if I injure any of you. He sounded arrogant, but he was also a rather famous figure. It was said that his Dracophant battle physique reached the 4th stage, granting him the strength of over 50,000 kilograms. A death match was perfect for him to exhibit the advantage of his battle physique.